I'm on solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, solo. Yeah, I'm feeling good tonight. Finally feeling free and it feels so right. Oh, time to do the things I like. Gonna see a princess, everything's alright. Oh, no job but I answer to. Ain't a fixture in the palace zoo. No, and since the carbon night's off me, I'm living life now that I'm free, yeah. Told me get myself together, now I got myself together. Now I made it through the weather, better days are gonna get better. I'm so happy, the carbon night is gone. I'm moving on, I'm so happy that it's over now. The pain is gone. Shades of pepper around my eyes, I'm jumping in my ride, I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, solo. Picking up my blaster, putting it on my side, I'm jumping in my Falcon, Wookiee at my side. I'm solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, solo. I'm on solo, I'm on solo, solo. Now I'm feeling how I should join the alliance, it feels so good. Oh, stop feeling misunderstood. Back in the game, who knew I would? Oh, so fly, time I spread my wings. Loving myself makes me wanna sing. No, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Told me get my act together, now I got my act together. Yeah, now I made it through the weather. Better days are gonna get better. I'm so happy, the carbon night is gone. I'm moving on, I'm so happy that it's over now. The pain is gone. Shades of pepper around my eyes, I'm jumping in my ride, I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, solo. Picking up my blaster, putting it on my side, I'm jumping in my Falcon, Wookiee at my side. I'm solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, I'm on solo, solo. Finally feeling free and it feels so right. Oh, time to do the things I like. Gonna see a princess, everything's alright. Oh, no job but I answer to.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I'm Seth, one of your hosts, and here's the other one.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm
your host, Caleb. we had to go old school today with how we're running things because I forgot the cables.
Yep. It happens sometimes.
It happens, you know. It's
like, in terms of show mistakes, this one is like far from the worst one.
No, like, and this is one that like all I have to do is start the recording from over there and then walk over here.
Yep.
Like it's very easily resolved.
Yeah.
The two common issues that we have that you're gonna see on the show is either our mics are off.
Yep.
or I do this mistake where I have to, and really those are two very easily solvable
Yeah.
issues, and therefore if that's the worst we're gonna have,
That's pretty good.
yeah, exactly. Sorry, I'm just checking everything on the phone,
Oh yeah.
so that way I can still see what people are saying, and you know, there's a bit of a delay. There's your arm swinging.
Okay, I wanted to
Yeah, but I just want to be able to see what people are commenting and all that stuff.
yeah.
So we were there's one piece of news, I guess I mentioned that
Yeah.
because you were like, hey, what are we any new stuff? Not really. The biggest piece of news is that Saul is gonna be in Andor season 2.
Yeah.
Mind blowing. I know. Who would have
What a
guessed?
surprise.
Who would have guessed? Saul in the prequel show for Rogue One, a film in which Saul is a main character? Who would have guessed? Where he'd be butting heads, most likely, with the other head of the Rebel Alliance that we know of that is also in the show, Mon Mothma.
What a surprise.
I'm being sarcastic because there are actually people that are like surprised. Yes, exactly. And there are even people that are complaining, and it's like, what? This is a character we know so little about that, despite being in so many projects.
You know,
Because think about it, he's in Clone Wars.
yeah, it's like
He's in Clone
we
Wars.
know
He's in
what
Rebels.
Saw does, but we don't know that much about the man himself.
Yeah, because he's in Clone Wars, Bad Batch,
Mhm.
Rebels, Andor, Rogue One. We've seen basically his entire lifespan. We don't know his childhood years, but we
Yeah.
know like young adult to death.
Yeah.
Because Clone Wars is his young adult, and really it's his origin of why he's the way he is, in terms of like why he views that the partisans have to be a militaristic, like as militaristic as they are compared to the rebels. Because the rebels are not as militaristic.
They're not.
Like
Like,
they're
they
still
do
a
fight.
yeah.
They are a military force, but they're not as for
Forward
lack of a
about
better
it.
term, hardcore about it.
Yeah. But you understand why if you've seen Clone Wars.
Hmm.
Now, you don't have to agree with his methods. Because I mean, you don't have to, because some of his methods can be viewed as over the top and a little past where they need to be. But you can understand him as a character still, and he shouldn't be villainized either.
Hmm.
Which is what a lot of people like to do too. Like, they like to villainize him and be like, oh, he's... No.
Sauce out here. I'm fighting a corrupt regime with infinite resources. It's kind of hard to do that sometimes.
I'd say the worst thing he does is try to finish exterminating the Geonosians and Rebels.
Oh,
That's probably the worst
That's-
thing. But outside of that, like, I'd say his other stuff where I'd say the other only dangerous part of him is that he's willing to start battles with citizens caught in the middle, like we see in
Oh.
Rogue One.
just
With that street battle in Jeddah, like the first
Oh,
time
yeah.
we see the partisans in Rogue One, like the kid crying and Jin having to save them.
yeah. I do like how I do like how in that Andor's like, yo, Cassian's like, we need to hurry the fuck up while we're here.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, like, even then, you could argue that the rebels are still just as bad, because our first scene with Cassian is him straight up murdering one of their own people just so, like, they don't get caught with the information that he just got given.
Yeah, it is a thing of like, this is one of those things where I'm like, I get it. I get why you did that.
Still a terrible thing,
Like,
but I get it.
This is the business.
You,
This is the business. He knew.
like,
He may not have expected Cassian to fucking do it, but I'm like, he understood the risks.
it's one of those things where, though, you wonder if Mon Mothma knew, which probably not. 'Cause
I
knowing
doubt it.
knowing Mothma, that is not the way she would want things to be operated.
Yeah.
She'd be like, no, we don't kill our own people. What?
Cassian's out here like,
To be fair, it wasn't like Cassian's choice. That's an order from his superior
Yeah.
guy. Like, that's something that he would have... Well, in this case, Cassian had the choice. But, like, when it comes to, like, Galen, he had the order to kill Galen. So we start to see like the rebels aren't so shiny perfect either in Rogue One, and the Andor show is also showing that.
Yeah.
And so having Saul in the show as another juxtaposition of that continues to just kind of prove that.
Like, I think one of the things is you might come to the conclusion that I don't care much for Mon Mothma. And it's not that I have anything against the woman.
You just disagree with the way she...
I don't even mind that, like, she's a lot
pacifist?
more pacifistic.
She's not more pacifistic. She is a pacifist. Like, that's her whole thing. It's why she gets rid of an official military once she becomes the first Supreme Chancellor for the New Republic.
Yeah, that
Sorry,
would feel...
Chancellor, because they get rid of the Supreme part.
Thanks.
They realize that sounds a little...
What if I called myself Super President? No, it's just President. Why was that necessary? It's like, I don't really mind it. I get it, but I'm also like, sometimes, Miss Mothma, your idealism kind of gets in the way of the reality of the situation.
You and a lot of people I know would agree on that point.
But
I
understand it. I really want it to work.
Yeah, there's a lot of... I mean,
but that's just not going to work.
I get caught up in the...
I don't hate you.
I feel like too many people blame... I'm going to get myself in some trouble with some mutuals here because I've made this argument before. I think too many people blame Mon Mothma for the rise of the First Order.
I mean, that was going to happen either way.
But the fact that they're able to get such power so quickly, like, they blame Mothma, but realistically, one, by the time of Mandalorian even, which is really when they're starting, when the First Order's starting to kick into gear, what they're doing, as we see in Season 3, which we'll discuss next week. That's next week's topic.
Okay, that's what next week's is.
The Mothma's no longer Chancellor by that point, which the most she did to potentially cause this gear to turn is she removed a official military from the Republic.
Yeah.
Thing is, though, she did not say planets couldn't have their own military either.
Yeah.
Like, which is traditionally how the Republic ran anyways before the Clone Wars happened.
Yeah.
Like, traditionally every planet had their own specific, like, personal military. If they wanted one.
You know what's a good place to recruit soldiers from in Star Wars?
What's that?
Eriadu.
Oh, yeah.
But then again, the last guy from Eriadu was
not a great guy.
Not a good person.
Yeah, not a great guy. But yeah, so, like, and then, like, once evidence started showing up of the First Order and Leia tried to sound the alarm, Bloodlines novel, by then we were about 9 years out from the Force Awakens, which means Mothma was definitely not in charge, and the people who were in charge did not want to do anything about it.
Yeah.
And that's why Leia creates the Resistance, because she basically, as our friend Scotty, who's been on the show before, likes to call it, she goes G.I. Joe and starts her own little personal military that's not official.
Yep.
She starts the G.I. Joes. And so, like, I don't blame Mothma for the First Order. I blame the continuation of the bureaucracy where they don't view any of the signs as signs. And that's not Mothma's fault. Mothma was a peaceful time leader. And therefore, peaceful time leaders call for peaceful time resolutions and laws. But when you start to see signs of non-peaceful times approaching, it is your job as whoever is the leader at that point to start making their own legislation. Yeah. And it's no longer Mothma's fault.
I'm not...
And that's my argument on the Mothma of it all. I know not everybody will agree with me. I have a lot of friends who don't.
I'm not...
But that's my take.
Once again, I'm like, all right. I think the thing that, like, I personally dislike about Mothma, and it's not entirely her fault, it's just the mess of a situation that is, like, with her husband and daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, it's not.
And that one, that's
fault.
a case.
That's a case. Kind of everyone in this room fucked up.
Yeah, that's a case of everybody's kind of fucked up. Although Daddy
He's certainly not helping
he's not
in any
helping,
metric.
and I don't really like him at all. Like,
Like, I
Perrin?
don't
Yeah,
have
Perrin.
contempt for him,
I just.
but I also am like, it's another case of like,
He is somebody who is inviting literal enemies.
you're an idiot.
He's literally inviting his wife's enemies into their house to party.
Yeah, they're not gonna fucking assassinate her in her own
Well,
home.
no, but
But it is
you don't
very much like
no politician
You
brings
didn't-
their political enemies to their
you
house
didn't
for
go to like
dinner.
a neutral ground.
Yeah, like you don't usually bring your own political enemies to your house. Like, when was the last time you saw somebody from our Senate be like, "Hey, so and so, I'm having a party, a big dinner party. Would you like to go?" No, no.
Although you got that is a fucking move, I guess.
I mean,
A wild one because it's like, why the fuck did you do this?
the biggest thing
Like,
that
if Mothma herself had done it, that would be the reaction.
Mhm.
But because it's her husband, it's
it should still be wild.
It is. But I'm also someone who's like, I don't care. It's a room full of politicians having like snide comments and arguments back and forth.
I find it
And
funny.
getting nothing done.
Here's why I don't trust Perrin's taste.
Okay.
He says Sly Moore is a party animal. There's no way Sly Moore is a party animal.
We don't know. We don't see her in her off hours. All I see this woman
I mean,
do
most
is
of the time,
want to kill
I
Vader
was about
in
to
the
say,
Emperor.
most of the time in
That's
her,
what she does.
I was about to say, in her off hours, she's mostly trying to kill Vader.
She's like, I just want this Vader guy dead. I don't care how it happens.
Usually trying to get the droid crush to do it.
Yeah,
Does not go well
it's
for
not
them ever.
working.
We really drifted off from like Andor news, but we stayed on topic for the
Yeah.
most part. It was adjacent.
Also, New Republic. Like, you might also think I have contempt for the New Republic, which is true, because I'm like, I remember seeing, of course, with our pilot friend who talks to Mando.
Teva.
Yeah, and him trying to get things to go through. I remember the scene where he comes into the office. He's like, "Hey, could I get official approval for this?" And I'm like,
You already know that's not happening.
"That's not happening." It's very much a case of, why the fuck would you even bother asking?
I think Mando knew though and was just fucking with him. He was like, "Okay, but we're doing this anyways."
Yeah, we don't need your fucking approval.
Because what are you gonna do? It's gonna take you forever to stop me.
Yeah.
Like,
Would you like to go and get the search warrant now? It's gonna take you a month and a half to get it.
if that. Anyway,
If you get it at all.
yeah. So let's jump into the actual topic for today.
Oh.
I don't have my button with me because my computer's over there. So we're just gonna say spoiler warning
Yep.
for Quest for Planet X,
Yes.
which is the second of the junior novels for the High Republic Phase 2. So it's the last of the junior novels for Phase 2. Only one more book left in Phase 2. Our journey in Phase 2 is almost over. How do you feel? Is it kind of bittersweet? You're kind of ready to get to Phase 3 and see what's going on with our friends there?
Yeah, no.
You kind of want it. You're like me. I kind of
I'm
want.
actually okay with it ending.
Okay. I kind of want one more book each. So one, like, junior novel, adult novel. I kind of wish they did 3 waves like they did with Phase 1.
I think for me, I don't know.
You went a little rogue there.
I think that for me, Phase 2 has done what it set out to do, give more information and the context for why a lot of things are the way they are. However, I will be sad to see the lack of Creighton's son in my future.
Well, who's to say he's not around? I mean, it's a long time to live for a human, but who's to say? The Force can extend life.
For a normal human to 160 years.
Who's to say?
Maybe not.
Who's to say?
I feel like it's more like
It's a stretch, but
notes that they're gonna find.
yeah, like it's a stretch, but who's to say?
Yeah. Also, Yaddle calling Yoda old.
I mean that is true though,
That's
comparatively.
true, but she's like, I don't want to say that in front of Sippa. Because she'll tell Yoda I call.
I'll wait for the rest of phase 2 questions that I have in mind because I already have some questions that I want to talk about, but I'm gonna save those for when we read
Okay.
Path of Vengeance. So since it makes sense with that being the last book, then we can.
Yeah,
Well, we still have the manga
that's true. I want to see how well that's going.
because we haven't had our Master Arkoff and what's his name
Yes.
from Path of Deceit
Mm.
because there was that Jedi who found the dead bodies on
Yo.
Dona.
Like, look at. Everyone's like, "What is this particular Jedi doing?" He's like, "I'm looking into
Like,
something.
I'm surprised he just disappeared from the rest of the friend.
Like, I'm doing a private
Because
investigation."
wasn't he going to Jeddah?
I think so.
Like, and then we just hear nothing of this character ever since. And then because I figured he'd be the one sounding the alarms of the dead Jedi on Dona, but no. We actually big spoilers for Quest for Planet X. This is the first book that name drops our dead Jedi
Yeah.
since they died, Kevmo and Master
Zalamakri.
Zalamakri.
Yeah.
So, like, this is the first time we've had them name
Yeah.
drop since they died.
And it's like in the middle of, like, it's kind of at the end of the book,
Yeah.
and it's like,
I'd say,
yeah,
like, near the middle-ish. Like, yeah.
60% mark, maybe 70,
Yeah.
and it's Rupert.
It's an important moment.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the premise a little bit first
Yes.
before we, like, get into the weeds here. So the premise is that we get the return of Rupert, and we get the return of the Left-Brooks, Das, and Spence. And Spence isn't as important this time. He's kind of
Not
just...
Mom Lothbrok. She's dead.
Well, she's been dead. She was dead.
But it is a very, like, she is important to the story. And there is a devastating lie that happens real early.
So, Das has signed. Well, the Left-Brooks have signed up for this competition. That's what was it called again?
The Great
Hyperspace
Chase.
Chase. Yeah, which is basically a race to get new hyperspace routes.
Yes.
And it's for all the hyperspace prospectors to basically their chance to make it big.
Yeah.
And they sign up with a bunch of corporations to sponsor them. And in this case, the Left-Brooks have signed up under the famous Santecas.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Graphs and the Santecas are co-sponsoring the event
Yeah.
because they're your Apple and PC of
Yeah.
of
They are.
it's like I got an Apple, I got a PC. Remember those ads?
God.
Hi, I'm an Apple and I'm a PC. Yeah, I'm showing my age here a little bit.
I was thinking about, so when I first heard, like, oh, the graphs are involved, and my brain went, okay, here we go.
I want to talk off screen about what I've been reading the Santa Staros comic,
Oh, yeah?
and I thought about the Staros family as well because they're also a big family that just continues down the line of Star Wars.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have to
And
talk
I'm
off
like-
screen because one of my theories about Avon has been confirmed by the Staros comic about her studies of kyber crystals.
Okay. And for me, I'm like, oh, this is either going to go really well or really poorly.
In this case, it's kind of in between.
Yeah.
Like, this book doesn't really end in tragedy, but it also doesn't.
It's
not a success either.
yeah, it's a, that was the thing we did.
It's like everybody lived, and on a grander scale, it was successful.
Yeah.
But in terms of like, there's the what's the term I'm looking for? There's the macro and the micro.
Yeah.
In the macro scale, yes, there's a huge success.
Yes.
Because in the macro scale, they managed to. This book really shows what happened. So last week I talked about in Cataclysm how like, oh, the beacons are important in this book.
Yeah.
They're the reason that the beacons get resolved.
Yep.
They
restored the cell towers
Yeah.
to the sector, basically.
Yeah, and so that's the macro victory,
Yeah.
and that's a victory that yes needed to happen. On the micro level of actually getting to Planet X does not happen.
Doesn't happen. Nobody won anything, but no one lost anything in this story.
I would say though at the same time,
except maybe a little dignity.
I would say at the same time character development happens.
Yes, I will agree with that.
And that's what makes this book still work.
Yes.
Because while some people would say, hey, it's like the filler arc, no,
no, this
because
one's
it has
actually
character development. Because people kind of forget what actual like filler is.
This is an off-screen discussion we've had.
Like,
but I don't know if it's been expressed publicly.
I don't think we have publicly, but like if character development happens or if something on the overall story arc happens, then that is not filler. Because filler by definition says that it can't have character development. It's just literally what it sounds like. It's filler.
We needed something for them to do on this one Friday.
It's the beach episode.
Yeah. And sometimes beach episodes can be like a nice bit of levity.
Yeah, I mean, you need sometimes people also forget that fillers are there to kind of give us a break from the heavy storytelling that sometimes is happening.
Maybe The Walking Dead could have used a beach episode or two.
I would say though
it wouldn't fit tonally.
No,
but...
I would say them walking through the woods for like a whole season is their filler though, because like honestly, you could cut some of that walking through the forest in half, and you would still have a great season. Like Carol and Daryl don't need to be falling in love for like 20 episodes in the woods. That could have been cut in half. Like, I don't mind their romance arc, but it takes them way too long to get to the next location. I think them walking in the woods is before the which arc is it? Where they find the cannibal place. Yeah, I think it's like them. I think they lose the jail.
Railroad.
Yeah, they lose the jail, and then you get like 10 episodes of them walking through the forest, and then Terminus.
Yeah.
That could have been halved. Like we could have got to Terminus a little bit faster.
Oh, God.
But yeah, that's my opinion on filler. I know that's how I feel, anyways, based on like going by pure definition of what filler is. I don't think people understand filler. And I think in this case, some people might perceive this book as filler, and that's why I'm kind of saying now before that conversation gets thrown in.
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
like, it's character development is what we're getting, because we get Rupert's development, where I'd almost say that she almost matures enough to become
She's
a knight.
Almost there. If I was Rupert's teacher, I would be like, okay.
So if you were Salandra.
If I was Salandra, I'd be like, okay, you just need to go on one more mission.
Or at least do your trials.
Or do your trials, and then you're good.
Yeah. Because I would recommend Rupert for the trials after this. Like, because that's, when you're a Jedi apprentice of age, eventually, after a maturity level is viewed by your master, they usually recommend you for the trials, and that can be whatever, depending on what the council sees fit.
Yeah.
Or you could say skip the trials because you've lived enough experiences that such and such event in your life acted as the trial, which is what happened with Anakin. Is like, they're like, yeah, the Clone Wars was essentially your like.
Yeah.
We see in Brotherhood, they're like, yeah, this has been your trial, so we're
just gonna raise.
We're gonna we're gonna forgo that. Same thing kind of with a lot of our Jedi in Phase 1.
Yeah.
They're like
it's fucking Nihil or the Drangir.
That's your trial. Go. You're done.
Done.
You did it. You're a knight. And then in the course of in the case of Comac, he's like, also, as your dad, I'm leaving. I'm gonna go get some cigarettes.
Not father, I'm gonna go get some milk. And I'll stop by the library.
Gonna get a pack of cigarettes.
I'll see you in a few years. To be fair, though, Comac is just like, I need to leave now, otherwise I'm gonna fucking lose it.
Yeah. He's like, you have been knighted, you're cared for, see ya.
Bye.
It's like, but I still need advice now that I'm a knight.
Ah, you're on your own, kid.
Oh man. That has to be like the worst out of the ones that were knighted. Everybody else was
Yeah.
like, "No, we're still here." And then yeah, I was right, Lula. She's decided to wait because
Yeah.
she's like, "I could, but I don't know if emotionally I'm ready," which is actually very mature.
Yeah. It's like
Um,
maybe I'm not ready yet.
It's very mature, and I think it shows that she is more ready than she's willing to give.
Mm.
But the masters also during this era respect
Yeah.
them enough to be like, yeah, we're not going to push it.
I'm like, what do you mean? Lone Great Star pushes kids off of cliffs all the time.
But he doesn't. But I don't
That's
think
not
he.
what-
No.
No, I'm trying to.
Yeah, I know what you meant. I don't think he would emotionally push.
You know, stop yourself from falling. What?
That's more of a. God, I want to reference the D&D movie so badly because there's this. But you also still haven't seen it yet.
No, and I'm probably not going to.
I feel like I feel like it's a movie you would like. We'll watch that together some
Okay.
point. Once it's out for home release, we'll
that
watch that.
reminds me. Do you? I don't have any reason to not ask this now. So we do some stuff on Tuesday nights, typically like a D&D game or stuff. But sometimes we have to wait for other people to show up.
So we'll just do whatever.
Yeah. So, do you want to continue Berserk 97 or continue with Tekken Bloodline?
Let's do Tekken because that's gonna be shorter.
Okay.
Because we're already almost halfway. We're a third through
Yeah,
it.
we're like 2 out of 6 episodes.
So we're a third. Yeah.
Yeah.
So whereas the Berserk, once we finish the original, I want to go to the movies and
Okay.
then I want to watch the new show and the movies after.
Okay.
Basically, watch release order.
Okay.
So yeah. But yeah, like this has a lot of character development. We also
It
get
does.
Das's character development.
Yeah.
Das gets a lot,
Das is no longer a scared child.
and he's only 12, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's only 12.
He's not like super old. He's not like a teenager.
Yeah, whereas Rupert, I get the idea that she's 14, 16.
Rupert is stated as being 15.
Okay, 15. Okay, I was in the right range.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that fits. So, yeah, so Das gets a lot of character development
Yeah.
because the storyline. So basically, Das, going back to the premise, Das separates from his dad
Yeah.
and
He's hired on.
is hired on by a Graph named Sky.
Yes.
Uh,
As graphs go, we're doing pretty good.
yeah, they are, and they go by they them. So that's why I'm gonna.
Oh.
That's why the book said whenever they're talking about Sky, it says they.
Okay.
Yeah. So they are the least sketchy of all
Yeah,
Graphs.
they are.
Honestly, so is their brother.
Yeah.
Their brother's not that sketchy either. He's just very protective and
And he
very,
wants his ship.
and he
back.
wants his ship back because it turns out Sky stole their brother's ship, mainly because they're claiming that technically they also own part of the ship because they did all the mechanical and interior design stuff for it. Like really, their brother just bought the ship and then they did the work for the design. Is what Sky says, anyways. And I think their brother even confirms that, yeah, that's kind of what happened.
It's basically, I
gave you permission to work on my ship, but I didn't say you could fly it.
yeah. It's like I funded and made the code for it. You made the hardware for it, kind of thing.
And so, Graph hires out Das, meaning that Spence is working for the Santekas alone, which is fine because Spence kind of hints that he wasn't going to take Das with them anyways, because they're scared about stuff
after
that
their
after their
incident on
incident.
Gloam,
Yeah,
which I'm like, I get it. I probably wouldn't be like wanting to go and do anything
yeah.
like this, considering what happened last time.
And so Das is hired out by Sky, but it's kind of like they're both getting something out of this.
Yeah.
Basically, the quest is to get to Planet X.
Yep.
Sky has the ship and the money and resources to do it. Das kind of knows the location, and that's what their Sky is counting on. And then they kind of trick Rupert along.
Yeah.
Because
Rupert like,
yeah.
I'm being tricked. I know I'm being tricked, but these are my friends, so I'll do it anyway.
Or at least Das is my friend.
Das is my friend, so I'll do it anyway.
If not, to look out for him, because I'm not sure about this Sky person.
Yeah.
And so it becomes so instead of them actually participating in the race proper, it becomes them trying to get to Planet X,
Yeah.
as the book title suggests. And it's the way that they're doing it is Sky has this kind of old, almost a compass
Yeah.
device that, like, I think it's force connected. Like, and they kind of hint that it might be, but they're never like, we're not sure. Like, because there's no, like, because Rupert feels something emanating from it.
Yeah.
But, like, they're like, it could also just be really highly advanced scientific stuff that we just can't figure out.
It's either one or the other.
Yeah.
It's at that point where it's like
It's
maybe magic, maybe tech.
It's so scientifically advanced that it could be magic at this point.
Yeah, it's like it might as well be.
Because the way it works is it has to have something that connects to where you're trying to go.
Yeah.
And it basically acts. It's basically like Jack Sparrow's compass in
Yeah.
in the Pirates of the Caribbean films. I think that's the best way to kind of.
Yeah.
And so, like,
You know, for a long time, I didn't understand exactly what the fuck the deal with the compass was. I was like,
well, the deal is it goes to wherever you want most.
yeah, I didn't understand that. And I saw that film like when it first came
Mhm.
out as a kid, but I didn't understand that because everyone was just like, your compass is fucking broken, Jack.
And you're just, as a kid, thinking, why are you keeping this trash compass?
Yeah. Why you keep using this piece of shit?
Of course, now you
Now I
understand it.
understand that that's not what it does.
It's magic.
Yeah.
It's literally magic. It literally goes to where you want most. And so that's why, depending who's holding it, it could be going to Will Turner, in the case of Elizabeth, that one time, because one time it leads her literally to Will. And then, of course, in the case of Jack, it could be anything.
Yeah.
Because, like, in the first movie, it's how to get to the secret island that's where the cursed treasure of Cortez is.
Yep.
And then in the second one, it's locating the heart of Davy Jones. And
Fucking character.
honestly, I like the Pirates. I like 1 through 3,
They're good.
and I like 5. 4 is where it kind of, I think when they focus on purely Jack is where it kind of gets off the
Mm.
rails, because Jack works better as a secondary protagonist.
Mm.
He works as the comic relief who, while is a protagonist, he's not the focal point.
Yeah.
And while 2 and 3 kind of make him more of a focal point, it's still about Elizabeth and Will.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But I do.
But
like,
yeah, so the way the device works is
it-
Sky hires Das on specifically because Das has to connect to the compass.
Yes. And it's basically we're just gotta retrace steps.
At least that's how the compass ends up working out. Because at least at first they're like, oh, it's going to lead us directly there. And then it turns out, no, it's pretty much going backwards from what Das
Yeah.
knows. And yeah.
And it's like right when they get to Abaddis and Gloam at the end, it's like,
Where they realize that they have to do the right thing to go help out some people over.
yeah, it's like we're one
Over at
step
Jeddah?
away.
Yeah, they go to like near Jeddah space.
Donna.
That's right. Yeah, Donna. Because everybody's leaving Jeddah and going to
Everyone's
Donna.
leaving Jeddah. And they're like, this guy's like, we're one jump away. I could just fucking do it.
And this entire time, their brother is chasing them, by
Yeah.
the way, going,
Give
I
me
want my ship.
fucking ship back, Sky.
Piloting his girlfriend, who is a Santeca ship to do it, by the way. We kind of get a pre-Last Jedi hyperspace tracking device
Yeah.
in this, except it's not actually a tracking device. It's literally just I programmed the ship.
Dum dum.
So so basically, what's their name again?
Helis?
Helis, yeah.
Yeah.
Helis, Sky's brother. Basically, when he programmed the ship, he put in his own security code to where he can track where the ship is going, because
Like-
it's his property,
He's like, I turned on the find my iPhone thing in this ship.
essentially. Now, they'd figure this out and then find a way to unplug
Yeah.
it. And so, in between these jumps, though, they run into a Path member,
Felix.
Felix, who we know. We've seen him
Yeah.
before. Path of Deceit.
I'm like, I'm glad you showed up in the children's book, Felix, because you would not
be happy in Cataclysm.
You would not be happy in Cataclysm
Um,
or the Battle of Jeddah.
and I doubt you'll be happy in Path of Vengeance. I feel
Yeah.
like Path of Vengeance gonna be very brutal.
Yeah,
I have a very good
I
feeling.
have a sneaking suspicion based on the name.
Well, also just what we know has to
events.
go down.
Yeah,
Because there's like certain things that haven't happened yet. Like Mother hasn't really faced any consequences for her actions yet,
no, she hasn't.
and I feel like Mother's gonna take the brunt of the blame of everything that goes down.
Yeah,
Because I think Marta and Yana are gonna get away with everything, and because they kind of have to for
Yep.
the Nihil to happen. And we're starting to see one of the big things that continues in this book is the open hand versus the closed fist.
yeah,
And we're seeing the closed fist kind of become an even bigger deal still. And I think the closed fist is what's going to become the Nihil.
yeah,
Because I feel like the open hand is kind of like the more gentle nudging, like, other than some of the stuff that the Mother's done. But, like, for the most part, the open hand kind of views themselves as a peaceful
the
group.
the open hand under the Mother's leadership at the moment, I feel like is we can't take the Jedi in an open conflict, so we have to use all these like
Subtle.
secret power plays.
Although the general populace of the open hand, I don't think everybody's in on what's going on.
Yeah,
And
it's
we
very
know
clear.
that for sure because in this book, Felix is like,
yeah.
I didn't know that we were getting violent about this.
It's like,
He's like, I just thought we were shutting down these broadcast things so we could show the Jedi and the Republic. We don't want them out here.
yeah, I figured that's where it was stopping. I didn't know that we were just because the Battle of Jeddah is happening.
It's happened. It's either,
Happened or
It's near
is
the end.
Near the end.
Yeah.
Because
Because I get the feeling from Cataclysm and this book that everything from the Battle of Jeddah onwards is within like the same week span.
Yeah,
Like I think the Battle of Jeddah happens, the Battle of Jeddah is still going on, and we get the beginnings of Cataclysm,
Yep.
and then we get the Battle of Jeddah finishes, and then the Battle of Dalna immediately happens right after, like within like the same week.
yeah. And it's bad week for big news. Bad week for Jedi.
I mean, for everybody.
Yeah, for a lot of people, especially Dolmens.
Yeah. And Iriadu, I mean, not Arona and Iram and Arano. Arano, yeah.
Yep.
Iram and Arano, which are all in the same system because Donna's in that same system.
Yep.
Which is why Donna's affected by all this, and
Donna's like, we just want to fucking grow our.
because Donna's
We
like,
just want to grow our cord, man.
because Donna's like, we want the war to end just as badly as they do, and then
See, I just want to grow my corn and potatoes, but there's a war going on in the other side of the neighborhood, which makes it very difficult to grow corn and potatoes.
but I mean,
Also, I like Felix.
he gets a lot of character growth for a character who
Yeah.
was like very much a tertiary character in Path of Deceit. Like
Yeah.
the most that we know about him is like, oh yeah,
He has a
Kevmo
family.
Kevmo saves my family.
Yep.
Because I mean, and he mentions in this book, Kevmo saves his family from the flood,
Yep.
and he's like, yeah, I appreciate what the Jedi did, but also I don't like what they do with the Force.
Yep.
He also doesn't think that Kevmo deserved to die,
Yeah.
but he's
just
like, if that's what the Force willed,
it's like the Leveler killed him. I'm
'Cause-
sorry your friend didn't.
and I think he also doesn't realize that the Leveler was sicked on him, like,
Yeah, he doesn't.
because that's the other thing that the Mother and I think once again separates the open hand from the closed fist.
Mm.
Closed fist is purposefully, knowingly sending the Leveler
like they
at
choose
people.
to go.
The
Mother is kind of like
Doing it
keeping
on-
the
she's doing it
Leveler
on
in
purpose.
reserve.
Yeah, and she's doing it on purpose, but she's making sure that the public open hand members don't know.
Yeah.
And honestly, she doesn't get to control it anyways because Yana's the one with the stick. Yana has the talking stick.
The command stick for the leveler. She can mark a target
Yeah.
as hostile or friendly.
She's got the ranger target ability. Mark target. Yeah, that's what it is, right?
Not mark.
Hunter's mark.
Hunter's mark. Yeah.
Yeah, she's got the ranger's hunter's mark.
I love that spell, but that's not. It doesn't.
I know it doesn't work that way, but
I wish it did.
It's a very useful.
I know it's great. People.
Yeah.
This is a little bit off.
Go
topic,
ahead, yeah.
but people who are like Rangers are underpowered in 5e. No, they're not. You just have to know what to do.
You have to know
when
when to
do
use
it.
them.
Yeah.
I loved being my barbarian when I was for your game. Tanaruk was great. I mean, I think also people don't take advantage of the, because I think people worry about because you can take advantage when you're in rage, and I think people worry about the fact that your enemies also get advantage on you.
Reckless attack.
Yeah, reckless attack. I think people don't implement
Use it as
reckless,
much.
yeah, because they're worried about the fact that now they could hit me more likely too. Except you're a barbarian and you have a high AC usually, so even with this,
And
even with that, you're less likely to still get hit.
yeah.
And-
Plus, even
and-
if you do, you have health. A lot more health usually.
Yep. So I'd say take advantage of reckless attack because you're a barbarian. God damn it.
Start hitting people.
And reckless attack, I mean, they can't swing at you if you kill them.
Yeah. What are they gonna do? Complain about it? They're dead. There's no complaint department in the afterlife, is there?
But yeah, so I think the closed fist is actively like full
Yeah.
on like
They're like, we're gonna take them all out.
they're exactly what their group sounds like. They're
Yeah.
yeah, and so they're definitely leading towards the Nihil with that.
They are. Even like we've talked about, Felix is the first chapter of this book, and he's seeing Marta, and he's like, "That's not the Marta I used to know."
He's like, you're kind of different. There's something darker about you.
Marta, are you good? And she's like, "Oh, yeah, sorry." Marta's like, "I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill them all." And Felix is like, "Are you good, man?" And she's like, "Oh yeah, I'm good. Just don't worry about it. Go say goodbye to your family and get all your."
Now, because so far Phase 2 has been like perpendicular storytelling.
Yeah.
I hope we get a lot of information on Marta with Path of Vengeance because we don't know why she's become this dark yet. Because she's not really that dark by the end of Path of Deceit. Like
Yeah.
she's angry at the Jedi to a certain degree, but not to the level that I would see her starting the closed fists.
Yeah, so something else has to happen. I guess maybe stuff from the Battle of Jeddah, because we know she was there.
We know she was there. Yana was obviously there because Yana was
Yeah.
controlling
But it doesn't
the nameless there.
seem quite. I don't know. Maybe some people have a lower tolerance for what makes people
Go
go a little bit murder happy.
yeah. Because I
'Cause
just
I
don't,
don't-
see it yet.
It's not quite there yet. She needs
and
if
this,
I
is,
was
and
the-
this isn't a complaint. And I don't think this is
No,
a
no,
complaint with
no.
how the storytelling's going. I think we're supposed to wonder this. I think these are things that we're purposefully supposed to be asking because I think they want us to be thinking about it.
if I was a manipulative bastard, I'm and wanted to make Marta just as violent as possible against the Jedi, I'd be like, this is good, but she needs one more.
Like, what's that?
Nudge.
What's that final?
What's that one more bad day before she's like,
And I think we're gonna get it.
yeah,
Like I said, I think these are questions we're supposed to be asking. I think the way that the authors are working on this, we're supposed to be wondering this because I think they're purposefully leaving that info out
yeah,
because otherwise they would have told us already.
yeah. Also, I like Felix once the thing happens where he's like, okay, I guess I'm stuck with these.
Oh yeah, because
three
he
kids.
gets stuck on board with their ship with the Skygraph and
Yeah.
Rupert and Das because they stopped to help fix one of the beacons,
Yeah.
and it's the one that Felix and his family were like messing with
It's like,
and jamming.
shit.
And so they're like, well, we need more time to finish doing that. And so they board the Graf ship only for Rupert to catch them because she gives up one of her lightsabers to Felix,
Yeah.
but her other lightsaber is still within
Yep.
grasp. They don't kill anybody, but they come close to killing some Path
Yeah.
members.
Sky's like, I'll fucking do it. I'm a Graf. Don't you know what we do to people?
Which we do get some more. I mean, we get more references. This is a book that really heavily references Path of Deceit.
Yeah.
It's very much more of a sequel to Path of Deceit and Quest for the Hidden City. Because, like, I expected it to be a sequel for Quest for the Hidden City because it has characters from that book.
Yeah.
But it also is almost a perfect follow-up to Path of Deceit because there's a lot of stuff from that's continued in this book.
Yeah.
Like, they bring up the... oh, I forgot it now. Well, they bring up the hatching because Felix talks about how his kids were the hatchlings from that, and then there was something else that they brought up. Oh, I just lost it. It was right there, and then I lost it. Oh well, it'll come back to me. But they let the rest of the family go,
Yeah.
and
They were originally going to like let Felix go.
Oh,
as well.
I remember now. The Graf compound from Path of Deceit. They bring up that.
Oh yeah. About
Thalj. They bring up Thalj and everything that happened there about how the Path was working with them.
Yeah.
And then something went down, and we know what went down, but the wider public doesn't. Including some of the Graf members don't know because Sky has no clue.
Yeah.
Because he said,
Because
or they
that's-
say that that's their cousins, and they're like, our cousins operate differently.
They're basically. It's basically different members of the family will hire out different people.
Yep.
Because while we all work for the same company, all of us are allowed to basically
Operate
do as
separately.
we please.
Yeah.
And sometimes
Certain family members do sketchy things.
yeah. Like Tilson.
Yeah. And so which Tilson's the one that was connected to the Thalj compound, I think.
Tilson is the one Dobbs fucking kills to make sure he's the only one.
Oh yeah. That's right. I thought that was the Santeca. I thought he killed a Santeca.
It
yeah.
might be.
Yeah, he killed a Santeca because Dobbs Dobbs
No,
kills
you're right.
the Santeca because
You're
Santeca
right.
was
Tilson
working.
is killed by the mother because he's an idiot
That's it.
who was like,
Yeah, that's the Battle for Jeddah. You're right.
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about.
like, why did you do this? It's the one where I'm like, you're talking too much, man. Why did you implicate yourself? You should have just shut up and asked for help.
Yeah, but no,
But
Dobbs.
you tried to
yeah.
blackmail the mother thinking that was a good idea.
Yeah, Sunshine has killed a Santeca because they knew because Santeca was working with the Pathfinder group, and then they did the swap of information of hyperspace routes.
Yeah.
And Sunshine looked to make sure that Planet X wasn't on the routes, and he was like, "Oh, it's not there. Cool." Also, just to make sure though that nobody knows about this conversation.
Yep.
Even though you don't have, I knew you didn't have what I made sure you didn't want to have. I just also don't want you to go blathering.
Yep. And in this book, Rupert.
Everybody's going through it.
They're going through it. Rupert's like, I want to talk to my master. I need to know.
That she's alive.
I need to know if my mom's okay. My not mom.
Yeah, which I almost forgot that she was alive because Rupert had me worried. I was like, I can't my brain at first was like, did she live or not? Is this book gaslighting me a bit? And then I remembered, I was like, just as I wrote a comment in our Discord about it, I deleted that comment because I remembered, oh yeah, she lives because she's the one because she's busy mourning our favorite character from the short stories. Because she's like, I could have saved him, but I didn't.
Whoops.
Except, realistically, no. Realistically, she couldn't have.
She.
Our boy was gonna die
got caught
anyways.
lacking.
Yeah, he was gonna die anyways. But he died doing the right thing.
Yeah. Also, Skygraph. Man, doing the right thing sucks.
Yeah, speaking of, yeah. Skygraph's like, because, like you said, they get one stop away, and then they're like, oh, we gotta go to Dalna. And Sky's like,
I really don't want to go to Dalton.
and like, Sky almost pulls rank on them.
It's like,
No, in fact, it's not almost. Sky does pull rank on them.
and like, she has got everything ready to go. All she has to do is hit the button.
And Sky's like, nah, I'm captain of the ship. I hired y'all on, not the other way around. And then eventually they manage to talk them into it.
That fucking intense group persuasion check. And she's like, fine.
Yeah.
And like, she says doing
yeah,
the right
they
thing
do
sucks.
yeah.
And Rupert's like, no, it doesn't. And I'm like, shut up, Rupert. You're right most of the time, but this is one where I'm like,
Y'all are like almost there.
y'all are like almost there. And also, I don't disagree
Honestly-
with why Sky, because Sky doesn't want to go to Planet X because, oh, it's
Or
this
does
mystical
wanna- you
healing
mean,
place.
Sky does want to go to Planet X.
She does want to go to Planet X.
They do.
But not for the reasons
No.
of
They
everyone
they want to
else.
go to find their dad.
That's why. That's why she wants to
they.
go.
They.
She.
He would, because the art is more he, but like they go by they them.
Oh. Sorry, I guess they.
Yeah.
I keep.
Yeah.
Why do I keep thinking that Sky is a girl? They're not.
No. It's all right. It's hey, don't beat yourself up too hard on it. I just wanted to make sure we have it right. But yeah, and honestly, I don't see why they couldn't do both because they don't. So
All you would have to do is go.
they
back.
don't even have to. They don't really even have to
Once you
go
get
to the
done with
surface.
Dalna-
So here's my thing. They could have gone the one more jump to Planet X, created the hyperspace route using that last jump, because that's what hyperspace prospectors do, and they were tracking their path.
Yeah.
So they just track that last destination. They don't even have to go onto the planet or anything. They now know where the planet is. Go to Dalna after that.
Yep.
It would be a couple hours longer to a day longer, depending on how far of a jump. But they could have done both.
They could have. But also, even at the end of this book, they could have delayed their like return for like a day or two. Because all you would have to do is go back to.
I also don't know.
Goddess.
Yeah, I also don't know why it ends the way it does. Because they could have reunited with everybody, everybody's safe, and then they could have been like, "All right, well, let's continue our journey to Planet X."
Yeah, it's just a. It feels like a. We didn't
It's almost
feel like
it's
it.
almost a nothing burger.
Yeah, it's like.
Almost. Like I said, if it wasn't for the character development, this book would be a nothing burger. But
If it wasn't for the character development and also the fact that we need to get communication back to the Dalnan sector somehow.
which, I mean, technically Cataclysm gets us there. They just don't explain the how.
Yeah,
They just
this
go,
explains the how
they just
of
say,
it.
yeah, they just go, hey, Malo got it back online. And
Yeah.
then that's all we know in Cataclysm. This book explains the how of it all. And I think, even though I'm joking that it's a nothing burger, it's not. It's a good book.
It's like, I just want to find my dad.
Um,
That's all Sky wants.
I
He
think
doesn't care about the
I think all
hyperspace route.
I think all of this is going to be resolved in Path of Vengeance because we know from the cover that they're on Planet X.
Although one of the more funny aspects is how Felix just kind of gives up.
Yeah, Felix is like
He's like, whatever, I'm not gonna
He's
fucking, what am I gonna do, run away?
he's also like, we both believe in the Force, we just believe in it differently.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, like, Felix ends up like, he's no longer a member of the Path really by the end of the book.
It's like, I don't know what bullshit is going on Dalna or Jeddah
And Planet X.
and Planet X, but I don't want any.
I just want my family.
I want my family, and we'll go back to my old home and grow crops.
Yeah.
We'll go farm algae.
All right. So that's really our thoughts on the book.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a short book.
Yeah, it's 160 pages.
Yeah. Like I said, if you like the characters, it delivers on character development.
Also, Spence's reasoning for, like, not allowing Das to go on any more spacefaring adventures. I'm like, I get it. You guys were
y'all were marooned.
Y'all were marooned on, like, the shittiest place to be marooned.
So, I'm gonna have to give this book like a 7.
Okay.
Almost 6.5.
Yeah.
I'm almost at that point where it's a 6.5. But
I'm about there as well. It's not a bad book,
No.
but I'm not impressed by it.
no.
I'm not disappointed in it either.
Yeah.
Like, this would be a C on a test.
Yeah. Like it's a
Like, you did enough to pass.
yeah.
It's not terrible, but it's not great. I think that might have to do with the fact
I
that
think it's also I know Tessa Gratton can do better. Because once again, this was a co-author for Path of Deceit.
really.
Yeah. Because Justina Ireland and Tessa Gratton wrote Path of Deceit together.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, we know Tessa can do much better.
Hmm.
I also think, though, I think in the case of this book, it's similar to some other books where, for the High Republic, which just, like, we had to get to a point.
It's, like, this is an
important part.
It's important, but it's very dry.
Yeah. And that doesn't make a book bad.
Yep.
It just makes it a little bit harder to enjoy.
Yeah, but I also kind of thought, like, maybe it's because...
But we're also not 100% the audience for this book either.
That's true.
It's a children's book.
Yeah.
This is the junior novel.
This is for
Not even the young adults. This is the junior novel. This is middle school age readers.
middle and elementary school, and I'm like, I can't... I don't want to be incredibly harsh to this book.
Like, I
because
feel like
it's
as
for children.
because I think as a middle schooler, I would have enjoyed this.
Yeah. Be fucking
It's a
great.
fun adventure. It's just not for the overall story of the High Republic. It's important, but not the most important.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you can make the same argument for Hidden City,
Yeah.
but I mean, I don't know why we gave that a little bit more credit. I mean, it's about the same.
Why are we so against this one?
I still recommend it. I think it's a fun book still. I don't know. I don't hate it.
Yeah.
And I'm not, and in fact, I love Tessa's writing. I think she writes it well. It's
She
just,
does.
or they write it well. Yeah. Tessa writes it well. I don't know.
Mm.
There's something about this where I'm like, I think it's that I wanted them to get to Planet X.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's what it is.
Like, we talked about this in the
Yeah,
car.
we were
I'm
talking
like,
about it in the car.
I feel lied to.
Yeah, like I feel cheated out on because I wanted at least. So when we got to the halfway point and we still weren't at Planet X, I was like, okay, they're gonna say Planet X for like the last couple chapters, and there's gonna be a big thing, and that didn't happen.
Nope. It didn't.
And
Hey,
like,
welcome to Dalna. I hope you're okay, because a lot of your friends are dead, Rupert.
yeah, and so like
What?
I wish we had at least had gotten one chapter on Planet X.
Yeah. Did see Das get eaten by a mushroom. That was... That's a thing that happens in this book.
But once again, I don't hate the book.
Yeah, it's not...
It's just one of
bad.
those
It's
things where
just-
it's marketed a certain way, and I think it should have lived up to that marketing. Because you tell me Quest for Planet X, and I think, oh, we're going to finally go to Planet X. Which, I mean, technically we've been to before, because
Yeah.
the Storm comic shows us what Planet X looks like. And yes, it does live up to the hype,
Yeah.
except for the nameless being there. But it lives up to the hype. It's
I
a
was
very
like,
colorful
why
planet.
are there so... I guess this does answer the question of why aren't there more nameless creatures on Planet X? I guess it's because the path just kept grabbing them
I
off.
think they kept also, like, breeding them outside of the
Yeah.
system. But But yeah, once again, I'm gonna leave it at a 7 because I do want to recommend it to people. I don't want to be as harsh because it's not a bad book.
It's not.
I'd almost be willing to give it a 7.5 if we had gotten it in Planet X. No, but seriously, I'll give it a 7. I'd say if you're a High Republic fan and you're trying to check out every book, it's one. Yeah, don't skip it.
Yeah. It's not a necessary stop, but it's not going to hurt anything.
At least until we read Quest for Vengeance, and then we find out, oh, it is necessary. Watch Quest of Vengeance. Be like, no, you should have, or not Quest of Path of. Watch Path
Quest of Vengeance.
Watch Path of Vengeance. Be like, yeah, Quest
Path of the Hidden
yeah.
City.
Watch Path of Vengeance. Be like, oh yeah, Quest for Planet X was actually very important. Watch that happen, but no.
Yeah.
And I'll happily retract my thoughts if that turns out to be the case. Which, because I'm not afraid to be like, oh yeah, I was wrong. But for now, it's a 7. It's definitely not as good as Cataclysm. Cataclysm's best High Republic book up there with, Fallen Star.
Yeah.
Fallen
Fallen Star hurt me.
Yeah. Next week, Mando season 3.
Yes.
And we might have a guest. I'm trying to finish up the booking of that.
It's weird for me to see like Mando stuff because I watched the entirety of season 3 with you.
And you watch the ending. You watched the
four
last.
episodes
Yeah,
out of,
you
like,
watched the last.
season
So you watched
1.
half of season 1.
Yeah.
Which I fell asleep while you were watching the finale of season 1.
I'm like
Gideon's entrance.
Oh yeah, I'm like
Gideon's entrance is amazing.
it is.
You have what I want. Which is
Chicken Man.
Which I guess technically he enters in episode 7,
Yeah.
and then 8 continues that with
The Chicken Man.
yeah. You have what I want.
Also, by the way, Miss Cara Dune, I've got a new gun. You know, the one that killed all of your friends?
I made an upgraded version.
Because that's what Moff Gideon does.
He
He just wants to unlock all of his skill trees. That's what he wants.
We'll discuss this more next week.
Yeah.
Because I want to save that. Thank you all for watching. Be sure to like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. That's youtube.com/Escape Reality Films. If you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films. Be sure to follow or subscribe to us. Thank you to our Patreon members, Jennifer Brantley. You can find us on Patreon at patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. If you're watching on YouTube, it's linked down below. I think it's also linked on the Twitch page. And then if you can also, and shout out, speaking of, to our Twitch member, Matt. And then where else? You can find us also on Discord, where you can become part of the community and come hang out with us. You can find the link down below if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, I know it's on the main page somewhere. I think it'll say Discord and then have the little link icon. Also, shout out to Gamers and Geeks, our local gaming shop, who rent out this space for us to the Mobcast Network. Who we also want to shout out to. That's Scotty's group that I help out with. And we do a podcast in this room as well for them. And that's Cult Movie Cantina, where we talk about cult movies. I think this week is the D&D episode, I think. Where we're going to... Or, no. D&D episode came out this past week. This week is going to be our off week, where we talk about it's cult meeting, so we just talk about whatever. But this past week we talked about the D&D movie. Because we've been trying to do more new movies as part of our cult. Usually it's like older 80s and 70s and 90s cult movies, stuff that got appreciated later on. And you can find me there as well. And that you can find them at youtube.com/Mopcast Network, and they use Mopcast Network for everything except for Facebook, which is Cult Movie Cantina. You can find them in any podcasting app. And you'll find me there. I help produce and co-host with them. And let's see, what else? Gamers and Geeks is our local gaming shop.
We've already got that.
Yep,
one.
yep. If you're ever in the Mobile, Alabama area, you can find them on Moffett and House Ferry, Moffett and House Ferry, where they got all your gaming needs. Card games, board games, tabletop, all that fun stuff. Arcade in the back, which you can pay for the day, get a $10 wristband, and it's free play machines. And connected to them is Engage Gaming. It's in the same building. And they do like a video game hourly rental fee where you can play on the consoles inside the shop. So they got PlayStation 5s, Xbox Series X's, PC, VR, all that good stuff, and they provide the games as well. So you pay an hourly fee to play on the machines within the shop. But if you get a monthly membership, you get a reduced rate on that hourly fee. They also do like birthday parties and other events that you can plan out with them. I think I actually covered everything pretty quick,
Yeah.
other than your thing.
Yeah, I was like, damn, you're really speed running things today.
I did it really well though.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead
Alright.
and talk about your D&D game that you
Yeah.
play.
So every Sunday you can catch me over with most of my friends over at the Steam all caps _ dungeon.
Over on Twitch.
Yep, where we play in Trials of Nebu. So we've kind of got everything done. We've sort of sorted out Nissa, John's character,
Mm-hmm.
like their problem. Unfortunately, we may have attracted the attention of some other groups in the territory, but we've got 2 days of downtime. And unlike everyone else who might go shopping or do something like that,
Oh, no shopping montage.
I am not a believer in doing that. I'm not a fan of shopping episodes, but I understand that they can be fun.
Yeah. It depends on
Instead,
the
I'm
player.
having Simon wander around and ask people questions, and might also be blackmailing a guy using his brother.
It's very you.
What?
It's very you to play a character that does that.
Oh, to wander around and ask questions
blackmail.
or blackmail some-
Both. Both. The answer's both.
Oh yeah. You got an example?
Sylvester.
Oh, Sylvester. That's not blackmailing.
No, but he
But
comes
like
close.
intimidating people. Oh yeah, that like
Sips and Pants would definitely blackmail people if they could.
yeah. I think they have.
Yeah. I think Sips blackmailed a Sith Lord, in fact.
When did I do this?
Or Pants did. Pants did.
I feel like Pants would have.
I feel like Pants tried to blackmail Angrel
What?
before trying to sniper him. Which he tried to snipe. I think he missed the first time, then he killed him the second time.
Whoops.
I think is how that went down.
Sorry, I fucking.
And he only did that because that Angrel became JP's master and was way worse than Malgus was.
Yeah. Actually, that was the reason. I was like, this is my commanding officer. You're being a dickhead.
Yeah, I like JP. Which we all love JP.
Yeah.
I miss hanging out with
Oh,
JP.
man.
Um,
Like, realistically, Pants probably shouldn't have bothered because that's how Sith are. But I
Yeah.
guess I was like, you know what? Fuck this lightning torture bullshit.
Yep. No, y'all did blackmail Sith Lords. Y'all blackmailed the Sith Council.
Oh yeah.
Because that's how JP got out of working for Angrel. Because no, you didn't kill him, but you wounded him heavily enough.
Yeah.
And then JP and you blackmailed the Dark Council into promoting JP out of apprenticehood. So that way... Oh, no. JP was allowed to pick his next master.
Yep.
And that was because y'all killed... I forget, Teneb.
Yep.
And y'all figured out about the Children of the Emperor secret.
Oh yeah.
And y'all blackmailed the Dark Council going, hey, we know about the Children of the Emperor. We won't tell anybody, but you gotta
Oh yeah.
you gotta give JP essentially a promotion.
Yeah. That is such a weird. I fucking forgot we did that.
Yeah, because y'all wouldn't have killed Teneb either until he killed Maggot. And
Yeah.
y'all were like, oh, we liked Maggot.
I think it was what it's another case of everyone in this room knows the secret
And
but only one of us
can walk out with
can
it.
walk out with it.
And Teneb was like, "Y'all know too much," and
Yeah.
and he didn't realize y'all were in the room at the time. If I remember correctly, he only thought it was him and
So
Maggot.
my understanding is that we were all of that particular scene was we're all walking down the street.
Oh, and then Maggot
like,
said too much.
and like Teneb just goes and like kills Maggot.
That's
And I-
because Maggot said something that
Yeah,
that set him off.
What happened, as I recall it, is that happens, and as Maggot is saying things, I remember Pants stepped in between
Getting ready to defend.
JP's character, Chikara. I remember Pants getting in between Chikara because I'm like, he's either going to swing on her, and I'm like, well, Pants understands that he is less valuable as like just a grunt than Chikara is.
Mhm.
So if this doesn't kill him, I'll be in the perfect spot. But
And then,
also-
unfortunately, it was
also he
Maggot
killed
that.
Maggot.
Unfortunately, it was Maggot that got the hit first.
Yeah.
And then y'all were like, "Well, we liked Maggot."
Fuck you.
By the way, that's another reason to watch the YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Because all that audio is captured
Yep.
on the YouTube
We have
channel.
Sylvester being an ass.
That too. We also got that. For the Star Wars stuff, that's our Old Republic campaign. And it's all in a playlist. So if you
Yep.
find youtube.com/escape reality films, you can find the old Star Wars The Old Republic RPG
Yeah.
playlist, and you can find that storyline.
God, Pants is like,
That's the Blood of the Empire storyline, I think is the
Yeah.
name of the episode for that, if y'all are looking for that specific episode. I think it's a Battle of something, and then Blood of the Empire.
yeah.
I think it's the...
Although the most like fuckery thing I've ever had Pants do is just tell a bunch of the soldiers under his command to go and steal a bunch of shit from like a Republic base to fuck with them.
Yeah.
Like,
That was Battle of Bethalia, I think.
yeah.
That's one of the last episodes that made it, I think.
Yeah. Because we lost a bunch.
Because we lost a bunch of audio, which I do want to... I want to bring back the Old Republic campaign, but I'd probably reset us a little bit back.
Yeah.
So that way we can re-record some of those events, because there's a lot of stuff in there that I'm like, oh, Battle of Begarin, that's the name of the episode with Tenobin.
Okay.
Yeah, so if y'all are looking for that specific arc, it's the Battle of Begarin.
I remember like.
Because we do the big battle,
Yeah.
and then Tenob is like sneaking in to assassinate.
I remember like you were like, hey, do you want to have your soldiers dig trenches? And I'm like, why the fuck would we dig trenches?
When we could just run in.
Because it's like,
trench
I
warfare.
understand that they have fucking air support. Trenches are not good against air support.
Yeah.
It's literally better for us.
But
to
y'all
just
have air support too,
charge.
so it wasn't that, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
that's it.
check
Oh,
out Steam_Dungeon.
Steam_Dungeon, Trials of Naboo, 5 to 7 Central Standard Time, PM.
Yep, and all that is listed down below if you're watching on YouTube in the little description box. So the link is there, the time is there, so all the reasons to not miss it.
Yes.
And I think that's going to be everything for this episode.
Yeah.
Next week, once again, Mando, Season 3, and we'll see you all next time. I've spoken.
Later. Have a good one. He still has to go and cut the thing off, so I'm look, y'all just be safe, okay?
Caleb.
Hi, I'm Seth. I talk Star Wars with this man.
And yeah, we're just jumping right into it because not
Not a lot of news.
well,
and the
so there's a
one-
couple reasons I kind of just want to go through this. We don't have a guest.
Yep.
We were trying to secure one, but communication just
didn't
wasn't
work
working
out.
out. Yeah, we couldn't schedule anything. And then there's no news.
Yep.
On top of that, Jedi Survivor's out. As
Yes,
I
Jedi
mean, if you've
Survivor,
already
yeah.
been watching the channel, you already know we've been playing it.
Yep.
Um,
We got to a certain point, and it was like, no.
yeah, so I've been playing more without you.
Yeah.
Because 5 hours of just install
Waiting.
147 gigabytes.
Yeah.
Oh, but I can now see why. Because just being on Dobo alone, it's massive.
Mm. I see.
I literally spent probably a total, if you include today, because I played a little this morning before getting ready for the podcast. I would say I put in 5 hours on Adobo alone,
My God.
and I'm only 40% done with Dobo. Like when you open the map, it says 40% complete.
All right.
And now I'm on Jeddah, and that's all I'm gonna say because I don't want to spoil anything because it just came out. So
Yeah.
so I'm not gonna say any of the story stuff, and yeah.
So, I suppose we should get into why we're here and the name of the episode.
Yeah, so today we're talking about Mandalorian season 3.
Yes.
Is that
How do you feel about it?
Oh, we're just jumping in.
Yeah. Well,
Well, I mean, like we're jumping into the how you feel about it.
Yeah.
I figured we'd lead up to that and talk about favorite
Oh,
moments
well,
and stuff like
let's
that.
do that instead if that's how you want.
But
to
let's post the
Oh, yeah.
spoiler warning.
Yeah.
Because
by
I got the
way,
computer here today, so I can play
Yep.
with the buttons this time.
We remembered. He remembered to bring the cord. I don't remember to do.
Yeah, you just get to. Yeah, I
Things.
produce and co.
You do
Host.
a lot of the work. I gotta admit.
Yeah, you just get to read or watch something or
Yeah, and then I'm like, here's how I fucking saw that thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes the takes can be a little bit wild.
I'd say you still provide a service that's important to the show because I know that without you, this podcast would be pretty boring.
Yeah, it'd be you in a room alone talking to the camera.
Yeah.
I think the back and forth of the conversation is what helps.
Yeah.
Like it,
It may.
to have
I mean, a
some-
good podcast should have back and forth.
Yeah. So, for me, funniest bit of this entire
Oh, yeah.
season in regards to like Din, his not quite hatred of droids continues.
Oh, when he's kicking the super battle droid.
Yeah, he's like, well, if they're not on like a peaceful planet, is us. who-
Is us. Oh yeah. Sorry.
That wasn't a play on the name. That's just how I remember it.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, man, it's gonna be a bad few years for you guys.
Favorite episode.
Mm.
I'll go ahead and pull up a list because it's been a couple weeks since we watched
Yeah.
it. Oh, nope. Why did I write that?
Think.
Yeah, you try to think if you remember the concept of the episode. So
It
we
is-
got the first episode where he goes to Navarro and all that, and confirms that the Mines of Mandalore still exists with armor and
Yeah.
all that. And then second episode, we just jump right to we're going on the quest.
Yep.
Which threw me off because I thought that was going to be like the season-long arc.
Din's any % speed run.
Yeah, no, he just goes, all right, we're gonna go there and take the bath. Boom.
Yep.
And then Bo's house gets blown up.
Yep.
So Bo becomes part of the Death Watch that's not the Watch anymore.
I think it for me is the Mandalorian's counter raid on Navarro.
Hmm.
I think that's it for me.
Oh, yeah. When
I
the
don't
pirates show up,
Yeah, and it's like
led by Davy, plant-based version
Yeah.
Davy Jones.
it's just like, oh, what's the New Republic gonna do? Nothing.
Yeah.
Well,
We can send out those Mandalorians. We're friends with them.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a good episode. I actually like. I actually kind of like the Guns for Hire episode with Plaisir 15.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, it's the name of the planet. Yeah,
That
Plaisir.
was like, man.
I actually kind of like that episode, and I for one moment do not mind the cameos.
No, I don't. That's very they're very funny,
And well, also like
and it's
2 out of 3 of them are professional actors. So like people getting upset that a well-known actor is in a franchise, they're doing their job.
that's part.
It's
I
not
was-
their fault that they're well known and that you know.
I wasn't mad about
No.
that.
There are
That
people
was-
though that are
why?
because they think
They
that.
just need something to complain about.
Well, they're upset because they're too big to be in Star Wars. I know that person, and it takes me out of it that it's Jack Black or that it's Christopher Lloyd. It's like that's a you problem. That's a you problem.
The thing that agitated me about that episode was like just how that world worked for some reason.
Well, because it's not.
Like,
From my understanding, they were under like a lot of Republic restrictions, New Republic restrictions, because of like their factioning in previous
yeah,
history. Like you had some Separatist members, Christopher Lloyd, and then you had people that were ex-Imperial, Jack Black.
Mm.
But then you had people like Lizzo's character, who also not that bad of a cameo, honestly. If you don't know who Lizzo is, you're not gonna realize. And,
yeah.
Like at first, I didn't realize.
the
I think
cameos
you were the
were
one.
not the
I think
problem
you were
for
the
me.
one who said something, and I was like, "Oh, wait, that is Lizzo."
Like,
Because I don't pay attention to that. Like I know who Lizzo is, but I don't always have the picture.
for
of the
some
face.
reason, I.
But you
fucking
knew.
knew who the fuck Lizzo was.
But yeah, I mean, and honestly, the characters they played were fine.
Yeah,
Like, I love Christopher Lloyd's character. As,
I'm not mad at like the cameos or the characters. I'm just frustrated with how things were going on that planet.
Oh, with the droids and stuff.
And I'm like, wow, you guys suck at this.
Well,
I don't know if it's New Republic bullshit again, or if it's just like this is how we've always done things.
Mhm.
I think it might be a mix of the two, and I'm like, all right. I think my frustration with it is how long it took for them to start considering doing things.
Mm.
That is where my frustration, I think, lies with it.
And then, of course, you got the whole super late stage, like, AI
Yeah.
capitalism, where it's like,
I'm not even mad at the droids. I'm like, they're doing their job.
but now it's like,
It's the fact that
it's
they
almost
didn't seek out to fix the
It's
problem.
almost Wall-E.
It's like one step away from being Wall-E.
Like, it's one step away from being Wall-E because the droids do all the work. They say that in the episode.
Yeah.
They don't do a thing. They just get to live their lives and do whatever. The only reason they're not quite at Wall-E levels is they haven't destroyed their planet, and they're not just being lazy and sitting around doing nothing.
Yeah.
Like, they're still doing actual activities.
All the funniest thing is that the little robot droids let Din and Bo-Katan leave from the crime scene. Admittedly, what were they going to do about it?
Yeah.
But still.
I also like the Spies episode, but that was, like, a really good penultimate episode.
Mm.
I mean, as a avid Legends and canon book fan, seeing that council, oh my god!
Hey, Giancarlo Esposito, you're not making clones, are you? No? Don't worry about it.
But yeah, because we get Pelion, who is from the original Thrawn novels back in Legends,
Mm.
the Heir to the Empire novels. And then we get, and of course, he's been canonized before. He was in the final seasons of Rebels.
Yeah.
But now we get to see him in live action, and he's basically serving his purpose that he did in Heir to the Empire, where he's like kind of preparing everybody for Thrawn's return and warning everybody, hey, Thrawn's going to be in charge when he gets here because he's the highest ranking person.
Yeah.
Because he's a Grand Admiral.
And they're
And they're just like,
and the rest of them were like, yeah, well, when's he gonna get here?
yeah. You keep saying he's going to be here, but when?
Be nice if we knew.
He gets here when he gets here.
Thanks. I guess we'll all just go back to keeping
Plotting things
our,
separately.
plotting our other plots.
Yeah, because
'Cause
everybody,
you,
because it seems that everybody on the council has their own little thing.
yeah.
Like, obviously, Donald Gleason's brother, who's playing his dad, Hux's dad.
Yeah.
It's because you got Brindle Hux. Yeah,
Yep.
he's playing Brindle. Because there's Brindle and Armitage. Nobody likes Armitage. Sorry, Donald Gleason. Armitage Hux is kind of annoying. He's a bit of a crybaby. But Brindle, his whole thing is he's preparing for Palpatine's return. You know what other high-level person we haven't seen yet? We haven't seen... Oh, I just forgot her name. She's in the Aftermath novels, which you haven't read yet. They're going to be, like, late stuff. That's going to be, like, down the line. But she also appears in some earlier stuff. Dang it, I can't remember her name. Hold on. I'm working on it.
It's alright, I'll wait.
But yeah, you continue. Yeah,
Yeah,
continue while
and
I'm looking.
It's like, oh, what are you doing? It's like I'm working on that gene sequencing thing so that our evil Satan and guy can come back.
Yeah.
What about you? I'm just working on some weapons. I need some more guys here, and they're like, what for, Chicken Man? And it's like, I don't really want to tell you. And they're like, then we're not giving you more people. What are you trying to do here? And it's like, don't worry about it. And it's like, great. So you're not going to give... So you're asking for more people, but you're not going to tell us why you need more people?
Yeah.
We're not doing that.
I mean, also, like, we get this really cool, like... Throughout the season, we're getting really good, like, Mandalorian background stuff, although I think there's a major thing that they really squandered by not even bringing up ever still. And I know I'm not the only one who's upset about this, because it's a major thing that a lot of the big Clone Wars fans especially are upset about.
All right, and that would be?
No mention of Satine.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's nowhere in this season.
Like, obviously she's dead, but, like, a mention. There are so many chances where they should have mentioned her. Ray Sloan, by the way, is the character I was thinking of. She's somebody in canon that we've actually followed her entire career, from cadet all the way into Grand. I think she becomes a Grand Admiral of some sort.
Yeah, I get...
Yeah, Grand Admiral.
I feel like there's the reason why no one talks about Satine is mostly because it's like, oh, that pacifist leader of our homeworld.
Thing is, though, she's important to Mandalorian history and culture. I think.
She was important.
I think she still is.
She's dead now.
I think she's still important, though.
Yeah, but no one wants to talk about her because these aren't those Mandalorians.
You're right. We got time to talk about Bo's dad, who's never appeared ever, but we
Yeah,
don't have
which
time
is
to talk about
weird.
Satine,
Cons-
who would have served the same purpose of that discussion.
yeah, but I don't feel like they care.
No, well, I mean, on a writer perspective.
On a writer perspective, yes. In universe, if no one cares...
In universe, it makes sense. Bo-Katan totally cares.
Bo-Katan, yes, she joined the gang that wanted to murder
I mean,
her
how the
sister.
hell... But also, like, Din doesn't know who Satine is until Bo mentions her, so obviously, yeah, Bo has to be the one to bring it up.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
No one else seems to care, so why would they ask?
Because what I'm saying is there were opportunities where Bo should have said something about it.
Oh, another great fucking thing. Bo-Katan being like, by the way, I tried to stop the Night of 1,000 Tears by, like, surrendering. and it didn't work.
Yeah, he lied.
Yeah, that like really awkward conversation around the dinner table.
Yeah.
It's like, thanks for trying. It's a shame it didn't work. On the upside,
yeah.
our planet is in fact inhabitable. Good to know.
Yeah.
Because that's one of the things I was talking about with you while we were watching, and I was like, we need to know if plants can grow here, because if not,
And then it turns out like deeper within the planet,
Yeah.
like plants have just been naturally reoccurring again because like nobody's been fucking with the nature of the planet.
yeah. So you can't grow plants on the surface, but that's okay.
At least not yet. I
Yeah.
think eventually over time, if people take care of the plant, it's one of those take care of your planet and things will go back to normal type messages.
Yeah.
And so I think that's the message of that, is that as long as the Mandalorians start taking care of it and don't bomb the planet every day like they used to be doing, then they'll get to that point. Grogu's flashback. Thoughts? We see him being saved in Order
Oh,
66. We learn it's Kelleran Beck, played by Ahmed Best, who is best known as Jar Jar Binks.
I forgot about that.
But Kelleran Beck is also a character that already existed
Yeah.
within Star Wars because Ahmed Best was the host of a YouTube Star Wars Kids for YouTube game show called Jedi Temple Challenge, which was kind of like a Legends of the Hidden Temple, but Star Wars style.
Okay.
And Ahmed Best played a character named Kelleran Beck, who was a Jedi Master that oversaw.
I don't... Like, I understand that it's a thing that has to happen, but I also...
I'm kind of glad that it's not a character that we knew, because it doesn't have to be.
That's fine.
Like, obviously, people like me knew who Kelleran Beck was, but I'm saying, like, it's not a already hardcore established character.
Yeah.
Like, it's not somebody in the prequel films that people were like... Because I heard some weird-ass takes after that
Oh.
episode. Why wasn't it Mace Windu? Well, Mace Windu's dead.
He's pretty dead.
People still be fighting really hard wanting Mace Windu to be alive. I used to kind of be along that path of I was less of the hardcore he should be alive. I was more of the I could see him living, but at the same time nowadays I just don't care. I'm like, let him be dead. I honestly, whenever people say we want Sam Jackson back as Mace Windu, I say yeah, but I want to see like younger Mace Windu. I want to see like, yeah, like that's the thing with me. I care less about when it comes to like dead characters. I don't want them to come back. I want to see like their like when they were in the height of their like abilities, like Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan. I want to see a Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan type thing when they were like at the height of their like hanging out. Like I like Master and Apprentice for that. I like Padawan for that. Like I like those books because they do that. They provide that for me. But I would like to see a show of that. It could be animated. I mean, Ewan still with a little bit of makeup could look like he did back in episode 1 because he just has to shave and do a haircut. Liam's a little harder to get away with. Liam has aged.
Yeah. Like, so in regards to Grogu's flashback, I understand that it's a thing that has to happen, but I'm also like, well, yeah, obviously.
Well,
so I don't care.
Well, I think it's more of it's just answering the question of how he escaped because it was a lingering question, and now we have the answer. Because this season does do a lot in terms of ending the story.
Yeah. It's tying up loose ends.
A lot.
That's mainly what this one is doing.
it feels like the end of the show.
Yeah.
And I think that was the original plan.
Yeah.
And I think they
Like,
because okay, so it's been confirmed now that season 4 is happening. Because back in February we reported that John finished the script for season 4. Now I can't remember if it's been confirmed or if it's rumored. But the discussion has been becoming, is season 4 a replacement of the Rangers of the New Republic? Because remember, there was supposed to be a spin-off show called Rangers of the New Republic. And it was going to star Cara Dune.
oh, I see.
Yeah.
I get the problem. Okay.
And that's why this show got... the premise is very similar to what Mando is going to be up to post-season 3. It was... Because they set up, at the end of season 2, they set up Cara's, thing. They set up that she was going to work with Tiva, doing exactly what now Mando's doing.
Yep.
So Rangers of the New Republic was supposed to be that show of going off, dealing with more Imperial remnants out in the Outer Rim. Season 4 of Mandalorian is a replacement for Rangers of the New Republic, and was not, I'm guessing, was not originally ever planned. I think season 3 was always originally going to be the last season until Rangers of the New Republic got canned. And then they needed to find a way to tell the rest of that story that Rangers was going to tell. So they said, we'll make Din do it. Because the other thing, season 3 ends with the circle wipe.
Yep.
Only the first film in a Star Wars trilogy has ever done that. Phantom Menace does it. A New Hope does it. Force Awakens does it. Every other film ends in a different way. They don't do the circle. So we've essentially finished the first movie of the whatever trilogy this is going to be. So the first movie included Mando seasons 1 through 3 and Book of Boba Fett. It's a long-ass movie, but we got to the end of it.
Sorry, I was just... never mind.
And now we're cutting into what's going to be essentially phase 2 of this Mandoverse plan.
Yeah.
Because we got... let me look at what's coming up. Disney Plus... Because now we're looking... Because in a way, while talking about Mando Season 3, we have to look forward and see what's going to happen next. So, upcoming... Obviously, we had other Star Wars shows in that span, but Obi-Wan and Andor were obviously not part of this overarching story. Same thing.
No.
Well, and honestly, Bad Batch might be a part of it, honestly, because Bad Batch does have connecting tissue to it. So I guess you could potentially argue Bad Batch is part of this overarching story.
Oh.
It doesn't take place in the same time period, but
No. I'm curious as to, the supposed connective tissue.
Cloning.
Fucking sequels. God damn it.
You know I'm right.
Yeah, because fucking...
Because it's all leading up to...
cowards.
It's all leading up to Project Necromancer.
Because, of course, it has to now.
Because we know that...
Because we now have to put all the pieces together.
And even then, I wouldn't argue
No, it is. Admit it.
It's not complete, but
It
when
is.
you say retroactively, though, you're talking about... I think it's different because I think you're putting a condescending tone to it.
I am.
So you're saying they should have just revealed to us that Palpatine was going to come back from the beginning? I mean, that's
No, he gone. Make a new threat. Like, we're bringing Thrawn back now.
yeah.
I mean, yeah, that is what we're doing, but
I mean, he was often. What did you expect him to do in all that time?
I don't know, maybe come back with the First Order. But I guess not. That's just not.
No,
how
that's
things
not.
played
That's
out.
also not how. Yeah. I wouldn't put the condescending tone behind it. I will say it's retroactively, but that's just how Star Wars has always told its
That
story.
is true. It does start in the middle, and then go back.
I would not put the condescension behind it because that's just Star Wars
That is
storytelling.
Traditionally, how it is done,
And-
which frustrates me because I like things in a linear format.
and I don't think it's a problem for them to go, okay, now that we've told the story,
Yeah.
let's explain how it happens. Because you don't have to explain how things happened, God, imagine how terrible Rise of Skywalker would have been. Like, people already don't like Rise of Skywalker. I'm not someone who hates it. It's not my favorite, but I don't hate it. But imagine how much more it would have gotten hate if they went on a monologue explaining how Palpatine came back to life.
Yeah, I guess that would be worse, wouldn't it?
Exactly. Like a 30-minute monologue going, well, you see, it dates back all the way to the end of the Clone Wars. We started testing on Omega, this clone she's this clone of Jango Fett that similar to Boba Fett never got. God, imagine that monologue. It would be
Yeah,
awful.
that'd be the worst.
This is why I think the comprehension skills of like certain fans who are like, I need everything spoon-fed to me in that movie. I don't want extra material. Like, that makes for awful movies.
Yeah, it does. I was thinking about it. I am still frustrated.
No,
with
no,
how
no,
this
no,
came about.
and I'm not trying to disregard your frustration because that like
I'm frustrated with a lot of things about this series, but like, it's okay. It's fine. It does what it needs to do.
and at the end of the day,
But
you
to
still
me,
like the shows and
I
the
do.
movies, so
They're
that's why I'm not
alright.
gonna take that
The
away from you.
problem is, to me, it's like certain things where you see them, it's like, oh, okay, I understand why we're doing this. I don't like it,
I
but I
kinda-
understand
See,
it.
I'm on the opposite end. I like it because I like that they're going back and going, hey, so we know some of y'all are interested in how this happened. We're going to connect it. And it makes the story more connected. Now, does it have to be entirely 100% connected? No, that's why we get the High Republic, because the High Republic is disconnected and we get new storytelling that has nothing to do with. And I think
Like,
both have their place in the franchise. I think you can have both stuff that's heavily connected to the main franchise, and then you can have stuff that's a little bit more disconnected.
Mm.
And I think a good franchise does that. A good franchise has stuff that's
I think for me, I like the stories singular, like to the Bad Batch and the Mandalorian,
mhm.
because I prefer to take those as like what they are.
Yeah.
The frustration from me comes with the through line of understanding that events have to happen a certain way in order for things in the future to happen.
Yeah, like obviously the things we're watching had
Where
to
it's
have
like-
happened.
It's like sometimes when you're like, either the protagonist or the antagonist is going to win at the end of like a series, and it's like, I don't think this character would be dumb enough to allow this to happen,
Yeah.
or unskilled enough in this particular thing. But for the sake of the story, it has to happen that way.
I mean, it's the same reason why, like, we all kind of knew that. We knew that Omega had to be captured at the end of
Yeah,
season 2 of
it's
Bad
like-
Batch because we know that her DNA is important to what happens later.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, well, that's obviously going to happen. It's just,
Mm.
how is it going to happen?
And I think the how is what interests me and why I'm not, like, as upset about it.
I don't... weird stance. I don't mind that Omega was kidnapped. It's why.
Okay, so here's what's coming up.
Okay.
So we got Ahsoka. Obviously, that's in a
Yeah.
couple months. It's right around it's right around the corner, August. Skeleton Crew, which is going to be probably November, around December, if it comes out this year at all anymore. I think we're getting to a point where it's going to be next year. Currently, it's still scheduled for this year though. Then we got the Acolyte, which is not going to be connected to the Mandoverse storyline
Thank
because
God.
that's our High Republic story,
Yeah.
which I'm excited about. So far, the things that are coming up that are going to be essentially phase 2 of the Mandoverse
Yeah.
are Ahsoka, Skeleton Crew, and Mando season 4.
Yep.
That's our Mandoverse phase 2.
Yep.
I think we'll get like one more thing because it seems if they match the pattern they did with this phase, it's essentially 4 seasons of television. Because Mando's seasons 1 through 3, and then Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah.
So we're still missing something for that second phase. And then I think the third and final phase will be just straight up the movie that Dave's working on.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think they'll do any more TV shows. I think we just get to the movie, and then that's the finale that wraps up the Thrawn stuff. Because I think it's all leading up to wrapping up the Thrawn stuff.
Thrawn's coming back, said fucking
Captain Pelion.
Captain Pelion, and it's like, when, motherfucker?
Well, he's gonna probably appear in he is gonna appear in Ahsoka.
Yeah.
There's footage of Lars Mikkelsen as Thrawn. It wasn't publicly shown on the internet, but people that went to Star Wars Celebration saw him.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is Lars Mikkelsen related to Mads Mikkelsen?
Yeah, they're brothers.
Oh.
You didn't know that?
No.
Yeah.
I didn't know Mads Mikkelsen had a brother.
Yeah. Lars, and he's amazing just like his brother. He's also very intimidating.
Oh, I see.
Have you seen House of Cards?
I remember Mom liked it. I didn't.
He's the Russian president.
give a shit
Okay.
because I was like,
yeah.
this is a boring political drama. Why would I watch this?
See,
I'm
thought
17.
Oh, I was about to
and
say.
in high school.
I was about
Why
to
would I care?
I was about to say. I thought you liked political intrigue stuff.
You would be wrong, surprisingly.
But no, he plays the Russian president. That is the reason why, like, as soon as they said live action Thrawn was coming, because he was already voice actor Thrawn.
Okay.
He voice acted him in Rebels, and when they said, okay, we're gonna do a live action one, while while certain sides of the fandom were saying bring in like Benedict Cumberbatch, which I get. I can see why some people would want that for Thrawn. But that's not my Thrawn. My Thrawn needs to be like the Russian president in House of Cards, threatening to kill my family and getting ready to... Like, he needs to be intimidating. And Benedict Cumberbatch, while he can play intimidating, it's a different type of intimidating.
Oh, yeah.
It's not the same level of what I want. And, like, anybody who, like... It's also why, like, when he was first announced as the voice actor for Thrawn, I was like, oh, that's perfect. I've seen this guy before in House of Cards. I know he can be threatening.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. I was just like trying to imagine Doctor Strange as Thrawn, and it was very funny.
Or Sherlock.
Yeah. Oh.
Like, that's just the Thrawn I want.
Yeah.
And I'm glad we're getting that Thrawn. Because they're keeping Lars for Ahsoka. Because there is footage of him in the blue, and it's great.
Oh man. All right.
But yeah.
Also,
they
went to an excessive degree to show us, Moff Gideon is fucking dead.
Yeah, which even then there are people who don't believe it. There is a really dumb.
Go on.
And if I have friends who have this theory, I love y'all.
It's just a day of like
me butchering fan theories.
You butchering fan theories and me being like, this is fucking stupid.
So This fan theory is that
Okay.
Gideon that died was a clone, and their only piece of evidence, and this is why it's dumb,
Mm.
is Gideon doesn't have a mustache when we see him in season 3. It's like people haven't heard of shaving. Let Gideon be dead.
I was
His story is done. What more do you have to his story?
That's true. I don't see where he goes. He's like, I was cloning myself to be able to use the Force. It's like, great genius. How
Yeah.
did that work out for you?
At most, I could say maybe a clone survived the purging thing that Mando did.
He
Missed one.
He missed one. I would believe that.
That I could go with. But the
That
fact
clone
that
just has a letter. It's like, go fuck with Din Djarin.
well, and then you could have a cool Force using Gideon.
Yeah.
But the whole theory of original Gideon surviving, like actual prime Gideon surviving, that's dumb. Well, what else are we gonna call him?
I guess that's good enough. That's how cloning works.
Like, Gideon Prime surviving is dumb because there's nothing else you can do with him.
Yeah, he is. I'm fairly certain he's dead.
I think it was Gideon Prime that got a ship dropped on him.
The most excessive thing you could do.
And
It worked though.
because, like, yeah, he doesn't have a mustache anymore. Okay, he shaved. People shave. I don't right now, but people shave.
I do. It's a rarity, but
But people do. Facial hair changes.
also I don't feel like Gideon is the kind of person who would allow himself to like remain.
He wouldn't be
unshaven.
high. Well, also, I don't think he would. I think he has too much ego to let even a clone finish the job.
Yeah.
Like, I think he would have to be the one that directly kills Din and Bo.
Yeah, I think
his ego wouldn't let him.
like I'll fucking do it myself.
Because this entire project is an ego-driven
Yeah.
project. His project, anyways. Because he literally goes, yeah, I'm the only one who could perfectly fit in this Mando armor. Boom. Ego.
I think
It's ego-driven.
that's not what he says, but it is along those lines.
But I
The
mean, that's
exact
the
words-
no. I'm
the exact
paraphrasing.
Words are, I've improved upon your armor, and the best improvement is I'm the one wearing
Yeah.
it.
Once again, so I improvised to make my point, though. I think my point still stands.
Like, I'm fairly certain he's dead. This isn't like a fucking Baron Quinn from Into the Badlands, where, although I saw him die for real, I'm scared.
Or a Doombot situation. This isn't
Yeah.
a Doombot situation where you have a bunch of Doombots and you kill one, and then it's like, oh no, Dr. Doom's still around somewhere.
Yeah.
If we were going to set that up, we would have Gideon clones all over the place leading up to this.
Yeah. God.
You don't just out of nowhere decide, oh, no, actually, that one was a clone, even though every other time we've ran into Gideon, it was him.
God, I forgot about the Doombot.
Yeah, that's just a thing.
That is a thing. I forgot about.
It's because no movie adaptation ever uses them.
Yeah. It's like great.
TV shows do, though.
Yeah. You know, I don't. This season was a bit weird for me because it's the first like Mandalorian season I sat
Proper,
down
yeah.
to watch.
Yeah, because I guess Book of Boba Fett you can count as a Mandalorian season, but no. This
No.
is your first proper Mandalorian season, yeah.
Yeah.
Although you got, before the finale, you got to watch half of season 1,
Yeah.
the last half, but
It's like this story. While nothing new,
mhm.
I enjoy it. But a lot of the problems, I think, just come from me being like, I don't understand why you would do this. As, like, for example, they were like, hey, we want to go back to Mandalore and take it. And I'm like, why? You have a place on Navarro. You have all this land. The people like you.
And in
You
this,
don't have any enemies there. You just killed the guy that was going to bother you. Like, the reason is,
culture, it's a
culture.
cultural thing.
I'm like,
It's
I
taking back.
understand
It's taking back.
why,
It's taking back the cultural
but I
homeland,
also
which
don't care.
yeah, it's taking back the
Like, I get why
yeah,
you want to do this, but from, like,
an audience
an
perspective.
audience perspective of, like, the easier thing to do is to just help the people that you've already helped.
It's a cultural thing.
Yeah, I guess.
It's taking back the homeland essentially, which is something that I think there are certain groups in real life that can connect to that.
Yeah, that I understand, like, why people would want to do that.
So I think that's the why, and that's really all we need of a why. Like, and then like you said though, that might not be enough for you personally to connect to
Yeah.
it, but it's an answer, and I think that's
I'm like,
yeah,
that's good enough for me, I guess.
yeah. Like you would
You've
prefer-
given me the in-story justification
Yeah.
for why we keep going on this adventure.
Mm-hmm. And you know, now they've got it, so now we just hope that they do better with it.
Yeah, try not to fuck it up this time.
Really, that's about all I would really want to talk about it. I guess now we can do the overall thoughts
Yeah.
on it, which is how you almost started our discussion on it.
Yeah. How you feeling about it?
I like it. I think season 3 is a really strong season. It really wraps everything up. And honestly, like I said, I wouldn't have been mad if this was the last season because it wraps up the story very beautifully. There's not much. I mean, there's obviously places you can go with it because they set it up very well to where they set up the Tiva and Din working together thing. They obviously had to set up Ahsoka a little bit. They set up. Oh, I like that IG-11 is now back as IG-12
Oh yeah.
as a marshal. Although, where is Cobb Vanth?
He's healing up. Don't worry about it.
I hope he appears in season 4.
Mm.
And I hope actually he gets recruited as part of this like initiative of like Outer Rim officials getting rid of Imperial remnants.
Yeah.
Because I could see Cobb getting involved with that. That's
I can believe that.
especially now that it seems Boba's kind of got everything under control on Tatooine. Like there and the Tuskens and Cobb's town seem to have an agreement to take care of each other and work together. It seems that there's less things for a
Yeah,
marshal
like-
to have to deal with.
Okay. We've got like a bunch of pacts going on Tatooine where it's like, okay, we're gonna stop trying to kill each other every week for a little bit, okay?
Yeah, at the very least, if Cobb doesn't join the team, Boba's probably going to join the
Yeah.
team. Because I think
I think Boba
Boba
can't sit
doesn't-
still.
he can't sit still. And also, he's not exactly the best leader. If anything, it's Finnick who's the better leader.
Boba's like, Fennec, you're in charge while I'm gone.
Honestly, Finnick is the better choice for somebody to be in charge of the criminal cartels there on Tatooine. She understands it better. Boba's a name, but he doesn't have the necessary knowledge.
Mm.
Whereas Finnick has the knowledge, but not the name.
Yeah.
Boba's brand recognition. Finnick is.
Boba, I swear to God, if any of you fucking touch my stuff while I'm gone,
It's okay. Finnick will throw a knife at them.
Fennec will throw.
But yeah, the overall though, I like it. It ends everything nicely, and like I said, it sets up for future stuff at the same time. Because I think a good ending can do that.
Mm.
Where I think a good ending can close all the loose ends, and then start a couple new threads that they don't have to answer. But if they do decide to answer, cool.
Mm.
And in this case, we know they're going to because we know season 4 is already written. Your thoughts?
For as much as I've been ragging on this show, it's not as bad as it
No.
sounds.
I know. I know you're just you have your own set of things that you're looking for.
And it may have helped if I had gone in
With a little bit
a
more.
little bit more context, because I kind of start at the end.
Yeah, in the case of the returning to Mandalore thing, that's still something that none of the seasons could really prepare you for.
Yeah.
That's just a Mandalorian culture thing. That's just it's gonna be there no matter what.
Yeah. And I'm like, all right, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, it's not bad. I'm just. It's not as. I think I got a little bit too overhyped for it
Mm-hmm.
because a lot of people talk like, oh, this is a pretty good show. And said in Star Wars, not involving Jedi. And I'm like, oh, yes, thank God. And then seeing it, some of it is very amusing. Other times it's like, I don't understand why you did this. And it is a Star Wars story.
Yeah.
And it's does what a Star Wars story does.
Yep.
For better or worse.
I mean, I think it fits the. I think people forget that Star Wars is also very pulpy.
Yeah.
It's pulp sci-fi. And that's what it's always been. It's always been pulp sci-fi. Like, from the beginning. Because it's literally based off one of the most pulp sci-fi adventures ever. Flash Gordon and that type of
Yeah.
stuff. Like, it's very pulp sci-fi. And I think Mandalorian fits that. For better or worse, depending on how you feel about... Depending on if you're fine with Star Wars being cheesy or not.
Yeah.
And I think Mandalorian has those moments.
Yeah.
Because it lives close to the pulpiness.
Yeah.
And I like that.
Although I will say this, in terms of Mandalorian, they do a very good job displaying like nonverbal communication.
Well, they kind of I mean, they don't have to, but they kind of do and don't because of the helmet
Yeah.
situation. Like they have to be able to get emotion across too, which I think even with the helmets on, there's still an
Yeah.
emotional connection to these characters.
Like, I think, speaking of IG-11, now rebooted to IG-12, when Din goes into the office to speak with Grief Karga about, like, recruiting him for the search for Mandalore to make sure the living waters are cool.
And also, that Mandalore's atmosphere is
Yeah.
safe.
I like how, while Grogu is, like, spinning in the chair, Din just goes, no, and continues talking.
Well, it's a very something that I didn't get to discuss that I've discussed off air
Yeah.
and I've discussed on my TikToks when I was recapping each episode individually. This season really shows Din growing he is a father.
Yeah, he's...
Like, he teaches Grogu how to drive the car essentially.
Yeah.
And he starts teaching him about the culture of Mandalore. He's like, okay, this is what you need to know about. This is Mandalore. This is the moon. He starts teaching him that stuff.
Yeah.
And that's very much what a father figure would do in this situation.
Yeah, and it does lead up, because up until this point, Din has been acting like a father, but he's never officially,
Like it's not acknowledged.
yeah.
Not
up
like the
until
fans
the
acknowledge
end.
it, but not like that. But that's out of universe. The fans acknowledge it, but in universe, it's not.
Yeah.
Like everybody,
Also-
and everybody always jokes rips on him about, you're getting attached to the little guy, huh? Because like you should have already got rid of him. Like Grief Karga's like, oh, I thought you were getting rid of him.
It's like, it's a little bit complicated. I tried to, he came back.
And so and then of course the season finale, it becomes official.
Yeah. Oh, man.
So yeah, I mean,
Say something, but I can't remember what
it's
it
also
was.
one of those like moments that makes you choke up a little when he becomes Din Grogu, and you're like, oh, it's finally his son.
Oh, yeah, we talked about how Din being the last name's weird.
Like it's
But
weird.
it's
It's not.
okay.
Yeah, like it's weird in that, like out of all the other Mandalorian cultures, we never heard of that before. But at the same time, I'm not gonna be like ew or anything like some
Yeah,
people on the
no.
internet. Like there have been people on the internet like
What?
that. Yeah,
No.
because of course there are.
Of course.
'Cause of course
Why
there are.
not? Like, what? Grogu's full thing. Din Grogu of Clan Muddle.
God, it sounds badass.
Yeah.
And then of course we were looking at because I got the timelines book, and we were looking at when everything takes place,
Yeah.
and so like, of course we know the Rey Skywalker film is coming out like with her Jedi Academy thing, and that's supposed to be around the time that Grogu's like 90,
Yeah, we're like,
and so
he has to at least, he'd probably be in the field by then.
And so people are wondering, like, because it became an internet question first of like, would Grogu be old enough to like be talking and to be training Jedi if he chose to go back to like doing that? Because remember, he made the decision to be a Mandalorian in Book of Boba
Yeah.
Fett. But of course, that doesn't have to be a lifelong decision because he could be both.
Mm.
Because there have been
Yeah. In the
Tar Vizsla.
past.
You know, it's not unheard of, and also Din Djarin, I should say, because there's now two Dins.
Hmm.
Din Djarin will not be alive forever.
No, he won't.
And
That's actually why Luke presents the decision to Grogu in Book of Boba Fett.
yeah,
He's like, you're gonna age a lot slower than the rest of us. Some of us will be dead by the time you're an adult.
and I want you to make a potentially lifelong decision now. But you can
You
always
understand that you're 60, but,
yeah, well 50. He's 50.
but I need you to make the decision.
Yeah. But now, I mean, he could always come back, join Rey's academy, and by this point, he could be talking.
Yeah.
Luke's already dead. Din might be dead, depending on how things go.
Yeah.
If he's not, he's pretty old.
Din's like, I'm not dealing with that nonsense.
Yeah. If not, he's going to be like in his 70s.
Yeah.
60s, 70s, around there.
Yeah, he'll be pretty old.
So, I mean, by then, Grogu can make his own decision to join the Jedi and be a Mandalorian.
Yeah.
And I don't think Rey would fault him for it the same way Luke tried to. But that's also because Luke was trying. We talked about this in our Book of Boba Fett episode, but Luke was using what he knew about the Jedi to be a Jedi master.
Mm.
Whereas Rey also has similar teachings, but I think Rey's going to try to drift away from the same type of path of teaching.
Yeah, because
It's not effective.
clearly that didn't work out so well.
I think Luke gets better at it before Kylo and Palpatine stuff happens.
Yeah.
But that's for another episode.
Overall, don't mind it. It was actually all right.
I'd give it a 9. Because it's a good finale.
Okay.
It's a good season 3 wrap up of the main story arc. I tend to like these finales for some reason.
Mm. I don't want to give it a 7,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't want to give it a 9. So I'm gonna split the difference, and I'll give it an 8.
Okay. I mean, that's a fair number.
Yeah,
I was leaning almost 8.5, but
that's a bit too high for me.
just a B, not a B plus.
You get a B. You get a passing grade that
Honestly, a B is better than just a passing grade. I mean,
yeah. A passing grade at the bare minimum would be a C minus.
potentially a D,
Yeah.
depending on what school you're
How
going
your
to.
grade scaling is.
Yeah.
But no, I'll give him a B.
All right. Well, then that's this episode.
Yeah.
Next week we will not be here at the.
No, we will not.
We'll be at my house because
Yeah.
Scotty needs the office. And we will be talking about. Oh, Quest of the Jedi comic. That's right. Because that one shot finally came out.
All right.
and it's pretty good. It's also hard to find physically.
Is this another, like...
Actually, do we? Yeah, we'll do Quest of the Jedi. I was thinking about it because there's a few things that are coming out that I'm going to have to change the order of what we're talking about a little bit for the rest of the season.
Okay.
Because there's 2 things on here. Well, 2 things missing from the schedule right now. Let me fix the schedule now because this is the last episode of the month.
Okay.
And that means that usually we talk about...
Yes.
So... We're missing that.
Mm.
And missing that. And that'll give us more time to play Jedi Survivor before talking about it.
Mm. You know, I don't like that we have to download stuff from discs now,
What do you mean?
like for video games and such.
Oh, yeah, because of that discussion we had yesterday. Because it's like, just play just put it on the disc. That's the whole point of it being on a disc.
Yeah. Everybody talks about the graphical limitations. I don't care. Just get things to work better.
I mean, a Blu-ray still has plenty of room for these games. Because
like-
that's what PS5 uses anyways. They use Blu-ray discs. I think Xbox, I forget what they use. I think they use DVD, like the bigger versions of DVDs.
Mm. Like, for me, it's frustrating because I like to have my games on the disc that I can play without the internet.
Yeah. I feel that. I'm usually about the same.
But modern gaming is not conducive to that.
Yeah, like...
Or single-player games.
Yeah.
It's all about the multiplayer, man.
I mean, Jedi Survivor's still single player.
Yeah, fortunately. But I do kind of feel like single-player games are dying out.
Yeah. I think they're coming back in a big way, only because I think there's enough voices out there where people are saying, hey, we want single-player games, that it's being undone.
Mm.
Like, I think we're getting both at this point, which is a healthy market, I think, to
Yeah.
have it that way. Because there's nothing wrong with having multiplayer games, and there's nothing wrong with having single-player games. You just got to find the balance.
Yeah. Not to say that multiplayer games are bad.
No, I know.
They're
you-
just
yeah.
not something that I enjoy.
Okay. I'll fix the rest of this later, but
Okay.
so
What are
next
we
month
looking at?
schedule. So next week we're doing the High Republic Quest of the Jedi one shot. The week after that we're doing Visions Volume 2.
Oh my god, is it that close?
Yeah, May 4th,
Oh,
Star Wars Day.
shit. Okay.
and then we got Young Jedi Adventures, which comes out the same day. So, but we're going to talk about it the week after Visions.
Okay.
And then the last week of next month, we'll talk about Jedi Survivor. That will give us plenty of time to play it.
All right.
So that way, you and I can both get our hands on it. I've gotten my hands on it, but you haven't gotten to touch it yet.
No, I'm
So
not.
you've just gotten to watch.
Yep.
And so I want you to at least get hands-on. Like, at the very least, you'll experience the story through me, but I want you to at least get some hands-on with it at some point so you can kind of get the idea of the combat and all that and the changes that they've made. Maybe you'll play the Coruscant level yourself, because that is that's an awesome starting
Yeah.
level. All right. So that's everything for this week. Shout out to Mobcast Network, who provide this space to
Are
us.
you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm just ready to be done, and
All right.
yeah, so that because I want to play some more Jedi Survivor
Oh, yeah,
before,
you
and then I
really
got
like
D&D
Jedi.
tonight.
Oh, you've got a busy kid.
Yeah,
I'm playing some stuff as well today, but I have a little bit more wiggle room than you do.
yeah. So let's see, we got Mobcast Network, who do Cult Movie Cantina. They provide this space to us, and I'm also part of their show. I co-host and produce with them, and we talk about old movies. What did we talk about? This past week we found out who won the Tamagotchi thing.
Oh yeah. You? So everyone else is dead?
Yeah, everybody else is dead.
Damn.
They'll explain the story why I don't think it's a fair win. I feel kind of
You won by a technicality.
yeah. I feel kind of. I feel cheated on this win.
You feel cheated?
I wanted to win correctly.
Did they just forget?
I don't want to ruin it.
Okay.
So if you want to find their video, you can find them on youtube.com/Mobcast Network, where you can watch the episode and find out what happened. You can also follow them on any podcasting app at Mobcast Network. They're also on Facebook at Cult Movie Cantina. And then shout out to Gamers and Geeks, who provide the actual space to Mobcast Network. They're our local gaming shop here in Mobile, Alabama, off of Howells Ferry and Moffett. And they got all you could want: board games, card games, tabletop games, RPGs, arcade in the back, which you could probably hear. They also have a neighbor that they share because it's the shop is in basically an old Winn-Dixie. That's what this was before Gamers and Geeks.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure?
It was like either
Dixie's right there.
or a Piggly. It was an old Winn-Dixie. I'm sure. It was the old Winn-Dixie.
The oldest Winn-Dixie.
No. But it was an old Winn-Dixie before. Yes, they did move to there, but this was the old location.
Mm.
So it's a big shopping, big little shop. So there's a lot of space.
Yeah, that's the main point.
So inside this, there's a lot of space. So technically, Gamers and Geeks shares the space with Engage Gaming, another shop, where you can do video game rental essentially, but in store, you don't take it home or anything.
Yeah.
So you can play video game. You can pay an hourly rate to play on a PS5, Xbox Series X, PC, VR, and they provide the games as well, or you can use your own games. You can also pay a monthly membership fee to have that hourly rate reduced. They also do parties and events, so you can plan with them on that. But yeah, so they're inside the same building. So if you just find us, you'll find both of them. And then shout out to our patron, your mom.
Yep.
Jennifer Brantley.
Thanks, Ma.
Yeah, thank you. And then let me double check something, because Matt tried to correct me about something where that might be true. Where is...
Matt is our Twitch subscriber.
Well, he might not be. That's what I'm double checking.
He might not be?
Yeah, he tried to correct me on that. He was like, I might not be anymore. Because he did he was using his Amazon Prime to give us the subscription.
Mm.
He was Prime subbed. Oh, come on. Let's see. Community. Or is it in the... I forget where it is. Okay, yeah, he's not currently subbed. Okay, but you can, if you watch us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films, you can follow or subscribe to us there. Subscribing helps us out, and you'll get your name shouted out. Same thing with if you follow us on Patreon. It's patreon.com/Escape Reality Films. You can watch our YouTube content a week beforehand if you do. Although this week it's going to be, you're probably not going to get too much because we're going to be just playing Jedi Survivor.
Yep.
Because I'm just going to be live streaming for the next few days.
Yeah.
Until we beat that game. And I am going for 100% on the discovery and all that, so.
Well, at least they've got the map better.
A little bit, yeah. There's still some stuff that I would wish it would improve on, but it's not. It's definitely a vast improvement to Fallen Order's map.
Yeah. Now it has marked locations.
Yep, and it tracks your movement.
Yep.
Because it actually shows where you've been, and then it also shows where you got to go.
Yep.
Anything else I'm missing? My brain is trying to figure out.
YouTube.
YouTube.com/Escape Reality Films. You can subscribe to us, like, comment, all that good stuff. Twitter. You can find me at Escape Reality 94, where things have been a little spicy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Some Star Wars drama with content creators.
I see.
Good times.
But
It's also Twitter, so I
Yeah.
mean, what do you expect? And then TikTok, Escape Reality Films, where you can
Alright.
find me talk about movies beyond Star Wars.
Yeah, we watched the new Scream movie recently, didn't we?
Yeah, you got to watch it for the first time
Yeah.
because I'd saw it in theaters.
Me.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite in the franchise at the moment.
So far, I think I'll agree with you on that.
It's so good.
Me, I'm over here like. what-
And we
what-
played you, Tori, and Kinsey played my favorite game to play with you guys when watching
Yeah.
Scream. Who are the killers?
Who are the
Who did it?
who did it?
Who did it in this Who Done It?
I got like 2 out of 3 of them right.
Yeah, because there's 3 killers in this one, and so, and of course I had to be like, hey, there's a thing I got to tell y'all
Yeah.
about, so I'm not cheating y'all out on the guessing game.
Fucking Tissue Boy. The one I missed.
I'm glad it's vague enough, but yeah, because there
Called
might be
the
some
other
people who
2
haven't.
out,
Yeah, because there might be some people who haven't seen it yet, so we want to keep vague.
Yeah.
Because it did just drop to Paramount, so
Yeah.
there might be people that are waiting to watch it on streaming. Because some people do. Some people won't go to theaters and they'll wait till it's on streaming. But yeah, this week I'm planning to probably watch. Such a weird choice,
Mm.
but I also don't mind. Dear God, It's Me, Margaret.
Okay.
Because Judy Blume's actually really. I mean, come on, Judy Blume.
I don't know what that movie is about. I'm not gonna lie.
It's a coming of age type thing.
Okay.
It's based on an old book. It's the
Okay.
Judy Blume novels author. Anyways, that type of
yeah.
stuff. There's nothing else really good coming out. The only other thing I could think of that would be worth watching is that is Sisu or whatever.
Sisu.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is like John Wick,
Shoot
but
them
against
out.
not. It's John Wick, but Nazis being
Shoot
killed.
The dog too.
Yeah.
It's Mad Max, John Wick, and Nazis.
Yeah.
And also, there's a cute dog.
Yeah. Because it's from the producers of John Wick. That's
Yeah.
like the big thing that they're pushing. But also, I don't know if it's going to be any. I doubt.
This one does not look like.
I don't know if it'll hold up.
I think it's gonna be like a fun, just little action romp. I don't expect anything like super serious to happen in this one.
But that's the same with John Wick. But John Wick I like because it has good world building, not because it's serious or anything.
Yeah.
I don't know if Sisu's going to hold up in that regard. I don't think it's going to have good world building in that regard. And
It
I don't
doesn't
think.
need to. Their marketing is the dog and the old man. As long as those 2 are fine, who cares?
This is the type of stuff you can find on my TikTok. And then, of course, I also talk about Star Wars stuff whenever it comes out.
Yep.
So I talk about the comics when they drop and TV show episodes and stuff like that.
Just never stops for you, man, doesn't it?
Nope. And then we got the D&D game you're part of.
Yes. I won't be able to join the game this week, but you should still go and check out Trials of Nebu over at Steam, all caps, _dungeon,
On Twitch.
from 5 to 7 Central Standard Time.
Yep. And if
They-
you're watching on YouTube, the
we're-
links are down below.
We're having a downtime session, so if there was a time for me to not be there, this would be the time.
Yep.
So, also, apparently my downtime last session consisted of asking questions to political figures who willingly and frequently erase people's minds. Managed to get away from that.
All right. Well, that's it for this episode. We'll see you guys next time to talk the High Republic Quest of the Jedi comic.
Yeah.
Have a good one. I've spoken.
Later. Be safe.
We're out of the studio. No, they just needed the studio today, so
Yeah, so we're here instead.
so don't mind me as I snack a little.
Yeah, gotta open up the.
Here, they're gonna get some
Don't,
ASMR.
Don't do that.
I'm your host Caleb, by the way.
Yep.
I should probably say that.
Hi, I'm Seth. I talk Star Wars with this man who is crinkled
Man, this
plastic.
cupcake is awful. It's making a mess all over. I haven't even taken a bite yet. So we're here to talk about a Star Wars comic.
Yes.
The High Republic Adventures Quest of the Jedi.
Yep.
Well, it is High Republic Adventures because it has the High Republic Adventures tag, and then
Yeah.
because it was Dark Horse.
Yes. That was the whole title of the 35-page comic we read.
Written by Claudia Gray.
Yeah. Normally she does pretty good.
I think she did really good here too. It's a comic book. She doesn't. I don't think she usually does comics. I don't know if this is her first comic or not. I'd have to look.
If it is, in my opinion, it kind of shows.
I mean, it's telling a very simple story
Yeah.
because we needed this story.
Like,
As I think it's a vital puzzle piece to what's going to happen for
It
the rest
is.
of this phase and for phase 3. Which by the rest of this phase I mean the manga and the rest of the comics and one more novel.
Yep.
Which is already out. Path of Vengeance is out.
so thinking about it, right?
Mhm.
The only person I even remotely started to like in this little thing was
Should I flash the spoiler warning, by the way?
yeah, I guess. Spoiler warning.
Yeah, spoiler warning, we're going to get into the comic.
Yep.
Diving right in.
Yeah. Not Aslan Rail. I like him because he's doing work. But in terms of like
During the
main-
flashback.
Yeah. The master.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Barnabas Vim.
Yeah.
There you go. That's his name.
Yep.
I only half like him. I don't like the rest of the central cast for this one because all of them are so like the Padawan needs to. This is a think before you speak.
Yeah, this is a
A thing that she doesn't do at all.
Yeah, she's very, very quick to jump to
Yeah.
stuff. But
And-
she's also a Padawan. Like
Yeah.
she's learning.
Yeah.
So I give credit where that is
However,
due.
to me, it's the things that she says is like only the Jedi could have such power, and I'm like, you
Don't understand
don't
how the Force
understand how
works.
I'm like, I don't know how to say this nice. So that's about it. I was going to say, man, you're very naive if you think only the Jedi know how to use the Force.
Especially since like
This
well,
is at a
this would be before this would be before the council that on Jeddah is created. More than likely, because remember, this is before the time of a lot of. This is even what? How many years did he say it was
like
before?
about a century.
It just says a long time ago on the comic. Let me see if he says. More than a century old. So that's
Okay.
at least 100 years on top.
Yeah, my assumption was bare minimum like at least 120 years.
Yeah.
So I just went with the lowest number.
So-
I'm like, wow.
So this is even before phase 2, like by another
Yeah.
100 years at bare minimum.
Yeah.
Bare minimum another 100 years. So like we have no oh, I forgot what they were called.
We don't have a convocation.
We don't have a convocation yet, which makes sense because this would probably be during the time when we'd have a lot of force debates and force wars
Yeah.
about who would be like what is the true view of the force, which if you want to hear more about my theories about a force war and a kind of a religious war, my TikTok's for that, because I do go into that a little bit on my TikTok. It's been a while
It's
since
like-
I've talked about it, but
We know it has.
it has to have
happen.
had to have happened because the way they talk about things in the convocation, it's very much like the convocation is on a very like thin like shell of breaking
It is
again.
on like the thinnest. It's like
It's
right
like
there.
the cracks are there.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the Battle of Jeddah happens, which kind of breaks the cracks a little bit. Although I think, if anything, it unites a lot of the force groups
Yeah, because they're like a lot of our people
are
dead
dying.
now.
Yeah, it unites a lot of them against the path, is what I've noticed. But anyways, back to this though. So we get back with Aslan Rail, who we haven't seen since Path of Deceit.
Yeah.
Um,
He's like,
and this is after the Battle of Jeddah has happened.
yes.
And after I'd say probably even after the Battle of Dawn has happened, or at least it's about to happen,
Yeah.
because they mentioned the Battle of Jeddah has happened, and actually no, it's after Donna as well because they're bringing crystals to the
Zala
to the
and
yeah, they bring
Kevmos.
Zala and Kevmos, but they're also talking about having to bring other crystals because the Battle of Jeddah happened,
Mm.
and also I would also presume Donna has happened then because Donna a lot of Jedi got
Yeah, a lot of Jedi died on Dalna.
and so they're bringing crystals to the crystal bridge
Yeah,
that was in
the Kuiper Arch,
the Kyber Arch, which is it's up there somewhere.
which explains a lot of like where do the Jedi put all these Kuiper crystals from like their dead mentors and Padawans?
They bring it to the Kyber Arch as like kind of a memorial site.
Yeah.
And so because at least according to the Jedi's belief, the crystal is attached to the user, the
Yeah.
primary user that creates the attachment with it, and therefore that's their crystal pretty much forever, although that's not true.
You don't necessarily always have to bring it there, but that is traditionally what is done when a Jedi
And
is
it's more of a respect thing.
slain.
Yeah, it's more of a out of respect for the dead. And so Aslan Rail's like, hey, I need to look further into the past to figure out what's going on.
It's like there's a lot of stuff going on in the present. I'm gonna go and see what I can dig up.
Because apparently, much like our friend Reith, he likes being in the library a bit. Which nothing wrong with that for Jedi. In fact, that's an admirable trait for a lot of Jedi. As long as you don't, which Reith's weakness was, he only wanted to be in the
Yeah.
library. The point of the library is to use that knowledge to then use on missions, not to just stay in the library forever.
Aslan is like, here's a good lead. Maybe I'll look up the artifacts that Zala and Makri were after. Maybe that's what got them killed.
Unfortunately, there's nothing about the rod in particular
Yeah,
that he can find because these rods are very ancient
Yeah.
and to the point of like,
quite old.
yeah, to the point that it's kind of weird that they're not in the archives though, because we know that at least one rod. Spoilers.
Lot of spoilers.
This is spoilers for the mainline Star Wars: The High Republic comic.
Mm.
We learn that one of the rods is inside. So in Rogue One, there's that the fallen Jedi statue.
Yeah.
That was once completely standing, and we see it standing in the High Republic comic. We see its collapse as
Yeah.
well, and we learn that was actually a holding facility for one of the rods,
Okay.
which is why the mother wanted to go to Jeddah, because
Well,
the
that
mother,
explains that.
yeah. So that explains because she thought originally it was being guarded by the Guardians of the Wills. Turns out it's not it wasn't in the Kyber temple. It was actually hidden in that statue because the statue is actually a secret vault.
Okay.
That's it for spoilers for that. Okay. Since it was unrelated, I
Yeah,
figured
I don't see why not.
that's why I had the big
And
spoiler for that one.
Basically,
But it's
going
yeah.
through, he's like, it's weird that this is a connected data entry to.
Yeah, so he learns about the stone.
This would be, I guess, when you were doing research, and this one would be in like a related thing.
Like
So
the
he's-
related tabs.
Yeah, so he's like, all right, yeah, I'll check.
It's
this
like
out.
when you look at the note, like you look at the reference notes at the bottom of
Yeah.
of a sheet. Like you're like, oh, what's this reference tab lead to? And like you start going down the rabbit hole of reference tabs. That's kind of what he did. He was looking up the Wikipedia pages or Wikipedia pages and just starting to click on the reference tabs and going,
Yeah.
oh, this goes to that, this goes to that. Oh, what's this? And so and he was already deciding to look through this guy Barnabas Vim's like adventures because he was a great Jedi who
Yeah.
tended to go off on adventures and look for artifacts.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of what led him down to this whole rabbit hole. And he learns about these stones.
And the archivist is like, who could count how many fucking adventures fucking Barnabas Vim has? And and Aslan apparently has a very blunt sense of humor because he's like, I don't know, probably you since it's your job. It's like, why did you do that?
Actually, no, it's the other way. The other way around.
Oh.
Yeah. No. See that because that's Aslan. Because the hair. Because that starts with Aslan quote. We're looking at the comic right now on my computer because I have my other monitor. So because you see that's supposed to be Aslan and then that's supposed to be the.
Okay.
You can tell from the hair.
Yeah, I misread the dialogue.
So yeah. So
For some
Aslan
reason-
asks.
For some reason, I thought that bubble was theirs, and that one was his.
Yeah. So Aslan asks, and then the I guess the archivist has the sense of humor because they're like, oh, you read this stuff all the time, so obviously you. Because like I guess Aslan is just known for constantly reading Barnabas Vim's adventures.
Like,
It's like when you have your favorite stories that you like to read over
Yeah.
and over. And so I guess in the case of Aslan, he likes to read the Barnabas Vim adventures over and over.
Yeah.
And he goes through the logs, which, I mean, at least he's looking through like actual logs and learning things and
Yeah.
not like just reading. I mean, you can learn from fiction as well, but in this case,
this case, it's actually helpful.
yeah.
It's like you just like to go through historical documents. So,
But
a
yeah.
quick thing to point out, I was expecting some like, go back to where we first see Master and
Yeah.
Apprentice. For some reason, this shot right
He
here,
looks a little evil
I
in
was
that.
like, Jesus.
Hi.
Hello.
How's it going? Where were we? Sorry, that threw me
Yeah,
off.
that was wild to me.
But yeah, she looks a little
She
evil
looked
in that
a
image.
little evil in that one.
But yeah, so now we're introduced to our
Yeah.
main cast because we get the flashback, and we get Master Barnabas Vim and then his apprentice Vix.
Yeah, Vix. Vix has a problem where she doesn't think before she speaks. And it did not endear me to her at all. Where she doesn't think before she speaks. Sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, so they are currently heading to this planet that's just filled with archipelagos.
Yep.
So just a bunch of islands, and they're like, "What Force artifact could be hiding here?" We of course already know it has to be the stones because that's what led us to the flashback. But eventually they find this pretty much dead city or dying city, I
Yeah.
should say, because like all the plant life and stuff is starting to die, and they can feel the disturbance in the force coming from that.
Yeah.
And they are actually welcomed by the Lady of Ancord, the queen of this area. Ancord being the planet and the city.
Yes.
And so they are greeted by a bunch of force users.
Yeah.
Including the lady herself, although we don't really see her use it that much. It's really more her followers.
Yeah. Now, normally I don't comment on things. For some reason, the Lady of Ancord, I was like, I like this one. I don't know why.
Yeah. Which, I mean, we learn, even though some bad stuff happens, we learn that she's not bad.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry. Maybe I should have been physically attractive. There we go.
Oh,
I was-
okay.
which is weird for me because that's not normally.
I do kind of see it. She's kind of got like a. Well, I mean, I guess it's not that far off for the design to be like this, but it's kind of like an Avatar: The Last Airbender art style,
Yeah.
which isn't that far off because this is from Dark Horse, who
Yeah.
do the Avatar
The
comics.
Avatar comic.
So it's not that far of a reach.
Yeah.
I do think though her main lead bodyguard looks like I don't think you've seen this show, but there's an old cartoon from Star Wars called Star Wars Droids, and he looks like Mon Jolpa, which is this reference. I will pull it up.
Okay.
Because this is a crazy reference that you kind of have to know the reference for it to.
Yeah, I was thinking more like an Osmosis Jones reject.
I could see that too. But kind of like you see it, don't you?
Yeah.
Let me pull it up for our.
Oh my god.
Actually, this is a better image of it. Manjolpa. Open image in new tab. Okay. Let me window capture for our audience. Manjolpa. Which is how they say it a lot in the show. But that's an old
Yeah.
80s Star Wars cartoon. You can find it on Disney Plus.
Oh,
You can
great.
find all the episodes along with the Ewoks
Yeah.
cartoon and the Ewoks in live action movies. Some good classic Legends content out there, y'all. But yeah, so
The other thing, right, is the immediate after the introduction thing.
I do want to show like for reference the other end of it for our audience so they can
Yeah.
kind of see like why like
So
it's the blue guy
is the
next
blue
to her.
man on the right.
Yeah. Like so you can I hope our audience can see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Cuz like it's kind of funny to me. But I know it's not meant to be that I don't think it is. I don't think it is anyways. I have not looked on Wikipedia yet to see if I'm correct, but I don't think he's meant to be the same race. But yeah, so they're greeted. And it's kind of hostile with a little bit of friendliness mixed in
Yeah.
cuz they're unsure what the Jedi are doing
They're
there.
like, what are you doing here? And
Of course, like you said, Vix doesn't know how to shut her mouth.
yeah.
So
and then
she
this fucking guy
so she
is
immediately
like, you fucking come here to disrespect us? And I'm like,
like that wasn't her intent, but yes, she did.
and it's like, oh man, diplomacy's going great today.
Yeah. So instead, they're like, "Hey, we'll show you what we can do." And
Yeah.
apparently, they have like this gladiatorial arena thing where they just do force tricks and parlor tricks, essentially.
Yeah.
And so, like, but like with the force,
Yeah.
like they're parlor tricks, but for force users. And so, like, they show off some of their techniques and stuff, and create like they use the force to create this kind of whirlwind of sand to recreate the queen's like image. And so
Although, admittedly, going back like one page, that entire thing.
oh, the
up
structure.
at- no, up at the top, not the structure of the dialogue. Is just the best.
Oh, the structure of the dialogue,
Yeah.
not the not the actual building structure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cuz it's got that classic bubble thing where it's bubble, 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 bubble.
Yep.
Which is very I mean, because you got to know who's talking when, you got to
Yeah.
although you still out of context don't really know who's talking because it's so far away.
Yeah.
My best guess is it's Barnabas, Vim, and then Lady, and then Barnabas, and then Lady. Let
No,
me-
because
wait.
that wouldn't make sense.
No, I guess it's Barnabas and Vix.
Yeah.
So Barnabas, Vix.
Which implies that they're talking to each other across the.
Across the lady of Ancord, because like here's the dialogue. It's what have I told you about thinking before you speak? That I should do it, and today I didn't. Which is so I guess the context of the dialogue tells you who's talking, but like it's kind of funny.
But if it's like if you didn't go in reading like the last several pages.
Yeah, it's out of context. But it's kind of funny though, like that they're saying this out loud in front of like cuz the way they're seated is the lady's in the middle and then on her left and right are Barnabas and Vix. So obviously they're talking like and there's no indication that they're like leaning over or whispering cuz it's a wide shot. So we have to assume they're just talking
Yeah.
Once again, I'll just show for reference. So, like, yeah. So, obviously, like, yeah, they gotta just be talking, like, right across from her. Best I can interpret it.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if we wanted to give a little bit of more of a leeway to the fact that they're whispering, we could. That's the benefit of a shot like that, is
Yeah.
you can interpret it how you want. But yeah, so they show off, and and eventually,
Once again,
yeah,
could any Jedi do that? And he is like not so fucking coordinated.
it would have to be like really powerful Jedi, like I
It'd
guess
have
Yoda.
to be a really powerful Jedi to do it by themselves.
Someone like Yoda could probably,
Yeah.
even at this time, because even with the other 100-year jump, he's still old.
Yeah.
And already, because let's see. So he's 900 when he dies, 800 at the start of, no, 700 at the start of High Republic Phase 1. Go back another 100 years, 150 years, he's in his 600s. And then another 100 years for this, so he's 500. So I think he's a knight at this point because he's not training. If I
Yeah.
remember, because we have the timelines book and it shows when he starts training. I think it said 800 is when he started training. 800 or
Great.
something like that. It was like 700 or something like that.
Yeah.
No, it was 100. Yeah, it was 100. He just starts training at 100. That's right. So he's already training Jedi for like 400 years. That's right. Because everybody's wondering about when Grogu's going to start being able to train. Because everybody's wondering when he'd be an adult. And I guess you just hit adulthood, like, by 100. Which he's in his 80s. He's going to be in his 80s by the time of the Rey film that they're working on. So, but yeah. So, yeah, Yoda could do this probably. He wouldn't, but he could.
Yeah.
Because, once again, Jedi don't do this type of thing with the Force. They don't tend to show off unless you're an Anakin who, like, doesn't take yourself seriously when it comes to this stuff when you should.
Yeah.
And then, of course, they're still asking about the stone because they know the stone is around. And so they're like, all right, we'll show you our little secret of how we do this. Because that is a question that's coming up, is like, how are they so powerful? So the Echo Stone.
Yep. And then
we get some power hungry.
Yep.
Yeah, you are correct, Jade. Anakin is not the best poster Jedi. Anakin and Elzar, not exactly poster children. Elzar's at least trying, but...
Elzar's trying, but things keep going sideways.
He kind of keeps letting his emotions get the better of him. Hopefully Phase 3 Elzar's getting there.
Yeah.
I guess we're going to find out in a few months, because we're about to start getting Phase 3 books.
Yeah. Vix loudly announces to the room.
That's what we want!
And Mr. Grumpy Pants over there is like, fucking.
I knew it! You were here to steal from us! And so...
And it's like, come on, man!
But yeah, so after some talking, thankfully Barnabas is a good Jedi Master and knows how to, like, calm the room out. He's like, look, we're not here to steal. I would like to study this more, but we want to make sure that you give us permission before we do any of that, though, because it is your property. But also, I have a feeling that something is going on here more than you know.
Yeah.
Because their land is dying after years of prosperity, which they tell us that the stone brought the prosperity.
Yep.
And so...
After they were... We should probably explain what the stone does.
Well,
because that's elaborated. That's essentially told immediately at the beginning.
So for one, we know that it provides everybody around it that the ability to connect with the Force better, because we see that.
Yeah. No, it literally explained what it does at the beginning.
Did I miss? Is it at the very beginning?
No, not sorry. At the beginning of this flashback. What it does and why they're after it.
Oh yeah, amplifying connection to the Force. In the days of the Sith, it was hidden here to prevent the capture from the evil Sith, Lord Darth Ravi, or Ravi. We don't have a pronunciation
Yeah.
there.
So
Since then, the gem is rumored to have sustained the islands, which is we learn. So right, that's why I was skipping that because we get the confirmation of that in
Yeah.
this part of the comic because eventually they confirm yes, that's what's going on. The stone was hidden here long ago, along with a bunch of the people that founded Angkor,
Yep.
because a lot of them were refugees hiding from the Sith. And the Echo Stone brought prosperity to them and hid them from the Sith
Mhm.
at the same time. And so it brought prosperity to the island, allowed them to hide from the Hutts and the Sith and all that, because they were also because it was originally stolen away from the Hutts.
Yep.
But yeah, we learn about their prosperous time, and now we learn that they're kind of, and that they're, they had plentiful food and everything.
Yeah.
Like the Force kind of just provided for them.
Yep.
Unfortunately, now everything's kind of tilted the other way, and things are starting to die off. They still have their connection and amplification of the Force, but the crops and everything aren't doing well.
Yeah.
And you can tell that the seas are dying. Like
The fish are dying. The crops are dying. Things are not going well.
Yeah.
At all.
And so Barnabas is unsure how to take that information because he's like, it could be a dark side artifact. Well, I think it's a little both. I don't mind the magic crystals in this case. The Echo Stone kind of works in a thing in that because there aren't a lot of artifacts that actually, there aren't a lot of rocks that do that. I'd say kyber crystals and this.
Yeah.
At least in
about-
canon. At least in canon. That's about
That's
it.
about it.
And the only reason that the Echo Stone and kyber crystals work is because they are life, because they're living, sort of. At least the kyber crystals. We know kyber crystals are a living item, which kind of adds to the whole. I mean, the Force is magic. At the end of the day,
Admit
It's-
the fact that the Force is just straight up magic.
it's just magic.
Yeah.
And there's,
It's
but
a
I
so-
see your point. I see your point too. Like you kind of want to drift away from that. I don't mind either direction, personally. And I think there's enough. I think there's enough books and comics out there that we can get the best of both worlds.
Hmm.
It's similar to a conversation we had last week about the conversation of being heavily connected to the other movies and shows versus being like brand new unexplored territory. I think as long as we get both, then the franchise is in the right direction, and I think we are, because we get the High Republic content, and then we get shows like The Mandalorian that are heavily connected to the movies and stuff, and kind of filling in the gaps. Whereas the High Republic is brand new content that really isn't related to anything else.
No.
Like the only relations are some Jedi who appear like Yoda Yaddle and some of the older Jedi Council members. But that's it in
Yeah.
terms of connection. Like the Nihil aren't important to anything that happens in the movies.
No, they're not. Although, nah, I'll say that.
Like the most important relevance to them is that they are part of the reason that the Republic kind of starts its downfall.
Yeah.
And even then the Republic was kind of going to head that way anyways.
Yeah. Because time.
Well, time and also just corruption with capitalism.
Yeah, time and the nature of people.
Yeah. And so, hey, how you doing, Zach?
Hello.
Happy Saturday. We're just talking comics. We're talking Quest of the Jedi.
Yeah. And
Or-
so, back on topic. The lady's like, "All right, look,
we'll let you look
we'll
at
let
it.
you look at it, but you can't take it with you."
Yeah. And so Barnabas, so of course Vix tries to interfere again, and Barnabas is like, "No, stop. We are doing this their way."
It's like, quit being so damn unreasonable about this.
Once again, yeah, Jade, I get that. A lot of the amulet, like a lot of the magical like Force artifacts, you tend to, at least in canon, yeah, they are kind of Jedi related. I know in Legends they were more Sith related, like amulets, like you said. We haven't really explored amulets as much in canon, really. Like we don't have like stuff like Tulak hordes type stuff and oh, I forgot his name. Karnas, the Mirror Talisman. We don't have like the Mirror Talisman, which is the reason that the Rakghoul Plague exists in Legends.
Grand.
Yeah, the Rakghoul Plague started because of Sith. Fun fact.
Great.
Oh no, you're fine. I love we.
God,
This is a short
why?
comic that we're talking about, so like it's
Why
fine having
did
this
you
interaction.
do this, man? Said the normal person about the Sith Lord,
Yeah.
knowing full well that they were evil.
Well,
and
Karnas,
power-hungry.
Karnas Mirror made it because he was trying to like create an army of dark using the Force and brainwashing them essentially,
Oh,
and
man, you kind of succeeded.
he succeeded.
I guess.
And as long as you have the Mirror Talisman, you can actually control the Rakghouls.
Oh well, then you definitely succeeded.
But you have to be Force sensitive for one. Yeah. So, otherwise, the Mirror Talisman kind of just spreads the Rakghoul Plague on its own, which we see when a Mandalorian named Pulsifer tries to use it, and it goes badly.
Yeah, that didn't work.
This is in the Knights of Republic
So,
comic books,
this
which
is called-
up there.
You know, my thing about just fucking shoot Sith artifacts or don't touch them.
Yeah, this is one of those. Except the Mirror Talisman is kind of living, and so don't touch it, don't find it. It will attach itself to you,
Ah, no.
and it's like a little creepy scorpion the way it does it. It does.
Oh God, why does
it
it
just
have-
crawls up you and goes,
Like,
and it goes around your neck because it's a talisman.
Oh, no. That's horrible. I fucking hate that.
Oh man, we'll do more legend stuff
Uh.
in the future, but right now I want to keep it mostly
Yeah.
canon, with Visions and SWTOR being the exception.
Yeah.
Right now.
So, like,
Yeah, Sith artifacts are not optional.
oh God, damn it, they're
That's why, when the Jedi get them and try to place them somewhere safe, they secure, at least in Legends, they secured them in a gel that would be like force absorbent, so you couldn't like
Mm.
connect to them. Otherwise, they're very dangerous.
Yeah. All right.
But yeah, back to
So,
the Echo Stone.
So they're like, all right, you don't get to take it with you. He's like, I'm not trying to take the damn thing.
Unless
Well,
it's
look-
unless it's dangerous.
Yeah.
Because he's like, if it's dangerous, then you probably shouldn't have it. Because he's like, it could be lying to you. Because that's one of the things he brings up.
Yeah.
Because he's like, it could have falsified giving you all this prosperity, only to now reveal its true nature
Hmm.
and be taking it away now. And that's the price of all your force enhancements.
Mm.
It's a monkey's paw situation.
You made your 3 wishes, now all the fingers are curled.
And now you get the bad part of a monkey's paw wish.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he's
All
like,
the finger
Yeah.
curling is not.
no,
One finger will curl per wish, and
even one
it,
wish can fuck you over in a monkey's paw
Basically,
situation.
how for some reason, like, I thought that all 3. No, my brain corrected itself, and it's like that's not how it works for monkey's paw situations.
Yeah, like literally one wish could fuck you over.
The wish will come true,
But there's always
but it will fuck you over later.
yeah, it's a proper genie situation, not
Yeah.
a movie genie situation. So then we go back to Barnabas says, "All right, I'm gonna meditate on this and figure out what's going on with this because I need to figure out what's going on with this artifact because obviously something fucky is going on."
It's like I don't know what it is, but some bullshit's happening here.
So he starts to sleep. Well, he's meditate, but he's also going to go to bed, and because he figures because dreams are a way of getting visions. And Vix, of course, is picking on him, going, "I thought sleeping doesn't count as meditation." He's
Like,
you can get visions and dreams, so it counts. And he in fact does.
yeah.
And it's funny seeing this dream because it makes me immediately think, because we are in the High Republic era, so it makes me think even more about other High Republic content, because the dream is him swimming through this ocean, which of course is like, the Force is an ocean. It's immediately the thoughts I have, because that's something that the High Republic, at least Elzar's view of the
Yeah,
Force.
different people see the Force very differently.
Yeah, Elzar's view is the Force is an ocean, and the deeper you go into it, the the darker it can become, and the deep there is a bottom, but it's almost never ending.
Yeah.
And so Barnabas is swimming in his dream when he gets captured by all these fish and entangled in like squid, octopus, and squid, and he realizes that the Echo Stone is neither good nor evil.
Yeah.
It's force ambivalent.
Yep.
It's just living the true nature of the force, which is a balanced stuff. Because, so, we talked about balance and how like there's no gray because you can't be both light and dark, but nature has both light and dark in it. Because the nature of the force is that there is still light and dark, but you can't. The moment you are actively reaching into the dark is when you're fucking with nature. Because the light side is natural for everybody to use. The dark side is more of like it represents death and stuff like that within nature. And so that stuff will happen naturally, but to try to control the force and use the dark side, that goes against that balance. And the Echo Stone is kind of an embodiment of that. At least the way that's what Barnabas kind of realizes from his dream. And so he learns that the Echo Stone needs to be like removed from the planet if the planet is to go back to surviving, because they have been relying on it. So in a way, his theory was correct in that they relied on it so much that now it has to balance itself out on the far end of the spectrum, and the only way to do that is to kill everything.
Yeah.
Because the dark side is natural.
It's like you used up all of your light points, so now only dark points are left.
And
it's checking its balances,
and you can't.
And you guys are being left wanting at the moment.
And you can't draw from the dark side, and if you do, that's only gonna make things worse.
Yeah.
Because it has to happen naturally, so it has to be taken somewhere where it can do that naturally without hurting anybody.
Yeah. If people weren't here, this wouldn't be a problem, but because people are here and knowingly using it, it is a problem.
Yeah. Whereas if yeah. Yeah, it's becoming now a thing where, at least in canon, the dark side is more of a natural, like, it's kind of like when you have a river flowing, and the dark side is that river, and the moment you try to draw on the dark side, it's like putting a dam in that river. And so then you stop the force from flowing as it's meant to. I'm kind of stealing this an analogy from other content creators that have discussed it way better than I can. Credits to the Dyad for this take. So Chaco and Element 7, Darth Chaco, and this is a better. They've explained it better than I have, but this is a take that a lot of canon and content creators are kind of realizing is kind of, at least how canon is trying to represent the Force, is that balance requires letting the dark side flow unimpeded, and you can draw from the light side still because that's what it's meant to do. You're meant to draw on that, but the moment you're drawing on the dark side, you're impeding the Force from its natural flow. And usually you're not, when you're drawing from the light side, you're not controlling the Force. The Force is usually having its will flow through you, which is the difference, I guess. The true difference between light and dark. It's a difference between controlling the Force and letting the Force flow through you naturally. This became Force talk, but I mean, we're talking about stuff that relates to that, because the Echo Stone relates to that.
Yes.
And so obviously the people of Ancourt are not happy about this solution of let's take the stone off of here.
Probably, what if we didn't allow that?
And so they get into a big fight.
Like, for me, once again, I think it's just a slight pacing problem since it's a one and done.
Yeah, it's a one shot. It's a one shot comic. This is meant to just, I guess. I just don't expect a big back and forth in the storyline, so this is why it doesn't bother me that the story's kind of as fast as it is. And also, it's a comic. I'm used to this kind of pacing in comics.
Yeah.
I mean, this is longer for most comics, actually. 35 pages is a little bit longer than your general comic. Like it's only a little bit longer. It's not quite double.
Yeah.
It's not quite double the length because most traditional comics are about 22 pages with ads in them. That's including like your ad pages.
Sorry, I don't mean to sound like I'm bored by this,
No, you're just
but
yeah. As
I
usual,
have a bit of a sleep problem.
yeah. But yeah, generally about 22 pages is your average comic book. I would say if they had made a double, it would be about 44. This is probably about double without the ads, though.
Yeah.
Because this is without ads, the 35 count.
They're just like, the people of Ancourt are like, you know what? We'll just fuck you up.
And so the Lady of Ancord immediately unleashes all this dark side rage through the power.
Because he's like, hey, I bet if... Because Master Vim is like, you know, I bet if I just disrupted this
we would see your true
crystal's
nature.
flow, we'd see what had happened if you didn't have it.
Yeah, because he basically is predicting that Lady Ancord is already like connected to this, and he feels that she's not speaking of her own free will. He's already kind of deduced this, and so he's like, "What if I just touch it? What if I get in the way of this
For like
for a second?" And immediately she does not like that.
And I'm like, yeah, the dark. I'm like, sometimes the dark side can be addicting.
And so yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't argue. Sometimes that's the nature of the dark side. That's exactly the nature of the dark side.
This one is one of those times where the effect of like
is immediate. Yeah. So like
that is what I mean. This time it's like
once again we'll show our audience because the art in this is really good too. So like
the illustrators and the colorists on this one did pretty good.
Yeah. Boom! Look at that.
So it's like civil conversation,
tries to touch
slight
stone.
disruption. I'll fucking kill you.
Yeah, and so that's what we get from this, and so immediately she releases all this dark side energy in this honestly really cool looking section, and then we get a quick battle that ends with Vix disrupting the stone by cutting into it.
Yeah.
And breaking it into 3. And this releases Lady of Ancord from the control of the stone.
Yeah. Just needed to turn off the evil juice for a couple minutes.
And it seems it was only her being affected this way.
Yeah.
Because the rest of her people are still trying to... They're like, we're still going to get you for this. And then Lady of Ancord wakes up and she's like, no. We're good.
I'm good.
They helped me.
They helped. Get that fucking thing away from me.
Yeah. Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. To reference Monsters, Inc. But yeah, so they realize that, yes, they need to separate the fragments, and that's the only way to kind of keep the galaxy safe. And so they...
Normally, I'm against...
Go ahead.
The invitation of, like...
Somebody finding them? like in a... Like, this is
so
like...
the entire point of
this is a Deus
was
Ex.
to be left alone from, like, evil people, and I'm like, I understand, but this is an exception to the rule.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly because we see the Republic invited to places to help a lot. I'm like, great. This is one of the few times where I'm like, yeah, you guys might need their help.
Well, I think also in the case of Barnabas and Vix is they are... I don't know if they have a title for them in canon yet, but they're kind of like artifact seekers. Like that's kind of their job, is to find artifacts and then deal with them in a Jedi way of like, okay, do we need to place these around the galaxy where nobody can grab them? Do we bring them to the Jedi Temple where it can be safe? It depends. And in this case, too powerful to bring to the Jedi Temple. Don't want to do that because that will... I mean, the Jedi Temple already has its problem in that it's built on top of a Sith shrine.
I've already said my piece about how I feel about that.
Well, it's that, you know, the idea was we're going to cleanse this site, but obviously that didn't happen because Palpatine is actually using the Sith Shrine a lot in canon still, because he goes in there and he goes downstairs and it's in Tarkin, the Tarkin novel, which you haven't read yet. He goes in.
Frustrated that for some reason a senator was allowed to roam freely in the Jedi Temple. For
My
some reason.
upset is with Obi-Wan and Anakin comic that a Supreme Chancellor is allowed to just make the worst temple zoning choices.
I don't know why. They're not good at that. They're capable at almost everything else, but
Zoning laws they're not so great on.
they're not so great.
But no, my problem is more with they allow Anakin to be alone with Palpatine as a child.
That one's also weird.
And I get that they were kind of pressured because it's the Supreme Chancellor, and at this time the Republic and the Jedi are kind of one organization.
Yeah.
Which is a problem.
Yeah.
But that's a whole. Whenever we read Obi-Wan and Anakin, we'll get to that discussion.
Discuss that again.
But yeah, so the comic ends with Barnabas and Vix going, all right, we're going to go our separate ways as Master and Apprentice so we can separate these. Yeah, and Luke also didn't pick a bad site. He just had bad luck with the fact that Palpatine as a clone was fucking with his nephew. Also, his nephew as a 22-year-old learns that his grandfather was one of the greatest Sith Lords of all time. Not because anybody in the family told him, but because it was public news that dropped no
one had the sit-down conversation with him.
No,
they needed to have.
Instead it was him finding out from like TMZ.
Yeah.
As an adult.
It's like
he's a full-grown adult. Well, so so if we're talking canon versus legends, that's where it matters. So in Legends, he builds it on top of the Massassi temples in Yavin 4, which, yes, then you're... Okay, yeah. In canon, he builds it on top of Ossus, which is a classic in Legends. That's like a classic Jedi location, because it's in the Tales of the Jedi comics. So, classic location, which also is a location that Luke uses in the EU as well, because they find a bunch of Jedi artifacts there in the EU. Because they were protected by this old Jedi Master who could turn into a tree. The race that Barnabas played one time.
Okay.
Yeah, for the Knights 2 campaign when he was the tree race.
All right.
But yeah, in current canon, it's confirmed that it is Ossus that is the training grounds that he starts his academy at. Which I thought was a nice little touch for Legends fans. But yeah, so Barnabas and Vix go their separate ways. Vix has 2 of them, and then we go back to the present where Aslan Rael's like, okay, these stones are probably the key to getting the rod to work or something. They got to be connected somehow. Although it feels like a stretch to me, because I don't see the connection.
I don't. So what the connection I think that he thinks is basically like, oh, this is related to the artifact that Zala Macri
and Kevmo Zink.
Zala Macri is one person.
Yeah, Zala Macri and Kevmo Zink.
He was like, okay, where the fuck did these crystal shards go? Because that's probably why they were murdered. Not like...
Because he knows the rod exists, but he doesn't know how it plays into everything.
He's like, oh, they were looking for the rod, these crystals.
Oh, it's because the Force tells him that the stones are involved. The Force is just speaking to him, so... A hunch.
That's what he's got. He's like...
He's got a Force hunch. A Force hunch.
That's about it.
Which, I mean, a Force hunch is very useful in Star Wars, so, like, in this case, strong evidence that he's probably right. We won't find out probably until Edge of Balance or Path of Vengeance, which I haven't read yet. Yeah.
So we will see.
We will see. I'm kind of disappointed that Path of Vengeance does not have a audio book yet, and we're not getting one until next month, according to Cavan Scott. Because Cavan wrote Path of Vengeance. And so somebody asked him on Twitter, and he said, like, June 6th or something like that is when the audiobook's supposed to drop. But we'll have already reviewed the book before then. Because let me look at our schedule. Let's see. Escape reality, Summer Talk. Well, it'll load.
Although, I do kind of enjoy the.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it in next month.
Hmm.
Wait, no. Sorry. I was looking at the wrong thing. No, I was right. Next month. Yep.
All right.
We'll actually be talking about it a few days before the audiobook drops.
I see.
But yeah. But that's it for this one. I'd give this 7.5.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I'm not.
Like, it gives us information that we need. It's a decently written. It's a well done art, but it's Dark Horse. I expect good art from them at this point. Like, I have not, even when they do more stylized things, Dark Horse has never really disappointed me with their art styles in comics. Personally, anyways. Trying to think on anything else. Let me double check something. I'm just curious. Okay, she's done some DC comics and stuff before. So she's done comics before, but mostly she works on novels, Claudia Gray. So next week. Tells of well, for one, next week, celebrating your birthday.
Yes.
But also, we'll be talking Tales of Enlightenment, No Such Thing as a Bad Customer. The new short story that part 2 just came out this month, so that's why we had to wait for 2 months, because there was a part 1, part 2.
I disagree with that sentence title, but...
And then...
But I don't think that's what that's going to be like about.
Well, we also know that at this point, the short stories are starting to take place closer to the Battle of Jeddah.
Yeah.
Because we were leading up to it last time. I think we were like just as the battle was starting. Actually, last time is where the last short story took place, was just as the battle started. And so, and then, so I had to change the schedule for this month a little bit to fit that. So we're going to do No Such Thing as a Bad Customer, Phase 2, Volume 1, Balance of the Force comic, so the first volume of the current comic, so the first 5 issues. And then we still end the month with Jedi Survivor, which you've been playing a little bit too.
Yeah.
You got to play a little bit.
Oh.
I've been playing it a lot. I'm almost done. I've 100%ed Kobo, 100%ed Coruscant, 100. I need to finish today. I'm gonna stream and I'm gonna get some Jeddah done, because once I get Jeddah done, I can more easily find treasure. So the data discs and the priorite, I'll be able to find those more easily. Oh, and the Jeddah scrolls, but I'll have probably found all those before I unlock the treasure upgrade for the map.
And then I want to talk to you about Survivor, but I'm like,
yeah, because it's
finished.
Yeah, because you know the story.
I know the story.
I'm only missing the end of the story, and we're not going to spoil anything here. We're going to save that for the Jedi Survivor episode. So plenty of time for everybody who wants to play to still play without any spoilers for that.
This has no bearing on the story of Jedi Survivor. You are a completionist a little bit.
A little bit. I
am not.
A little bit. I think a lot of it. I finally managed. So I did the Cobra Cal trophy. I managed to do the kill 3 enemies with a roller mine at once.
And what I mean by that is not necessarily in terms of achievements, but like in terms of like
getting that
side objectives.
Yeah, side objectives.
For me, that in games, it's always like I'll do a few here and there if they give me a thing I want.
What's funny is in Jedi Survivor, the side quest, the only thing that's really a true side quest is the bounty hunter thing.
Yeah.
Because the rest of the things, if you just explore the map, you'll run into somebody and they'll be like, "Hey, have you checked this thing out?" Because like that's the side because they call them rumors,
Yeah.
and they go, "Have you checked this thing out?" And if you already have, Cal will be like, "Oh yeah, I already checked that out." And it's just like, "Oh, oops." And so it's not really side quest, really. It's just them kind of pushing you to explore the map more.
Yeah. And like Miyu is like, I'm gonna go deal
You're-
with the problem.
Yeah. So really, all that I mean, so the bounty hunting and then the monster hunting are really the only
Yeah.
true like side quest. And even then, the side and the fishing, which if Zach is checking out the game, Clown Baby in the comments, if he's checking out the game, I'm sure he's loving the fishing side quest with Scuba Stev, which I am 100% calling that's a Scuba Steve reference. Scuba Stev, really?
So
You're gonna tell me that's not Scuba Steve?
God, can I have a moment of pride about that game?
Yeah.
Ninth Sister.
Oh yeah. So I guess this is a minor like near the beginning of the game spoiler. Let me. So if you want to know nothing about Jedi Survivor still, if you have not had a chance to play it, this is your warning.
Light spoiler.
This is a light spoiler that happens in the first mission.
Yeah.
So take that with a grain of salt. We'll leave this up until we're done talking about it.
Yep. End of mission 1.
Or near the end.
Yeah.
You fight Ninth Sister because Ninth Sister survived falling out of a tree. Which that makes sense. I think a lot of people called that.
A
lot of people called that Ninth Sister
I would
survived.
expect an Inquisitor to be able to save themselves from dying by falling out of a tree.
Especially because she wasn't like fatally injured.
Yeah.
The only thing really was that her arm was cut off because
Yep.
Cal cut her arm.
I don't know how I won that fight on the first go.
Yeah, so for our viewers, I've been playing the game on story mode, the easiest of all options, because I just want to get through the game. I want to enjoy it. I don't feel like being challenged too much at all. I just want to play the game. The puzzles are already a challenge. The finding everything's already a challenge. Let me just enjoy the story. You, on the other hand, were like, I'll do Jedi Knight, which is the normal setting, because it's story mode, apprentice, knight, master, grandmaster.
Yeah. And I was like, well, not master or grandmaster.
Just
But-
let's go on knight, which is like that's
The
usually
normal difficulty.
and usually normal difficulty is what the game designers mean for you to play.
Yeah. Barely won that fight, but hey, first round go, still won.
Yeah, you did it in the first go, and his bar was like this, and he had no more no more stems
Nothing.
because you had already picked up the extra stem, so you had 3 stems.
Yep.
Instead of 2, because that could have gone worse with just 2.
Yeah.
And so you had like this much health. You were in the final because it's like 3 waves. Because you have so you get to the 3rd wave and you're in that last wave and you manage to just barely knock it out. And God,
Like, I couldn't figure out what to do for the second.
oh, when she's doing the force thing,
Yeah, to like her own head, and I'm like, what are you?
I think you kind of just have to time that out and let
Yeah.
that. Because I think
Like-
she gets exhausted from doing it, and so you wait till she's not doing it, then you
Yeah.
can
The other thing you can do is what I ended up doing, which is
kind of
like,
just forcing her
standing-
hand.
forcing her to like move. Like she'll dodge out of the way, and it's like, all right, good. Then she'll
Try to hit you, and then you have to either, if it's red, you got to dodge. If it's normal, you got to deflect. But
I
yeah,
didn't quite master deflecting to the way.
dodging you weren't so bad.
Dodging. but,
Dodging's usually easier,
Bloodborne
anyways.
and Elden Ring got me.
Yeah. But yeah, so we'll end the spoiler segment there for that.
Yeah.
But we'll talk more in depth at the end of the month about that game. But like I said, next time, Tales of Enlightenment, no such thing as a bad customer. I think that's everything I want to talk about. Everything you wanted to talk about before we do our outro?
No.
Okay. So thank you all for watching.
We could have talked about the Scream movie, but we're already
Yeah,
today,
we'll talk about that like next
some
week.
other time.
Yeah, maybe next week if we have time. Thank you all for watching. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel if you're watching on YouTube. It's youtube.com/Escape Reality Films. If you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films. Be sure to follow or subscribe. Any way you can help, always appreciated. We also have a Patreon, patreon.com/Escape Reality Films, where you can watch our YouTube content a week before it's uploaded to YouTube. Right now, there's not a lot of that going on because I've been streaming Jedi Survivor, so there's no new YouTube content other than Survivor going on because I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. Once I finish Survivor, though, schedule's going to kind of go back to normal when it comes to upload schedule. I also have TikTok, Escape Reality Films, where you can watch me talk about new comics, new TV shows, and all that as they come out. You can also watch me give movie reviews, which this week I'm going to watch The New Guardians, because that's out right now. And, what else? Any other social media that no, that's it for social media. You can also check out him on a D&D show.
Yeah. Sadly, I won't be able to do that this week because I'm working again. But it's still worth checking out. They have enough people to manage that, and we're kind of doing downtime. Unfortunately, one of the PCs backstory has kind of gotten involved in that they've invited a rival faction over to dinner because they failed to let their sister know, hey, I'm still alive. Whoops, I didn't know that the antagonist faction would know it was me. Better bluff my way out of this one.
Yep. And so you can find that on
Over
Twitch.
At Steam, all caps, _dungeon.
And if you're watching on YouTube, that is linked down below. And that is at 5 to 7 Central Time on Sunday.
Yes.
Sundays. Yep. Hey, I got it. I think that's everything for here because we're not at the studio. Normally we would give credit to the studio and where we're at for that location. But this week we're not. So this week.
Nope, not this week.
Next week we should be back at the studio though. So we'll see you guys next week. Once again with Tales of Enlightenment, No Such Thing as a Bad Customer. And I have spoken. Hey everybody, welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I'm your host Caleb.
I am Seth. I talk Star Wars with this man.
All right, and we're actually starting a little bit on time for once. So this week we are going to be going over a short story. We got Tales of Enlightenment, No Such Thing as a Bad Customer. Sorry, I just had a brain fart there. My brain said, hey, you don't know what you're talking about. But before we go into that, some Star Wars news. This week actually was pretty packed with some stuff. So we learned Jaleel White, best known for Urkel on Family Matters. Obviously, he's done a lot of good work since then, but I feel like that's the show that will always kind of haunt him. Yeah, it made him famous, but also he kind of wants to move on from it. Yeah. He's been confirmed as playing a pirate in Skeleton Crew, which I think that's going to be a lot of fun. And of course, Jude Law's character is still kind of a mysterious figure. We know that he's in charge of taking care of the kids that are the main characters for Skeleton Crew, but we don't know beyond that.
Playing a parental figure in Star Wars, that's a bad time for you, pal.
But yeah, he confirmed it while, of all things, while doing an interview at an Oilers game. Oilers hockey, I should clarify. But yeah, that's such a weird location to reveal. Oh yeah, I'm in Star Wars.
Strange place.
Of course, other stuff that he's known for is he was the animated Sonic the Hedgehog in the classic Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon. The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon, specifically. He's also been on Perfect Strangers, the spinoff for Family Matters. Or sorry, he wasn't on Perfect Strangers. Perfect Strangers. Family Matters is a spinoff of Perfect Strangers. My bad. My brain's still trying to kick in. I think we're both in that mode though, where our brain is still.
Because
We explain every week
Yeah, go ahead.
that we're just usually exhausted when we start, but like,
This week was.
yeah. Oh, before we get into more Star Wars news, do we want to talk about the fun thing we did this weekend? Or
Might as well.
yeah. So, happy birthday.
Thank you.
So Seth's birthday passed.
Yes, I'm 24 now.
Hey. But we didn't go drinking.
No.
Instead, you don't drink
I
often.
don't
Well,
drink a lot.
I was about to
Actually,
say
that's incorrect. I drink infrequently.
when you
What
do,
I do.
it's a lot.
Yeah.
It makes up for it.
Fortunately, I'm not like a loud drunk.
No. You're a I'm gonna relax and kind of zone out drunk.
Yeah. Oh, you guys are watching football or whatever. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care.
But so instead you requested I run a D&D game for you, a one shot, which of course the rules of one shots are never one shots, and that applied for this one. So I've invested. So those who have followed me for a while know about this. I've invested a lot of money into Grim Hollow, which is, for those of you who don't know, Grim Hollow is it's a third-party setting created by Ghostfire Gaming, and it's basically, it uses the core rules of 5e, but then it like creates a new setting set in this grim dark horror fantasy setting.
Dark fantasy.
Yeah. I think they go with grim dark is how they describe it because of it. Thank you. But it's because I think they go with grim dark because it goes beyond just a dark fantasy. Like we kind of take that role of, oh no, nothing goes right here. But so I finally
Can't go wrong. It will go wrong.
yeah. So I finally get to use that setting, and I went through the campaign guide to see like beginner adventures that they give, and so I picked the first one that they suggest, which is a lot. To tell you how tough this world is, one of the first adventures that they suggest running, it has a minimum level requirement of 4. It wants your party to have level 4 to 6 characters. And y'all fought some things that like proved that that was probably, yeah. We probably should have, y'all probably should have used some money to magic up your weapons some before the game started.
Yeah, I'll manage something.
Because
The fucking
there were some, let's not give away too much, but there were some enemies that they could not get damage in properly. They were giving half damage because a lot of these creatures had, like, conditions that were like, oh, I only take half on that.
yeah.
And in case you don't know anything about D&D, you can negate that by like either silvering your weapons or, in the case of some of these things, getting adamantine weapons.
Yeah.
And that will negate that ability from an enemy. Yeah. Or you can just know magic and use magic spells on them, and that works too. Although certain magic spells might not, because also elemental immunities.
Yeah. Like we were hitting them really hard.
Yeah, like y'all would get some nat 20s, and then it would be like, hey, we did 24 damage. Well, really, you did 12.
Yeah.
It's like, oh.
Damn it.
And then, but yeah, so the premise, because I can share the premise, and we did record the game, and so it'll come out whenever we feel like, honestly. This is a situation of, we'll play the rest of the session, like, story, because we only got 3/4 of the way through it,
Yeah.
which is why a one-shot becomes a two-shot, because you never finished the one-shot the first night.
God.
We ran for 4 hours.
Yeah.
which is a decent time to run a D&D game. Like 4 to 6 hours is usually your generic running time for a group for a session. Like 4 hours is your basic minimum session. Like most sessions don't go past that, and then if they do, it's your hardcore sessions.
I do kind of feel like the home game that I run suffers a little bit because I'm like, all right, I've got like 2.5 hours, kind of.
I think
Everything sort of.
I think though we find a way to make things run in a way to where like because like you said you half that, but like the issue that we ran with your birthday game one shot is the opposite thing that we have because with the game you run because the game you run we fly through things. We very quickly are like, okay, what's the situation? What do we want to do? Oh, we want to do that. And then we
Or do we want to go and just
we generally
sort it out?
make decisions quickly.
Yeah.
Generally, I say generally because Drew because the other two players, well, 2 out of 4, and one of them usually doesn't always show up, but 2 out of 4 who do show up with me, they are a little bit slower on the uptake when it comes to keeping track of what's going on.
I hope you were paying attention.
Yeah, and that's usually the issue.
I'm not explaining it too much.
Thankfully, I'm usually there to pay
It
attention.
has the funny thing of, all right, guys.
Yeah, it's become a game. Are you about to
Yeah,
talk about our
the game-
favorite game every week?
The game that we play every week is, hey guys, what happened last week?
And generally, I can give a good summary. I'm usually though it'll be out of order,
Yeah.
but I can generally say this is what happened, and then but I usually don't interject during that game because I'm like, okay, I want to see if they know.
I remember.
And generally, they'll get like I'd say about 50% of
Yeah.
it. And they'll miss some of the major details, but they'll get most of it. And then you and I will quickly be like, okay, here's the stuff that you missed that might be important that you might want to know. And so, but the opposite problem happened with the one shot because that was a case of y'all were trying to make decisions for a good long time on a lot of things. Like the very start, I could see that y'all were going to be making some choices because it took y'all a while to decide. Okay, basic premise, because I have to say the basic premise before I talk about the first decision you have to make. So the basic premise is that in this world of Atharis, which is your grimdark fantasy setting, there is a tavern that interdimensional hops and basically will find prey to lure into it. And then whenever it brings people inside of it, it will trap them and there's no escape from the tavern. And it is called the Tavern of the Lost, which is the name of the adventure. So the first choice y'all have to make is what are y'all going to do about some werewolves that are chasing you? It's the very first thing that happens. They're being immediately chased by werewolves. And so you have a choice of, are we going to fight it? Are we going to hide from them? Or are we going to run towards that tavern that's right there? And even on that choice, there was a little bit of debate. It was quick debate,
It was a very quick one.
but there was some debate.
Yeah.
There was some debate, which was like, oh, what? But I could tell, like, the fact that there was even debate on that, I was like, okay, this is gonna be a session of conversations of what do we do, and I was correct. Which y'all did speed run some stuff, only to then slow down again and kind of make up for the time that you had just managed to regain. Y'all were like, we regained some time. Let's actually use that time to now be slow again.
Yep.
But everybody enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Everybody seemed to everybody said they had a good time.
We had some of our friends and who
Eh,
had never played with each other.
Yeah, this is a group of. So we had a group of 5.
Yeah.
And we almost had 6, but unfortunately, I guess some people just couldn't make it right on time. Because, like, John showed up to listen, but I guess he couldn't make it on time to play, is why he didn't play with us. But he enjoyed listening to it. We had a few people listening because if you were in the Discord, you could listen in, and I basically opened an invite for people to listen in. Just you couldn't interact because we didn't want to distract from the players, which is something that one of my buddies does in a different Discord server, which he actually listened in a little bit. My buddy Malik, who runs his own D&D game with some of our Star Wars buddies, like B Dazzler and some people from Podwans. They played in the Podwan server, actually. Do a similar thing where they tell everybody, hey, if you're not part of the game, just mute your mic. Yeah. You could also have conversation with us, like you can type and chat, just don't interact with the game itself. Yeah. No influencing the game. Which I think everybody respectfully did, and I appreciate that for those who did listen in. And it seemed everybody enjoyed it, though, both players and listeners. And so I hope when we do release it that you guys will enjoy it, for those of y'all who aren't part of it. Although, I guess that's incentive to join the Discord, is because we haven't figured out when we're going to do part 2 and finish the one-shot yet, but we're probably going to maybe shoot for this Thursday.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
But if not, we can figure it out. The benefit is it's a pre-recorded thing. We didn't do the live thing, so we were able to like not have a schedule in particular of when we play. We just have to be like, hey, when do we want to play? And that's probably if we do a campaign, which it sounds like that's what some of the people in the group want to do. Don't know on your opinion of that. It sounds like we have enough either way. Because it sounds like Chris and Steven want to, because they're falling in love with the setting, which I'm already in love with the setting. I've paid over $1,000 into. Yeah, considering I put almost $1,000 into this property. Yeah, combined, because that's with the player's handbook, miniatures I own, the dice I own. Yeah, the Monster Grimoire. But yeah, so, and then Kiari less so. He says he likes the setting, but it's not like something that he's immediately drawn to, because he's not a dark fantasy guy. Like,
he is. I keep telling him this. I'm like, Kiari, you'd make an amazing horror writer, but the problem is he himself does not like to experience horror.
Which is, maybe, and
It's fine.
yeah, it's not for everybody.
I feel like I am in a weird mix of things that should be scary to me rarely are.
I think you also grew up like watching a good amount of like those type of films to a degree, right? Or no? Am I
Like
kind of well, or like
just things that were
at least horror adjacent?
yeah.
Yeah.
I think me and Kiari also discussed this in that we like he never got to the part where monsters were defeated.
In most fiction,
Yeah.
which 90% of the time they are. There is the 10%, especially in modern horror, where there is no uplifting ending, but that's usually the point, is that it's not an uplifting ending and it's supposed to make you think. Usually those type of films, that's why they do that, but 90% of the time the good guys win.
Yeah, I think for me it has gotten kind of to the point where something that, because I'll be honest, I don't really like fear effects in games.
Oh, like jump scare type stuff and that type of thing? Is that what you mean?
Jump scares are fine. I mean, like in tabletop games, like fear effects and such.
Oh, I know what you mean.
You've gone crazy and you can't do anything now, and I'm like,
oh, so you don't like my super universe?
it's kind of lame to me because it takes away player agency to like try to instill a sense of panic. I'm like, okay, congratulations, you've done that, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like it doesn't always work.
Because then it's a mechanical thing where it works for the character, but for you as the player, it's kind of like, now I have to deal with this.
Yeah.
It's more of an obstacle than an actual like fear.
Yeah. Which is abilities too often, except for things where it makes sense. Like,
If we ran into like an Eldritch God, there you go.
to an Eldritch God, that makes sense. But also, I'm also someone who, despite having a tendency towards more like Gothic and Eldritch horror, I'm also like, there is nothing that man cannot know.
Hmm.
So there's a fundamental disconnect. I'm also like,
So like you are.
born, it can be destroyed,
I mean, but the thing is,
but that's not.
yeah, that's not how like
Works.
Usually it's formless, which is kind of the point. But
Yeah.
then it's like, well, then how can I see it if it's formless?
Yeah.
And now we're diving into a deeper conversation of
Which-
yeah,
Thing is, for me, it produces the result of if I can look at it, I can kill it.
yeah. This has become a D&D podcast.
Or at the very least, hurt it enough to where it's like, fuck that. I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, I mean, and then, but I mean, I guess in the super universe thing,
The
We-
Super Universe thing,
'cause
I
we-
actually really like that one.
because we don't have fear, we have what's it called,
Like insanity.
insanity yeah, which are more like things
Psych meter.
like it's more of like it's a psych meter where
It's like
certain
a health-
certain things happen to you.
normally It's either just like a real quick pass or fail thing.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything that like strictly says you no longer can control your character in a way. It's more of like this is an effect that you get now that you have to deal with until you get rid of that insanity,
Unless you are like
unless you want it for some reason.
me and a nutcase who was like, I need anti-venom, antipsychotics, and a health pack.
Yeah,
Because that's mostly what I spent my money on.
Mhm.
Character.
yeah. So you were set. You were
I
like,
was like,
yeah. But there's also the crazy people that want insanity, would want those effects, and want to test the boundaries and see like what can my character do and still survive. Because there are players that like that, and it also for some players it's also a storytelling device where they could be like, how does this push my character further into like
Yeah.
action by having to deal with these issues. But yeah, so so Grim Hollow is kind of that, except it doesn't. Honestly, I'm surprised that none of the creatures that we've ran across are really like fear based. Like
Yeah.
you have no fear based things.
I feel like we will run into one like that.
Just
But
it's
that's
not. I will admit it's not in this adventure.
Okay.
It would be like if we did
That's out
more.
in the global- That's out in the global.
Yeah, this adventure is very straightforward.
Yeah, it's also very isolated.
It's. I said this before we recorded. I called it a bottle episode.
Yeah, it is.
It's a bottle episode. It's very much like we're in one location, but you're exploring the entire location, and it's really about the personality of this tavern
Yeah.
and getting to know the characters within this tavern, and y'all got to know the characters.
Yep.
Y'all fallen in love with some of the characters too. So I'm curious how things are gonna end, because the whole premise is trying to escape this tavern. So, of course, the question becomes, and I guess it's a question that it's not really a spoiler question, but it's how many people do you take with you as you try to escape?
I'm also worried because some of the people have been in that tavern a long time.
Where they're like, man, the world has changed.
No, I'm not worried about that.
That they'll just die, like,
they'll just die of old
like the
age.
effects of the tavern is what's keeping them alive.
Yeah.
Like they'll just walk out and then dust.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about that.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
In my mind, alongside my other big mistake.
I guess we'll find out.
Also, I got called out on this during the episode by like I think both Steve and Kiari, and they're like, and I don't know why it happens either, but
Mhm.
for some reason I end up taking like a weird pseudo parental role
Yeah.
like a lot.
I'd say you didn't do it in Super Universe.
Yeah, no.
You haven't done it in the Star Wars games yet.
Yeah, no, I've
Yet.
Yeah.
Yet. I say yet because there are.
Universe, I was considering I'm like, Sylvester's probably gonna lean more towards that while looking out for.
You've become like
sub.
you've become besties with Tsub. I wouldn't say a parental figure though. You're more like a big brother in this case because you're about the same age. So it's less of a
Sylvester is a jackass.
yeah.
Except to sub.
But that's because everybody else is a jackass to the sub.
Yeah.
If y'all haven't viewed, there's the Super Universe. So, for my books, the Super Worlds books, I created a tabletop setting, and it's not D&D based. It's my own It uses a lot of similar rules, but
More akin to Pathfinder.
yeah, it's a blend.
Yeah. It's like earlier we said, you have the sanity meter, and then in terms of the skills, they work more like Pathfinder.
Yeah, and so you get because I like to see so I like the simplicity of 5e, but I like the talents and the ability. I like seeing the abilities go up in Pathfinder in that regard.
And so what it is?
So it's a simplified version of Pathfinder in 3.5, but with an insanity thing added as well because I wanted it.
You also kind of have the talent things from Force and Destiny mixed with Mutants and Masterminds is a similar thing.
Yeah, it's kind of a blend of all my favorite tabletop games because I
You're putting it together, and I like it. I want to go back there sometime.
Because I think it's a fun system, but of course I made it, so I'm biased.
Yeah.
But everybody who's played it likes it, and they like the adventures anyways, and they like their characters that they made in it.
I punched a robot. Killed a crime lord.
I would say my favorite players to watch do things are you, Julie. Because Julie keeps fucking with the sub, and but it's also it's genuine, but it's it's kind of it's like being the mom of the group, but it's also the mom of the group who also likes to fuck with the youngest. And then, even though it makes everybody mad, stuff that Josh does.
Josh is very entertaining to play with, I will admit.
Yeah, it's just frustrating in the moment, but then when you reflect on it, you're like, okay, that was funny.
Yeah.
Because in the moment, you're like, how do I deal with this shit?
Thanks. Thank you for fucking black bagging and killing the target I was trying to get back home.
Because Josh because he played a politician, but he was like, I want to be a dirty, corrupt politician who's playing everybody, and it became House of Cards, and it's just and mixed with Game of Thrones bullshit, and then he teamed up with Philip as a lug nut, and that's when it became worse, because when the two of them got together, it was oh no, because you had two corrupt politicians. One really just going for the ride. Yeah. Josh was the one masterminding things, while Philip was I'm just going along.
See what happens.
And then you had Bartimus, on the other hand, trying to play against them in that game. We just had a good group. It was an entertaining group.
All I remember is that Sylvester didn't struggle when police showed up to arrest him, so that at the end of it, I was just I'm just gonna take the body and leave, and no one stopped me.
Well, yeah, because you went through, you were very privileged in that you look very much human and all that, even though you are raised amphibian.
Yeah.
And so
Sylvester is weird.
Sylvester got
He's half Ashwinian, half human, raised on Amphibu.
Yeah.
Who.
A little bit of your privilege. I would say Sylvester got away with some privilege there with how the arrest went down. Because yeah, he got some privilege.
He didn't do anything, so they were
whereas Tsub would not have gotten that same privilege. You were very privileged. You were human privileged because they were oh, this is a human. And he let us just take him in, so obviously he's not guilty of anything. And so that's basically how that went down.
And then the the fucked up part.
which feeds into the political machinations of everything, which feeds Josh and
Get this guy on anything.
which just feeds Josh and Philip into doing what they're doing because Josh is human as well, so he can get away with whatever he wants. And then like Philip less so because he's a robot,
Yeah.
because bots are currently like treated
Second class
or worse depending on who you run into. Because a war against robots just ended.
It just ended like a month ago.
Yeah. And so, of course, we get into the politics of how robots are treated, which is interesting because of the murder that happens, which then leads to me creating, I think, one of everybody's favorite NPCs from that campaign, Detective Bleu.
Detective
Which we all started, like, coming up with different ways of saying it. Blah.
Wow.
Blah. Because because Knives Out had just come out, so of course I was like, "Oh, I'm inspired by by Knives Out," and so we had to have our like super country detective who is a robot though,
Yeah.
who's been around for 1,000 years.
It very much is. Super Universe is very much like Marvel meets Star Wars.
Yeah, that's how I pushed Super Worlds as a novel. I say if you like the MCU, if you like a Star Wars movie, you'll like Super Worlds. Because
Also,
I know sci-fi is normally meant to be written to be deep. Okay, I know you're supposed to write with like the mentality of what is deep and like Star Wars is that. Star Wars has some of that, but I don't write with that mindset. And while yes, you can find messaging in my stuff, like the Super Universe campaign we ran, you could find the ideas of like American politics and corruptness and racism even with it. You can find that stuff, but I don't write it thinking about that. I write it just based on stuff I like. Like I'm like, oh, I like sci-fi. I like superheroes. I'm just gonna write what I basically write with the mindset of would I read this? Would I play this? And I'm like that's the best way I find writing is I find that if you write stuff that you will like, you cannot go wrong. Even if nobody else likes it and nobody buys it, which has not been a problem for me. People have bought my stuff and liked it. I'm not I'm not making hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm not making bank off of it yet. But like I've had people purchase stuff and like it. And so I think as far as that, I think I am successful. I wish, obviously, do I wish that I was making enough that I could like make a living off of it? Yeah. But that's the dream of, I would imagine, any author, any artist wants to make money off of what they do and be able to live and do what they do because they love what they do. And that's the thing. It's at the end of the day, like when people say, "Oh, you're just in it for the money." Well, kinda, but not in the way that you're saying it.
Yeah.
Like
I didn't do this to be a sellout.
I
did this because I was like,
I
want to eat, motherfucker.
Well, it's not even just that. It's
Also,
I like doing it.
like doing it.
And
It's even better if you pay me.
yeah, who doesn't want to do something that you enjoy and get paid for it?
Yeah.
Like if you say that you don't want to get paid doing your favorite thing, you're lying.
Wrong with you.
And it's the same thing with and now I'm going to circle it back to Star Wars because we got to get back on topic. It's the same thing with because Twitter has been having this thing again of like shills and you're a Disney shill and stuff. It's like I wish to a degree, like I would still be honest. But if I was getting paid by Disney to do this, do you really think I would? One, do you think I would have a Patreon? If Disney was paying me to talk about Star Wars, I wouldn't need a Patreon. I wouldn't care if people were liking or subscribing to my stuff if like because I'm getting paid, but I'm not. And it's the same thing, and I'm not even, and of course there's way bigger people than us that do this for as well, like a lot of our mutual friends, and they like, we haven't been called out for being shills by anybody, but they have. And of course it sucks because I know they don't make money doing this stuff. I know, like, one of my friends just went back to college because they are trying to get a PhD in what they actually do, because they don't make money from Star Wars content. At least not, if they do, it's not a lot. It's not enough to make a living. And there are very few people that make a living talking about Star Wars.
Yeah.
It is, like, very small, the margin there. And it's definitely not from TikTokers.
No, yeah.
'Cause-
Sorry, TikToks. You're not.
TikTok does not pay very well on its output. And, like, it pays less than YouTube on the output. And for those of y'all who we're getting into the nitty gritty of how financial analytics work, TikTok does not. It pays like barely from what I understand, it's like half of what YouTube pays, and YouTube is already like pretty
Stringent.
Yeah, it's because usually you get paid like, depending how well your video is doing, you're getting like maybe a few dollars here and there, especially on our level.
Yeah.
If you're a little bit bigger, you might be getting $100 or so a month.
We're not very big.
Like, if you're a bit bigger than some of my friends, you're making that. And then if you're an even bigger with a well-known name, then you're probably making 1,000 or so a month. But once again, that's barely enough to make a living. So you're still like trying to find other ways to make a living, which is why a lot of people do merchandising as well, which is something I've thought about. Like, there's some cool moments where I'm like, oh, that could be a T-shirt, but it's having to figure all that stuff out. For me, that's a thing, and also who would buy stuff from us, because we're still kind of building an audience.
We're small. We'll get bigger, but for now.
Because we don't quite have like 1,000 subscribers on. We don't have 1,000 subs on YouTube. We don't have 1,000 follows on TikTok or anything like that. We're not big on anything yet. Because 1,000 is really where I would say that's when you should start really monetizing. It's the only time you can start monetizing on YouTube, because you have to have 1,000 subs, plus a few other check marks you have to fill out.
Yeah.
All thanks to a bunch of issues that have happened. It used to be you could monetize immediately, but not anymore. I've been on YouTube long enough to have seen the moments when you could monetize immediately, which I did have a channel that was monetized immediately at one point. Escape Reality Films is not. Because I think I would still be able to monetize off of that if I could. I think I can still monetize off the other one, but I just don't post there, and it's where there's stuff that I'm not entirely, like, it's stuff that I would like to improve on if I were to ever redo some of those videos. But yeah. So back to Star Wars, though. Let's talk about the news real quick. We'll kind of, yeah.
I was going to say a brief aside, but I don't know how long we spent talking.
We've been 30 minutes into the show.
Oh boy.
So we're gonna kind of rapid fire the news. So we got 2 Andor pieces of news. The first is that it won a Peabody Award in the entertainment category for 2022. I think that is well earned. I think Andor should have gotten a few more awards and other. Yeah, I think Andor was a good show that deserved some awards with how it was done. I think the writing was well done and stuff like that. Speaking of the writing and speaking of Andor still, Tony Gilroy is backing up the Writers Guild, who are currently on strike, by putting Andor Season 2 production on pause. Which he is a producer in the case of this show, but he's also a writer, so I guess that's part of why but not all showrunners are also back. Like, this is very complicated, because Disney apparently tried to push showrunners to come back onto their shows, but with half of their duties, because part of their duties is to write. But if they force their showrunners to write, then it goes against the guild, which that would be, they would have to pay a lot of fines if they tried to force writers to that are within the guild to write during the strike. Of course, that's not stopping any company from bringing in scab workers, but so far nobody has really, from what I've noticed, there's been no scab writing, because most people if you're gonna, and this is coming from somebody who wants to step into the industry, do not try to do it right now. If you want to be a writer, you do not step in while the Writers Guild is on strike, because you will not have a career after once the strike is over, because all the writers in the guild will remember your name, and they'll know that you went behind everybody's back and did not work with them to get better pay, better treatment, which is what this strike is about. It's about better treatment and better pay, because they've been basically getting paid pennies on the dollar for streaming shows because of how the contracts were written way back when.
Yeah.
Because the contracts were written in a way where this is a time when the only things really streaming and only web content people were making were for, like, YouTube.
Yeah.
So they didn't think that, okay, your writers for a YouTube video don't need to be paid a lot compared to writers on a full-blown TV show that's on TV. But now we're in this weird gray area where our TV shows are streaming shows, but because of the wording of the contract, they are still getting paid less for doing way more work. And that's essentially that's the main crux, but there's like a bunch of other issues within that that are like, because obviously one issue is not going to be the entire reason that a strike happens. So it's a very complicated situation that hopefully will get resolved.
You could joke about Welcome to America. It's always complicated all the time.
Yeah. But hopefully it will get resolved in the favor of the writers, because they deserve it. They're the reason we get our shows. Like, without writers, we do not get the shows that we love. That's the issue you should take away from that.
Write the story before the actors and everyone can go through with it.
Yep. So, show love to them. Don't cross the line. And just stand with our writers. Speaking of stuff that has writing, I guess, comic books. Actually, let's stick with TV real quick, because there's three more pieces of TV news. So, another thing is The Acolyte. Leslie Headland, the showrunner for that show, she expanded her elevator pitch a little bit for everybody, so we kind of understand what type of show this is going to be. And she's, in the past, said it's basically Frozen meets Kill Bill.
Okay.
And that...
movies I watched later in life...
Kill Bill is one of those.
Where I watched Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2.
There's a really good cut that Tarantino released that's both of them combined.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Your big toe.
Yeah. In that it's going to be a female leads and obviously we're expecting this kind of action-heavy type story. It seems like maybe a little bit darker because it is The Acolyte and it is going to be...
I would hope it's a bit darker.
But now she's added the following, and this is according to via Star Wars Leaks, which is being brought to us through Star Wars Newsnet. So she has added, it is sort of a joke, but it was my elevator pitch to Kathleen Kennedy. I want to take that revisionist version of female villains that you see in fairy tale media and tell it through that lens.
Okay.
So...
Yeah, I didn't get the sense from the title being like...
that it's going to be a good guy.
All red.
Yeah.
Like a lightsaber burn. I was like, this is going to be interesting.
And of course, everybody's been kind of wondering if it is going to focus on the villains because we've had so much of like the Jedi within the stuff that we've seen of like behind the scenes photos. But she has insisted, saying, when I was a young queer girl, I was just hanging out with Ursula the Sea Witch from The Little Mermaid. As a queer girl growing up, if you don't identify with the heroes and the villains show up and they're all queer-coded, which Disney had a thing of that, you're like, yes, that's me. As a queer filmmaker, you're going to see some camp inevitably, but I would say that tonally our references are darker. So, yeah, she's really pushing on, yes, we are following the villains. Because that's what she knows. Because Leslie Headland has said she's queer, she's identifies as queer, and she's grown up with, like, the villains being queer-coded all of her life. And honestly, most of our lives growing up, I would say most classic villains in animated films were queer-coded. And I'd say it's more
For the record, fuck Gaston.
Gaston is actually the exception to that.
Yeah, I know. Principle.
Yeah, he's a terrible, yeah.
Braggart is what he is.
Yeah, sexist braggart.
That too.
Yeah. But yeah, so she made it clear we are following the villains. That is that's the main point to take away from Acolyte. Speaking of villains in TV shows, Dave Filoni has said that Grand Admiral Thrawn will be a straight up villain in the New Republic era.
Yeah.
Which I am not.
Thanks.
I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Really?
Because if you have read the Thrawn novels, the canon ones, it does not fit the character. And also watching Rebels, it does, like, yes, he's a villain in Rebels, but he's a villain that, like, he's got ulterior motive. Like, he's not working with the Empire because he agrees with the Empire.
I see.
He works with the Empire because, and it's the same thing with even in Legends. Legends kind of changed that, I guess. But in canon, he works with the Empire because they have the best resources to defend the Chiss Ascendancy back home.
Yeah, I kind of get the sense that, like, from what I remember of Thrawn and what I have seen, is that man is, like, a ruthless...
Yeah, he's still ruthless. And he still does terrible, terrible things.
Yeah.
But he's antagonistic, but I wouldn't say he's a...
I don't think it's always from, like, like, he's not evil for the sake of it. He does a lot of evil shit.
I would say the most evil for the almost sake of it thing he did was make that guy blow up on the bike, knowing that it would blow up. I don't know if you've seen that scene where...
I have not.
Oh, there's a scene from Rebels where Thrawn knows that... So... he's on Lothal making sure all the factory stuff is working correctly, and they're building, and the people of Lothal are forced to build, like, the Imperial speeders, right? And they have been blowing up out in the field when they hit a certain speed. And so Thrawn knows that obviously somebody's been fucking with it, and so he has one of the production workers test it for him right then and there. He's like, hey, go ahead and test it for me, knowing that it will blow up. Which is probably the most evil thing he's done.
Is this, like, as soon as it gets off the assembly line kind of
Yeah.
thing? Okay, so he's trying to he's probably...
He knows that it's probably been messed with on the assembly line.
He just wants to make sure.
Yeah. He wants to make sure it's being messed with on the assembly line, but not
because
after.
of, like, some stuff out in the field.
Yes.
In transport.
Basically proving that somebody within the factory is the issue. Which he is correct because it's Thrawn. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, obviously I will give it a shot. I will see how that takes...
Yeah.
Because I just always imagined that Thrawn would kind of... I imagine that we would still get Heir to the Empire Thrawn, which is more of he's taking over the Empire because he's the last guy left who can take over, but not because he agrees, once again, not because he agrees with the Empire, but because he needs the resources. And in the case of the classic Legends Heir to the Empire, he wants to take over the galaxy still, but more to unify it against the external threat that's coming. And I would say in Legends, he does it in a more Iron Fist, harsh manner that you would expect from the Empire. Whereas I don't see Canon Thrawn working the same. Like, I see him still trying to unify the galaxy and maybe doing it through a little bit of force, but I don't know.
We'll see.
It's so weird. Because the novels don't... I have to reread the Ascendancy trilogy because it's been a minute, but I know at least in the Thrawn novels that take place during the Rebels era, I wouldn't agree. And then the last TV news, this one, and then we got 2 more pieces of news right after that, is Visions 3rd season already in development.
Yep.
It was something we talked about off the air after, like I think after we had filmed.
I think I was like, "What do you mean they're sending season 3 into development already?"
Yeah, because that's now of course. Oh, it's because that now I remember why we didn't talk about it. It's because it's a rumor, but more than likely it's correct. I wouldn't be surprised, because now I remember why we didn't talk about it. But I could see it being true, and I wouldn't be surprised, because both volumes have done well with the audience. Everybody's liked Visions, and Visions is kind of easy to make in that you get a bunch of studios that want to do Star Wars project, let them do whatever they want in the Star Wars universe because it's not canon, so they can do whatever they want, and there you go. So I don't see why not. Comics.
Yes.
High Republic Adventures. So Phase 2 of High Republic is obviously ending. So they got to wrap things up. We were supposed to get issue 5 this past week, but it got delayed at the last minute, and now it's coming out on the 31st of this month. Which I read issue 4 today and actually posted a video on TikTok talking about it. I also posted a video talking about the Free Comic Book Day issue, which I talked to you a little bit about off air. Oh boy. But as for wrapping up Phase 2 for High Republic Adventures, they have announced that they are going to drop 6, 7, and 8, which are the last 3 issues, simultaneously on the 28th of next month. So rather than stretching them out and letting them kind of, they want to drop 6, 7, and 8 together, which I'm fine with. More comics to read. I like having, that's my favorite thing about Wednesdays is more Star Wars comics. Wednesdays is when we get our Star Wars comics. Except for when we don't, because every few weeks we don't. Yeah.
Sorry, Sam Malgan.
I do like the way they're doing the covers for 5 and 6 though, where it's like almost a shared image.
Yeah.
And of course, Daniel Jose Older, one of our favorites here, just keeps providing on the writing. And of course, we've been, I've been loving the Pirate Cruise from back then, because of course you got one of our favorite Dexter Jetsters as a pirate.
What did you do?
He does anything and everything. I mean, he was a pirate during this era, and then he's a miner when we see him in Padawan, which is when he first meets Obi-Wan. Well, because he mentions in Padawan that he's basically a for hire guy, like whatever people. Yeah, he's whatever people.
Restaurant owner.
Entrepreneur. So the last thing, not the biggest of news. New trading card game coming out, because we haven't had one for a minute. We haven't had a card game in a minute.
Oh shit.
And of course, Fantasy Flight's working on it, because Fantasy Flight still owns the license for a lot of their parent company. I actually really owns the license for it, and then Fantasy Flight gets given the ability to work on things. They just don't work on the RPGs anymore, because Fantasy Flight doesn't do any RPGs anymore, because they had some other RPGs, but now they don't do any of them.
I've become sad by this reminder.
It's okay. Their parent company gave the RPGs to a different company that's under them. So right now it's just a matter of when are they gonna start doing more RPGs. Yeah. So Fantasy Flight is bringing Star Wars Unlimited, is what the name of the new card game is. It's gonna have some cool. I do like the Unlimited their announcement art. It's very nice. It's very stylistic. Let's see. I'm just looking at the quotes real quick here, seeing if there's anything. Let's see. According to the game's head of studio, Star Wars Unlimited is a culmination of FFG's rich history mixed with the celebrated Star Wars brand. As a studio, we are putting unprecedented resources across every department into this game. We could not be more excited to get this out into the world for everyone to experience. We can't wait to show you more. And let's see. So, Fantasy Flight Games also develop what they call living card games. This is not going to be one of those. It's a trading card game. because you've got your living card games where you know what you're getting in each box and each box that you get. Whereas a trading card game, when you open the pack, you don't know what you're gonna get. Which FFG does a lot of living card games, and it's surprised we've never gotten a Star Wars living card game. At least from them. Because FFG does the Lord of the Rings card game, the Marvel card game, and the Arkham Horror living card games. So, but I'm excited. Another card game, which I had actually just got you into Destiny,
Yeah.
but now we're going to have this game to try soon enough.
I think no, I don't think so. Never mind.
Anyways, let's get into our main subject, because we are now almost an hour in.
Yep.
I'll let you take the lead.
Jeddah.
Yeah, we're back.
Everything is fucked.
Where everybody knows your name. Because it's also the Enlightenment tap bar.
Yeah.
So, this is, Tales of Enlightenment is basically Cheers, but if Cheers was really, really dark.
So, Muna and Parali are hanging out at the bar with Graydon, and Parali opens up with. Parali takes a stance that I'm like.
Yeah, they're kind of annoyed with the fact that their buddy doesn't hang out with them anymore.
They're like, where the fuck is Ket? And it's like,
He-
he's helping with.
The Jedi, he's working like extra hours full, like because he works at the at that temple. They're just like, yeah, he's basically got overtime.
Yeah. Oh, he's got some overtime now, all right.
But yeah,
But they're like, I don't know, man. Getting involved with Jedi, always a risky proposition. And I kind of have this like back and forth about it. And so, at that, Muna is also like, yeah, I was gonna bring my a friend of mine here to introduce you all. And so she goes and is like, yeah, well, that's a shame. Meanwhile, I think it's an Aroni soldier comes into the bar and is like, I heard this was like one of the best places to be here.
yeah. So basically, to kind of speedrun it a little bit, there's an Aroni soldier and then an Irem official also in there.
Aroni soldier also shows up to this.
And they basically start shit talking and are about to get into a fight when Kraden's like, hey, my one rule.
Like, the Aroni soldier actually takes his gun out and is like, I'll just fucking blast you right here.
And Kraden, being the badass that he is, just goes, yoink, nope. Takes his gun.
There are only two rules in Enlightenment. One, no violence.
Two, no
theological debate.
no theological debate, which, politics or
The
religion.
conversation to deal with that shit.
Yeah.
None of that here.
Yep. Unfortunately, shit goes to all hell because the Battle of Jeddah starts.
Yep. And like both of the Aroni and Aroni soldier had kind of like gotten to the point of like, all right.
Yeah, because they actually
neutral ground.
started to find like middle ground as they talked about.
Because they both participated in the same battle.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, which
Which
oh,
battalion were you?
Ross,
And they, yeah.
that kind of thing.
And so they actually almost find middle ground.
Almost willing like to not forget, but like at least stop.
And try to move forward.
No, just stop.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like try to move forward in the sense of like move on from this because they almost get to that point, and then the battle happens.
And then the battle happens, and they both essentially have the like, well, fuck, back to the front, I guess.
Yeah, and so things go to hell in part 2.
Really bad in part 2. Because enforcer droids, rioting.
Basically everything that we've talked about in any other time where we've talked about the Battle of Jeddah.
Yeah.
It's
Anything that could go wrong has. And so they do get saved, not saved, by a Sorcerer of Tund and this Jedi apprentice Maddie.
which are characters from the comic book. So you'll get to.
I've not met them.
Yeah, you have not met them yet. I like them both. The Sorcerer of Tund and Maddie are awesome.
They do their best to hold on.
I was happy to see them in this.
Sorcerer of Tund, Maddie, and Creighton are doing their best.
Yeah,
But at the end of the day, they are 3 people.
yeah, because
Jesus Christ, there were a lot of it.
because this ties immediately into the comic. Because in the comic, Maddie, Sorcerer of Tund, and I forgot his name, Valdar Mac, who's the other main Jedi in the comic. They basically run into Enlightenment Tap Bar with a bunch of refugees, including some Path members, and they're like, "Hey, we need somewhere to stay safe because you say the Enlightenment is a sanctuary. Prove that." And Creighton's like, "Fuck, fine."
Get in.
And so they find like a trap, like there's like a back entrance
There's like a
exit.
smuggler's
Yeah, there's a
tunnel,
smuggler's tunnel. Yeah.
sometimes,
Well, he hasn't used it in a long time, and so
ever since the last incident.
like Vildar and one of our other characters, Tay Sarek, are in that tunnel. Meanwhile, he tells Maddie and them, "Hey, defend everybody else at the tap bar because that's our job. We got to defend everybody, even the Path members." Just
Yes.
so.
That's what
And so this story is that perspective of like what happened during that.
yeah. And Luna and Brawley are like, fuck.
Yep.
Eventually, Muna's like, by the way, Muna's girlfriend arrives during like the refugee thing. And she was like, alright, by the way, this is my girlfriend Parali's like, oh, hi, nice to meet you. Sure wish we could have met under different circumstances. And they're like, okay, well, the Jedi and the Sorcerer are not gonna last forever.
So we need to work together
We
and
have to figure something out. And they're like, hey, you know that really annoying electric guitar we have? That none of us like, but Creighton pays this lady to play anyway? What if we use that and just used it to, like, electrocute the droids? And they're like, alright, we need to put the speakers in place so if Maddie,
yeah.
if Maddie and the Sorcerer can, like, keep that up while we go and set that up, we should be fine. And hopefully it'll work.
Yep.
And fortunately, it does. So everyone is relatively safe. No one died.
No, which is
I think the most that happens were a few cuts.
we get
like one blaster shot.
we get a slight injuries here and there, but nothing fatal.
Nothing fatal or serious.
Which is nice to see in the High Republic. It's nice to see. I mean, honestly, though, Tales of Enlightenment generally doesn't deal with like death yet. I don't know if we're getting any more Tales of Enlightenment out of this. I have to double check. Because we're not quite done with Phase 2. We're almost done.
We're almost there.
Yeah.
They go, and it works, and they go outside. To the very least, Parali does.
Yeah.
And he is just, like, looking over things, and he's like... He's just crying in the street because everything's fucking destroyed and gone and messed up to hell and back. It's like... one of those days, man. One of those days.
Yeah. I'm double checking right now for getting any more. I don't think we are. I think the next Star Wars Insider is moving on from this era. But yeah, that was no such thing as a bad customer.
Yeah.
And none of our customers were really bad.
Really bad.
We almost had some broken rules, but not quite anything terrible.
Yeah.
I like the story. It's short, sweet.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you get though with these Star Wars Insider stories. We're not expecting like grand storytelling where it's almost novel. Like no. These are like, okay, let's get to the point. And they're a little light in a good way. Uh,
I think I'm gonna do this one. Okay. A good solid 8.
yeah, I could see that. I was almost 7.5, but yeah, eight's not bad either.
Yeah.
Trying to see what the next Star Wars Insider short story is. Has been announced to be, anyways. Oh, it is a High Republic story. Let me double check. It's not Tales of Enlightenment though, because it would have said Tales of Enlightenment. Well, no, it is a Tales of Enlightenment. Okay. So, that's the next Insider might be the last Tales of Enlightenment, or it's going to be another two-parter.
Yeah.
We haven't got. I mean, not every Tales of Enlightenment's been a two-parter. A lot of these have actually just been straight up just one part.
Yeah.
I think this was one of the first two-parters for Tales of Enlightenment.
I think so.
So.
For this one. Oh God.
But yeah, we're almost at the end though.
This one.
What's that?
No, Keth is gone on this one.
Oh yeah, Keth is likely almost dead, if not dead already. Because we're getting closer to his death, I think. Because we have to remember, like, the Battle of Jeddah happens, and then like everything else happens like immediately after.
Yep.
Like there's almost no break after the Battle of Jeddah.
God.
And so.
Battle of Jeddah followed immediately up on Dawn of the Night of Sorrows. Like 3 days later, if not that.
Yeah, like it's pretty quick. So let's see what we're talking about next week. We did move things around so we can include this, but not too much so. Next is the comics. At least the first 5 issues. Because we're going to talk about the High Republic Phase 2, Volume 1, Balance of the Force. So you're going to get to finally meet all of our comic characters next. And then Jedi Survivor the week after. Which, you've seen the gameplay. I finished the game this past week. I actually platinum. Yeah, you did. I'd say you need to play some more.
I did my best.
Yeah,
Let's
we're
not spoil anything for you.
you didn't. I basically figured things out on my own.
Yeah.
The only thing that got spoiled for me was not because of you or anybody on purpose. It was
Just because
random TikTok luck.
random.
I was scrolling through, and one of my buddies was live, and I saw a spoiler, and yeah, it's not his fault. It's just a TikTok thing. TikTok's lives, I wish I don't know. There needs to be a different way to do TikTok lives like that, especially for video games, because people can stream video games now. I mean, there's got to be a way to, like, especially if the game is new, which I've heard stories of, like, the TikTok algorithm being a pain anyways with new stuff. Like, there was somebody hanging out with me and a few other buddies doing movie night in Sawyer's server, and they were talking about how they were scrolling through TikTok, and they got, like, 3 Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 spoilers in a row. And each time they would get a spoiler, they would hold it, because on TikTok you can do you can hold it and then select not interested. And they did that every time. And it's just like, the first time, maybe the algorithm thinks that it's the content creator that you're not interested in. But when it's like 3 times in a row and it's different content creators, that's when the algorithm should kind of figure out that it's not the creator, but the content itself that you're not interested in. And because the TikTok algorithm is smart, so it's weird that it does stuff like that sometimes. Because it generally is very good at, like, picking things that you are interested in. But yeah, sometimes they'll do that. But yeah, I like the game. I platinumed it, so I would hope so.
You like the game.
There are issues, but we will save that for the Jedi Survivor episode.
Yeah.
Because there are things I would like to talk about that I think are issues with this game. And they're not issues that I entirely ran into, but they are issues that we need to talk about because they are prevalent and they are a thing. And it's more of a gaming issue than we're talking mechanical issues. I'd say the story is perfect. It's mechanical issues that we got because it's a video game. You got to talk about the video game side. Anyways, next week though we're talking comic books. High Republic Phase 2, Volume 1, Balance of the Force, which is the first 5 issues. So if any of y'all are trying to read with us, because I mean I assume some of y'all try to read with us and keep up with what we do. If you're in the Discord, it's even easier. So there's a way to get to the Discord, and you can do that by, if you're watching on YouTube, it's linked down below in the description box. If you are watching on Twitch, it is somewhere linked. There's a link, because Twitch lets you put your links there, so Discord is linked there somewhere. And then I would also like to thank our Patreon subscriber, speaking of, which is Miss Jennifer Brantley. Continues to be an awesome Patreon member. And if you would like to be a Patreon member, you can check us out at patreon.com/escaperealityfilms, where you can watch our YouTube content a week before it's uploaded to YouTube, which I am getting back to doing. I've been kind of bad with it the past, well, because I haven't been
full tilt on Jedi.
Yeah, so there have not been any new non-Jedi Survivor things on the YouTube channel for a week and a few days. So we are now back to our regularly scheduled programming now that I'm done with Jedi Survivor. Although off air I'm playing New Game Plus and getting my ass whooped, because while I only bumped it to Jedi Padawan, I added, because you know how I don't know if you've read the mechanical stuff. There's stuff that so you know how you have your like additional things that you can add to your character. There's one that makes it to where basically Cal is a 2-hit death, but it also makes your enemies 2-hit deaths. So even on Padawan setting where it's easy to deflect, I'm still getting my ass kicked, because if I get hit twice,
Dead.
So I'm not even off Coruscant yet. And then I've got another one set where every time I die, it randomizes your outfit and lightsaber and everything, which that one's fun. And then I forget what the third one does. There's 3 that they add. Perks is what they're called. And there's like one more perk. I forget what it's called. I think. And then there's also, they added you being able to have a red lightsaber, and then the party lightsaber, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's a party lightsaber. So I haven't seen the red or party lightsabers yet in my, because I'm going out of my way by not changing my outfits on purpose. I'm letting the randomization pick my do its thing, and so I'm hoping that I will, in the wild, get that. But yeah, I would also like to thank Cult Movie Cantina, Mobcast Network, who let us use the space. They are very kind, and they are a podcast group that I work with, where I co-produce and co-host with them. Cult Movie Cantina is one of those shows where we talk about cult movies and stuff like that. We're currently on a bit of a break because Scotty, the person in charge, who's been on the show before, he's currently doing a play that he's directing. Speaking of, we have our local kind of awards that we do, that the local newspaper does, the Nappies. One of the shows he did last year is up for the running on the Nappies, and our podcast and the Cult Movie Cantina is also for the running for the Nappies for best podcast. So if you want to support us and vote for us, you should be able to find the link for that on Facebook.com/Cult Movie Cantina, because I know we've shared it there. So if you want to support that podcast and vote for us for the Nappies, you can. What is it, day 11 now of Nappy voting? Day 12? Something like that. Something like that.
Sorry, man. I'm not informed about that kind of thing.
Well, now you are, and now you should know to go vote for us. So that way we can get best podcast. Well, not this podcast, but the other podcast I do. We're not big enough yet to get. We haven't hit 500 yet on YouTube. We're getting there.
We'll get there.
We're getting there. We've been going. So we had slowed down, but it's going up again. Because I see it every now and then. We're 360 subscribers right now. Which this morning we were 357, so it's going up. And I only noticed that because I've been uploading stuff today. In fact, when I get home, I'm gonna record some more stuff because I'm behind a little bit on the Patreon stuff. I need to make a Demon Souls video and a Fortnite video. And I finished Last of Us.
You finished The Last of Us.
Yes. So if you join our Patreon, you can watch the finale of my Last of Us run a week before everybody else. And so
We'll talk about that.
yeah, and then I'm going to play the Left Behind DLC as well.
Good. You should.
That's gonna be considered a new show, Let's Play show, because I'm gonna call it Last of Us Left Behind, rather than Last of Us Remastered, because it's technically its own thing. And then I'll play part 2 when we get closer to when the season 2 of the show comes out, because that's when you wanna. You gotta work with the algorithm. The algorithm will love it then. And then I finished playing. Well, I haven't finished Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, which is also the YouTube game I've been playing. And that one though is a little bit longer. The Dark Alliance is a little bit longer because it's a hack and slash type. Because there's Baldur's Gate, which is the main actual RPG games.
Yeah. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance is not.
It's a hack and slash.
It's like a hack and slash beat 'em up.
From like a top, yeah. Whereas the new Dark Alliance is more, because the more recent Dark Alliance, which is just D&D Dark Alliance, it's not Baldur's Gate. It's no longer affiliated with the Baldur's Gate titles. It's more, which is the newer one where you play as Dritz and that party.
Yeah.
The new one is more of a modern like looter shooter, but without the shooting element, because it's a beat 'em up looter. Because the new one is like you get your loot, you get the better loot, and then you can redo the dungeons.
Me and Ethan went and we played it,
and it's fun, but only with your friends.
I was like, "Hey man, did you read to make sure you understand what these the ability scores on the side do?" And he went, "No, I just started punching things." And I'm like, "We should probably do that because that seems important, because those abilities do different things.
Yep.
Because it's a different kind of game."
Yeah, because it's a looter beat 'em up.
Yeah. For some reason, charisma recharges your special.
I guess they consider it like charisma because there is magic that's charisma based. So maybe your special is a magic ability that's charisma based.
Yeah.
If you want to put it in D&D terms. But that's the thing that nobody got about Dark Alliance in general, especially with the newer one, is that also read what you're buying, because a lot of people are like, "Oh, it's D&D, so it's an RPG." And it's like, no. The Dark Alliance series has never been an RPG. It has RPG elements, but it's not an RPG series. Now, classic Baldur's Gate is
This is another one of, you should probably read the tags for a show before you, or at least the summary.
Yeah. Or at least maybe a review. And I will say Dark Alliance was buggy when it came out, the new one. I'd say it's cleaned up a little bit now, and we've finally got all of our DLC that we were promised at the beginning of when this game came out, because it took forever for the DLC to come out. But everything is here now. They even have a new class where you can play as a mage now. You play as a tiefling mage or sorcerer or something like that, and that's the fourth class that you can play, or fourth, yeah, because you got Dritz. No, fifth, because it came with 4.
Yep.
But it's only a 4-player game, so somebody's gonna have to pick between if they want the mage or something else, because it came with Dritz, Bjorn, or Brunner. Sorry, no, Bjorn is Brunner, Bjorn, and then I forget the ranger. I forget her name. All of a sudden, Sylvis, not Sylvant.
I think so. She's not a ranger.
Or whatever she is. No, you're right. Dritz is the ranger. She's like...
I think she's supposed to be an arcane archer.
Okay.
So she's a fighter.
Okay. I thought arcane... Okay, yeah.
That's lore-wise what she is.
Yeah. And then you now have your tiefling mage. Sorcerer. And then you have some new adventures, new dungeons you can do now as well. Because they added some free ones, but then they added the ones that if you paid for the season pass and the DLC like I did, then you get that as well. Anyways, that stuff you can find on the YouTube channel and also on the Patreon. So that's all that stuff. And then going back to people we want to thank, we also want to thank Gamers and Geeks, which is our local gaming shop here in Mobile, Alabama. If you're ever down here, check us out. It's on Howells Ferry and Moffett, and it's a little shopping center, and you'll see the big sign on the building, and have all your gaming needs and accessories. And so if you like card games, like the new Star Wars game that's coming out, this is a place where you would find it, and RPGs and stuff like that. So if you like D&D like we do, then this is the place to go to get some of your books, maybe. And some miniatures and stuff. They got all that. They got your Warhammer and your Magic and your Pokemon. They even have Magic Nights. I think is it Wednesday or Fridays?
I'm not sure.
I know Sundays they do D&D Adventurers League. So if you have ever wanted to try D&D and you were never sure about, joining like you have trouble finding a party of people to play with, Adventurers League is for that. That's where the store runs the campaigns for you, and people come in and just play, and so a bunch of strangers can play D&D together. It's a good little bit of community building. They also do cons every now and then. I think the next con is in June. The most recent one was Dragon Ball Con, which that was fun. They had some Dragon Ball voice actors and stuff like that here. Like they had original Bulma. American original Bulma, I should say. I should say for the English, because there's original, and then there's American original, or English original.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, my brain got confused and then really sad because I thought the original Bulma was dead.
No.
No, she's alive.
She just doesn't voice Bulma.
But all of the and the reason why I got sad is because I was thinking about all the old, really old Batman voices.
Oh yeah, I was about to say I don't think all of them are gone. Yeah, I was about to say I don't think any Dragon Ball voice actor has passed.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
It's just they changed it because there's been different versions of the translate of the dubs, and so because I think there's 2 different versions of Z.
Yeah.
Because you have your well, I meant Z, just Z, or
are you talking?
No, sorry. No, there's 2 different versions of Dragon Ball original because you have your Blue Ocean and then your Funimation. So that's where you would get your original voice actors and then your current. And the Funimation ones are the ones who have done all of them ever since. And the Blue Ocean, the Blue dub, is funny. I'd say if you've watched Dragon Ball before even, and you've never watched the Blue dub, do it. It's a fun. It's almost like watching Dragon Ball Z abridged. And so, but we appreciate the original voice actors because without that, then there would have never been the Funimation translations either. And it really comes down to translations. That's why the dubs are different. They just translated the scripts differently. But anyway, yeah.
Talk about Engage Gaming.
Yeah, Engage Gaming. They're also a shop that shares the little shopping center here. Specifically this particular part of the building, they share the same area as Gamers and Geeks. And they are a video game rental type thing, but in-store rental. So you don't take anything with you. But they let you pay an hourly fee to play the consoles that they provide, which include PS5s, Xbox Series S and X, the newest stuff, PC, VR. They even provide some video games. So if you want to play Survivor, for example, and you don't have a good enough PC, which nobody does apparently, which is one of the things we're going to talk about when we talk about Survivor, or if you don't have a PS5 and you want to play the newest PS5 exclusives, that's how you can do it. You can also pay a monthly membership fee, and they reduce the rate of the hourly fee. So it's a cool thing. I think it's a cool service that I've never really heard of that idea until I saw Engage. And I think that's a cool idea. being able, because then it's a cool way to provide gaming opportunities to people that are interested in gaming but don't have the money to buy a $600 console, you know, $600 to $700 console, depending on if you're getting an Xbox or a PlayStation. So like it's a way to provide that type of experience still. Same thing with the VR. Like you can't afford, like VR is expensive. So, and requires a lot of room. So if you don't have that, I think it's a cool way for people to get into that. And then we've got Steam Dungeon, which includes our buddy Kiari, who plays with you,
For the one shot, he played Riker,
which was fun. He was our thief. Yeah, he was our rogue.
Yeah. So if you want to see Trials of Nebu over at Steam, all caps, _dungeon.
On twitch.tv.
From 5 to 7 Central Standard Time.
Yep, there you go. On Sundays.
Yep.
So tomorrow.
I'll actually be able to join this one.
And
I have no idea what happened.
Okay, so
when I asked, the answers were vague.
Oh, so something must have went down.
All I remember is they invited them to dinner, and they got.
Because I thought
where they didn't have any reservations.
Okay.
Which is weird.
Because I thought y'all had downtime, so I guess
we're still in that week of downtime, but character stuff happened.
Yeah.
And it's like big whoops was made.
So now that downtime might be cut a bit because.
As far as Simon knows, nothing has changed. Because no one sent him any message or anything like, hey, there's been a problem. So Simon's just off doing a little bit of investigation into the city.
Yep.
Which is weird because he's a barbarian.
But, so that's what's going on, at least from your perspective.
As far as I know.
So, I mean, maybe our audience knows more because maybe they've been watching because we've been advertising this for what, a couple months now?
Yeah.
So. That's everything though that I can think of. I think we went over everything. Yeah, we talked about the Patreon. We talked about Cult Movie. We talked about it's part of Gamers and Geeks. There's an arcade in the back. We've talked about it before. You pay $10, get a wristband.
You haven't listened to the ending spiel on the 69th episode.
Yeah.
By the 69th episode.
I mean, I figure that's all part of when I talk about Gamers and Geeks. I don't think we need to talk about literally everything that Gamers and Geeks does.
Yeah.
They do a lot. So we talked about Gamers and Geeks, talked about Engage, talked about Mopcast, talked about Steam _Dungeon, talked about Patreon, talked about... Oh, yeah. That's right. If you're watching on YouTube, youtube.com/Escape Reality Films, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel.
Oh, yeah.
And then if you're watching on Twitch, which is twitch.tv, feel free to follow or subscribe. There we go. Those are the things I was missing. We currently don't have a subscriber because Matt forgot that he was doing it through his Prime sub, because you get your free Prime sub, but Prime automatically cancels it after that month that you've subscribed. So we've been giving him credit, like, past when he was subscribed, but he's also my friend, so...
Thanks for showing up, Matt. It's very nice.
Yeah. Thanks for giving us support when you can. He's been working hard. He's studying film, and... Oh, boy. The drama of being a film student and having to turn in projects on time, and having to work with groups.
Oh yeah,
any group project. If you have ever done a group project, you know the pain. Even if you've never done a film group project, it's even worse because he told me they had lost footage.
Oh no!
So they had to they lost a day and a half of filming, and so they had to refilm. And thankfully, I think this was for a club. But they still had like a deadline that they're having to meet, so I think they've now they're hitting that deadline, I think, this week. So I'll find out Monday when he joins us for movie night in Sawyer server. Which we didn't do one last night because I was exhausted.
Yeah.
We were gonna do secret. We finished our Pixar. So, one of my buddies, Sawyer. You can check her out at Sawyerism on TikTok and any social media that she's on. She talks Star Wars. She talks. She's currently doing a High Republic recap for people. So if you've never gotten into the High Republic, which is something that we talk about a lot, she's been trying to recap a lot of what's going on so she's currently going through phase 1 and recapping the major highlights and stuff that people should know of what happened. And then she also she's been talking about our favorite Glup Shido from Survivor, Turgle. And then she's a biologist too, so she talks Resident Evil and talks about the biology of that stuff, and does the same for Star Wars.
Fucking Resident Evil monsters are sorcery. I don't care what anyone says.
And then she also did some, because Last of Us was out. She did some biology on that as well. So if you're interested in any of that stuff, you should check her out. She's a good friend of the channel, and I'm a mod on her Discord, and I run movie nights on Mondays and Fridays for them, which you can, if you find her social media, you can find the Discord for it. There's a lot of cool stuff. They do game nights. They also are trying to do D&D stuff every now and then. I don't know how often they run D&D because it's not something I run. But on Mondays, we do like 18-plus movie nights. So if you're an adult and you join the server, we do like rated R stuff on Mondays. I can't remember what this week's one is supposed to be. But we just finished for the group, I call it family movie nights. It's the general audience movie nights, which are Fridays. We had just finished our Pixar marathon, so we've done every Pixar movie now. And then after that, we've gotten a lot of requests for franchises. Well, kind of franchises. We've gotten one person has wanted every Don Bluth film. So, Secret of NIMH, American Tail, Land Before Time, Anastasia.
Oh, Secret of NIMH.
And so that's what we're going to start with. So we were going to do that last night, but I was feeling fatigued, and I said, I don't want to host movie night. Sorry, guys.
Secret of NIMH. That has been a while.
So we're doing those in release order. So we're going to start with Secret of NIMH.
Like the Magic Prayer Mouse Lady.
And then the other request we got was all the X-Men films.
All of them.
Yes, so the only exceptions that are not going to be shown is I'm going to make Logan part of the 18-plus nights. I already put it in our list because Logan is rated R. So it can't be in the general nights. Deadpool, we've already done both films in the adult movie nights. So
that one's discarded as well.
New Mutants is the one that the person who requested all the X-Men films, that's the one film that she said no. She doesn't want New Mutants because she doesn't like what they did with Magic. The character, Magic.
Marvel's big. I don't know every character's
Yeah.
name.
And so, Magic with a K. Well, with a CK. Which is fair. It's not the best version of Magic for sure. And you can tell New Mutants was a mess, and I think even comparatively, Wolverine Origins has more worth to it than New Mutants. Dark Phoenix has more worth to it than New Mutants.
Okay. I like old X-Men trilogy.
No, but the new X-Men, Dark Phoenix was the last of the younger.
Oh,
Because remember the
Cinema.
reboot. It's a new timeline, but it's still part of the same franchise because it's just a new timeline. But yeah, so we're even doing those. And then the third thing that somebody requested was all the Star Trek films. So we're going to do classic and Kelvin timeline. And so, well, it's 9 classic films plus only 3 Kelvin, yeah. So it's only a little over if you did every Star Wars film by 1. Actually, no, not even, because if you count the Clone Wars movie, then it's exactly 12 too. And so, but yeah, and what we're going to do is that we're going to alternate between each franchise, so that way we get a good mix. So we're going to do Secret of NIMH first X-Men film, first Star Trek film, and then the next Don Bluth film so on and so forth. That way, and then of course, if anybody adds anything else they want to request, that's family. That's like a general audience watchable, so PG-13 back. Then I'll add it to the end of the list, and then whenever we get to it, we get to it. We run the movie nights based on when people request something. So your movie gets added to the end of the list, and then eventually when we get to it. That way everybody's movie gets to be shown eventually. And so, because it's a fair way of doing it, and it keeps... We used to do the voting thing, and where we'd have two movies run up against each other, but I figure it's just easier, because not everybody votes that wants to watch movies, so I'm just like, okay, we're just going to... But, yep. All right, well, I think that's everything.
Yeah.
Thank you all for watching again. We'll see you all next week to talk the High Republic 2022 comic run, the first 5 issues, and I've spoken.
Be safe.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I'm your host, Caleb.
I'm Seth. I talk Star Wars with this man.
All right, well, we're going to jump right into the news, because there's a couple things to talk about, and then we'll jump into today's topic, which we're talking about the High Republic Phase 2 comic, Volume 1, Balance of the Force. There we go. I remembered it. It's a mouthful. Yeah, it's a bit. But let's talk about news first, because we got a little bit of news here and there about different things. Firstly, not Star Wars, but it is Lucasfilm, and we talk about Lucasfilm stuff besides Star Wars. We talk about a lot of stuff besides Star Wars.
Yeah. We've been known to go off on a little tangent or two.
Yeah. But this week, let's talk about Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, which is coming out pretty soon. Apparently, it went to the Cannes Film Festival, and they showed it there. Boy, are those people lucky. But it's coming pretty soon. It's only in a couple more weeks, because it's... Yeah, so it's like... It's right around the corner. But they got to see it. And it got... First off, Harrison got a honorary award from there. He got a Palme d'Or. And then the film apparently received a 5-minute standing ovation. Apparently.
Yeah, hands got hurt after clapping for 5 minutes. So I'd imagine it'd be pretty good.
And so, yeah, apparently he was there for the award, and then it ended after he finished his little speech of saying he's honored, and all that. But it ended with him going, "Oh yeah, and then I got a movie to show you guys," and then they got to watch. So, I'm surprised like we aren't getting like any leaks of it, because I feel like this would be a situation where there would be so many leaks of this film.
Sorry, I just saw it.
Oh, Harrison with this. Yeah, we're on. I'm on Star Wars Newsnet. We're scrolling through, and they have like some of the tweets from Deadline Hollywood, and yeah, it's like a video that starts with him like this, but like I think he's not. I think Indiana Jones and Blade Runner are the two series that Harrison actually likes being a part of, whereas Star Wars is that stupid sci-fi film.
I've worked on
Yeah,
that no one will leave me alone about.
yeah. But he actually likes Indiana Jones and Blade Runner, so like it's a little bit different. There are some pictures though from the event where some of the actors were there, along with director James Mangold, who if you don't know his work, you probably do. You just don't realize it. Logan.
Oh, okay, yeah, we're good.
Yeah. Yeah. We're talking about the guy who did Logan, and so he definitely understands like an older version of characters. He also did the Wolverine, which I thought was not. I thought, yeah, I'd say it was definitely a bump up from X-Men Origins Wolverine. Like, I'm not one who hates X-Men Origins Wolverine like some people. Like, and I understand the reasons to dislike it a lot. And I do have my problems with it. I don't like how Deadpool is written in it.
Oh yeah.
I do like how Ryan Reynolds acts as Wade. I like his Wade, but once we get to here's Deadpool, then it's not Deadpool. But we get Wade correct. I think Wade was correct, and I actually like. Sorry, they're working on some stuff in the background. If y'all hear that, they're working on some new tables here at Gamers and Geeks for the game for people to play with up front.
So if you hear any more
Yeah.
that's why.
So, but yeah, I actually like some of the other characters too. Like I like will.i.am's character.
Every other character makes sense. Like to me, that's
I think Gambit is. I think out of all the other characters, Gambit's probably the next worst in that film because Gambit kind of sucks in that film. He fights him in the back alley of like New Orleans, so he can or whatever, so that way Gambit can take him to the where Stryker is performing his experiments, because Gambit's apparently one of the people that escaped. Do you kind of remember that now?
no.
Because will.i.am brings Wolverine to Gambit. Because will.i.am's character is that jump. I forget his character, but he's the one that can like teleport.
Not Nightcrawler.
No. No, I love that will.i.am X-Men is a search that like popped up. John Wraith.
Oh, okay.
Because remember, John brings him to the casino where they find Gambit and he's playing with the cards, and then they get into a fight because Gambit initially thinks that Logan works for Stryker.
Yep.
Other films James Mangold's done, he did Girl Interrupted, which is a classic. Ford v Ferrari, I think, is a good car film. It's about Ford and Ferrari and how they, developed their car, like how they became as big of names as they did. The brand. It's also like a racing movie, and it's got like Christian Bale and Matt Damon in it. He also did 3:10 to Yuma, which I know you sometimes like your westerns. Is that one you've? Logan is also technically a western if you really, really want to.
No more guns in the valley, man.
Well, it's also like it's supposed to be a remake of. It's really a remake of Shane, which is so on the nose of it being a remake of Shane because they even reference Shane in that movie because they're like, oh yeah, look, we're watching Shane.
Yeah, that's where that fucking comes from.
Well, no, and
No more go home
Yeah.
and tell your mom there are no more guns in the valley.
yeah, no, I know.
Because everyone's fucking dead.
But yeah, like it's so on the nose about it being a remake of Shane, but with superheroes. Like they're like, look, this is the film that inspired us, and we're gonna show scenes from it.
Yep.
I don't mind that at all, though. I actually think that yeah. Keeping with production stuff. Obviously, we talked about this last week with the Writers Guild being on strike. It's now starting to affect some Star Wars productions, with Mandalorian Season 4 facing some delays, because while the script is done, that doesn't... So Favreau did complete the script, but that doesn't mean that they can still work on the show, because usually you want to have a script supervisor or somebody that you still want somebody from the guild there on set in case they have to make script changes and stuff like that. So you still can't develop a show even if the script is entirely done. I'm also looking over the rest of this article. While Lucasfilm has not officially announced the development of Season 4, series creator Jon Favreau stated in May of last year that he was writing script for Season 4. Then February of this year, he said he completed it, and that they were handed to Lucasfilm veteran Doug Chiang for concept art. Doug's been working on Star Wars since the prequels, if not before then. I want to say for sure the prequels. Yeah, since the prequels. He's done some great concept art. The stoppage shouldn't stop pre-production on the show, but Lucasfilm is likely getting ready for a situation where a deal hasn't been signed by Labor Day, because we don't know when a deal is going to get signed yet between the production studios and the Writers Guild. The last one, which we talked about last week, so the one in 2009, that one ran for 100 days, which really boned a lot of TV shows. If you remember how weird TV got in that year, it's because of that. Because they still had to have a show, but they couldn't have scripts. But more than likely, it just means right now a lot of our movies that they were working on are probably on hold. Like, we shouldn't be expecting James Mangold's Star Wars film, his Dawn of the Jedi film, to be writing right now, because he's doing a Dawn of the Jedi film. We shouldn't expect the Rey film to be writing right now, which is likely to be the first film we're getting. So that's now going to be even longer of a wait than we were expecting, because we were thinking maybe 2025 for that, if they started production right when they announced it, or pre-production right when they announced it, which would be your writing and your getting concept art done. But now we might not be getting that until later, depending on when the strike ends. Yeah, when a deal goes through. That's also going to that's also caused some other Disney Plus stuff to get on pause. So like Wonder Man show and the Daredevil show have been paused because of this. Some other ABC and Netflix major stuff have been paused. Abbott Elementary season 3, the last season of Stranger Things. I think Tony Gilroy we talked about last week. Andor's on pause. So that's how it's affecting us. But hey, I'd rather writers get what they deserve, and I can wait for my shows if that's what it takes. Especially as somebody who wants to be a writer, I'm like, yeah, we should get paid fairly. So I'm not against this. On the other hand, there's other stuff that we can get on Disney Plus in the meantime, because Disney Gallery, which is their behind-the-scenes show that they do, we'll be getting our making of season 3 for Mandalorian on June 28th. So, and I think the last one we watched together was the Book of Boba Fett one, which I really liked watching that behind the scenes. I think you did too. That was a really interesting thing to watch, because that was a show that was so controversial for fans. Like, there were fans that really hated it, and then fans that were like about it, and then fans that really liked it. So it was like all over the board. So getting to see how that show was made kind of like clued in a lot of things. Like, I think that they shouldn't be doing digital body doubles for Luke in terms of the face. They should have just gone with the body double that they hired and just not tried to put a fake CGI face on him, because he looked like Luke. He looked like Luke. He didn't need the CGI. If they're yeah. No, I don't mind it, but when I watch that behind the scenes and see that they were like so concerned about having somebody look like Luke, especially after Mando season 2's CGI looked like Battlefront 2 graphics for Luke. You missed that one because you weren't watching the shows yet when that happened. But yeah, so but on the behind the scenes they showed it, and so I can pull it up again just as a reminder. The differences are night and day. Battlefront 2 Luke Book of Boba Fett, Luke. Like, it looks like they pulled him right out of Dice's Battlefront 2. Yeah. Well, that's because for Book of Boba Fett they hired the people that did the deepfake stuff, which they didn't do that on the Mandalorian season 2 version. So then when they did though for Book of Boba Fett, because the deepfake people demonstrated how good of a job they could do on YouTube, they were like, "Look, we can fix that." And then Lucasfilm was like, "Oh yeah, let's bring those guys on." But they didn't need to, because the body double already looks so much like. Like, here, oh yeah, here he is. Like, just give him a little bit of a different hairstyle and you've got Luke. Oh yeah. There he is in the Mandalorian season 2. I think the body double they got for Book of Boba Fett was a little different. I can't remember. Anyways, but we'll get to figure out some cool stuff about the behind the scenes for season 3. I'm interested to see how that looks. Yeah, yeah, they didn't need the CGI. It's just my personal.
Proves to me that just a moment ago I very quietly yawned in the mic and I could have leaned back.
Oh. So what should we talk about?
Sorry about that.
So should we talk about hotel news or book news first?
Let's just get the hotel one out of the way.
Okay. To no one's surprise, and I mean no one's,
Yeah.
Galactic Star Cruiser Hotel is closing permanently this year, after being only open for 15 months.
It's just expensive.
Yeah, the final guest will be on September 28th. So they'll get the 28th to 30th. That'll be the final experience. Here's their public statement. Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser is one of our most creative projects ever and has been praised by our guests and recognized for setting a new bar for innovation and immersive entertainment. This premium boutique experience gave us the opportunity to try new things on a smaller scale of 100 rooms, and as we prepare for its final voyage, we will take what we've learned to create future experiences that can reach more of our guests and fans. We are so proud of all of the cast members and Imagineers who brought Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser to life and look forward to delivering an excellent experience for guests during the remaining voyages over the coming months. Thank you to our guests and fans for making this experience so special. So while they do not explicitly say that it's because it's too expensive, they said it's because it's too expensive. Because I'll go back to the quote. We will take what we've learned to create future experiences that can reach more of our guests and fans.
I remember earlier we were talking about this, and I was like, yeah. Because you had looked into it.
Yeah, like when it first opened, like Scotty, myself, and JD, we wanted to go, but unless we were gifted the experience, we ain't going. Go ahead and say what you were saying, though.
When we were talking about it earlier, I was like, yeah, it's like $300 a night. And you were like, no, it's a lot more than that. Because I think it came
It's
out
5,000
for like
for a 2-night, 3-day experience, which basically means you're paying about $2,500 a night. Now, that is for 2 guests. So it's not 5,000 for one person, because there is no one person experience. It's 2 up to 4 people experience, and it does get more expensive as you get more people. And then that's not, and even like, and they didn't do anything to reduce that price, because that's the price it's been from day one. But they even admitted we knew they were having trouble with sales because in March, they announced they were reducing its weekly bookings from 3 or 4 bookings a week to just 2. Now, as for anybody who booked because you have to really book way far in advance. For anybody that booked after September 30th, which was when it closes, it'll be closed. They are promising to help relocate people and find somewhere else to stay on one of their cheaper sites. Because Disney owns plenty of the hotels near them.
Yeah.
So they're going to try to provide you a cheaper option, which you're probably saving $4,000. Realistically speaking. Now, and it does kind of suck though that it's closing because while the $5,000 is expensive, you are getting your money's worth because it's basically a full-on LARP experience that you're paying for those 3 days, 2 nights. You're also getting food and drinks for free, non-alcoholic, and certain specialty stuff, but beyond that, everything's. And then that includes your day pass to Galaxy's Edge.
I'm not saying anything, but it's not because I feel
Cheated on that.
cheated or strongly. It's because I'm tired.
Yeah, I'm just curious on your thoughts on that. I was discussing it yesterday, and
It's
I personally,
these things happen.
I do think it sucks that it's out of the price range of normal fans, and I do think they do need to find a way to lower that price. But I do think the price was fair for what they were offering. That's the problem, is what they were offering for that money was fair. It's just, realistically, your fans can't afford that.
Yeah.
Not all of them, anyways. And 90%, not 90%, but a good chunk of fans that I know who... There's a lot of people who got to go for free that are Star Wars content creators. Now, not all of them. I know a lot of people who saved up, and because it is expensive, and I know a lot of people who did save up to have that experience. But I remember when it was first open, there were a lot of, hey, here's Disney content creators and Star Wars content creators getting to go, so that way they can advertise this thing. And I'm gonna bet on a normal day, those same content creators could not go otherwise. And that's not me hating on those content creators. That's more me calling out Disney and their strategy for getting people to go. Because I think it was slightly disingenuous. And then that's not including some rush stuff that I've heard about of QA checking and making sure the hotel was ready, because it was also prepared during COVID times. It was built during COVID times. So it was rushed a bit. It was a rushed job. I do want to... Disney also said appreciation for them, but I do want to appreciate all the cast members at Disney that were part of this experience, because from what I understand from people who did go, they are what makes this experience worthwhile. Because it's the cast members that are willing to be in character that entire time. Because this is an entire weekend that you are in character, just so you can provide a magical experience to these people who... So, thank you for what you guys offered for that. Because I don't think Galactic Star Cruiser would have worked without that.
Yeah, it definitely would.
At that point, then it's just a super uber expensive hotel that... That's not why you pay the that's not why people were paying the $5,000. They were paying it because of the experience. So lastly,
last thing before we get to
Inquisitor: Rise of the Red Blade, coming out November, I'm pretty sure,
Alright.
is what I remember. Oh, July. It's a lot sooner than I remember. From Delilah S. Dawson, who I like. She's written the Phasma book.
in Black Spire.
Yeah, Black Spire. There was something else. Oh, Yeah, she wrote Black Spire, which was the introduced and the Galaxy's Edge spinoff, which introduced V, who's somebody you can run into at the park. V Maradi, who's a Resistance member. And she also did the short story The Perfect Weapon, which is set a little bit before The Force Awakens and is about the spy who turns in Rey and them at Takodana, who calls the First Order and tells them that Rey and them are at Takodana. So I like her. I kind of wish that she would get the opportunity to write more of Phasma, which is something she's also talked about. But she's getting an Inquisitor book, so hey, I'm excited because that's more of her writing and more Star Wars. We got an excerpt. According to Star Wars News, the excerpt takes place moments before the Battle of Geonosis. So we are focusing on this entire Inquisitor's lifespan, or at least Jedi to Inquisitor span, from the looks of it. Centering on Jedi Padawan Iskat Akaris and her master Simber Vey, the two fly into the dusty planet with clone troopers by their side. We get some details about Iskat's backstory as she and her master Lan. There's even a mention of Mace Windu. So let's just get into it. Iskat Akaris has spent much of her time as a Padawan, traveling the galaxy with her master, Simber Vey, collecting artifacts and lost knowledge for the Jedi archives. But after being recalled to the Jedi Temple, Iskat and her master are sent on a rescue mission, one that will change the futures of the Jedi Order, the Republic, and Iskat herself. As the shuttle thundered through the atmosphere of the arid planet Geonosis, Iskat struggled to shut out at the staggering cacophony of sensory input and focus on finding her center amid the chaos. This wasn't just a rescue mission, it was a military operation. The Jedi were soldiers now, but they weren't fighting alone. Thousands of clone troopers had appeared, seemingly overnight, to join them in supporting the Republic. There was even a clone flying their ship. After years of relative peace throughout the galaxy, the Jedi had swiftly mobilized to do their part as protectors of democracy, justice, and freedom. Iskat was thrilled, and also overwhelmed. She steadied her breathing and closed her eyes, one hand wrapped around her amulet, and the rest of the Jedi around her faded away to stillness. There is no emotion. There is peace. There is no ignorance. There is knowledge. There is no passion. There is serenity. There is no chaos. There is harmony. Master Khalfan had urged her to turn to this mantra in the early days after the accident, and Master Simber had repeated it with her many times. The words were stamped on her brain, on her heart. They transported her to the quiet within, made her feel as if she were the Jedi she was meant to be, calm, cool, collected, peaceful. Reflecting on the Jedi Code almost made her forget Tika, but did she want to forget? No, she couldn't think about that now. That was years ago. It hadn't happened again. Her teachers had seen to that, as had Iskat. She'd studied. She'd practiced. She'd gained the control demanded of her, and now she was on a rescue mission, surrounded by Jedi Masters, Knights, and Padawans. She'd never drawn her lightsaber in real combat before, but it wasn't her courage or proficiency that worried her. That made her two hearts beat so loud she was certain Tualon could hear them from beside her. She risked a glance at her fellow Padawan with a glossy black leku and look of determination. "You ready?" he asked with an encouraging smile. "As ready as anyone," she answered. So, Iskat is our main Inquisitor. But as, yeah.
Did the first Battle of Geonosis not go so well?
I mean, they won, but it was... But it wasn't as bad as, say, the second Battle of Geonosis, which is where...
One of them was like
The second
bad.
one is where the zombies come in.
I forgot that was a thing that could happen.
Yeah, the brain worms.
Whoops.
Let's see.
Wildlife. Dangerous thing in Star Wars.
I was just reading some stuff, but yeah. So this book comes out July 18th.
Curious.
Yeah, we're getting a new character. We're gonna see a Jedi's journey from Jedi to Inquisitor, which I think will be interesting because the closest we've gotten to a full journey is I forget his name now. Hold on. Pro, Process. Trying to remember his name. Proset Dibbs. That's his name. Who's a blind Jedi who has a disagreement with Mace Windu on some things during the Clone Wars. Proset Dibbs, yeah. He becomes the 10th brother, I think. Yeah, he becomes 10th brother. We don't get his full journey because by the time of Jedi of the Republic Mace Windu comic, he's already a master. But then he gets, I guess, locked up in a similar situation as, say, Barriss. Except it doesn't deal with a Republic tribunal. In his case, it's just a Jedi tribunal situation. And I guess,
Jedi version of internal affairs handled it.
yeah. And I'm gonna guess we never really know the exacts, but we know that at some point he escapes between, like, when Order 66 goes down and he joins the Inquisitors. So obviously he switched sides because of how things went with Mace Windu.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the closest we've gotten, and we know he and Proset does die, because one Jedi takes advantage of Order 66 still being in the clone trooper programming, and he's like, y'all are technically Jedi, and so he mind tricks the clone troopers with Order 66 to attack the Inquisitors.
Okay.
So you'll enjoy that Vader comic when we get to it. But yeah, I'm excited for this book. This is one that has been on my, like, when I heard about it, I was interested.
It's one of those things for me where it's like, why join up with the Inquisitors?
Survival.
Yeah, well, obviously that, but more personally, because that's the common sense answer.
Yeah. I mean, in the case of Grand Inquisitor, it's because he was upset that,
Either that or you just hate Jedi that much.
Well, in the case of Grand Inquisitor, it's because he was upset that Jocasta Nu wouldn't let him look into the archives, like the deeper archives, the stuff that's locked up.
Restricted section of the library, what would be let me?
And he was one of the temple guards at the time. So that's why, like, it's like you're not a Grand Master or anything. You're not allowed to go there because that stuff is tempting. Because it's usually a lot of dark side artifacts are in there, and so you don't want a Jedi who can't control himself going into that section because.
Counterpoint. I would like to know what the fuck I'm guarding.
And you just don't need to know the specifics.
That's the thing, right?
Because he knows that there's there's Sith artifacts. He doesn't have to know the specifics of every artifact in there. And but that's not why he wanted to.
Yeah, well, very obviously, it's not just like, could you just fucking tell me what it does so I know why, like, it's that fucking dangerous? But obviously, it's more probably going to be like,
Yeah.
I want to know what it does, so maybe I can use it later on.
Yeah, but the reality is he wanted to look because he wants to study it and become more powerful, because that's why a lot of Jedi that aren't masters yet, who don't understand the dangers of these artifacts, would want to look at that stuff. I mean, it's not canon anymore, but in Legends, in the Revenge of the Sith novelization, that's part of why Anakin is upset that he's not given the rank of master when he's put on the council, is because he can't look at the restricted section, because he was hoping he would find something that would help him save Padme in the restricted section. But if he's not given the rank of master, he can't look at it. And I think that actually fits well in canon still. I actually would like I would like that little factoid to be brought back into canon, because it's a nice little extra reasoning for that blow up, but also we don't need it because Clone Wars makes it clear Anakin's a hothead anyways, that he would have blown up whether or not that's the reason. But yeah, I mean, I'm trying to see how many, out of curiosity, how many Inquisitors we know about. I'm trying to think what the highest number we've had is, because I think
It's like 10.
10 might be the highest with 10th Brother. But while I'm looking that up, do we want to go ahead and start our talk about today's subject?
So which part about this little
Oh,
do you want to talk about first?
so first let's kind of introduce the setting. So this comic takes place on Jeddah. Follows a few Jedi, specifically one of the main Jedi is Vildar Mack, who has just been assigned here and actually requested to be assigned here.
Yeah.
Over like where he was gonna go.
Yeah.
Because he figured it'd be an easier job, because he's trying to get away from stress.
Yeah. Because like I think he's been out in the frontier for a while.
Mm-hmm.
It's like can I chill for a minute, please?
Yeah, and that's part of it. Yeah, and
It's like half of it
then of course he's got childhood trauma because
because
the Sorcerers of Tun.
Tun came in and just fucking destroyed his entire village.
Yeah,
Like that sorcerer did not hold back at all.
and so, but we also get to meet Maddie, Mathia, Kathleen, sorry, who is the Jedi apprentice of Master Laban, who I think is really, I like Master Laban.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, who is I forget the name of the race now, the otter-looking race in Star Wars.
They're not Mira Lucas because that's an entirely different thing.
Yeah, Mira Lucas are the blind people.
Yeah. John's playing.
Yeah, John likes it.
Don't
Salonians.
Saloni. Okay.
But yeah, and so there are 12 Inquisitors in canon. I think it ends with, at least at the moment of, according to the Screen Rant article from this year, March, that sounds right. I'll skim through it while we're continuing our debate.
Yeah. So
She's the welcome wagon for him.
yeah.
So one of the things that I really like in this comic is seeing the convocation. Now, the convocation is not great.
They're a mess.
They are very messy indeed. There are some issues that need to be worked out very severely.
And soon.
Um,
Because it's not good. You know?
yeah.
Like they show up. Our boy, God, why can't I remember the protagonist's name at this one?
Which one, Tay?
No, Tay is the one name I can remember.
Oh, okay. Who are we trying to?
He's right there.
Oh, Vildar.
Vildar.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah,
I fucking remember his name.
Yeah, Vildar, who is Kefix, by the way, which is the same race as Quinlan Voss. and has also a very similar ability to both Quinlan Voss and Cal Kestis and Ray, which is the Force psychometry.
Yep.
Because we see Vildar use it later.
So Vildar is almost immediately like a fight is started
'Cause-
on the street.
Because he's caught. Because he doesn't start this fight, but he runs into some people that. Well, one we learned that Jedi definitely don't care for Jedi.
No
Mainly
one on Jeddah cares for anyone else on Jeddah.
in general, yeah, but they especially despise Jedi. I've noticed
Um,
because Jedi used to rule the planet.
they used to rule the planet. They're not happy about that.
No. Which I guess is fair, but we don't know the history of that rulership and if
I
that's a
also
fair
don't
issue.
really care.
Yeah. I'm just saying we don't know the specifics, so I don't know.
I just think that like when a bunch of religious groups get together with like wildly varying opinions on things, it's like if you guys can't come to a consensus, which even in the convocation the higher ups can't do,
Yeah.
I'm not surprised that like people out on the street can't do it either. Because it's like if we're trying to like put our best and brightest all in one spot and they can't come to a reasonable agreement, it's not looking good for the general populace.
Yeah.
And while I'm hoping for the best, I know better.
Yep.
And also, Vildar, I'm not gonna blame him on this one. He's new in town. He doesn't know the rules.
And so like because they run into somebody who is pretending to be part of a force group and is kind of just doing it to do magic tricks. And somebody from that group calls them out on it and says, "Hey, you're not part of that group because we don't do charlatan magic like that." And then that starts like a whole fight
Like
in
it's
the.
gonna be like a street.
And so Vildar steps in because obviously, as a Jedi, he wants.
Jedi.
Well, because basically they want to try to keep the peace the best they can. Unfortunately, this just ignites it even more. On top of that,
Not the time, not the place, buddy.
our boy Tay shows up and is pickpocketing with the help of his droid. Scoot. Yeah, Scoot. I want to say Scoot because of a line that happens later in the comic. And Vildar chases after him, ignoring the fight. This is after meeting Tarna, who is the representative for the Sorcerers of Tun, which immediately gives Vildar PTSD and almost causes him to fight somebody.
Yeah. Oh.
And Tarna's like, "Whoa, I'm just the representative here.
Whoa, man, cool it. I'm not.
We're here to be
I'm
friends.
not scrapping with people in the middle of the street for no reason.
I just came out here to stop the riot because I heard there was a riot. I didn't expect Jedi to be in the middle of this." Which, I mean, Tarna's method is effective.
Yeah.
Shoot a bunch of flames to scare people. Yeah, nobody's gonna fight now.
What are you gonna do? I'm gonna fucking incinerate you if you don't stop.
But our boy Tay gets chased down, and Vildar loses him for a second.
Yeah.
Meets back up with Maddie, and eventually they. So let's. That's the premise. Is like Vildar is also there to help Maddie so Maddie is not to immediately bring him to Master Laban because they need to investigate a murder. Or well, they don't know a murder's happened yet. Missing artifacts.
Yeah, missing artifacts.
Which is something that's been going on throughout the entire phase, and we know who's behind this.
That bitch. What?
Just didn't expect you to call her that.
No, I'm tired of her and her fucking nonsense.
But yeah, we didn't. We know the mother's behind this.
Fuckery again, as she always is. How's your I'll install an heir to this democracy plan going?
Well, this is before that, so
No, but it's very funny that she thought.
because this is all leading up to the Battle of Jeddah. Like the Battle of Jeddah has not happened yet.
Oh god.
By the end of this volume, it does though.
Ooh.
Oh, Seth, try to speak more up into yours. Can you try testing for me?
Hello, hello?
Keep going.
Hello? Is everything alright?
Yeah, you're just quiet. Let me check your mic.
Yeah. We're just gonna search and do a little bit of making sure everything's alright on the audio lens over there. Because, like, normally for me it's very low, kind of low anyway. I'm just okay. Yeah, that's a bit higher. It's good. It's good. I'm going into the yellow. I'm not going into the red too much. I think it's back at a reasonable volume. Let me know if that's the case. Or isn't the case.
It looks reasonable. Solved it.
Alright. So, the mother is just doing the most as usual.
Without having to be there either. At least
Yeah.
until the end of the volume.
And so they go into this temple and they're like, hey. Oh, by the way, there's this like missing thing. We're gonna have to go investigate it.
Yeah, so they go to investigate it where they find Tay over a dead body.
Yeah. And it's like, oh, that looks bad. And Tay's like,
Well, guess what? I know mystical dark side abilities.
Yeah.
Ooh.
oh, what was it? Like, the forbidden technique of Morocho.
Yeah.
And like,
And apparently it's like a heart-stopping
Apparently-
technique.
what it does is, yeah, it basically stops someone's heart.
It's that move from Kill Bill.
It is, except as a guy who like has done research on martial arts, that's bullshit. That's not how that works,
Well, yeah.
because that's not a thing.
No. But it's basically that move from Kill Bill.
It basically is, but in terms of force abilities, and me and you talked about this, how like I've seen so much like impressive stuff. Stopping like somebody's heart with a force is like nothing compared to the other things we've seen.
It also looks like the Temple of Doom.
Yeah,
Because he just goes,
Kalima.
Kalima. Yeah, so he basically does that to Vildar.
Yeah.
Vildar that's the end of the first issue.
And
He
he's like,
thinks he's dead.
Vildar's like, I'm dead.
And in fact, it's being narrated. So the comic is being narrated throughout, and it's being narrated, it turns out, by Tay. Because the end of that issue kind of gives the
Yeah.
reveal that, yeah, I killed him. And then, like, next issue immediately, it turns out, no, I didn't.
No, I didn't kill him.
I was fucking with him.
Yeah.
Because he basically wanted Vildar off his back, and so he did a little trick with him, because it turns out his race has these pheromones that can knock somebody out, make them slow down their heart rate,
Yeah.
essentially, and make them think they're dying. Which the next issue, we get to go to our favorite place, the Enlightenment Tap Bar,
Yeah, baby.
where we get to see the Twinkle Sisters.
Mm-hmm.
We get to see Kraden.
Mm-hmm.
We don't get to see anybody else.
Yeah. But it's good to see Kraden again.
Yeah.
I like the Enlightenment. It's a nice place when it's not being shot up
Where
by
everybody knows your
gangsters
name.
or the Path or Enforcer droids.
We'll get to that in the comic in the next
Yeah.
volume. Not this volume. This volume
Oh.
ends like at the start of the riots.
Yep.
Um.
So that happens. Vildar is unfamiliar with the rules of Enlightenment.
Yeah. So immediately he tries to fight him, and Kraden's like, "Hey, no."
Only
Bad.
2 rules in Enlightenment. No theological debate
And no violence.
and no violence.
And you've broken one of those.
Yep.
You didn't break the theological debate one, surprisingly.
Yeah, actually, that is surprising.
He was like, "That's the one it's the violence one you broke," because Vildar says, "But he did dark side." That's one of my favorite moments is when Vildar's like, "He did dark side magic," and everybody in the bar starts laughing because they're like, "Oh, we know this guy. We know Tay."
He can't do that. we know he can't do that.
Yeah, and so that's when we learn about the pheromones, and when Tay reveals, "Hey, I'm actually on your side." And he
People
has to.
come to me when no one else
He's
will
Batman.
help them. Yeah.
He's Batman. When the city can't help them.
No, when the city doesn't want to help
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, no. Both. When the city can't and doesn't want to,
And so
they call Tay.
They call Tay.
And so Tay's a vigilante.
Basically. No, not basically.
No, basically he is. And he pulls up the footage from his droid that shows that, hey, I showed
I
up
didn't kill
after
that
the body was dead.
Yeah.
Um,
It's like, here's the evidence for it. Vildar is like, yeah, well, I don't fucking believe it. It's your droid. You could have doctored the footage or something.
so during all this, Tay manages to pickpocket Vildar
Yep.
and take his lightsaber.
It's like, got it. Nah.
And Tay leaves.
Yep.
And Maddie's like, you know we should probably work with him, right? And Vildar's like,
Yeah. Let's
drags
go
his
after
feet.
it.
Thankfully, even though he loses him, Kraden's like, I could tell you where he went. And this time it's free, but next time you
Next
gotta pay
time
me.
it'll cost you.
Yeah. Because information.
Yep, because Crane occasionally
He's sometimes an information broker.
is like, oh yeah, he's got like a shady business deal going on. It's like 2 streets over.
So yeah. So very once again with the Batman-esque,
Yeah.
like streety, like shady gangster business deals.
Yep.
Tay is undercover trying to buy sell the lightsaber and buy some Force artifacts.
Yep.
And he finds this one that's a bird, a
Mhm.
phoenix bird, and it's made out of kyber.
Yep.
Which Tay immediately is like, oh, I know exactly what this is, but I'm not going to tell them what this is.
Yep. They like.
Unfortunately, when
Maddie
Vildar and Maddie
show
show up, that ruins the deal, and the guy that was selling
Yeah.
runs off. But thankfully,
And
Tay saves the bird artifact.
yeah, Tay kind of looks over at Maddie and Vildar and is like, God damn it. Now I can't follow him back to where he was getting things because you guys showed up and now it's all fucked.
Yeah. I love Tay, by the way. He's
He's
my favorite
Tay is
character in this comic.
good. He's like one of the only people I could tolerate apart from Kraden and the Twinkle Sisters.
Tay definitely
'Cause
feels.
everyone else.
Tay
except,
feels like a character you would build.
You're right. He does. Tay and the like Jedi Knight, not the representative for the Jedi, the like knight that's
Oh, Olivia.
Olivia, Tay and Olivia.
Which we skipped her short story. There's a short story after issue 1, which takes place before issue 1, which is basically Olivia shows up to a meeting to see that like that they have started a fight with somebody who was trying to join
Yeah.
the convocation, but
Because you have to basically submit a form,
yeah, you submit a formal like
request
to join. Like there's no paperwork. It's just like, hey, I want to join. And then it's like, okay, let's talk about it as a convocation if we want you to join.
Yeah.
In this case, they did not want.
They definitively.
Well, it was a mixed bag because
Yeah.
some of them were like, we're okay with this, but like 3 of them were straight up attacking the person trying to.
violently opposed.
Yeah. The Yakombe.
Yeah. I don't know a lot about them.
That one's not. So that one's a newer one that's not in Legends. There's
Okay.
some that were brought from Legends, like the Mudokai. They're from Legends, which I like the Mudokai. I don't like the specific representative of them, but I do like the Mudokai. Because I like the little pole arms type, thing that they got going.
And the Yakombe.
It was apparently previously a dark side group who stopped for.
Was or is.
Well, it's. I forget which group it is that says that they're not anymore. But one of the members of the convocation says they haven't been for like decades.
Yeah.
Um,
Although they don't like.
They don't
never
speak for
directly
themselves.
Speak to anyone.
yeah, they have
always
a
go through intermediaries.
Yeah, they have a little. What's the term they use?
I guess a translator
Yeah, I
But
forget
that's
what the
not
term they
quite-
use. They use somebody on not an envoy. She is the envoy.
Yeah.
They have like a messenger essentially. That's like who they talk to, and then that person talks for them publicly.
Yeah.
And so Olivia walks in on this whole violent affair and tries to like step in between, going, "Hey, this isn't what we do for defending the light."
And it's like,
And at the end of it, they're like,
Yakambe
"Okay, sure, we'll
is-
let the Yakambe have a chance." And the Yakambe
like-
at that is like, "Nah, I changed my
Well,
mind,
they're
revoking my."
like, I was hoping that we could find like a place for peaceful debate here.
This
I
is
see that
apparently
there
not
is
it.
None.
Yeah, and so like they pull their request and they're like, "Never mind, bye." And after
But,
they
like-
leave, that's when our favorite character, Radikaz Sunshine Dobb, shows up.
This motherfucker.
And he comes in to give a petition for the path.
Yep.
And that's it.
Unfortunately, that's when the Herald starts talking.
Well, that's later.
No, but like
Later.
we'll get
Later.
into that. Meanwhile,
But it introduces Olivia during that comic, who's another Jedi who's here helping.
yeah,
She's a knight, so no master or anything, because she's
Yeah.
already passed all that, but she's also not a master. She's
Yeah.
just a knight.
she's basically who.
She's like Vildar in
yeah.
that regard.
Yeah, she more or less helps the Jedi representative with the
Yeah,
paperwork.
Laban, yeah, Master Laban.
Yeah,
And so Olivia, there's a theory because of her last name that she's related to the mother.
Hmm.
And it's one that I've been personally spreading since we learned this information.
I reserve all judgments until
This
things
comic
happen.
only increases that theory.
I will wait and see.
You're going to tell me that the final issue of this volume does not provide definitive proof
No,
that they are at least related.
no, because sometimes people just
Bullshit.
look alike. I know it doesn't happen often in fiction.
If you can realize, if you can tell somebody, like if you start having flashbacks of you having, we'll come to it. We'll debate this later. Yeah, she's not quite independent because she's not like Wayseeker, but
Yeah.
she's still following the council, but she's not. She doesn't have a master or anything. She's just doing what she's really more just happening Master Laban. Anyways,
Jedi in the High Republic are kind of given a lot more leeway,
yeah, like they
the
still
ones in the
like
movie.
they're still given orders by the council
but
unless they're a
honestly,
unless they're a
unless you're a
Wayseeker.
Wayseeker, in which case you just say, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna go wherever the Force tells me."
Which even then you still have to get approved by the council to become a Wayseeker, but after that it's like,
Yeah.
okay, boom, you're done.
Unless you're Bell Zettifar and you just do it anyway.
Bell's not a Wayseeker though, but he just says, fuck it, I'm going after
Fuck it.
he's like, fuck it, I'm going after
Done.
my best friend because I'm done thinking people are dead when they're not.
It's like, I listened to you fuckers for
One
like
time.
a year.
One time, and then it turns out my master's alive, and then I get to watch him die all over again.
Not letting that happen again.
Um,
God.
But yeah, so they run into
With the
they along with Tay, they go to the only place where
The-
kyber crystals could be coming from and where that artifact could have been stolen from. And it's the Guardian. It's the Temple of the Wills.
Yep.
Temple of Kyber, sorry, which is
Yep.
protected by the Guardian of the Wills, and it's I always confuse the name because it's run by the Guardian of the Wills.
Not to be confused with the Church of the Force.
Yes, which is a different group in the Convocation.
Yep.
Because you got the Church of the Force, the Guardian of the Will, you got the Wills, then you've got
Like,
the
Church of
Mudokai.
Force is actually really nice.
Yeah,
But,
the Mudokai, the Phonessi,
yeah.
Sorcerers of Tun, and then there's one more.
There's one more, but I do not remember their name.
And then of course the Jedi are members as
Yep.
well.
And so, when they get there, no, before they get there, the Guardians of the Wills do not like
the
Tay.
Lanto. That's the last group. Sorry.
All right,
Yeah, Guardian.
they do not like Tay.
No, because there's some bad blood between them where they
Yeah.
like only one person is willing to give Tay some benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, but everyone else just
missed with that. I don't know that. See, it shows the emoji typed in, so I don't know what that one is off the top of my head. Like, I can almost imagine it, but I just can't quite. Oh, it's the sick one, yeah.
Yeah. So
Church of the Force isn't that bad.
No.
They're actually. We actually don't learn a lot about their specific beliefs.
we don't. The only
I'd say we learn a lot about the Sorcerers of Tun, the Guardians, and the Jedi.
Yeah.
We already know about the Jedi, but we learn a little bit about this particular era of Jedi. And that's about it.
Yeah. I was going to say the only reason why I consider the Church of the Force okay is because of our former friend, our former Enlightenment friend who is now dead.
Oh, yeah.
That's why.
Yeah. Because he worked for the Church of the Force.
Yeah.
Well, also, like, the representative that we see in the convocation
Isn't, like,
isn't a bad
terrible,
person.
yeah.
No. If anything, they try to be too diplomatic in agreeing with everybody.
yeah.
And that kind of is why the convocation fails at the end of this volume. And it's really not because the convocation's bad. It's just they try too hard to appease everybody
Mm.
to a degree where they don't appease anybody.
Yeah.
And they end up kicking people out that want to join, like the Yakombe, who are reasonable, but because other groups may not be as reasonable about it, they have to listen to them because they're already members.
Yep. And so when they get there, the Guardian of the Wills are basically just gonna shoot
They basically kick Tay out immediately.
out on sight.
They're just like, nope, gone, leave.
And he's like, I'm part of this investigation. And they're like, get out.
Yeah, so they kick Tay out,
And he's like, fine.
where they don't ever tell Vildar what Tay did wrong.
Yeah.
But they say, yeah, if you knew who he was, you wouldn't trust him either.
I'm like,
Which is such bullshit when you find out why
Why
Tay
he did
got
it.
kicked out.
and I guess we should.
Do we
cover
want to?
that.
Do we want to?
Might as well.
Okay, because it
oh,
is this issue that they
yeah.
start to cover it. So yeah.
So, Tay used to be a part of the Guardian of the Wills until some kids were basically having like Oliver Twist shenanigans
Yeah, so there's this one elephant-looking kid who
out in the street.
is the original owner of Scoot.
Yep.
Who keeps panhandling right outside the temple of the, Temple of Kyber, but not really messing with the Temple of Kyber. But they are also pickpocketing people with the help of Scoot.
Yep.
Which Tay's like, hey, you can't do that, and goes after the kid and gets beat by kids, which is hilarious.
Like he gets jumped by children.
Yeah. Children and a droid.
Yep.
Which the rest of the Guardians are like, hey, not our problem. Our job is just to
We don't
protect
really
the
need
temple.
to look into that.
Our job is just protect the temple. We don't care what
Yeah.
happens outside of it.
The
And-
reason why Tay is concerned, but he's like, but these kids are basically being forced.
Well, he doesn't know that part
Not
yet.
necessarily
And that
forced.
first run in, he doesn't. The first run in, he's not worried about that. The second time he is, but the first time he's not. The first time he's only worried because he's like, but they're doing crime right in front of us.
We should do something about it. And it's like not our job.
We
And
don't
It's like, are they in the temple? Well, no. Then it's not our problem.
Are they trying to get in the temple? No.
Then it's not our problem.
So, the second time
Mhm.
is when he learns that, oh, they work for this guy named Wozo.
Yeah.
And it turns out Wozo is a big name criminal.
Yep.
Like, big time, like, Fagin levels of, well, probably bigger than Fagin, Sykes levels, if we
Yeah.
want to go with the Oliver Twist
Analogy.
analogy, which, so Sykes is the bigger,
Mhm.
Fagin is kind of, Sykes is the real big bad.
Yep.
Wozo's that level. And to the point where, like, the captain of the guards for the Guardian of the Wills is like, hey, you don't want to fuck around with this.
Leave it.
Stop asking.
The chief of police told you stop.
Also, it's not our job to worry about that anyways because he's not trying to do anything regarding
It's not
the temple.
fucking with the temple. Leave it be.
Which, of course, Tay doesn't feel good about
Yeah, Tay's like, I can't let this slide.
because these are kids in a
Like-
terrible situation.
Yep. And this is kind of happening in like the training hall where he and another guy are just sort of talking back and forth to each other.
Well, that's the guy who becomes the captain later. That's
Yeah.
why I was saying the captain. Because I think he already is captain during that time. Because Tay makes the joke of when he runs into him again in the present, he's like, "Oh, you're
Yeah,
still just
not
captain."
promoted yet. And so
Which, of course, does not
endear.
endear them to him at all, but it endears Tay to me.
Yeah. And so they
But
continue
like,
on.
so the third day,
third time,
Tay notices that the kid is nowhere in sight,
it's like
and
that's not normal.
something that should be mentioned is the second time he chased the kids, he actually managed to not get flashbanged by Scoot, because he got flashbanged by Scoot the first time. The second time he threw an orange at Scoot's face. Which also, me wanting to call Scoot comes from the flashbacks, because the first time the kid tells Scoot, "Hey, Scoot."
Yep.
But like the different spellings, because
Yeah.
Scoot, SCOOT, run. Scoot, the name of the droid, SKOT. Or OOT, yeah. So, Scoot.
Yep.
But no, so Scoot comes around and is like, "Hey, kids are in danger."
Yeah.
And Tay doesn't understand what he's saying, but he understands, okay, this is bad.
Okay, yeah, take me. Show me where they are.
And, of course, Guardian of the Wheels captain is like, "You can't leave your post." He's like,
"Suck a
"Watch me."
dick." That's not what he says, but that's like about the level of concern he's got.
Yeah, like, as soon as Tay leaves, he immediately knows, like, he is not able to go back.
Yeah, he's like,
Well, not quite yet. There's a certain point of no
the
return.
thing that confirms like why you can't go back.
So he follows
follows
Scoot to this hideout where it
These
turns out
kids
this is
are-
where Wozo was hiding.
Yep.
And where all the kids are. Some kids are dead, but most of the kids are
I'd
dead
say,
except
like,
for like a couple. But the
no-
main one who's dead is Elephant Kid.
90% of the kids in that room are dead.
But Elephant Kid is specifically dead, which is the one that Tay was gaining a connection to.
Yeah.
So Tay did run into Wozo the second time. So
Yeah.
actually, no, Wozo was mentioned the first time. You were right, because the second time he ran into Wozo, and he almost started a fight with Wozo there, but the Guardian captain was there to stop that.
Yeah.
So he's seen Wozo before,
Yeah.
and
So the guard captain.
guard captain shows up because he chased Tay this whole
Yeah.
time, and he's like, "Hey, we can't do anything about this." And Tay's like, "Fucking watch me."
Fuck that. You stay here and make sure the rest of these kids don't die.
Because, like, Tay is upset because basically it's revealed that Wozo got screwed because,
Yeah.
like, some people that he was partnered with betrayed him. Like, full-on criminal cartel. Like,
Yeah.
this is some, like, what's the name? I forgot the name of the show now.
Mm.
Netflix show about drugs and
That doesn't narrow
Pablo
it-
Escobar's show.
That doesn't narrow it down for me.
Forgot the name of the show now. Anyways, this is full on like what you expect from criminal cartels and betrayals and gangster stuff. So Wozo's on the run now.
Yeah.
Cause he's the one who fucked up the deal.
Yep.
And it's never confirmed if Wozo's the one who killed the kids or if he let the kids get killed for him, like basically be meat shields.
Unclear.
Either way, this is
Either
on
way.
Wozo.
Either way, he's responsible for this.
Yeah. And so oh, my favorite line from Wozo as he's running, because we get to see Wozo
Yeah.
running first before we get the full-on Tay as Batman coming to kick his ass.
Yeah.
Wozo's like, he's like calling up a buddy to get a ship out of there, and he's like, "I need a ship right now because Kraden wouldn't let me hide in the Enlightenment," which that immediately gives Kraden even more respect from me. Because Kraden, I imagine, is very neutral when it comes to these
Yeah.
type of situations. Because I imagine he's let Wozo be a patron plenty of times.
Yeah.
But I bet you once Kraden heard, "Oh, Wozo got some kids killed." Nope. So I think I respect Kraden. I think it's a mixture of that and also like he just doesn't want the trouble of dealing with some gangsters coming to kill him. Yeah, because
already had to deal with that.
Because while everybody respects the Enlightenment as a sanctuary that nobody
Yeah.
should be fighting in,
Basically, Sanctuary's neutral ground
yeah,
for like everyone.
yeah, and while everybody there respects that that's what the Enlightenment is, I think it would have been broken, or
Yeah.
at least they would have tried to pay Kraden off to let it be broken.
Yeah.
And Kraden's like, I don't want to risk that situation.
It's like I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah,
no.
because the Enlightenment is essentially the hotel from John Wick.
Yeah. The continent.
Yeah, it's the Continental.
There's
He's
two
like-
rules. Don't
he's-
fuck him up.
He's like, I don't want to be like, because he doesn't want what happened to the Continental to happen to the Enlightenment. He's like, I don't want some rules to be broken and then for people to think that they can just break the rules all the time. So he's like, I'm not pulling that game. I'm not playing that game. But I also think it's because he realizes, yeah, what Wozo did was fucked.
Yeah.
And so
Even if he doesn't know,
the details, he probably,
even if
there's probably
he
rumors
more
of the
than likely
kids dying.
does know, but even
Because
if
he's an
he
information
doesn't-
broker.
Even if he doesn't, it's not like he's
There's no way
shit just went bad
Yeah.
like that day. So it's like, no, I'm not gonna let you stay here.
Well, there's also no way that information about like those kids dying stayed quiet that long.
Yeah, no.
Because we know that there were hours between even Tay finding them before he tracked Wozo down. It took him hours because it goes
Yeah.
from like midday to evening by the time he finds Wozo, which tells me that these kids have been dead a while.
Yeah.
Probably since the beginning of the day. And so there's no way word didn't spread in the underworld, which would have gotten to Kraden because he's an information broker
Mm.
of what went down. So he probably let Wozo stay there until he heard about that.
Yeah, and then it was like, you need to leave like now.
But no, so I respect Kraden for that. It's another reason why I love Kraden as a character because that gets respect. But then Tay, who is my favorite character in this comic as a main character, comes in and immediately goes roundhouse kick.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, Wozo is this alien species that has like a fish tank on his head because he needs like water, I guess, to survive.
Yeah.
Tay comes in and roundhouse kicks it so hard that there's a crack immediately on it.
Yeah. he's done.
And Tay's a skinny dude.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm like-
he's the purple guy on the cover there. He's a pretty thin guy.
Yeah. His opening move is a fucking jumping roundhouse to this guy. Like, Wozo tries, but it's very clear.
No,
that
it's
Tay
like
is
Tay does not give that man a chance.
Yeah.
Like Wozo tries to start, he's like, "Oh, you think you're so tough," and Tay immediately just goes, bah, 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 bah. Like it's like watching one of those brutal MMA fights where you know that like the other guy did not stand a chance.
Yeah. Oh, like since this guy needs water to breathe, that fishbowl does not last very long.
No, because Tay
And, like-
goes in on him, and to the point where it breaks, and then he starts like actively choking this man, and Wozo's like, "I can't breathe," and
He's like, "Oh yeah, you can't breathe? Could those fucking kids breathe?
essentially, he doesn't say that specifically, but yeah.
Sure kind of sucks, doesn't it?" Like that's not how it happens.
But like Tay does not show mercy.
like he's like very clearly won.
Yeah, and he's like, I wonder if the Guardians will come here in time to stop me. Oh, you're already dead. Too late.
What a shame.
And then he leaves because he knows
He's like, I can't go back. Can't go back there now.
like the moment he left to go chase Wozo, he already knew.
Yeah.
Like the moment he left the kids after seeing the kids, that was his no turning back moment. Because the captain made it clear. He's like, hey, if you go after him, and he's like, yep, I'm going after him.
Fuck that.
And I agree with Tay, because
I-
what's the point of, like, being this force group? It'd be like if the Jedi didn't do anything ever to interfere
Yeah.
and help anybody. It's kind of pointless then. You have all this power and you use it to... I get having a few people who guard the crystals because
Yeah.
kyber crystals are dangerous and very important, and in the wrong hands are deadly. I get that.
That
and,
makes sense.
and that's why the Guardians are there. But also, if Jedda's your home, why are you not?
It's like half of them should be protecting the temple, and the other half should be out roaming the streets.
Yeah, and you can
But instead it's like-
switch up who's doing that. If
Yeah,
if you're worried about I get bored doing the one job, mix it up.
and instead it's like 100% of the group always at the temple at all times.
And apparently they're not even doing a good job
Yeah,
because
come to find out, people have been just stealing
yanking shit. Yeah. Because
in the present.
Yeah, back in the present. Because that's the end of the flashback.
Yep.
And it really provides a lot of perspective for Tay, and it really after reading that, Tay became my favorite character. As a main character in this comic, because obviously Kraden's one of my favorite characters as well, but he's not a main character in the comic. He's a secondary to tertiary level. Tay is a main character, and Tay quickly becomes very endearing after reading this, because you're like, Tay's a character that I can get behind. He's a scoundrel. He's that scoundrel with a heart of gold
Yeah.
type character. That's basically like the trope. He's the scoundrel
Yeah.
with a heart of gold. He's your rogue who does good thing. Like, he believes in honor among thieves, essentially.
Yeah.
Because he does steal, but he's,
He's not stealing.
from what we can tell, it's not from poor people.
Yeah.
Um,
Actually, I'm trying to think. The only thing.
And the
he
only time we've seen him
steals
steal is at the beginning-
Lightsaber.
well- and the bag at the beginning when Vildar chases him.
That's true.
That's twice.
Yeah.
That's the only time we see him steal. And the Vildar lightsaber I don't count because that was I think he knew Vildar would track him.
I just thought he did it to fuck with him.
Well, also he was doing it as a way to try to have a transaction with the.
That too.
He was trying to get in the good graces of that
Yeah.
contact, which we do see later in this comic.
Yep.
Confirming that yes, he is working for the Path, and that the Path is behind a lot of this.
Meanwhile.
But yeah, so Tay and Scoot are arguing
Yeah.
about whether Tay should go back and kind of get some
He's
more
like,
information.
I don't fucking need. They don't want my help.
While Vildar and Maddie are working with the archivists, there's two archivists who are.
One of them is-
One of them is a lot more lenient towards Tay and kind of
It's like I get it.
and then
The
the
other
other
one just is like, man, fuck that guy.
he's a thief and a scoundrel.
He's a thief, a scoundrel, a ne'er-do-well, and I don't want to see him in my library.
And who's to say he didn't steal the artifact himself? Because at first they don't believe the artifact's stolen, but then they go to where it's supposed to be, and there's just an empty plinth. And Vildar makes a joke of, "I'm assuming with the empty plinth, this is not good," which is one of the few times Vildar makes a joke, and it's
Yeah.
great.
Fucking snark. Oh yeah. And I kind of agree with Vildar. I'm like, wow, you guys sure do a great job of protecting your relics, huh? Fucking nothing there.
And so,
Took it.
yeah,
There's no traps or anything. There's not even a basic triple arm.
or even just a glass thing for it to be in.
Yeah, none of that.
It's just a plinth.
I half expect.
Which maybe the plinth has an alarm system we don't know about, but it would have gone off.
Yeah, the best part I think is that there's an open window right next to it.
Well, no. It's
It's
no,
not
it's in the
that far
security room.
away.
It's in the security room. Because they go to the security room to go watch the tapes. If you're talking about where Tay enters from,
Yeah.
yeah. Because they go into the security room. That which is where
Yeah.
So yeah, that security room is where it is, and Orinali is the one who doesn't like Tay.
Yeah.
And Zumeg is the one who does.
So they go.
So they go to look at the tapes and be like, well, maybe we caught who did it on tape.
Yep.
And Tay is sneaking in at that point, going into the same room they're in, because he had the same idea of,
Yeah.
let's look at the tapes. Oh, they already beat me to it. Unfortunately,
It's like,
Tay
hey,
just
what's
keeps getting
this?
caught up in the wrong place at the wrong time,
Like-
because
That doesn't look like it belongs there.
Yeah, he finds a thermal detonator.
Oh shit.
And of course, the moment he finds it and picks it up and is about to try to disarm it,
Man.
is when Vildar turns around and sees him.
Yeah.
And Vildar's like, "What are you doing with that?" It's like, "It wasn't me, I swear." And Vildar's like, "Ah!" Force pushes it away. Unfortunately, it explodes, and it kills Zumeg. But everybody else survives,
Yeah.
but is heavily injured.
It's very much a case of like Tay
Wrong-
can't get
Tay
away.
is just in the wrong
He's
place at the wrong
always
time.
Got like the worst luck.
Yeah. But Zumeg dies, so the one who likes Tay is dead. Unfortunately, this is when everything decides to start going down.
Yep.
So
And they're like, we're taking you to like.
the Guardians of the Wills have decided to investigate Tay. They're basically holding him prisoner until they can figure out what's going on. Basically, they believe he bombed the temple.
You're guilty until proven innocent, Tay.
Yeah, which the evidence, the circumstantial evidence is not good.
Yeah.
I should say it's circumstantial because it is. He just happened to be at the wrong place, wrong time. Unfortunately, one of the few things that could have proven his innocence is not working. Scoot, because Scoot lost the footage of what happened
Yep.
because of the explosion. Because Scoot was probably one of the few things that could have proven his innocence. On top of all that, that's when our boy the Herald decides to show up.
Yeah. Meanwhile, at the convocation,
Yeah, because Vildar wakes up from some healing process that
they're like, we'll put
The-
leaves on his wounds.
yeah, the Lanto are trying to heal him that way.
That's not actually what it does, but that's what it looks
From
like.
what we see, it's like a natural healing force power thing going on.
We will
but-
turn you into a plant.
But yeah, so Vildar wakes up, is pissed because he thinks Tay didn't do it.
But
Because
no one believes him.
he's starting to realize, okay, this is very
Maybe-
circumstantial.
Yeah.
And maybe the Guardians who already have bad blood with Tay shouldn't be the ones investigating this.
Yeah.
And nobody in the convocation listens
It's like, damn it.
because, for the most part, they don't want to step on any toes. Is really what it comes down to.
Yeah, they're concerned about overreaching.
And they're like, this is the Guardians' temple, and this is the Guardians' situation. We can't, unless they ask for help, we cannot step in. Which of course Vildar's not happy with, Olivia's not happy with, Maddie's not happy with, and even Master.
He's like, it's kinda-
I forgot. I just dropped her name. I've been saying it this whole. Anyways, the Master, the Salonian.
yeah.
Even they're like, I don't agree with it, but we're kind of stuck with it.
Yeah, they're like, damn bureaucracy.
Yeah.
Always getting in the way.
And on top of this, the convocation has decided that the official story of what happened at the Temple of Kyber is that they basically had like a
I think it was
gas
like a
leak,
gas
essentially.
explosion.
yeah, it's basically a gas leak.
And Vildar is like,
Shouldn't we tell the people the
What?
truth?
yeah. It's like,
And so we're starting to see the downfalls of the convocation because a lot of this is to avoid panic because we have the big celebration that's coming up
Mhm.
because they have the
Festival of Light.
well, Festival of Balance because they renamed it Festival of Balance so that way all the Force
Yeah.
groups can enjoy it because Festival of Light is specifically a Jedi tradition, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
And so they wanted to rename it as a way to like include every group. It's basically the Happy Holidays of Star Wars.
Yeah.
Which, okay,
Yeah,
I'm not
sure.
going to get upset about. Apparently, though, the people of Jeddah do not care.
They're like, we don't fucking give a damn.
Yeah.
We have other things to worry about.
So they basically don't want to ensue panic because of that. And Veldar's like, not the best idea, but okay.
Sure is Vildar's response.
And the Herald comes in along with our buddy Sunshine and Yana,
Yeah. It's good to
who,
see her. It's
which
been a
is our
while.
first visual representation of Yana.
And
Kind of how I imagined Yana. Like,
yeah,
fits the description. very
nonsense,
very tomboyish,
Yeah.
no nonsense looking. Yeah,
the nonsense with the path
yeah. So
starts immediately.
yeah, the herald's like, "Hey, I'm here," and they're like, "Oh, are you here to finally join?" And he's like, "Actually, I'm here to disband y'all because y'all be stupid."
and everyone's like,
what?
"No,
No. And he's like, "Fine, if I can't get y'all to disband, I
how
want
about we
y'all
try something else."
I want y'all to disprove my theory by not using the force for a while until we can get some research into my theory."
And then
And of course they're like, "That's stupid too."
they went, "No."
And he's like, "Fine, I'm out of here." And he goes out, and immediately he tells the crowd, and this is something we saw in the Battle of
Yeah.
Jedi audio drama. We saw this part, which is him going, "I just got kicked out. They kicked me,"
violently thrown from the temple.
and it's just like, that's not what happened at all.
You weren't violently thrown.
You walked out,
You walked out.
and they were
that my beliefs are nonsense.
I mean, that is kind of true, but they were willing to let you join.
Yeah. They also lied about the attacks.
Because I overheard them just before I walked in. I overheard them mention that they were going to cover that explosion. Turns out it was a thermal detonator.
Also, the Jedi suck and are to blame for your problems.
Meanwhile, Yana's in the background hiding with the rod, getting ready to have the nameless attack.
Yeah. First time to see like the whole Nameless, and I was like,
Well, I thought we saw
We've seen, like,
Trial
other-
of Shadow. We saw the whole in the final issue.
don't think so. I think we saw like one of its weird because it does weird things to Force users. To
But I thought we saw the whole because of what's her name. We saw her version of it, the one that's not a Force user. That's Xi'an. I thought we saw her side of
We
it.
saw like one of its arms.
Oh, okay. Oh,
think
you're
this is
right.
the
We did just see its arm.
Yeah, I think this is the first time, and I was like, oh, it's like an
like a big cat.
emaciated cat with spikes on the back.
I'm pretty sure we've seen it somewhere else because
Yeah.
like there.
I know that we see it in the detective one from his like weird what it looks like to him, and I'm like,
I think for
fuck
the
that.
I think for the most part, in some versions of the Jedi seeing it, we've seen this like it looks pretty close. It's just a little bit more monstrous.
Yeah,
But I'm pretty sure for the most part, we get pretty accurate look at it a lot of time, even when the Jedi are freaking out.
I don't trust any like
Any
high
of-
force sensitive when they look at the Nameless because I know it fucks with them.
But yeah, so something
this
is
one-
going on with the Force
Yeah,
where
and everyone
a riot,
freaks out.
like where a riot is happening because before the freak out, everybody's immediately getting angry very fast.
Yeah, like
To the point,
things
and
were already
Vildar,
tense,
like
but they should
Vildar,
have gone up that
like
quick.
Vildar, I forget who says it. I think it's actually Olivia who says like something's weird. Where like I can feel their
Yeah,
tension.
everyone is angry, but this is like even
Somebody's
with the
playing with their
herald
emotions.
inciting it, they're also going up way faster than they need to.
And I think it's because the mother's there, and I think this confirms my theory that the mother is force sensitive.
I agree with that.
And I think she's playing with the emotions and manipulating them because we've seen her. I still say we've seen her do it with Sunshine.
Oh yeah.
So some of my friends disagree. Some other content creators have disagreed with me in private, but I think
don't give a fuck about
I
that,
think
man.
I
Just
think
how bad it needs-
I think that she did push Sunshine. I think Sunshine already did like her,
Mm.
but I think in that Path of Deceit, the first few chapters where she's trying to get him to stay full time,
Yeah.
I think we do see that she does a little bit of a nudge on his feelings and emotions, which we know that Jedi
Can
can do. Now, I don't think she's a Jedi. I don't think she's a Sith.
No.
I think she just has Force capabilities. I don't think she's high powered on them.
No, but they're enough.
Yeah, I think it's just enough where she can.
She is a schemer.
Yeah,
That one.
yeah. So I think she is increasing the emotions here, because we do see her.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not we actually see her, or if it's Olivia just sensing her presence,
Is unclear.
yeah, because we do the whole I see her, turn away, oh she's gone. They do that in the comic,
Yep.
and it's just like, okay, was she really here? Or is this just her presence fucking with Olivia? Which also increases my theory that they are related. Because why would Why would you fuck with somebody in that regard? That you're especially when we get the flashbacks of her. Olivia gets flashbacks of her as a child, and I don't know if. So my original theory is that Olivia is her daughter, but I'm leaning away from that. I'm starting to think sisters.
I'm thinking not necessarily that, but maybe like creche mates.
But they share the same last name.
Don't know.
Crush
don't
mates
really
don't.
care.
Crush mates don't share
Don't know,
last
don't
names.
care. Her being related is to me an unimportant aspect.
I mean, it could be important. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
Even in the where we're at with the published
To me,
issues,
it's,
which
like,
are
Not relevant
we're on
at
issue
the moment.
which right now issue 9 is the most recent issue. Even up to then, we
so-
still don't have answers regarding that because right now they're dealing with stuff going on that we see at the end of the
Yeah.
volume.
For me, it's like cool coincidence at the moment.
Well,
Probably not relevant.
probably not coincidence because you don't make characters look that similar and give them a same last name.
Mm.
Not without a purpose, anyway. As a writer, I don't think you. If you do, it's dumb.
Sometimes people, you know what? This
In
is a
fiction-
difference of opinion.
In fiction,
Moving on.
it doesn't make sense. In real life, yeah, sure, this could be an entire coincidence, but in fiction,
Please, for the love of God, High Republic writers, do it just to fuck with this man. But
yeah, but
ultimately, I don't.
anyways, all this is going down while
Yeah.
the riots are going down.
Every-
The Nameless had caused our boy from the I forgot his name now.
Tarna?
Tarna to go off.
Yeah.
And
Which produces one of the coolest visuals.
I mean, it's on this back
Yeah.
cover. I let me turn it around for the audience so they can see the coolest visual that happens in this comic. Yeah, it's basically like this creature out of fire.
Okay, Caleb, that's a dragon.
It's got
That is a
arms.
dragon.
Looks more like the Nameless. Like, but from a Force user's perspective.
Hmm.
I don't see no wings. That's arms.
No, because see, that will be the arms there. Little wings going down. That is a fucking dragon head.
I guess.
Yeah. It's still very cool.
Either way, yeah.
regardless.
Either way, it's a cool monster design that, yeah, out of fire. And
If I saw that, I'd be like, all right, yeah, fuck this, I give up.
the riots actually get worse.
Yeah.
And then the Fallen Aussie show up to try to stop Tarna, which does manage to get him out of it,
Yeah.
along with the help of Vildar, who is
like-
starting to grow a friendship with Tarna in a weird, like, I don't want to be friends with you, but you're
Right.
not a bad
You're
person.
not what I thought you were.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, we learned that, like, not all sorcerers are like that.
Yeah. Like,
Um,
he. Like,
Vildar just had a
Vildar is
bad
one of, like,
childhood
the
experience.
worst
Yeah.
of them.
Yeah. And so,
He got, like, the crazed lunatic out of that.
yeah. And so, Vildar goes off with Maddie to go help other people.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Olivia joins them as well initially.
Yes.
While all of the Convocation members stay at the Convocation outside the Convocation Temple, as well as Master Laban. I remembered her name.
Yep.
Who stays to help as well. They end up getting to the Pathom House,
Mhm.
which recently opened and is already in shambles because it was in shambles when they bought it.
Yep.
And
You know, like,
Vildar
"Alright,
goes,
Jedi."
and like the Path act like they don't want help, but Vildar's like, I'm helping anyways, and then actually gets trapped inside the almhouse when it collapses.
Oh no.
Unfortunately, Olivia has to leave and go help Master Laban, who is saying, hey, that Jedi statue out in the middle of the desert, yeah, we need to go to that real quick.
People are tearing it down.
Yeah. So Maddie's stuck alone, having to deal with Vildar stuck under a building.
Yep.
So
They'll be okay.
yeah. Unfortunately, Olivia makes one of the dumbest moves I think in this situation, in regards of how to deal with the statue being pulled down, and immediately ignites her lightsaber, which only like causes them to
Incites
they just go. Oh, we skipped something.
What did we skip?
Tay's escape.
Oh yeah.
Because that star-nosed mole guy who Tay was making a back alley deal with earlier makes his way to the Temple of the Kyber and is like, help me, there's a riot outside. They think I'm a Jedi and they attack me, but I'm no Jedi, let me inside. And the Guardians are like, oh yeah, we'll let you in and close the door behind you. He's like, really? You would close the door behind me and let the city burn? Oh, you guys are awful fucking people. And he has a point there, but unfortunately the rest of what goes down is unnecessary.
Yeah.
And so the Star-Nosed Mole guy has backup of like a bunch of people who are coming in to like look for some artifacts. Specifically, they're looking for the rod.
That's why I assume they're Path members, or they were like hired out by the Path.
Yeah.
and so
Because I forget the Rod of Daybreak is the one Yana uses right now.
yeah.
It's the Rod of Seasons they're looking for, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
And there's like one more rod.
There's one more somewhere.
Yeah, it just hasn't been introduced in Phase 2.
Yeah.
I think it's something that will become important in Phase 3 because I don't think... Because all three rods are together by the end of Phase 1.
Yeah.
Because the last rod is the one that Crix told Markion about, of where it was hiding. Because that's the last rod, is the one that Crix is like, oh yeah, I know where that one is because I tricked
The Elder.
Tromac to tell me.
Yep. And so
Tay is meanwhile taking advantage of this break-in to free himself with the help of Scoot, and
I can just leave.
unfortunately is too good of a person.
Fucking conscience
Yeah,
getting in the way.
because we hear Archivist Orinali crying for help as like he's being tortured for information on where the rod is, and of course he has no idea where the rod is because the rod's not there.
Yep.
And Tay's like, fine, I'll go help him.
Fucking gotta help.
And so he saves
This is
Orinali.
bullshit.
I feel like that was important to share because once again shows Tay's character.
Yeah.
Also, it explains how Tay got out of prison. But shows Tay's character because Tay is a good person who.
Like, Tay keeps like, he's like, I don't have to care. They keep fucking me over. Why do I keep helping people?
Because you're a good person.
He's like, this is bullshit. Every time I go to help someone, some fuckery happens.
But anyways, we end the issue with the Jedi statue being torn down, which is now we know how that Jedi statue got torn down that we see in Rogue One.
3 out of 4 were torn down. Now it's 4 for 4.
And we're gonna learn why it got torn down in the next volume. But I've already told you, like, I think I've said it on the air too. Like, there's actually a archive here.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's an archive here. Maybe the rod is kind of hanging out here. So, but that's the end of the volume. It kind of leaves us on a big cliffhanger.
Yeah.
But that's fine. I like this. I like what they're doing with it. I like how it's tying into the rest of the major storyline. I like the characters. I don't really strongly dislike any character. I think the only characters I truly dislike are the ones that are assholes to Tay, and even then it's like some of them have reason, but the ones who don't are the ones I don't like Archivist Orinali. I could what's your problem? What's your problem?
It's like, why are you Orinali, you weren't there.
Yeah. But once again, Cavan Scott proves his writing capabilities because this is Cavan Scott, who the High Republic writers as a whole just always prove their worth, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And then the art in this is really good. Any freeze frame of Tay could be used really. I like this of him holding the lightsaber.
Like, I got it.
That would be a cool little like image to have as like a phone background or something. Him getting caught by with the dagger. his snarky little bow. Just
Very amusing to watch.
There's actually theories that he's still alive by Phase 3, and that he's one of the people that Yoda's gone to like make a contact with.
Too, yeah.
Which I don't remember if Sephi have a long lifespan or not, because it would be 150.
Yeah.
Yeah, 150 years. So, because it says on the back, it reminded me. But that's it for this one. I give it an 8.
Yeah.
I give it a
agree
good
with that.
strong 8. Yeah. And I'm excited to see where the comic ends, because even at issue 9, we're not at the end, but we're getting close.
Mhm.
Next week, it's the moment everybody's been waiting for. It's our Jedi Survivor review, which I'm gonna try to get you to play some more before we, like, because you've had some hands-on experience, but I think you need a little more.
Basically completed the story.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, Coruscant. I think you need to do some Kobo, and then I don't think you have to beat the game, but I want you to at least be able to talk mechanically, like, because we can both talk story, because you've seen the cutscenes and I played the game to 100%ed it, so we can both talk story. But I think to truly review a game, we got to talk mechanics as well, and so that's gonna be it for this week. Talking Jedi Survivor next week. Shout out to Cult Movie Cantina, who Mobcast Network, who do Cult Movie Cantina, one of their podcasts. Right now, we are actually still in the running for a nappy. So if you're local, that's like a little local magazine newspaper award that they do for local businesses, and we're in the running for best podcast, Cult Movie Cantina. So if you want to go vote for that, that's going to be on Lanyap's website, which is the name of the newspaper. You can find a link to those voting on facebook.com/Cult Movie Cantina, which is their Facebook page. And they've been linking it every day because you can vote every day. Scotty also is doing a play, which I'm going to go see tonight. But his last play that he did is up for the running, because he directed another play before this, and his last play is up for the running for the nappies as well. I think he's also shared that on there on that Facebook page. If not, it's on his page. Also, otherwise you can find them. You can find them on any podcasting app at Cult Movie Cantina. I was trying to remember if it was Cult Movie No. Mobcast Network. Mobcast Network. And you can also find them on youtube.com/Mobcast Network. I'm there. I produce and co-host, so you can see my pretty face there as well. Also, shout out to Gamers and Geeks and Engage Gaming, which are local shops here. Gamers and Geeks is our local gaming shop, and they do D&D, Warhammer, Magic. They've got an arcade in the back where you can pay $10 for a wristband and you can play on free play machines all day. And in case, as we said earlier, you can hear them working on some new tables for the Warhammer and tabletop side of the game side, because about time that, the tables are fine, but they've been needing some new tables for a minute for some of the tables. So that's what they've been working on throughout the podcast. Engage Gaming is a rent-a-console sort of deal, except it's in-shop. You pay an hourly rate to play on a PS5, Xbox, PC, VR, whatever you want to play. They include the games as well, and you just play in-house in the shop and pay the hourly rate. There's also a monthly membership thing that you can join to decrease that hourly rate. And then my brain just... Oh, shout out to our Patreon member, Jennifer Brantley, who has been commenting today. And so if you want to become a part of our, if you want to become part of our Patreon, you can check out patreon.com/Escape Reality Films, where you can watch our content a week ahead on YouTube for YouTube content. And then there's other stuff there as well. My books are there, where you can get them a little bit cheaper than if you bought them directly on Amazon. And I also get a little bit more if you buy them through Patreon. So helps everybody. You get them cheaper. I get more money from them. Everybody wins. If you're watching on YouTube, youtube.com/Escape Reality Films, be sure to like or subscribe. And then you can also check out our Discord community, which is linked down below if you're watching on YouTube. If you are watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films, be sure to follow or subscribe. And you can also have access to our Discord, as it is also linked. And then only thing I think we're missing is your D&D.
Yep. So
Sunday.
on Sundays over at the Steam_Dungeon
On twitch.tv.
on twitch.tv, you can catch me and some friends of mine playing some D&D 5th edition, Trials of Nebu. Currently, still preparing for a big dinner party with one of our rival factions, and we've invited some more people, because why not? What could possibly go wrong?
This immediately, I can't remember if you've seen this episode or not, but it reminds me of the Thanksgiving episode from Always Sunny.
I don't think I've seen that.
Okay, yeah, no, there's an episode where they decide to squash all their beef with all the people that they have beef with, and they invite everybody over for Thanksgiving to squash their beef, and it goes about how you imagine.
Unfortunately, I won't be able to join due to work, but you should still check it out anyway.
And
I am sure you will be entertained.
See if they can squash their beef.
Hmm.
Will y'all squash your beef with all your rivals?
Fuck no.
Is this actually a trap for your rivals?
No. It's a mistake one of our party members made.
Oh, so y'all didn't mean to invite them.
No. But they did a whoopsie, so now we're like, they're gonna be here in 9 hours.
So now we gotta try to actually prepare.
Yep.
So y'all are expecting not a dinner party at this point.
They're trying.
Okay, so y'all are gonna try to be
While Simon was away
yeah.
doing like going and looking into things around the city, since he kind of got back home after like a stay, and he's trying to figure out like what every like gang and faction is up to.
Yep.
And like where some of his family members are. He's like, he came back and they're like, by the way, we knocked out like the store owner for where we stay, put him in the back, and we're gonna hope that everything works out.
Okay. But yeah.
I'm like,
so once again, y'all can find that on twitch.tv/Steam_Dungeon, all caps on Steam.
From 5 to 7 Central Standard Time.
There you go. All right, and that's everything for this week. Once again, next week we will be talking Jedi Survivor, full on spoilers. So if you don't want spoilers, just kind of avoid next week.
What's it with Cal running into like just monsters in like the Star Wars universe?
But
like
we'll talk more about that next week.
Yeah.
Thank you all for watching, and I've spoken. Hey everybody, welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I'm your host Caleb.
Hi, I'm Seth. I talk Star Wars with this man.
All right, and we got some news as well as we're going to talk about Jedi Survivor.
Yes.
But we got a couple of things to talk about. First off, unfortunately, there has been a recent death. Ray Stevenson died at the age of 58. He was shot in the Ahsoka film. Show. They already got him set up as Baylan Skoll. I'm looking over the article right now to see more specifics. Apparently, he was admitted to local hospital in Italy after suffering an illness while filming on set for another film. Apparently, he had contracted the illness while on set and was sent to the hospital and unfortunately passed away from it. They do not go into the specifics of what illness. He had also been in Rebels as the voice of Gar Saxon, and in Clone Wars. He was in Rome, Thor, The Three Musketeers, and RRR. So, sad note to start on, but just wanted to talk about it because technically Star Wars news, but also he was a respectable actor. I liked a lot of his work. You didn't know him as much of his work.
Yeah. RRR.
Yeah. Oh, is that a film you're actually familiar with? I've wanted to watch it because it looks good, but
I've seen a reaction to it. I think he played one of the like main antagonists.
Yeah. I believe you're right. Yeah, because I think I saw a reaction too, and so it made me interested in the film, but I haven't gone around it. Actually, I know exactly whose reaction it was that I saw. It was Star Wars Explained. Alex, he had watched it and he'd recommended it. I haven't gone to see it yet. It's on like Netflix, I think.
Might be.
But yeah, I liked him. I liked a lot of his work. I liked him in Rome, which is a show I'm definitely gonna have to show you now. And so,
all right.
On a lighter note,
Yes.
Ming-Na Wen, she's getting a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Yep.
I think it's
About time.
about time. I mean, we were talking about it like the stars aren't really real. They don't mean anything. It's kind of more of a respect thing, but also on the flip side, they do have to pay to get the star.
Yeah.
But I do like that she is being acknowledged for her work. Because Ming-Na Wen is, I think, a fantastic actress. Now for a bit of a rant from me.
Yeah, you have a few of those.
I have a few lined up today, but we're going to start off.
Start with this one.
Yeah, we're going to start with this one. And this has to do with Disney Plus and Hulu removing some shows and films. Particularly since we talk Lucasfilm stuff as well. Willow is being removed, which a lot of people were hoping we'd get a season 2, but it looks like we're not. In fact, we're getting the opposite. We're losing Willow content now. And it's even worse because no home release for Disney Plus shows. And I get it. It's the direction that TV and movie studios are going, and that they are doing, and video games even, which leads into my later rant, that they are doing less and less physical home releases. Doesn't mean I have to like it. And in fact, I hate it. It actually infuriates me because it's ironic that the studio that comes from the man who went out of his way to make sure that film and was preserved, because Lucas is known for trying to preserve film, although he has his own irony in that as well, with how he treated the original Star Wars trilogy and how you can't watch the original versions of the original Star Wars films. There's some irony in that too, but the fact that we're losing content, because Willow will now be, unless you go on the high seas, Willow is gone forever. Or will be, once it's removed. And then the movie and TV studios are going to ask, why are people going on the high seas to get our shows and movies? Maybe because you don't have them anywhere for them to watch them. Because history has shown, at least in film, television, music, the less available that movie, show, or song is, the more likely people pirate. Because most people don't pirate things that are easily available.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just out with it now. I've been hinting. Pirating. People are going to pirate. I mean, because back in when I'll be honest, I mean, just like everybody else, I pirated things back in the day. For me, it was a lot of video games, but it was because I wanted to try those games out, and then if I like them, yeah, I'd go support it once I had the money.
Mhm.
And I think that's how a lot of people who pirate treat pirating, at least the majority. There's the few out there that will just pirate to pirate. But I think the majority of everyday people only pirate because of either a lack of availability to get it, or because they want to try something out, and then when they have the money, they'll support the creator. Especially if it's a smaller creator.
Yeah.
Like, especially smaller creators, people tend to support them after the fact if they can afford it. So I think this is just going to cause more of that. Because how else are people going to watch Willow?
I don't have a very strong emotional connection to this,
No.
but like I understand it. Like that is the end result of how these things will probably turn out.
Yep. And I understand from a business point of why they're doing it. They want to supposedly save money. But yes, by providing less content, people are going to be driven to your website.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in marketing, or
Especially when these are shows, like, I get it. These are all original, because, like, we went through the list. All of this is original, like, because it's Disney Plus.
Yeah.
So they made the content. It's not Netflix where there's any licensing of content. So they made all this content. It's already paid for. And a lot of these things, in fact, have already been, like, probably written into the tax books for the years that they came out. Taxes for them are already done. Same thing with, and you probably already made your money back on some of these shows that, like Turner and Hooch was a show that came out when the app came out, 2020. So, like, you've made your Disney Plus money off that show already. And you've lost any money that you're gonna lose from that show already. Especially since it's a canceled show. It wasn't getting any more seasons. I didn't know Big Shot was canceled. But Big Shot is also on this list. These are non-Lucasfilm stuff, but, like, I watch a lot of Disney Plus shows just out of curiosity. And some of them I like that, like, nobody heard of. Like, Big Shot I thought was fine. It's a basketball type... It's a sports drama. So... And it's about, like, ex-coach taking on a girls' basketball team at a girls' school, and it's the main coach is played by John Stamos, so Uncle Jesse from Full House. And he's like an ex NBA coach who, like, not NBA, ex boys college coach who's like been shunned from, like, big basketball because of, like, being one of those hot-headed coaches who threw chairs at refs and all that. So it's about him trying to learn to not do that stuff while also dealing with the girls' drama because it's an all-girls school.
Of course.
So it's a fascinating show in my opinion. If you like sports dramas, if not, then it's like sports drama, high school drama show. Anyways, but then you got the Mysterious Benedict Society also, which I didn't know they were canceling either because I thought they were still trying to adapt some of those books. Because it's based off a kid's book series. It's pretty interesting. Mighty Ducks Game Changers, I didn't know where else they could go, honestly, after Season 2. But I also didn't know that it was canceled.
Sometimes it's best to let things
Yeah.
end.
Like, Season 2 had some potential for where Season 3 could go, but I didn't know where. I mean, they introduced another love interest. I mean... They couldn't use Emilio Estevez because they had already fired him before Season 2. So, I mean, that's really one of the big draws to the Mighty Ducks because that's the head coach. That's Coach Bombay.
Yeah.
I mean...
But
yeah,
I have no strong feelings about this either way.
No, like, for me, it's more just a loss of art and the inability to be able to access it. And it's becoming more and more as we get further away from physical media.
Yeah.
And it's something that's also going to come up in my later rant.
Should we just go over to that then?
We'll start with the good stuff before I rant.
Okay.
But that's essentially it for Star Wars Lucasfilm news. I mean, there's other the worst part about this is, and Star Wars Newsnet makes a note of this in their article about it, that it's pretty coincidental that we're losing stuff on Disney Plus while the writer's strike is still going.
Yeah.
And it's even more coincidental considering that, like we talked about last week, one of the reasons they're striking is for better revenue from the streaming services of TV shows and movies that these writers work on, where they barely get the revenue from it compared to what they would get on like traditional television. Meanwhile, streaming services are giving studios way more money because they've cut out the middleman of a regular TV studio.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
From the
But yeah, like I was saying, they cut out the middleman, and now, yeah.
Welcome to America.
Welcome to capitalism.
Yes.
Do we want to talk about? I mean, I know we don't make it an official segment, but do we want to talk about our week? I mean,
Sure,
we
yeah.
traditionally do anyways.
Yeah. Whew.
So we played part 2 of the one shot for your
Yes.
for the birthday one shot.
Yeah. Fuck Fieri. I hate him.
So I don't think we talked about him much last time.
No.
Because we tried to avoid any major spoilers. And I think we'll still, for the most part, avoid spoilers because I do plan to release it as content. But yeah, y'all ran into a character that screwed y'all over. And y'all almost TPK'd.
So angry.
Like twice.
Yeah.
Twice in the one session, y'all almost TPK'd. It doesn't help that y'all couldn't really rest between fights.
Yeah.
Because of being caught in the Tavern of the Lost.
Yep.
Where you could sleep as long as y'all slept in the right room. You wouldn't get the best rest, and it also would have been 8 hours for
8 hours for
a
a
short
rest
rest.
for this one.
Yeah.
And 3 days for
3 days for a long rest, which I assume for the long rest that includes like downtime
Yeah.
in the world of Grim Hollow. But yeah, y'all
I guess one of the benefits of me,
are definitely taking that 3-day rest though in between
Oh, yeah.
in between adventures.
one of the benefits for me was primarily being a ranged fighter.
Yeah, although in the final fight y'all got up close and personal
Yep.
until y'all pissed off the final boss a little bit, and he's just
It's like,
he stopped strategizing a bit.
yeah.
But yeah, I'm also now working on another one shot.
Mm.
I haven't for sure figured out if we're gonna do it yet or not, but I am working on it just so that way
Yeah.
if we do,
A much more a lighter tone.
yeah, this one's gonna be more comedic, high fantasy
Yeah. As opposed
to grim, dark fantasy. Yeah, with a little bit of Eldritch sprinkled in. So yeah,
Also, I saw the like little thing you posted about like, oh, the sensible player. And I'm gonna admit,
oh, that TikTok I found. Yeah,
I am not the most sensible player.
yeah. Who was the most sensible player in that party? I don't think we had one.
No, we didn't.
I think everybody was kind of just ready to go.
Yeah, we were on go for that entire game.
We were also on a time crunch though, because we were trying to
Yeah.
wrap that session up a little bit faster than the first session.
Yep.
We did not, because both fights for that session, well, 2 out of the 3, because there were 3 fights.
There were 3,
2 out of the 3 fights were very long.
and I'm thinking about it,
The first fight was the fastest.
90% sure we had already fought that fucking mimic.
No, y'all prepared to, but we didn't.
Okay, then.
Because I think I ended it just before that fight. Because I knew, no, y'all went down there and y'all were like, "Oh, we're gonna have to fight this now." Because I showed that it was
Okay,
hostile.
yeah.
But I cut that because I was like, "Oh, we'll have to part 2 that."
Yeah.
Because I was like, I'm not gonna get us into a fight.
When it's already like
1:30 in the
1
morning. Yeah. So I was just like, we're gonna, and because the mimic fight though was the shortest out of those 3
Yeah.
fights. Mimic fight, y'all took that out pretty quick.
Oh.
And then we had some death. We did have a death, but it was an NPC death.
Yep.
Still hurt y'all though.
Yeah.
Although one of y'all was expecting it. One of y'all was like, "Yeah, this person's gonna die."
I knew. I knew when I made my choice.
So are you taking accountability for bringing them along, or
Someone has to.
they were 40 something? They can make their own choices. That that's a joke because of some stuff in the game, but I'm leaving it there
Oh,
for
God.
that's for us and for the audience to find
Yeah.
out whenever I upload it.
God.
Yeah, they were 40 something. They knew what they were doing.
Man, I don't know what it was about Steve's character, but it seems he was like bound and determined to get himself killed.
Yeah, because he downed twice. Like, because he was the start of the TPKs
Yeah.
both times. Well, no, actually, the final boss fight he downed after 2 other people did.
Yeah.
Because Kiari and Chris got down. No,
No, Andrew.
Andrew. Kiari and Drew got down first. Yeah.
Like, Andrew just rolled bad on that one, and I was like, I remember discussing with him. I was like, yeah, no, 33 health is about the average for that. And I remember like both me and Steve had the reaction of like, oh, this guy can upcast to 7th level.
Well, he could only do it the once though, which is why
Yeah,
the next
but
time he only did
we were
6.
both like, oh no.
Yeah, because he's a 13th level of that level.
Yeah.
Of that class. I don't want to reveal the class because I think that's going to reveal too much about
Yeah.
the plot twist.
I'm like,
But yeah,
apparently, and for me, I think this is the in-universe character, the in-universe reason why Boone is the leader of the group. Fucking good instincts on who not to trust.
well, you and Steve had that instinct.
Brought that fucker with us
But he had the instinct after, like, when
Yeah.
that thing happened.
when that thing happened.
Yeah. Although I love that I threw you guys off immediately with
like-
that. Because it was a red herring.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay, we can talk about something else so that way
Okay,
we can
yeah.
avoid being vague
So,
about stuff that happened.
video game.
Okay, we want to go into that? Nothing
Yeah.
else exciting going on?
Well, there's an old man in my yard. He's not there anymore.
Oh yeah,
But I won't
Yeah, now
really
yeah,
talk about
we
that.
don't have to talk about that.
I'm
any
glad
show-
you're okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I haven't publicly talked about that yet.
Yeah.
I got myself in an accident,
Hmm.
in a car accident.
Yeah.
I'm fine. The other person's fine. Right now, the big hurt is how much it's gonna cost to fix the
Yep.
car. Thankfully, though, the car, because I hadn't updated you on that yet.
Yeah.
Last you knew, I dropped the car off, and we had no idea
Yeah.
if it was totaled or not. It is not totaled, so they are fixing it. It's just gonna, I mean, even with insurance, because you still have the deductible,
Mm-hmm.
coming out to $500.
Ouch.
But hey, insurance covers the rest of it, and that's what's what's insurance for? It's for when these type of things happen.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm just glad the other person's okay because I felt awful. But but thankfully they were fine. All their passengers were fine. I was fine,
Yep.
although they were worried about me because I had glass on me when I got out. But yeah, other than that, everything's.
All right.
I did take the next day to recover up until D&D night, with which we finished your campaign.
Yeah, we did. Oh god.
Because that was
The endings for those 3 characters could not
have
be
been like any
more different.
Yeah.
I remember.
So
yeah.
a
go
little
on.
background. Villain campaign.
Yes.
It was a conquer the world campaign. We conquered the world. Well, most of it. We made some deals with some of the people that we didn't want to deal with. And then you had us write our epilogues for our characters. I wrote 1.5
Yeah.
because I had 2 characters throughout the campaign, so I wanted to write something for my character who had died, because we canonically made it to where, yes, he's dead, but we're ruling on D&D rules where, like, he's in Avernus.
Death isn't
Because
quite the end.
death isn't quite the end in D&D. In case you've never played D&D or you know anything about the Forgotten Realms, which your campaign doesn't take place in, but
There are elements there
that are similar enough.
similar enough.
And on top of that, like, really the idea of D&D's settings is that you could hop to any of them through planar travel. So, like, Forgotten Realms is still canon to your campaign, even if it never appears in your campaign. So Avernus would realistically be where any dead characters go, because it's just that's the dead plane. That's where people go when they die.
Yep.
At least the bad ones. No, that's where all people go. Actually, I think it's like Greek, where dead people just all go to the same place. I just think you get to a better part of Avernus if you're
a better part.
you go to the good neighborhood if you're if you're a good person, because nobody goes to Mount Celestial except for gods and angels.
I'm trying to think about, like,
Because Zariel used to live there and Zariel was just an angel. She wasn't a god.
yeah, the other thing that, for lack of a better term, is canon to the homebrew setting is the Beastlands.
Oh yeah.
So that's another possible afterlife.
So that just like kind of
Yeah.
proves my point of all the planar travel and all that. Yeah, so it makes it possible to where that could happen. But yeah, so little setup on my character who lived for the rest of it.
Yes.
Belwyn. He was a Dampier cleric, so half vampire, half human in this case.
Yep.
Dampier are usually half vampire or whatever, and they get like. If you've ever seen Blade, or if you've read the comics, you know what a Dampier is, because Blade's a Dampier.
Mm-hmm.
Except D&D Dampiers, you can do more vampiric stuff than Blade does. Like, you can actually literally climb walls and ceilings, which is... I made use of that a couple times. But the basic premise of Belwyn's backstory was that it was vampire Hamlet.
Yeah.
Except if he got everything wrong, except he did the one thing that Hamlet should have done, but he was wrong in doing it.
Yep.
Because the one thing Hamlet should have done, if he was a smart character, which Shakespeare makes it clear in his work, Hamlet overthinks. He's a smart He's a smart guy. He's book smart, but he overthinks.
Bunch of smart dumbasses.
Yeah, but I mean, have you ever read Hamlet?
Yes, I had to.
So you know what I'm talking about. He's book smart, but he
Yeah.
overthinks, and because of his
I
overthinking,
can't kill Uncle Claudius now while he's praying, because if I do it now, he'll go to heaven, because God is all about fairness.
On
Fuck
top-
you, Hamlet. Kill him now.
But yeah, so the one thing that Hamlet could have done and should have done was raise that army. Which, instead of doing it himself, he sends his buddy to do, who then dies.
Whoops.
You should have done it yourself. That's exactly what Belwyn does. Belwyn says, you know what, I'm going to raise an army.
Yep.
Because...
It occurs to me that by the end of this campaign, Belwyn has killed his own family twice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because of the epilogue, yeah. Just different members.
Yep.
different instances. So with Hamlet, the Hamlet trope, though, we changed some things.
Yes.
One, we made it to where instead of a ghost of Hamlet's dad, we made it a zombie who is not at all Belwyn's father and is actually just pretending to be Belwyn's father because we decided that the zombie hated the politics of like the vampires and the Dampiers and all that, and was basically like a man of the poor people and said fuck the nobility, and so he decided to fuck with Belwyn, and it worked. Making him think he was his father and lying to him and saying, "Yeah, my brother killed me." Although we did have Belwyn's uncle and mother still get together,
Yes.
but that was because like they just naturally like
Yeah.
came together. Like it wasn't a we planned this like it is in Hamlet.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was the major changes to the Hamlet plotline. At the end of the day, the other major change is Belwyn wins.
Yep.
He never learns the truth though. Like
No.
I don't think any of them actually like. I think his uncle gets Uncle Amaro, his uncle gets the closest to saying what really went down.
So.
But he died before anything could really be resolved.
In order to change it up, I was like, well, zombies have to come from somewhere.
Yeah.
And I was like, it'd be pretty fucked up. And this was about as far as my brain went with about how much I had planned for this to go.
Yeah.
I'm like, vampires don't exactly, they lose humanity as time progresses.
Yeah.
I was like, it'd be real fucked up if your not cousin decided I'm going to resurrect this zombie and go send it to fuck with Belwyn.
Oh, so I can't remember if we ever learned that knowledge. I don't think we
remember I asked you guys if you wanted to stop and listen in.
Oh, and then
on,
we
like,
did not.
Your uncle chewing the
Oh yeah,
fuck
we heard
out
that
of your
part.
cousin.
But we never heard the specifics of why he was chewing
like
her out.
Why?
That's right.
That's why.
So, cousin who became sister
Yes.
was the one that started it all.
Yes.
Okay, this is new information for me.
Yeah. But
So y'all are seeing my actual reaction to learning
you
this.
guys, Amaro wanted to explain that to you, but you fucking killed him before he could. And your cousin got disintegrated by Mercy, so she couldn't explain it.
And also, mother was already dead because we already disintegrated her as well.
Yep.
Because you gave me the best and worst weapon I could have had in this situation. A Mace of Disruption, which is the second time a cleric character I've played in a row has had a Mace of Disruption.
Yep.
Because I also had finished a Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus campaign with a cleric with a Mace of Disruption, like just before we started. Like I was in the middle of finishing it when we started the villain campaign.
I didn't intend for that to happen.
Which, for those of you who don't know, a Mace of Disruption is a weapon that is magical. It's a mace that's magical, and after you get your enemies at a certain point of health, I think it's 25.
Yeah.
Once they have 25 health or lower, if they are undead, vampires, in this case, they have to make a saving throw, which is like a roll you make to like kind of defeat, like not take a bad thing that's happening.
Yeah.
In this case, Constitution.
I believe so, yes.
And if they fail, they just straight up disintegrate.
Yes.
End of enemy.
They go goodbye.
So-
They can't be resurrected.
So going to this country that my characters is a ruling part of, it's called Nightlands, and it was all undead, zombies, vampires. Dampiers don't count.
Yeah, they don't count.
But zombies and
They
vampires,
happen, but they don't count.
zombies and vampires are all undead. Yeah, having that mace was very useful. Also, turn undead
Yes.
was useful as a cleric because then after a certain turn undead lets you force enemies that are undead to flee. But after a certain level, it can just straight up kill
Yeah.
undead creatures, but they have to be like a certain level.
Yep.
They call it a challenge rating, which is like a level essentially for a creature.
Like how difficult this creature
Yeah, how
is.
difficult it is to fight. And so In my case, they still had to be halves, but most zombie, I think it had to be like
By
ones.
the time at the end of the game,
Maybe
it
it
was
was-
challenge rating 1.
Okay, but I think by the time we invaded Nightlands, it was still
It was
half.
still half.
So,
I think the
but zombies
hardest
are
fight-
zombies are halves for the most part.
Yeah.
So, like literally, one of the first challenges came up, which was, hey, this country is surrounded by, instead of like a wall, like a regular wall, they just for border patrol, they just have a bunch of zombies.
Yeah. Ironically enough, it is called the Black Wall,
Yeah.
but it's not an actual wall.
So that was our first challenge of getting back into the Nightlands.
Yep.
But of course, I was like, wait a minute, I'm a cleric. I have turn
I
undead.
can just tell them
And originally, I was like, oh, we're just gonna turn some of them white. Nope, it just.
Yep.
It popped a good chunk of them, and we basically,
just walked.
yeah, it was basically Moses parting the Red Sea. But if zombies.
Yep.
But
I
the
think the
epilogue.
hardest
oh, yeah, go
fight
ahead.
out of all of those was either the Knight Commander or Belwyn's mom.
Bowen's mom was tough.
Yeah, for both of them.
I think
were
the
for
Knight
two different
the Knight
reasons.
Commander was tough not because of the commander himself, but because of the dogs.
because of the 15 wolves he had.
Yeah, the wolves made that fight
Yeah.
harder. The commander himself was easy.
Yep.
It was the wolves that were chasing us at the same time.
Yeah, because that one was like fight through the city.
Yeah.
And the reason why Belwyn's mom was hard was basically I was like, you know, it's a good spell, and they would probably have the ability to like make one.
Wasn't it that anti-magic?
It's either
thing?
anti-magic or dead magic.
Yeah,
so-
dead magic. Yeah. Which basically just makes it to where it creates a zone where magic can't
Yep.
be used.
And against a party of basically 2 spellcasters.
Yeah.
Like you got to get within
but
10
epilogue.
feet.
But epilogues.
Yes, epilogue.
So after the Hamlet stuff went down, I decided to keep the Shakespeare thing going
Mm-hmm.
for my epilogue.
Yep.
And I went King Lear.
Yeah.
And if you're not familiar with King Lear, it doesn't end happy for the king.
No, just not.
A lot of backstabbing, a lot of children going to war and killing each other.
Mm-hmm.
So basically Belwyn creates a family, but that family is dead now, because they had a civil war over who was going to take the place of Belwyn.
Yep.
Once Belwyn died eventually, because Dampiers can live a while, so D&D doesn't specify. They just say they have like a
So,
longevity.
For me, how I am going to have to rule it in the future is if it says you age the same as a human, that's how long you live.
Which is weird because it says they age the same, but then it says they also have like longevity, which means that they have like what? I guess maybe somewhere in between a human and elf.
Yeah, that's what I would figure.
But elves can live.
A fucking long time, about 750 years.
Looking at you, Mr. Dritz, who's still alive after 400 years of in-game canon, and that's not including his childhood years.
Yeah,
That's just his adventuring years.
that's like middle-aged
Yeah.
for an elf.
Which Dritz is still like in his prime.
Yep.
Because like Dritz is still adventuring.
Yep.
Like I think a new book just came out. Because R.A. Salvatore can't not write.
Yep.
Which I love R.A. Salvatore, so don't get me wrong on that. But he's got one of
So-
my favorite Star Wars movie adaptation books. I liked his Attack of the Clones adaptation because he wrote the book version.
So the good news is, I was like, oh yeah, thanks for that, because I didn't want to look forward to having to explain why Nightlands got fucked again.
Yeah, so I wrote essentially
Nightlands
that.
was already fucked from the first campaign.
Yeah,
because
so
this is a prequel campaign.
yeah, so I knew that stuff had to go down with Nightlands, cause I didn't know what specifically.
Yeah.
So I was just like, I'm just gonna have this go down, and then also one of my allies who was secretly wanting part of my lands now took my lands while taking advantage of the situation.
It's a shame what happens to him later.
Oh, to Flaming Kong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still though, he lasted for like a pretty long while.
And then my character is still alive, but he's self-exiled himself because so the youngest sibling, who is the one that started the war, survived it after bombing all the other siblings and Belwyn, and assumed everybody died. Belwyn survived, but was scarred heavily from it. And also had kind of gone more into his vampiric nature. And so kills his own son and feeds off of him. And then, of course, Belwyn immediately regains humanity after that and is like, oh, what have I done?
Yeah. Ooh.
And so self-exiled himself to the ruins of his castle to forever lament until his death, feeding every couple centuries to sustain himself. And then on the other end, we have like Drew writing the happiest of endings for his character,
Yeah.
who's like, I got a family, I'm king, everybody lived happily ever after, I eventually died of old age, the end.
Yep.
and then Eli wrote,
Yep.
Eli's like, I become a pirate, the end.
Yes.
And then for my second character, my first character in the campaign who died, he's basically just in hell in a motorcycle gang, but now he's the leader of hell. Well, of the devils. Because in D&D there's the devils and demons, because there's this thing called the Blood War, which...
Fight forever.
Dum, 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 dum.
Fight.
So it's basically devils and demons are technically different in D&D. Devils are more what you think of when you think of like Satan and stuff like that. And then demons are these chaotic creatures that they're both evil, but one is lawful evil, one's chaotic evil, and they both want different designs for the plane, like the mortal planes. Demons want to kind of just wreak havoc and destroy it, and devils want to actually just control it.
Mm-hmm.
But the war goes on forever because there's no winner, and the gods don't interfere because they want to keep it that way.
Yeah.
Because if there's a
If
winner,
they're too busy fighting each other, then they're not on the mortal plane fucking around.
yeah. So, but now my character is the Archdevil, so basically a general.
Yeah.
In this war. So, if we ever go to the Dead Plains, then there you go. So I've created content for you to use for future campaigns. Anyways, that's D&D talk.
Yeah.
Let's talk about why we're really here.
Mm-hmm.
Jedi Survivor. Spoiler warning.
Yep.
'Cause
Spoiler warnings for the entire game.
Yeah, because I 100%ed that. That's
Mhm.
fucker. I guess I'll go with. I was stuck between fucker and sucker.
Mhm.
Because like both work in that case in terms of English language, but
Yep.
Yeah. Fucker. So good stuff to talk about.
Mhm.
Story's fantastic.
Oh yeah.
I actually choked up and teared up emotionally at the end. I streamed the entire gameplay that I did, and I choked up at the end. Not
Perhaps
true.
I am a heartless bastard,
Yeah.
but no tears from me.
Well, I don't. You're a little bit harder to get to. I
You
think.
gotta like really catch me off guard.
Well, also, I'm a little bit.
Go on.
So depending on the time of day, I've noticed that I am more easily susceptible emotionally to certain things, to media. So like if it's like if I'm listening to certain, I've cut off certain musicals to be listening to during the morning because I'm like, if it's a sad musical, I will cry. Nope. Yeah. I've got a list of musicals where I'm like, if it's got a sad ending, I'm like, I can't listen to that before noon.
Oh man.
And it's always before noon. It's never later.
Always before noon.
Yeah. So, like, I can't listen to the musical version of The Hunchback of Notre Dame because they do the original ending, which is not a happy ending. Can't do Dolls of New Albion because that one's It's a indie musical.
I see.
I thought I've shown you that one.
Don't
It-
think so.
Okay, it's like a steampunk opera.
Huh. Okay.
Anyways, back to Jedi.
Yeah.
I like Bode as a character. Doesn't mean I like, but I also hate Bode because of what he does.
Mm-hmm.
And we have disagreeing opinions on Bode.
Yeah.
I already know.
I think it's mostly because of upbringing.
And I think, because I think Bode is, once again, I'm dropping the spoiler warning because we're talking heavy spoilers. We're talking end of the game.
Yes.
Um,
So for me, is like as soon as Bo tells us like he has a daughter within the first like 20, 30 minutes, I'm like, you're gonna fucking betray us. If you hadn't said that shit and this had came from the side, I might have been more sympathetic to you later. But because you told me in the first half hour, I'm like, I know it's gonna happen. I don't know when, but it's gonna happen.
I also think there's a misunderstanding on the situation Bode is in. Like, so people, I've heard some people thinking that Bode was like always Imperial, like after the No.
No.
He was force conscripted into it
Yeah.
after his wife died.
Yeah.
Now he was an Imperial the entire time he was hanging out with us.
Yes.
I am playing it again because I'm doing New Journey Plus, they call it. I'm doing it on a harder difficulty. I'm going up one difficulty, but it is harder because it's almost like Grand Jedi Master difficulty, only because I put all the new perks that you get when you start New Game Plus, and one of those perks is your enemies die in 2 hits at the very minimum, but you also die in 2 hits. And so,
Yeah, that would definitely increase the game's difficulty.
yeah, it took me forever to get off Coruscant.
Yep.
Because not because the enemies were tough, but because there were so many of them.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a certain point. So because you watched me and you played a little bit. You've at least played through. You got hands on Coruscant. Yeah,
I got to the end of the tutorial level.
Yeah, you got hands on that, but you've seen everything else.
Yes.
So you know the part where you fall, and then like when you're trying to make that jump, and you fall, and they introduce the slow ability. So you know how you run after you defeat all those people in that area, you have to go backwards and go towards where you force push that thing to climb up. And you know how there's a bunch of enemies there?
Oh yeah. That might have taken a while.
Yeah, that's the part I was stuck at. Because one of the perks not only does that, there's another perk that they add for New Journey Plus, which is you can change out what enemies are in the section, and what it does is it makes it to where there are harder enemies. So like where there were, say, I got an example because I was just playing this part. So once you're on Kobo, and you know how you're going to the Force Array, there's a section there where the enemy that's supposed to be there is the chicken-looking things that rush you. Instead, it's an Imperial probe droid.
Oh, no.
And not like the standard probe droid, it's the big one. Because you know how there's the small one and the big one in the game? It's the big one.
Fuck.
So instead of a chicken that runs at me that I could dodge, which I probably wouldn't have dodged because I still also suck with those chickens every now and then, it's instead a Imperial probe droid that immediately shoots at me as soon as I jump over. But yeah, so in the case of this section, though, where I kept dying on Coruscant, you had 2 rocket launchers, a probe droid, a sniper,
Just
which not Inquisitor, the This type
Purge
of
trooper?
Yeah, purge trooper, sniper purge trooper. All 4 of those.
Oh god.
And it was usually the
Just
probe
gonna
droid that got me because I would be like, I'd take out the rocket troopers, and the purge trooper would be dealing with Bode because this is when Bode's hanging out with you and partnered up
Yeah.
with you for the section. So Bode's distracting the purge trooper, and then I'd be in the back, still in the middle area where I first fell, trying to heal myself. And while I'm healing myself from the first shot, the probe droid would go, "Hey, while you're healing, I'm gonna shoot you before you can finish healing."
Whoops.
And this is even with me using slow.
Mm.
So yeah, it's tough. So even without me going to Grandmaster, I'm my new Journey Plus journey is tough. The only fun perk they add where it doesn't make the game harder is whenever you there's a perk that whenever you die it randomizes all your custom abilities.
Hmm.
So you die in the new random version of Callan, BD, and lightsaber. And then not a perk, but a new thing that's unlocked. You get 2 new lightsaber options for colors.
Okay.
You get your red lightsaber because you can't have a red lightsaber in the base when you first play it, and then party saber, which lets you, anytime your lightsaber like cuts something or deflects, it changes what color it is.
Hmm.
So it will just change colors.
Okay. The rave saber.
Yeah, the rave saber, except it's not really raving because it's like I would imagine a rave saber would just be continuously changing colors. But I imagine the developers were like, that's probably a bad idea in case of like
You know,
people that would
epilepsy.
yeah, epilepsy.
Just a heads up.
Yeah,
So we're gonna change it.
where it
So
just
it's slightly-
where it changes colors, but it's a slower. It's whenever
Yeah.
you use it.
Like,
But yeah, so that's my experience. Like, and so while playing New Journey Plus, though, going back to my main point, I started to think about Bode, and I was curious, what is his motive before he learns about Tanalorr? Because he doesn't learn about Tanalorr until he meets with you at Kobo.
mm-hmm.
Like, I assume, okay, maybe he's getting some intel for the Empire during this time.
Yeah.
Well, ISB specifically.
Because God forbid the Empire.
Because the Empire is, once again, we learn more about why the Inquisitors don't exist by the time of A New Hope, and it's because ISB and Inquisitors hate each other
Hate each other.
because the Empire, the left arm doesn't know what the right arm's doing. It never does. And Palpatine encourages this type of behavior, as we see in Rebels. He encourages this behavior.
God forbid you cross-coordinate anything.
Because, like, he encourages competition, and unfortunately it's also a failing of the Empire that the Empire is competitive with itself. Because that's how things like Thrawn's initiatives don't get done, because the Defender Project is going up against the Death Star for funding.
Mm.
And then on top of that, you have stuff like, well, in this case, you have the ISB, who is trying to work with Bode, and they apparently were already planning an attack on Jeddah.
Yeah.
But then Bode gives insider information to the Inquisitors because he doesn't like the Empire, even though he's forced to work for them, but he still has a deep hatred for them because of what happened to his wife. And so he decides to play them against each other perfectly.
Yeah.
The Inquisitors show up, take out Jeddah, and then we learn when Cal goes to get revenge, because he tracks Bode using the tracker that he swapped with Bode at the beginning of the game.
Yep.
Which leads him to an ISB facility, which Bode planned. Basically,
It's like it was me. I caused all the problems for fucking everybody.
but yeah, so like, yeah, no, because Cal shows up and Bode's like, "Oh, you're here ahead of time. I was supposed to already
Like,
be gone.
Damn. I was trying to leave.
My daughter took
God.
forever to pack up, though."
Fuck.
Which, speaking of, I like his daughter.
Yeah, I'm like, I may be cruel, but it does not extend to children. I'm like, you're just a kid. This isn't really your fault.
Yeah, it's not your fault your dad's kind of fallen to the dark side.
It's not your fault that your dad's going through a bunch of bullshit right now.
Yeah. Which I think that is So the idea of how easy it is to fall to the dark side is a theme in this game.
Yeah.
Because it's literally the journey Cal's having to deal with.
Mhm.
Because from the beginning, when Coruscant mission goes wrong, because it goes right, then it goes wrong.
Yeah, he's like,
Like, he immediately, you see his anger, and you see him dealing with the dark side immediately.
Yep.
Because Ninth Sister... So,
Cal's very bad, no good, weak.
'cause
Again, part 2.
Ninth Sister shows up and ruins everything, killing all of Cal's new friends except for Bode. Which was a happenstance.
Yeah.
Actually, sorry, Ninth Sister also doesn't kill Bravo. Bravo dies from TIE fighters.
Yeah.
But yeah, once Ninth Sister starts killing everybody, Cal, you see his angry face and he lights his lightsaber and like everybody's trying to call Cal back and is like, "Hey, come back so we can leave." But Cal's too busy being angry and getting that taste of the dark side. And
I'm like, oh no.
yeah. And then so that's one way that the dark, like, we get this idea of how easy it is to fall to the dark side. But we also get it with our initial antagonists. My brain just... Can you help me?
Okay. Ravis or Dagan Gera?
Dagan Gera.
Yeah.
Dagan. I knew it was AGAN somewhere. I forget what the first letter was. Yeah. So Dagan Gera.
Yeah.
Dagan Gera is our other journey into how easy it is to fall to the dark side. Because Ravis isn't. Ravis is just there to be...
Yeah, wait, no. Ravis doesn't have any abilities
No,
like that.
he's just a Gendai.
He's just, functionally immortal.
Until you stab
Until
him
you
in the heart or...
keep-
Yeah. You gotta, like, stab him in
Until you
specific
stab
places.
him in the heart like 8 times.
But Dagan is a Jedi who pretty much follows the path of Anakin in that he's kind of viewed as this hero, but then, like, he kind of has this ego about him and sees himself as the only guy who can save the Jedi. And he sees Tanalorr as his opportunity for that. And then, of course, when Master Rancisis, who we know from the prequels and from the High Republic books, because longevity, long-living Jedis, when Rancisis shuts that shit down, which, I mean, there's a reason he shuts it down, because, I mean, it's real. Tanalorr is proven not to be as safe as they thought it was initially, because somehow the Nihil got there.
Mm-hmm. I like how in the captions it just says Space Marauders and then in parentheses Nihil.
Well, it's because, like,
I assume
I think they're
because
assuming for the
general populace
yeah,
doesn't know.
Yeah, because, like, you and me and a lot of our mutuals read the books.
We know about the Nihil.
We know about the Nihil, but obviously this is meant to be a baby's entrance to High Republic.
Yeah.
Which I think it does a good way of showing off the High
Yeah.
Republic. You get to, and I like the little temple, the side temples you can go to in this one, because so in the first game you have the 3 tombs that you go through as like your puzzles. That's where you get your like Metroidvania, Zelda style puzzles of like, how do I get through this tomb?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Space magic.
yeah, but like puzzle solving. This game has like the optional High Republic, like has the optional High Republic's temples
Yeah.
on Kobo that you can go to, and some of them less optional than others, because if you don't go to them, you miss some BD upgrades that you need. One of them being the device that lets you move the Kobo, whatever it's called, that weird Kobo metal goo thing that looks like venom. Looks like a symbiote. Lets you move that stuff so that way you can light fires
Yeah.
further across places, and so you have to go to one of the temples to get that device, but
Like,
it's like on your way anyways. It's not like it's out of the way.
yeah.
So it's like, hey, here's a temple right here. You want to go to that? course, I'm on a new Journey Plus. I don't have to do any of that. Thank God. I also have my lightsaber, all my lightsaber types.
Hmm.
You didn't get to play with the lightsaber types because
No.
you only played Coruscant.
I only got 1 and 2.
Well, you technically have
Technically,
three
I had 3 with a staff, but I'm like, I don't
because you have single blade, you have double blade, and you had the
split.
the dual blade.
Yeah. I looked at the double blade and immediately chose dual blade.
Well, dual blade. Okay, so mechanically speaking, dual blade is the best if you're a fast, like if you're a guy that likes to just cut down things real quick, and you just have that
Yeah.
like you gotta go fast, like you're Sonic, because it is actually the fastest type. Because when you select your stances, it actually shows you the stats of each stance,
Mhm.
and that dual wielding is the fastest, with double blade being the next fastest. Cross guard is the slowest. It's your heavy like attack. Like you're like the
Cross
way
guard
he
is
carries he
heavy.
carries it
Yeah.
is like a broadsword. He's like almost dragging it.
Yep.
Like his run attack with it is him kicking somebody, and like he kicks himself into the air with it and falls, and you have to get up. That's his run attack. Whereas every other lightsaber's run attack is just run and swing.
Yep.
The blaster stance is actually pretty. I like the blaster stance. I usually go between blaster stance and cross guard.
Yeah.
But I yeah. Oh, but Dagon, yeah. So I like
He
Dagon.
is for real.
The moment. Okay, so we have not. So we have seen it we've seen it in visual media, but not. Okay, we've seen it in comics. Is
Yeah.
what I mean by visual media.
But we've never seen.
But
it
we've
in,
never
like,
seen
a
in a
game.
game or a movie or a TV show. We've never seen a crystal bled.
Yeah. I thought it would take longer than that, but I guess I was wrong.
So it was very interesting. Like Dagon just
'Cause
straight
he
up.
starts it immediately out of.
Well, because he's already angry,
Yeah.
and so his rage is fueling that particular bleed.
I've been in the ICU
For how
for
long?
fucking
Oh,
300 years.
yeah. Poor
All
Z.
healed up. All I need to do is get out.
Yeah. Well, all healed up minus an arm still.
Yeah.
He
Doesn't have.
still has no arm because, his best friend Kree cut it off
Yeah.
because she had to. He was gonna make some big mistakes otherwise. He still ends up making those mistakes, but like at least it happens like centuries down the line.
That becomes a problem for.
That becomes a problem for the future.
Yep.
Problem for future Jedi. What
Would
Jedi?
have killed you to leave a note.
Yeah, like it's terrible because Cal's like, oh, Kree left this on purpose because after talking to Z, her droid, they're
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, she left this on purpose as like a key to Tanalorr. Obviously, she wanted us to figure out how to get to Tanalorr. I think she did, but I think she was hoping that Dagon would have calmed down by then. In fact, no, I'm not hoping that. That's actually one of the entries when you do your little
Yeah.
force thing of
As it
his
turns
psychometry.
out,
It turns out that she was hoping there was still enough good in him that he'd change his ways, but no. I do like the way Dagon fights.
Oh yeah.
Like, it takes me back to Knights of the Republic 2. With
Yeah.
Krea's lightsaber style when you start cutting Krea's hands off.
He's insane.
Because he dual wields without an arm, missing an arm. And so he's using the Force to carry the other lightsaber, and it's,
It's like shit.
apparently he's really tough though. Like
Yeah.
on proper Grandmaster. On story mode, which is how I always played Jedi first.
Hmm.
I always played on the easiest difficulties for a lot of games. Sometimes just because
Yeah.
I don't got time for this. I want the story. Give me the story.
I feel like Cal doesn't face off against a lot of powerful opponents, but what he does square up against is he is squaring up against people who are way more skilled than he is.
Yeah, because you showed me that. you show me that video of the Force Unleashed versus
yeah.
Jedi games, and I disagree with certain aspects.
Certain
of
aspects
there are
of it,
certain
yeah.
aspects of that conversation because technically,
Because it's also two different conversations.
yeah. Because also on top of that, like Starkiller can't do half of the stuff that the video game shows him doing in reality, but that's another
that's-
conversation.
Another thing.
But yeah, like one of the things that video brings up though is the difficulty of opponents that Starkiller faces versus Cal.
Yeah.
And Starkiller's like, yeah, I took out Palpatine and Vader, and Cal's like, I ran from Vader. But also,
It's not that. It's,
well, like the stormtroopers are talking about that,
the
but like,
stormtroopers-
but still, that's like the premise.
even like the conversation in that video between Cal and Starkiller is Starkiller's like, yeah, I fought Vader and won. Cal's like, I ran from Vader, and Cal is, and then you hear like from off screen, Dark Side, fucking Starkiller, and he's like, Cal looks like, what happened to you? And Starkiller's like, let's just say that the Emperor has hands. For
Yeah.
real.
Yeah,
Cause
but yeah, cause and so like.
but
But
like,
then they talk about like how difficult some of the opponents that Cal faced,
Yeah.
like because
and he's like,
they're like, oh yeah, Starkiller just cuts down stormtroopers in his game, which is not entirely true. That depends on the difficulty you play. Like his enemies are annoying. Force Unleashed is actually, as somebody who went back and played a little bit of Force Unleashed 1, gameplay wise it sucks.
oh yeah,
It's
is
terrible.
it like a mid 2000s
Well,
hack and slash?
It's a mid 2000s hack and slash that wants to be God of War.
but it's not God of War.
But it's not God of War, and on top of that, like what it views as difficulty is how many enemies can we throw at you,
Yeah,
which is not difficulty. That's just annoyance.
like getting back into this
Yeah.
game. Also, Cal
I mean, we get to deal with Ogdebogdo
Ogdebogdo
again and his new friend.
2.
Yeah, Ogdebogdo 2. I forget its actual name, but
Yeah.
like, yeah.
Hey,
I'd say honestly the most difficult thing was the in story mode anyways was the where you do the there's like puzzles. They're not the temples. Tears, the force tears. Which are like these things. So you find force tears throughout I think it's only on Kobo. No, it's everywhere, on all the planets. And what they are is like you find them, and Cal will meditate on them, and then you start a challenge, which is basically you have to use the skills that you've learned to defeat this challenge. And a lot of them were like platforming, being able to bounce off of things at certain times, because there's like sometimes you'd be wall running and there's like an electric thing coming at you, and so you have to be able to jump off the wall, get back on the wall, and continue your wall run.
yeah. God.
And then of course, then you get the Night Sister ability to do the dash. So you have the double jump air dash, as well as going through the green portals, through the green fences.
Do you remember the not wall jump, where you jump against the wall and use the force to pull yourself back up?
Oh, so yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I kind of don't mind it. It makes it to where, so I think I like everything
I
that's
know
in this
like
game.
the mechanic that they based it off of, because I've seen and done that one.
Yeah.
But I understand like in world how it's doing. I just don't like how it looks.
Also, one of the best things, though, I will say about the gameplay, before I think we should start my rants. Best things about these gameplays is they keep all of your abilities from the first game, which I think a lot more modern games are doing.
Yeah.
A lot more, like, I remember back in the day, a lot of sequel games would be like, hey, all those cool abilities that you learned in the first game? You forgot them. You forgot them. You got to re-earn them. Go get them again. And it's like, but I spent an entire, like, 300, like, I spent 100 hours earning those. Why are you taking them away from me?
When they're equipment based, I can kind of understand that. But when it's like force based, I'm like, what do you mean I forgot?
Well, not even just in like, but I'm talking like games in general. Like, not even like, even like the original, like the PS2 era Spider-Man games. Like, imagine like when you'd go from Spider-Man 1 to Spider-Man 2. Like, okay, thanks. I forgot like how to web swing this way, even though I knew how to do it.
Oh well.
Like, but a lot more modern games, like, because I was talking to some people about it. It's like God of War Ragnarok. Also, you don't lose your abilities that you learned in God of War. Like, whereas original God of War trilogy, yeah, that's exactly what happened. You forgot your abilities, start over. I mean, so
it is frustrating to the player.
I'm glad modern gaming.
The narrative reason, though.
I'm glad modern gaming has learned.
It's moving away.
Yeah,
from
they're
that.
moving away from that.
It's a shame that they're.
Now, I don't like how slow was put. How slow is implemented though for slow, because I liked that in the in Fallen Order, for slow it can be used on puzzles. Because it's another one of your force abilities that you can use whenever. Here, it's a combat only ability. Because it's your rage meter essentially.
Yeah.
And so you have to wait till your meter gets filled and then you can use it again, but only in combat. So then that takes away, I think, from me, for some of the puzzles, I feel like it would have been cool to be able to use Force Slow on some of those puzzles that they had me doing, because then I could be like, oh yeah, because I liked using Force Slow in the puzzles in the first game. I thought it was very interesting to be like, oh, I got to force push this thing, but I got to slow it down so it doesn't fly off away from me.
Yeah.
But other than that, like, that's my only rant in terms of force abilities.
Yeah. Puzzles and platforming are not a interest to me, but I understand, like, people can like them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not usually a big puzzle game guy, but I think certain games have, like, implemented them well, and I think the Jedi franchise has done a good job of implementing them. So my issues with this game.
Let's start.
None of them are story-based.
No, surprisingly.
The story, I think, is great.
Good.
I'd say, like, if you don't have the time you can pull a Seth and just watch the cutscenes. It's like they were up day one. Like, somebody had all of the which I don't like. That's not a game problem. That's not an issue on the developers, though. That's a fandom issue where, like, everybody has to be day one, has to be spoiling things.
Yep.
No. But on a development issue.
Yes.
So, Jedi Survivor.
Are we going to talk about... Which one do we want to talk about first?
I want to talk about how Jedi Survivor was already delayed once.
Okay.
And it was because... And they told us. They were very open about, like... Which I thank Respawn for that. I like Respawn. I like what they do with games. They were very open. They said, we are delaying this because while the game is finished, we want to clean out the bugs. Apparently, they also asked EA for more time. And we're told no.
Yep.
And PC players found out why. I was lucky enough that I played it on PlayStation. But PC players and even some Xbox players struggled to get this game to run beyond 30 FPS. Which, in this generation, on PC, 60 FPS should be especially when we're talking about people that are running on high-end PCs. Like, I'm talking about pro, like, Twitch streamers using high-end, like, thousands of dollars PCs. The game still struggled. And, I mean, I was expecting some problems, because I was talking to Drew, because Drew just built a PC.
Yeah.
And, like, we were talking about, he could play the new Jedi on it. But then I was like, but also, the Jedi Survivor's, like, requirements are, like, nasty.
They're ridiculous.
Yeah, in case you don't know their system requirements, they're recommended, which at this point, because we're talking about how it can't run on PC, we're going to be saying that you'll want the recommended at least. It's a 4-core CPU, 8 threads, Intel Core i5, 116,000K Ryzen 5 5600X, which is pretty high end right off the bat. 16 gigs of RAM, which is on most computers half your RAM, if not all, if not almost all your RAM, depending on how good of a PC you've got. Video card is 8 gigs of VRAM with a GeForce RTX 2070 or a Radeon RX 6700 XT. Once again, we're talking almost high-end, like, new.
So for those of you who don't know, I don't know shit about computers.
I don't either, but I've talked to people who do, and this is high-end stuff.
This is... All I understand is the bigger the number, the harder it is to run.
Dedicated video, and the dedicated amount of that video RAM is going to be 8192 megabytes. So right off the bat, you have a dedicated amount of video RAM out of that 8 gigs of video RAM. 5.1 pixel shader, 5.1 vertex shader. Has to be on Windows 10 and 64-bit. That's standard at this point. And then how much space the game takes. 130 gigabytes of disk space.
Yeah, I remember that, because I remember we tried to live stream it.
Yeah, so we live streamed day one because I pre-ordered.
Yep.
I went to we went to Best Buy together, picked it up, went home, started the installation immediately. We got what we thought was done. We started playing it, and all we could do was the Coruscant level because it turns out we were not done installing. And that was like an hour after we got home, because I got home, installed it. We waited about an hour, maybe an hour and a half. And then we were like, okay, game says it's done. I got the alert on my phone because I've got the PlayStation app on my phone.
Yep.
And so I was like, okay, time to play. And so we went live, did Coruscant, and then the game was like, all right, time to go to Kobo. Oh, you can't go to Kobo. And we first thought it was a bug.
Okay.
Because we started looking it up. And then after I was like, okay, we're just gonna end the stream for now, and I brought you home, I went back to the house and I saw, oh, it's still installing. And it was like 3 hours more of install.
Yep. Speaking of install.
Oh, yes.
Internet required.
Yes, so on the box, and it's once again, this is going back to my rant with Willow and digital physical media. Once again, I understand this is where they're going. I've had this conversation with people. I understand this is where they're going. Doesn't mean I have to like it.
Everyone thought I was crazy about playing older games where hard copies were available.
Remember when you could just pop in your PS2 game and all of your game was there?
Yeah.
Imagine if you had to go through, you popped in the disc and all it said was, okay, you can play the game now. You'll have to install it a different way.
Yep.
That's what the disc says on Jedi Survivor.
You'll have to download it.
Yeah, you still have to download it 100%. There's nothing on the disc other than the license. Which is going to start a very dangerous trend.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I'm pretty sure a bunch of other games already have done it. They just haven't labeled it in a way where it's obvious. On top of that, the current generation of gaming is the most expensive it's ever been.
Yeah.
I'm paying for a physical copy with the deluxe edition with a pre-order. I paid $100 for this thing because the base game is $80. Well, $79.99, $80. Because current gen gaming said it's $70, I guess, but with taxes it came out to closer to $80. But like current gen said instead of $50 for a AAA game, it's $70. So we're paying $70 to $100 for a game that I don't actually can play. Like, you guys could take this game away from me at any moment.
Yep.
I can't play this if you do. Like, if say, they close PlayStation Network today.
Gone.
Gone. My game is gone. Along with any other games. A game that's not completely working for everybody as well on day one. Even with the day one patch, the game is not working. Which, that's getting into a whole other thing when you talk about day one patches and how that's frustrating too.
Yeah.
The gaming industry sucks.
Yeah. I don't.
I feel bad because it's not the developers. It's not Respawn. Respawn wanted to do what they could for this game. It's the publishers. Because it's always the publishers. Even in like the 90s, EA was always terrible. EA's always been terrible. And it's why I'm glad Disney does not have that contract with EA going anymore. I'm ready for some other studios to produce games for us. Which, I guess we can. I saw a rumor. Apparently, the Ubisoft game we can expect maybe next year, but I doubt it. And even then, I'm not. Ubisoft is just as. When it comes to these game industry issues, Ubisoft is just as bad as EA.
Yeah.
I'll be surprised if the new Assassin's Creed games are good.
They haven't been good for a while.
I think they've been better than they have been, but they aren't. Yeah, I mean, like
We have.
Valhalla is definitely better than anything that.
I'm mad that they turned it into an RPG.
Yeah, we talked about that. They're good RPGs. How about that?
They're not.
But
Like,
once again, I understand this is where the industry's going. Same with film and television. They want to go all digital so that way they can control how we listen, watch, whatever. It's just frustrating.
I don't like it.
Yeah. Like I said, I can understand it. I can understand the business reasons. Doesn't mean I have to like it.
Yep.
And I know I'm not the only one. I mean, and I know people that have even tried to explain it to me. They also don't like it, but
The general consensus is we understand it. We're not happy about it.
yeah.
And that's about all there is to it.
And unfortunately, we're also just going to keep buying things because we are.
Yeah, that's just how things be.
So it isn't going to change
No, it's not.
because as long as we're putting money in their pockets,
They're
they'll
gonna
see it as,
keep doing
hey,
it.
we're doing it right. And I think digital especially
Yeah.
has like proven that because most people buy video games digitally these days. I'm definitely one of the rare people that's like, I want my box. I mean, it's not even like the old days where you had an instruction manual. Hell, this one I think this one only came with a promotion for the thing that I already had with this
Yeah.
game, which is the deluxe edition stuff. It's like, hey, you get your Luke Skywalker and your Han Solo stuff. It's like, yeah, I already know that. I already paid $100 to ensure I got that.
We have this.
And then other games, I've seen them like hawking physical media tie-ins to the games. Like I've seen Final Fantasy stuff be like, "Hey, get this necklace."
Yep.
And it's just like, what?
Yep. Like,
I feel like my rants all have a theme today. They're all based around this idea of like owning physical property,
yeah.
consumers' rights, and I think the only one that really wasn't that was developers and how the bugs. But
Yeah.
even then, that kind of ties into everything still, because the reason that the game was rushed is because the publishers rushed it for money for the
Yep.
same reason that we can't physically fully own our games. It all ties in.
Yep. This one's a bit of a downer today, but hey.
You know what? On a high note, let's talk about our favorite parts of the game.
Hmm.
That way we can, because I do still suggest this game.
It is a good game.
It's a great game. It takes what Jedi Fallen Order did right, builds up on it, and adds more great things.
It does what a sequel is ideally supposed to do.
Yeah, and I'm also glad the Inquisitors weren't the main bad guys.
Yeah.
because this game takes place at the same time as Kenobi.
Hmm.
We see in Kenobi the Inquisitors are already dying out. And then Rebels just ensures that years later. Rebels is like, yep, Inquisitor's gone. So, I mean, it makes sense that the only Inquisitor we see in this game is Ninth Sister.
Yep.
Who we already kicked her ass in Fallen Order. And she's only here to be the tutorial fight. So we can actually kill her. And then the only time the Inquisition is mentioned after that is when Vader is involving Vader and Purge Troopers.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, when do you think this takes place in regards to Kenobi? After or, like, before? Because I have two favorite moments.
Hmm.
One, the first time you go to Jeddah, when you get that awesome action sequence with Merrin, where Merrin does her magic thing and you're flying all over Jeddah with her, going through the Night Sister portals and just flying. I thought that felt very Naughty Dog style of like big action sequence.
Yeah.
And I like those in video games every now and then. Like I like one good big action sequence. Don't make the whole game that, but give me at least one, and I think that's fun. Because, you know, it's not usually gameplay heavy, those sequences. Usually those are just cutscenes, but with some interactions from QuickTime events. The other one I liked was playing as Seer. And I liked the fight between Seer and Vader.
Yeah. Just gonna finally back up all that shit talk.
Which I predicted that you would get to play as somebody else. I was thinking Merrin. Because of like how I figured people would want to play with Merrin and her Night Sister magic, which we get a taste of that because Merrin's like, here's a totem that lets you do some Night Sister magic, so now you can do the dash jump. But instead they were like, no, you play a Seer, and Seer almost wins.
She almost does, and it's like,
but of course, plot armor and the fact that the rest of the Star Wars saga has to happen.
Yeah,
Vader had to win.
Yep.
It was still a good fight.
Yes.
And that is why I'm curious if you think this takes place before or after Kenobi. Is this before Kenobi and he goes into Obi-Wan thinking, oh yeah, I just killed another Jedi? Or is this after Kenobi when he is pissed because of how things went down with Kenobi?
I think it's before.
Okay.
I mean, I don't.
It's all
know.
up for interpretation because currently we don't know where on the timeline everything specifically takes place on these particular things.
Yeah, I think it's before.
I like to imagine after because I like to imagine Vader is just so fucking angry. Because like after the events with Kenobi, he was mad, and so I just imagine that level of energy when Vader's invading Jeddah, and he's just like these guys. I also want to think of that because it has to do with the path. And so Vader's already done with this path nonsense because he's already had to deal with it in Kenobi. And so now the path is still operating out in Jeddah.
Oh, yeah. Shit, it is.
Yeah, because Seer's part of the path.
Yep.
She's been operating it.
I know so many now, and I'm so upset.
The one that saves Jedi, not the High Republic one. And so, like, I want to imagine that this is like a splinter cell of the path that survived. That like wasn't there, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we know what happened over there, but we're like keeping things running here smoothly on Jeddah."
Yep.
And now Vader's just like, "Oh, another path thing that I got to take out."
Fucking goddamn it!
So I feel like it should be after personally, but it's up for interpretation because we aren't told.
Yeah.
There is nothing in the text that says when this would take place.
Yep.
But but those are some of my favorite moments. I love that. I love, and as far as characters, Turgle is my new Glup Shido, which is for those of y'all who don't know what a Glup Shido is. It's a fandom term in Star Wars. I think it's Star Wars specifically, but I think other fandoms have started to use the term, and it's basically a background character that's not important that you just really love. And so for some people, that's Dexter Jetster. Dexter Jetster is up there for me. But Turgle's amazing. He can do no wrong, even though he does everything wrong. And then I like Ravis as a antagonist.
Yeah.
But I also like that Gendai are becoming a canon thing again. I mean, this isn't the first Gendai brought into canon, because they brought Dirge back in the Afra comic. And they kept a lot of Dirge's Dirge pretty much is the same character he was in the Clone Wars cartoon, the original one, the Gendy one. You know, kind of very strict bounty hunter that can't die because he's a Gendai.
Yep.
Ravis is very much the same way, and very much the Gendai culture of, it's similar to Mandalorians, but they hate Mandalorians, at least in Legends. I don't know if that's still canon.
Yeah.
That's why Dirge signed up to be on the Separatist side in the Clone Wars cartoon, because he was like, hey, I get to kill a bunch of Mandalorians over and over again because they're all clones of Jango Fett. Sign me up.
Oh, thank God.
But yeah, I like Ravis. I like Dagon as an antagonist. He's very interesting, and I want to see some High Republic media with him in it, which I think is I think that's the goal. I think the goal is we get people interested in the High Republic through Jedi Survivor that weren't already, and so then we make some content that will introduce him. I don't think it's gonna be any of the main titles for High Republic stuff, because I think they still want to focus on telling that Nihil path story. But I think even after the main initiative is over, we're still gonna get High Republic content, because after Phase 3, I don't think that's the end of High Republic content. I just think that's the end of that story.
Yeah.
Just like we still get prequel content all the time, but the prequels are over, doesn't mean we don't get prequel era content. Same thing with the original trilogy and...
Yeah. Then, want to talk about the other thing that happens?
Was there anything else that what else did I miss?
A certain bounty hunter.
Oh, yeah. So side questing.
Yeah.
Because this one has, so they call them rumors.
Yeah.
And they treat them like side quests, but they're really not. What it is just incentive for you to explore the map.
Mm-hmm.
Because Jedi Survivor, okay, going into it being a sequel, Jedi Survivor is bigger than Fallen Order in terms of world maps. Which is why I'm glad that the map is a little bit better. It still is that 3D, floating thing, but you can now place, objective points. Yeah, you can place objective points for yourselves. And the game even offers, optional, objective thing where it's like, hey, this is the way you should go for the story.
Mm-hmm.
But you can only see it on the map. I was actually talking about this with Scotty, who's in the room. I kind of wish they did what Dead Space Remake did, which is where you see it even if the map's not open, where you get the little waypoint and you can see it in the world.
Yeah.
That would have been nice. But I will accept this half measure for now. If whenever Jedi 3 comes out, because let's be honest, Jedi, they're going to make a third one. Whenever it comes out, all I ask you, Respawn, is add a in-world thing where I can see it. You're on the right steps. And so there's some incentives to exploring the world. One of those is that, so kind of similar to Fallout 4 is my best thing to throw out there, is you have this community that you're building on Kobo. In this case, you're not building.
There we go.
Yeah. In this case, you're not. Yeah, it's like a settlement. In this case, you're not literally building the settlement.
Yeah.
But in this case, you're bringing people back to make Grease's Cantina. Why am I struggling with names all of a sudden? Pyloon's. Pyloon Saloon, which is Grease's Cantina named after his grandmother. You're basically bringing people there to kind of add to the people that are there that are drinking, because when you first go there, it is empty. There's nobody there, partially because of the raiders led by Ravis, and partially because it's just there's nobody going there. It's not popular.
Yep.
So when you're interacting with the world, you're bringing more people to do that, and on top of that, you're getting more people that you can buy stuff from using different things that you earn throughout the game as money. So you can do. So they changed the garden thing. So instead of a terrarium on the Mantis, you now have an entire roof garden on top of the saloon. Which when you unlock all of the, once you unlock a certain amount of that garden, you get an unlock for your map, so where you can see where certain things are on the map, certain of the collectibles, because you unlock like parts of the map where you can actually see collectibles on your mini map, instead of having to like guess where the collectibles are, which was a thing in the first game. Fallen Order did not have a here's where the collectibles are. No. The other thing you can do is you can do some bounty hunting, which is led by this woman named Cage, who is like, hey, remember those bounty hunters you dealt with in the first game? They're still after you because you never dealt with them. Which we still don't really deal with them. We just kill all the bounty hunters.
Yep.
Jedi 3, let us actually deal with
The bounty
bounty hunters. Well, specifically the guy who's in charge of them.
Yeah.
The guy who hates Grease.
So much.
Tormo. That's his name. Let us deal with that guy in Jedi 3. But so you do the bounty hunter missions, and then at the end of them, when you're ready to turn in that, because as you're doing them, you get pucks, and then you go to Cage and you sell the pucks back to her as a way of getting upgrades for your blaster, for more like not all upgrades, but some of them are like skins and stuff. But some of them are upgrades, like you can do charge shots with the blaster stance. And one of the charge shots you can do that you can buy from her is a ricochet one, which I love. You do it, you hold it, and then you ricochet the blaster shot on your enemies. I love it. But when you take the last puck, the bounty puck to her, she's not there. And this is a minor spoiler warning because it's a side quest, but spoiler warning. So you go to find her where you first met her, like where you first officially met her, because you meet her in the cantina, but she doesn't talk to you. But where you first officially meet her is where you go for this meeting. And it turns out she was having you kill all those bounty hunters because she's a bounty hunter who wants to capture you, and you've just taken out all of her competition.
Yeah. Brings me to the age-old question, how much is one Jedi worth?
Oh, yeah, and that's also part of it, because for each bounty hunter you killed, you brought your bounty up.
Yep.
And she was like, yeah, you weren't worth it at first, but now you are. And so you have a quick fight with her, you kick her ass, and then Boba Fett shows up.
Yeah.
And at first you're like, and so,
damn it.
at first everybody's like in this standoff stance going like, okay, who's Boba Fett here for? Is he here for the Jedi? And Cage is like, get off my back. This is my bounty. And Boba Fett's like, oh, I'm not here for him. I'm here for you.
Yeah.
Because obviously bounty hunters and crime lords don't like when bounty hunters are killing each other like this. Unless they are a bounty, they don't like that.
Yep.
We have rules.
And the first rule is...
don't fuck with each other unless there's a bounty on you.
Yep.
And Cage has a bounty on her because of that, so Boba Fett comes in, and just like the chocolate bar delivery man that he is, he's only there for her. And even no matter how many times as Cal you try to annoy him and talk to him. Which they do bring up that Boba Fett hates Jedi, like hinting at the whole Mace Windu affair.
Oh yeah, my fucking dad was decapitated by a Jedi in front of me as a child.
Yeah, and so he's like, and so like you can keep trying to talk to him. I did, I because I'm the type of player that if I see you can talk to this NPC thing, I'm gonna keep hitting that until I can't.
Oh, you're not the like once they tell you. If you go now before I change my mind.
Yeah, and Knights of the Republic 1 has kicked my butt for that. And we'll talk about, when you first meet Calo Nord. Yeah. But yeah, so Boba Fett, that's a fun little Easter egg.
Go away.
Yeah, he just tells you to go away a bunch and, like, threatens to take you in but doesn't. And because eventually, as Cal's like, okay, Bye.
I was like, maybe not.
And
Not today.
I think there's also some setup with some of the other side characters for some stuff. I kind of This is one of the few times where I wish the Jedi games were a kind of game where there was like proper DLC and story content, like post base game, post base game, because like Scuba Stev, he tells. So one of the side quests is getting fish for the fish tank in the bar, and you aren't actually fishing, but you meet this guy who is doing the fishing that you recruit to do all that.
Yeah.
And his name is Scuba Stev. He's I forget the name of the small frog species. The one from Clone Wars, that the guy that goes inside the astromechs. That species. And he's basically telling you his entire life story. Like, what, you don't have to listen to it. You can just you can basically, because you can choose to just have him do the fish and then walk away, and that's it. But if you talk to him more after he picks up the fish, he'll tell you part of his life story, and he tells it as like this grand adventure. And it's basically him. It's basically Deadliest Catch in space.
Man.
And it's basically him joining up these like fishing crews, going to different planets and fishing, and like at some point like joining up with pirates and being part with whalers who kill they actually kill what they fish rather than actually like fishing for the sake of throwing like
catch and release.
Yeah, which is what Scuba was used to. And so he joins a crew that's like, we kill what we catch.
Yeah.
Even if it's in excess. So obviously throwing back to like the whaling type of fishing, which, you know. But at the end of the story, Scuba talks about how he was betrayed by the captain of that crew, and he eventually manages to beat him in a fight, but he's still out there. And so I'm like, oh, that would be cool if like I get to team up with you and we get to fight this awesome space fishing captain. Like, but no, nothing in the game for that yet.
Oh well.
And then you got like some other mini games and stuff. There's like almost like a totally accurate battle simulator, that game, where you just create your army and then the armies fight each other. So you have that type of mini game where it's all the enemies you've scanned, you can use them as your soldiers in this like hollow game of just tabs essentially. But there's a lot to do in the game. It's fun. Even if you don't care about all that, the story's good. I'm probably gonna play some more of it today to finish my new Journey Plus. That I'm doing on my own. I'm not recording that. Yeah. Let's see. What's next week?
Yeah.
Because it's June next week. It's a new month.
Visions.
Yes, it's Visions. It is. Visions Volume 2.
Oh, I can't wait to see how that goes.
Yeah, so the month of June, what we've currently got, we've got Visions Volume 2 next week. We got Young Jedi Adventures after that.
All right.
Which I know you're least excited about.
I'll do it because I agreed to this with you.
I'll leave it as a surprise. Then we got the High Republic Path of Vengeance. So the last of the
real path.
The last of the High Republic Phase 2 young adult novels, which I've not read yet, but I've got a copy now. And then Free Comic Book Day happened this month. Yep. And so we'll talk about the High Republic Free Comic Book Day issue. And that'll be June. Currently no guest, but that could always change. All right. What do you give? I mean, I played it, I guess, so I guess I should.
Yeah.
But what do you give the story of Jedi Survivor?
8.
You know what? That's actually where I almost want to give the game an 8.5, but there's so many things. Like, there's still bugs that, while I didn't experience, I know they exist, and I would give it a 9 if not for those things. But yeah, so that's it for this episode. Would you like to do the outro? Because I have to use the restroom.
Yeah. All right. So, let's get started with this, shall we? So first off, shout out to the Mopcast Network and Cult Movie Cantina. They are the ones who rent out this space and let us borrow it. Thanks to their generosity, we have a place where this podcast can be filmed. We're very grateful. So you can also they have their Cult Movie Cantina. You can catch that on Spotify and wherever podcasts are at. That's not very helpful. Normally he does this. Oh yeah, that's a great thing to watch, isn't it? Let's see. Also Tuesdays with Scotty, another Mopcast production. I forget if y'all are doing stuff. I see. So later on in the summer. You can also come to our local gaming shop, Gamers and Geeks, where they have stuff for like D&D, Magic, Warhammer. Basically, if it's a tabletop or a card game of some sort, you probably will be able to find something here. Please help me. I suck at this. So far, Mopcast Network. And was on to Gamers and Geeks.
There's also Engage Gaming.
Yep.
They offer video game rental, like in-house rental,
Yep.
where you just stay in the shop, you pay an hourly rate, you can play on PlayStation, Xbox, PC. So I guess if you want to play Jedi Survivor on PlayStation, there's your option. Usually they provide the games. I actually don't know if they have Jedi Survivor. I haven't looked. But that's a way to do it. They also have VR. Did I say VR?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Which I'm going to try to invest into soon. I'm going to try to get the new PlayStation 2 VR because I want to finally play my Vader Immortal that I bought but never could play. And also they finally added the Tales from Galaxy's Edge to PlayStation as well. What else? Oh yeah, and if you pay the monthly, there's a monthly thing that you can get, membership fee that you can pay, and that reduces the hourly rate of playing games.
Yep.
I think they also do events. Like,
Yeah.
I think you can set up events with them.
Oh, there's an arcade in the back.
Oh yeah,
$10
for
wristband.
gamers and geeks, there's an arcade in the back. Pay $10, you get a wristband that lets you play for the entire day. You don't have to put any coins or anything into the machines. They're free play machines. They got some good machines still. Think they still have all the Mortal Kombats, the originals.
Yep.
What's that? 1 through 4. Yep. So the only ones that were really arcade ones. I think that's it for those, but yeah. I was trying to think of anything else in-house, but yeah, that's it for in-house stuff. Shout out to our Patreon members, which in this case Jennifer Brantley. Yep, your mom.
Yep.
Woo! Yeah,
Yeah.
giving us $10 a month. Love it. Although Patreon takes their cut.
Yep.
And with Patreon subscription, you can get access to our YouTube content a week before it's uploaded to YouTube. I need to get back on working on the comic, but the guy that I've been working with, he's been busy. But I'm still wanting to do my comic for Super Worlds. I need to find a new narrator for the audiobook version because I have not heard a word from the person that I was talking to for that. Thankfully, no money exchange. We're just friends, and we were gonna do the split royalties on that, but haven't heard a word from her in a while.
Nothing.
Yeah. So I need a narrator for that because I do want to make an audiobook version of Super Worlds. So, because Audible and audiobooks are where it's at for a lot of. I mean, that's where I listen to Audible all the time. So, I know a lot more people that will listen to an audiobook than will sit down and read. You're one of the few who's like, no, don't give me that audiobook.
Coward! How dare you?
Yeah.
Listen to an audiobook. What are you?
Whenever we have to do an audio drama, you're like, dang it.
I've eased up on them.
Okay.
But an audio book is different than an audio
yeah.
drama.
Audio drama, it puts you into the world. Audiobook, it's being read to you.
Yeah.
And then Twitch, we don't have anybody right now.
Yeah.
But that is a way you can support us if you don't want to do the Patreon route. We do have Twitch, which you can follow or subscribe, twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films. You might be watching us from Twitch right now, in fact, because we stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. If you're watching on YouTube, youtube.com/Escape Reality Films, feel free to like or subscribe to the channel. We're almost at 470 or 370, sorry. 400's the goal for this year. We're almost at 370 subscribers. So if we can get to 400 before the halfway point of this year, I'm going to update the goal to being 500. Because ideally we want to get 1,000, but 500 is still a good number to try to push towards. Because the harder the number that you can reach, the easier it gets eventually. Once you hit that 500, I've heard that's when it's a little bit easier. And then also Discord.
Yes.
Discord is open to everybody. It's an open link that if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, it is linked. For YouTube, it's linked down below in the little description box. For Twitch, it's linked on the main page. And you can come hang out with us there, and that's where you can listen to us play those one-shots that we were talking about earlier today. Although right now I don't know when the next one will be. But I am working on it. You can also just come hang out with us.
Yep.
Like, we just hang out and...
I need to start showing up there more for, like, events and stuff.
And then, lastly, your thing.
Yep.
Your D&D game that you're part of.
So, the only, I'm not sure if we have a game tomorrow due to it being Memorial Day.
Yeah.
But, if we do, you can catch us over on Steam, all caps, _dungeon.
At twitch.tv.
At twitch.tv. From 5 to 7 in the afternoon, Central Standard Time, where, over on Trials of Naboo, sorry.
Not Naboo as in, like, Star Wars planet, but Naboo.
Yeah. Where, we're having, essentially, a dinner meeting with another rival.
Yeah, because y'all were setting up that last time.
Yeah.
Have y'all started the dinner meeting?
No, because we had to clarify some things about the world and the setting.
Okay. I'm ready for this to go down like the Thanksgiving dinner on Always Sunny. Which I need to show you that. I need to show you that episode.
I'm expecting they to go wrong, but I don't know how it's gonna go down.
We need to bury the hatchet into their back.
No. The weirdest part about playing Simon, the orc barbarian, is that I'm not playing him like a barbarian.
Or an orc.
Or an orc.
But honestly, that's fine because, you know, Wizards is trying to make things more interesting anyways by saying not all orcs are that way anyways.
Well, no. I'm just a barbarian in a 3-piece suit going around and asking questions that maybe I shouldn't be asking in this city filled with gangs.
Oh, boy. Well...
And the occasional cult.
So it sounds like, if not tomorrow, but next week, they'll get to hear the results of this meeting.
I don't know.
All right. Well, still, thank you, everybody. We'll see you all next time with Visions Volume 2.
Yeah.
And y'all have a good Memorial Day if you're here in the States. If you're not, just have a good Sunday.
Yep. Have a good one. Bye.
I have spoken. Week has been crazy, but
yeah.
let's. I'm your host, Caleb.
Hi, I'm Seth. I talk stars with this man.
And we are back at the house again because Scotty needed the studio, and so give him his space at his studio that we borrow. It's kind of fitting though that we're back at the house for this episode because this is the episode. So in a way, this is kind of an anniversary, but it's not.
This is not quite an anniversary
because the anniversary is not truly until December.
Yeah.
But it's basically an anniversary of sorts because
Mhm.
the very first episode we did was of Visions.
Yes.
At least for this format of the show, season 2 format, as I've dubbed it.
Yeah.
Because the season 1 format's entirely different. It's more of a
Yeah.
season 1's format is more of a here's the news, here's what's going on, here's our thoughts on it, and maybe no, we did do reviews back then because we started doing Clone Wars reviews because we were doing. I think we were doing chronological order similar as this, but we weren't
Yeah.
going into the books. I think we were just doing movies and TV shows at the time for that.
I'd say for us, it's predominantly books.
But for us, yeah, for this format, it's been predominantly books because High Republic just keeps coming out.
Yep.
Which they just finished the mainline comics for Phase 2.
Okay.
So issue 10 is the last of the mainline for this phase. High Republic Adventures just released issue 5, so it's halfway through because I think they're doing 10 as well. And then, which they're going to drop 6, 7, and 8 together,
All right.
I think is what I remember reading somewhere. 8, actually 8. It might just be 8 because I think it ends at 8 because that's why they're doing, hey, we're just going to drop the last 3 together and have like this big epic finale because right now issue 5 is dealing with the Battle of Jeddah. And so, but if you want to hear more of my thoughts on that, you can check out the TikTok. But yeah, this week has been productive and also very unproductive for
Yes.
Escape Reality. So y'all, the Patreon members should have been able to watch that tabletop game that we had been talking about for the past couple weeks about Seth's birthday game.
Yep.
That should have been up for Patreon members as of like this past week. But there was a problem.
There's a slight issue.
And it's not a problem that can ever be solved, unfortunately.
Yep.
So I was editing it Tuesday while we were watching Visions. For
Yeah.
me, Visions again for Volume 2.
For me,
It was the first time, yeah. Because whenever we do TV shows, Tuesday nights we hang out anyways.
Yeah.
So we figure, okay, we'll watch the show then, and then in a case of like Visions or something short like this where it's all released at once, like Tales of the Jedi, we just watch it all at once. Shows like Mandalorian and Obi-Wan, we kind of stretch out
Yeah.
and watch it at kind of as it comes out, maybe week behind, but it doesn't matter because usually our review is after the full season anyways. But when it all comes out at once, we just watch it all at once.
So
I forget how it dropped, but the hard drive. So all of my files are on. It's actually plugged in behind the computer here that you can't see. Usually, you guys can see it out at the studio. That those hard drives that I plug into. There's
have it on-
a 5 terabyte hard drive that I have.
yeah, you have
and
like it.
That's where everything Escape Reality is. Media, comics. I'll get into that. Don't worry. Media, comics, and books. YouTube, everything. And in the case of YouTube stuff, I've also re-downloaded YouTube files. That way I can like re-air them for Twitch as almost like a TV station where I can kind of have like a backlog of stuff I can just re-air whenever. So I forget the specifics of how this happened, but I was editing the Grim Hollow one-shots, and I actually finished editing it, and it was exporting for part 1.
Yep.
And then the hard drive falls. Like, I'm sitting on a sofa, and so, like, I have the...
You're in, like, the recliner.
I'm in the
that's our
recliner,
living room.
and so I have, like, the hard drive's attached. The hard drive is, like, sitting on, like, an arm. I think it's on the arm.
Yeah.
And then... Did Leonard come
I think
across
Leonard
me?
and Bella were messing about like they usually do.
Yeah.
And then, like, one of them accidentally got, like, tangled up in the cords.
And so if it undoes, which of course stops the export, and I'm like, okay, this is fine.
Yeah.
Because usually if something like this happens, okay, I just gotta, I gotta reapply when I plug it in. I just gotta plug it in and then make sure that It's even worse because I started using a new editing software, so I'm like learning the ropes of that editing software at the same time.
I
Because I started messing with what was it trying to remember the name of it. I'm looking at my softwares right now to double check what the name is.
I'm not sure, man.
Anyways, DaVinci Resolve,
Okay.
which is from Blackmagic, which is a lot of the software that we use at the studio.
Yeah.
Or hardware, I should say, that we use at the studio, because Blackmagic creates hardware and software. DaVinci is their editing suite that they do, and you can get a free version, which is what I've got, which does pretty much everything Adobe does. So, but anyways,
unfortunately, that jolt was like,
yeah, unfortunately that particular unplug made it to where, like, so the next day I was like, okay, because the next day was when it was supposed to be posted. So Wednesday was when it was supposed to be up on Patreon. So I was like, I'm just gonna finish exporting it because it's edited. All I gotta do is plug back in, because I didn't touch it the rest of the night.
yeah, no,
Like
until you left, you didn't touch it.
So I was like, okay, and so I got back to, so the next Wednesday I go into the shop at my parents' shop to go work, which really that just means I sit at the office and then do deliveries whenever they want me to. So when I'm sitting at the office, I'm usually doing escape reality stuff, either reading a comic so that way I can make a TikTok video, or making a TikTok video, like running to the car making a video real quick where it's quiet, or editing something. And so in this case I was like, I can finish exporting this. I plug it in. Computer doesn't recognize that it's plugged in. Computer doesn't even show it. I do this a couple more times, and eventually it shows it. And like, I unplug and replug it in. Eventually it shows it and it says it needs to be formatted. And if you don't know anything about hardware, and hard drives specifically, a format means that I will be deleting everything and making it pretty much like almost as if I just bought it. I panicked. And at this point, I had not told anybody else what was going on. I didn't want to scare anybody yet, because I was like, okay, there might be solutions to this. Let me see what I can do. So I went through the route of going through like a couple, like I went through 2 different software that are like recovery software for hard drives. The first one, it took like until Thursday to finish scanning all the files, because once again, we're talking about a 5 terabyte hard drive, which is a lot. Now, I didn't use all 5 terabytes. It came out to like 2.5 gigabytes, or 2.5 terabytes, so like half of it is used. So like, okay, that sounds about right for me. And so then I started looking at what I could grab. Unfortunately, Grim Hollow folder was just not, like, the folder where I put those games was just not visible by the recovery software. And so, like, because it shows me like all my files that I could look at and grab stuff from. First, I created like a one-shot folder to put all my one-shots in, because we're gonna do more one-shots than the Grim Hollow stuff. Which is why at the end of the day, even after this journey, I'm okay with what happened. I'm not, but I am. It's at the point where because I would say Wednesday and Thursday I was at the bargaining side of my 5 stages of grief.
Yeah.
I would say Tuesday was denial, because I didn't even touch it. I was like, okay, I'm not even gonna think about it. I skipped anger, I think. I skipped anger. So I really went through 4 stages of grief. And then bargaining was Wednesday and Thursday, with me going like, okay, what can I do to find this stuff?
Yeah.
What will it take? I even bought more space on my Google Drive, on the Escape Realities official Google Drive. I bought a terabyte of, like, now it's a terabyte on there of cloud space that we've got.
Okay.
Which was a good investment anyways for us, because I also paid only like $5 for it, because they were doing an offer where, like, for the first month I could get it pretty cheap, rather than like what $10.99 it is for a terabyte, which is still not bad for cloud space, by the way. Although unfortunately that cloud space does include your email files, but we also don't. I delete most of the emails that aren't like official emails that we have to keep. So like anything I get from Disney for our books, I keep those emails, but like everything else, I kind of
Everything else is like, won't be needing this.
yeah. But then so I was the first software was like I can only grab 500 megabytes for free. If I wanted unlimited access, it was almost $400. It was a one-time payment, but almost $400. So I do not recommend Disc Drill if you're in a. I'm gonna call them out because I found the video on YouTube, and I didn't realize that the video was an ad because I didn't realize at the time that the person posting the video was the company that owns Disc Drill. Because after I like saw that it was only 500 megabytes, I went back to the video to comment, "Hey, why didn't you mention that?" And then I saw the name of the company that I bought, that I downloaded the software like from their website. I was like,
Yeah.
wait a minute.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah, that's why you didn't say anything. You didn't want us knowing that it's almost $400 to actually do what you're showing us in this video. Because the video just acts like, oh, you can just download whatever you need. It just takes a while depending on how big your hard drive is, which makes sense. Reddit actually was more useful in telling me about a software that I could do, because I found a software that also immediately scanned like a lot faster, like done. Like I open the software and it's there. Would have saved me a day.
Also, you fucking called me out about Boone's usage of
Crowbar. Yeah. No, I randomly found that video on TikTok and I was like, oh, that's funny. You know it's funny.
It is.
I'm kind of upset you're not on TikTok because I don't know if TikTok is, so let me finish the story real quick and then we'll jump to TikTok stuff. So essentially I go through the second program of recovery, grab some of the stuff that I can get. It does show me the one-shot folder, but whenever I try to open it, it tries to scan it, and then it's like, doesn't work, sorry. And I would retry that a couple times, but I think that just means that the files were so corrupted that there's no way that...
Yeah, like, they can't be.
So, no Grim Hollow one-shot uploads, part 1 or part 2, but it was a fun game, and I think at the end of the day, that's what matters. We had fun, and I think it's also good for the Discord community to have something that's their own, and that's what the Discord community gets. So, another reason for you to be part of the Discord and not entirely miss out.
Yep.
Yeah. Did I tell you that my buddy Malik, who also runs a D&D game, he listened in on the first part, right?
Yeah.
So, he did not listen in on the second part, and he told me why, because I listened into his D&D game, because he started a Descent into Avernus campaign. Adventure, because he's already been in a campaign with these players. Yeah. But they now are like, let's do Descent into Avernus with these characters that we've come to love. So I listened to that, and then I was hanging out with them afterwards, because they do what we were doing, which is they just played it in the Discord, and whoever wants to listen can listen. Kind of where I stole that idea from. I was like, whoever wants to listen can listen.
Yeah.
Because originally it was just for ours. It was just going to be for the people that
were
Patreon members or are there, and so because the one shots were originally just for Patreon members, but I think to a degree, I think it's just good for Discord community. Yeah. But I talked to him, and it turns out they're gonna run that exact adventure at some point. Like somebody's gonna run it for him that he's gonna be a player in, and he was like, I didn't want to get spoiled on anything, and that's why he didn't. That's why he didn't join us for part 2. But yeah, unfortunately, it's lost. But which is ironic. Tavern of the Lost is lost.
The Tavern of the Lost is lost, not due to weird alien god fuckery, but
to unfortunate technological mishaps.
Yep.
But that all is part of the business. The hard drive has been cleaned. I can use it again.
Yep.
It already has some files on it again. I'm slowly rebuilding the files that are on it. I did lose a book that I'm working on, but that's fine. I was telling you off air.
Yeah.
I kind of want to restart it anyways. I don't like where it was going. It was just very chaotic, and I couldn't pin down the story in a way where the finale would have felt where I wanted it to.
Yeah. as you explained it, you were like, "There's too many plot threads that it's like a ball of yarn."
Yeah,
but worse.
I was feeling like I forget the name that everybody's called it, but the thread that George R. R. Martin's kind of put himself into, because people have a name
Mm.
for that with the book series, where there's just so many plot threads that he's stuck in a knot.
Yeah.
I forget the name they gave it, the something knot or whatever.
Like, I've heard of the Gordian knot, but I don't think that's
No,
what
but
this
they gave
is.
him they gave it a nickname that's like very Song of Ice and Fire nickname, and they were like, yeah, he's caught in this knot where there's just so many things that like he has to undo, which is why the next book is just taking so long, because he's got to find a creative way to tell that story while undoing the knots that he can.
Whoops.
And it's a writer's trap. It's a trap that writers get in, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, and it shows that even the most professional writers get in that trap, and so I'm kind of glad that I'm getting this fresh slate. And the benefit of doing self-publishing is I can get away with this. Whereas if I was like working for if I had an agent and a publisher, they'd be like, "Why is this book not out already?"
You said it was gonna be out 3 months ago.
3 months is
Generous.
generous in this case. It should have. Honestly, I would have preferred this book to be out a couple years ago, but we're not gonna get into that too much.
On the upside, I've given you another short story to look at in the meantime.
Yeah, you've been writing some short stories in my universe, and so that's fun.
How do you feel about the stories I've written?
I like them. I mean, once again, to me, I don't mind that you're writing in my universe, because we kind of have this agreement where it's just like,
Yep.
we got an agreement going on. So if y'all are wondering how that works, there's an agreement between us that we're just like, we haven't decided on publishing details yet, but we kind of know what we want to do if we go there.
If we go there.
And I think it's a fair deal, pretty much a 50-50 split on cost of publishing and rewards. And so, because it's my universe, but it's also character that you help create, and so you're kind of getting to play with that and kind of create your own pocket corner of it. I've brought this character up twice in 2 podcasts now, but it's very Dritz.
Yeah.
It's very Dritz in that you have this own like part of the universe that you just kind of get to tell the story of and kind of create like more of a mythology for, like, because your character takes part in the amphibian culture.
Yes.
Mixed with some human culture, but mostly amphibian. And while there are elements of amphibian culture that I have created, it's very tribal. It's very like, it's very native.
Yeah, we don't bring this, like, it's one of the things that does not come up very often.
But they're still advanced, and they're not viewed as like, they're not like, we don't, for obvious reasons, they aren't viewed as savages.
Yeah, no.
Like, because that would be terrible, for one. But it's also their planet, so who's gonna call them that?
Yeah.
It's their world. But it is very Avatar, very native in that. But they also have advanced, like, they know about factories, they know how that works, they know about like machinery and stuff. They just choose not to use it that much. And so, like, they prefer bows and arrows and spears because it's more like something they can get their hands on and use.
They're easier to make.
Yeah. And so you get to play with that and kind of build up that universe even more. Because, like, you've introduced now a cantina that didn't exist there. You're like, oh, here's this cool bar that now exists.
Nefri is like... I'm trying to think of a good comparison.
Mm-hmm.
Like, on Amphibu.
Trying to get you more in the camera.
Yeah. I have
No.
a bad habit of avoiding cameras and microphones. Like, I want to build up Nefri, but I'm also like, Sylvester has never been off planet. He does not know what the fuck is happening in the wider galaxy.
Yeah, because he's very naive, but he's unlike another character from the tabletop game, because your character comes from the tabletop game, which honestly, that's the next thing I kind of want to publish, if anything, rather than the book that I lost. I want to publish that because that's pretty much done. And while I've lost that too, I think there's a version of it on the drive somewhere safe.
I have one of the
I think everybody has copies
version
of
6 of the rules, which I think is the latest one.
Yes.
So if you ever need that, just let me know.
Yeah.
I've got the ones for the other
For-
things that you made
yeah.
for it as well.
The only thing, so you've got the adventure modules too.
Mhm.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
So I have a copy of those. If you
yeah.
need.
Then yeah, I'll probably reach out to you for those later. Because I don't know for sure if they're in the drive. I think they are,
But
but if not, because I think they're in the drive because one of the Patreon, once again, the Patreon, one of the things that you can get for the Patreon is you get access to the
Yeah.
early access versions, as we kind of dubbed them.
Yep.
But like yeah, you created Sylvester for that because like I created the stat blocks,
yes,
but everybody got to create the backgrounds for their characters with me. Like
Yeah.
I kind of built some of the background, but then you guys kind of developed it. Even well, no. So I created the initial background because I created the entire character sheet because I was like, here's some beginner character
Yep.
sheets, just like every other, just like in any other tabletop game, you get your beginner box set, you get your beginner characters that you can use that are pre-mades in case you don't know how to make a character, and say you just want to jump in and figure out how the game works,
Mm.
because that's, it's some players do not want to have to deal with creating a character for an
Yeah.
RPG system they don't know about.
what if you're me? And
But-
insane. You'll learn how to do that within.
I mean, and eventually everybody does.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of your first time. Maybe
First
it's just
time is not as easy.
no, which we'll talk about that a little
Did
bit
I make
after.
a joke?
You unfortunately brought a joke up of that without knowing it, but we'll talk about it after we finish
Okay.
Super Universe.
So Sylvester is not quite like Tsub.
Yeah, so Tsub is another character. He was a pre-made character. Nobody picked him. He kind of
Yeah.
became a NPC because he was kind of important to one of the
Yeah.
beginner modules. Because I was like, okay, he needs to be there so that way you guys can have like a backdoor to the plot.
Yeah.
And so he was there for plot and plot alone. But he became like a lovable, like he became
Yeah.
like the little brother that everybody
Yeah,
brought along with them,
everyone's like looking out for.
or fucking with.
Yeah.
So Tsub also is he's a amphibuan. You are a human, but you're both
Yeah.
from Amphibu.
Technically, Sylvester is
Oh, yeah.
not pure human.
No, he's
It's one
Ashwinian.
of the things where it's like
He's Ashwinian, but we picked more of the
for
human.
the sake of simplicity, we were like, oh, we forgot people might bang. And I was like, well, in order to make it simple, I'll just use the stats of a human.
Yeah, because the Ashwinian, because I gave you the choice. I was like, do you
Yeah.
want the Ashwinian traits or the human traits? And you were like, the human traits.
Yeah.
Because Ashwinian comes with a benefit, but it also, like, just like any RPG system, you have your traits that are useful per
Yeah.
species.
I was like, while the trait for the Ashwinian is very cool, I was like,
It also
It-
isn't.
it's also very
not
situational.
it's also not 100% because I think
Yeah.
there was a roll attached to it.
I think it was like you had to beat 90% or higher.
Yeah, because
Admittedly, that's a
Admittedly,
very strong ability.
yeah, because basically
That's
he's
the
one
why.
punch. Because he's basically one punch man. If you did Ashwinian, because Ashwinian basically punch your Ash.
Yep.
But I made the threshold so high to account for that because I
Yeah.
was like, balance that out, and I could probably lower that threshold.
Yeah.
I could probably make it 75% and still get like a
I
good.
feel like 80% is
It's something
75 is too.
we can do more playtests.
Yeah.
Because that is something that you've
I
been
want
like.
to go and do it again. I want to go and see more of that world.
Yeah. And so
Like,
basically,
while Sylvester and
yeah. While
Sub come from the same.
Tsub is more innocent, and you are more. So you're both very much ignorant about the wider galaxy,
Yeah.
but Tsub is more innocent about it and naive, whereas you're more cold-hearted about it. Not all the time, but
No, it's not a case of intentional cruelty.
no, it's very much ignorant cruelty where you're like, I think I'm doing the right thing, and I'm just doing what I was told. But it's very much, I was told to do this thing, so I'm going to do exactly what I was told to do, like to
Yep.
the letter.
Exact words. You better be careful with that.
Is Sylvester
What?
is he autistic?
Uh,
He's at least autistic coded,
I didn't intend to write him that
but
way.
it sounds that way.
I remember I was like, he's social awareness. I'm like, oh, his awareness stat is like a -3, and so is his like charisma.
So that's just how you played it.
That's
yeah.
just how
and,
I played it.
And it's become coded that way. So
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a
Like,
fun little
he
thing
doesn't
for
want to be
No,
cruel.
no. And I
Like,
don't think I think he's a good person. He
he-
just does.
it's-
He just doesn't understand what.
Yeah, I feel real bad for that lady.
If you want context for that, we did upload the. That is stuff we did not
Mhm.
lose. The playtest for that
yeah,
is
that's
up.
still on the channel.
Yeah. So
Also, Sylvester being like, I'm gonna power bomb this crime boss out a window.
almost died.
Hey, he walked it off.
Yeah. Should not have been able to, but he did. That was because somebody used
I
a
had saved up 4 hero points.
yeah, hero points. Yeah.
I needed 1 more, and they were like, "We'll give it to you."
Yeah, who was it? Josh who gave it to you?
I think Josh did. Yeah, I think it was him because he's like,
He was just like, "That's so cool that you should have that."
it's either that or he was like, "Wait a minute, we need this guy on our side because he's insane, and we can put all the blame on
Which
him."
I love. Yeah, which I love how Josh like.
God,
Josh is very rule of cool.
Yeah.
Like sometimes he's very much letter of the rules as written, but he's gotten better at doing rule of
Mm.
cool, and I think that was one of the experiences where he was like, "Oh, rule of cool."
yeah.
Um,
God,
but yeah,
go and listen to that.
one of the other things though, going back to
Yes.
TikTok, why I want you on TikTok so badly is I come across so much Fallout content.
Oh yeah.
There's so much Fallout content that I'm always coming across, and it's always those videos where it's like you get the background thing where it's
Mhm.
like me and my friends when this happens, and then you have like a clip of like from Walking Dead or Breaking Bad where they have like the characters doing like the
Yeah.
hell yeah or whatever, right? And in this case, like lately it's been New Vegas, and they're like they're like when I show up to the strip and I'm listening to this song and it's the Pistols.
Oh, Big Iron.
It's the Big Iron song, yeah.
Yeah. For some reason, the code in the game is fucked up for that song, so it plays twice as often.
I mean, it's a good song, and it's a song that obviously fans like, because at least from my TikTok feed, they're like, yes, this is the
Yeah.
song I want to hear when I show up to the strip.
Oh, God. So for those of you who are not familiar,
Which New Vegas is one of your favorites.
yes, that game starts with you getting shot in the head and buried out in the desert,
Yeah.
and from then on, it's just a mess of chaos.
Yeah.
Be good, be bad, be neither of those things.
Yeah, I'll show you. Let me see.
Side
if
with the
I-
government. Don't side with the government. Become them. Do whatever you want.
Oh yeah, this was one for Fallout 3.
Oh god.
One-
Fallout 3.
My goofy ass wandering the wasteland with my Pip-Boy radio blasting this banger.
Morning, a missionary of a time-free old song.
And it's showing the Fallout 3, like the main city. I forget the name of the main like part of
I
like
know where that is.
the main wasteland area, and when you're getting into the city closer to where where Free Dog is and all that, you're getting
Yeah.
closer to that part of the city, and so and then it's showing Michael Scott from The Office dancing to it. And then the little subscription, the little description says, "What do you mean enemies can hear my radio? I'm crouched."
That's not how that works. Also, remember to hold down the B or circle button to turn off your Pip-Boy light, because that affects your stealth stuff as well. A thing I didn't know for like 3 playthroughs.
Oh yeah, another one is this one is a skit, but it's him talking about the ending of Fallout 3 where you're trying to get where you try to
I
get
know.
Fox to replace you to go into the radiation, and Fox is like, "No, I can't. You got to do this." No, why do I have to sacrifice myself? You are literally able to go through this stuff without being
We had
poisoned.
this exact situation in this game earlier.
And you did it. You did it for me. Why can't you do it again? Like your race, your super mutant, and your entire purpose is that you can avoid that shit.
Yep. I'm glad that the DLCs fixed that.
Yeah, but
Also-
it's still a funny
Yeah.
little thing of like it's a nugget that's funny. I know at some point I want to play Fallout 1 and 2 again.
Hmm.
For Twitch at some point cuz
Yep.
Fallout 1 and 2 are great. They're a difficult
They are
and
an old school game.
they are difficult. But I also like those type of games cuz
Mm.
like I play Baldur's Gate. I play like
Yeah.
it's from the same people. It's from Black Isle and all of them, Interplay.
Like,
So I mean, and it uses the AP style of points, which is what Divinity: Original Sin, which I just started playing for the channel, uses. I kind of like AP. I like AP, and I like turn based. Real time with pause, I can kind of get used to. I just don't always like. Action roleplay is fine. My biggest problem with it is stuff like, well, I like Mass Effect. I don't like the idea that I can only use guns. Because I'm like, oh, it's a role-playing game. I should be able to use all these cool weapons. Just guns.
Nope.
It's a shooter.
bullets.
Bullets.
Bullets
Or
are the-
lasers.
Bullets or lasers. Those are your choices.
And hand grenades. Because in Mass Effect, you do have grenades. And because it can come with your biotics as well. Because you can just have regular grenades, or you could have the biotic ability where you... Yeah. At least in 3, it becomes a biotic thing.
Also, speaking of 3, there is an option that I think I would take because we've discussed this.
Oh, yeah.
Which
Which is what I'm currently playing. I actually played some last night with the Legendary Edition. But you were saying
so you know that how that weird thing will offer you a choice at the end of the game?
Oh, yeah. The 3 options.
There's a 4th option.
Oh. Just go ahead and tell me. I'm listening. I'm
The
just...
4th option is, what if I just shot you?
Yeah. Okay, so I was looking up last minute news so that way we
Yeah.
can quickly have something.
Not
The very first piece of news is something I am angry about because this was sold with this idea in mind. And you're reading the title and you know
okay.
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I get it.
So we're gonna kind of go into Star Wars news now because we've been kind of just
Yeah.
catching up. We're not in a rush today.
Yeah.
Like it's a Saturday and we're not in the office. We're kind of just chilling. And like unless there's a D&D game for you guys tonight, I know there's one for me later
think
tonight,
so.
but
I
that's
think
like
it's around 4 though.
Okay. We got time. So for news, the very first article I saw on Star Wars Newsnet, it angers me because Aspire
I understand why with your history with this game.
Aspire announces that Knights of the Republic 2 Switch port will not receive restored content mod update. So for 2 things. One, it was sold on the basis that this update would be pretty much almost day one. Like they made it sound like this was coming with the game pretty soon. Like when it was released. By the way, it's been almost a year since... Actually, no, it's been a year since Knights of the Republic 2 dropped on the Switch for their port. For the remaster port, whatever you want to call it. And I know it's been about a year because I got to meet a really nice guy that was working for Aspire at the time as part of the community manager. He's no longer there, but really nice guy. And I remember about a year ago, I got to meet him, and we were talking about this update and like trying to figure out, hey, when do we know when this might happen? And like we couldn't get answers out of him at the time because we didn't know. A year later, here it is. It's not coming. And so this mod is very important to Knights of the Republic 2 in particular. Because the restored... So, Knights of the Republic 2 was made by Obsidian. Funny that we were just talking about another game that, Fallout New Vegas. There's something that Obsidian is well known for when it comes to games that they make for other companies whenever they make like a sequel for another company, like with Fallout or Knights of the Republic 2. It's a very infamous thing for them, which is 90% of the time those games are rushed. Not something on Obsidian's end. It's a publisher end where they're always rushed on their games. It's why New Vegas, while a lot of fans have come to love it, it's the buggiest of the Fallout games.
It's issues. It's very well written.
Which is always Obsidian. Once again, they know how to write a game.
It
They know.
takes forever to load sometimes.
Usually-
Actually, it's usually pretty.
Yeah, but like,
You load a lot. That's
Yeah.
actually, I'd say, the main problem.
so usually Obsidian, when they get into these sort of deals, they always end up with very buggy games, and most of the time, a lot of cut content. A lot of the time, because they just got to get that game out. In this case, they had to get it out in less than a year or
Yeah.
something like that for Knights 2, because Knights of the Republic 1 came out in 2003. I think Knights 2 is 2004.
Yep.
So, yeah, they were... Because originally BioWare was going to make Knights 2, but then LucasArts at the time, who was the company that was licensing it out, was like, hey, we want you guys to make it within a year. And BioWare was like, no. And then they passed the buck to Obsidian, because they were like, hey, there's this other company that we know that could probably do it. Kind of love and hate BioWare for doing that. It's like, BioWare, really? But also with modern BioWare, that doesn't surprise me with how BioWare is today. It kind of fits the MO now. But Obsidian accepted the project, and unfortunately, a lot of content got cut. Like,
Yeah.
whole worlds got cut for Knights 2. So the fans made the restored content mod. It's a very popular mod where, like, to the point that, like, when you get Knights of the Republic 2 on Steam now, it automatically includes the restored content mod. Because you just can't play the game without it. Xbox players of Knights of the Republic 2 are kind of out of luck, because Knights of the Republic came out on Xbox and PC when it was originally released, both games. They didn't come out on PlayStation or anything else. But yeah, so I'm kind of mad, because that pretty much makes Knights of the Republic 2 like, it's playable, but it's not as good of a game as it should be. Like, it's still a good game,
Yeah.
but it's just not the game that it could be. And let me look through the article and see if there's like let's see. So this was dropped today. In fact, this is news from today. Let's see. So they dropped on their Twitter page that the restored content mod will not be available for the Switch version of the game. However, if you already bought the game on the Switch, Aspyr has promised to provide a free video game key that will allow you to get another classic Star Wars game free. Hey, I can get a free Star Wars game. Nice. You can see the list of retro... I don't know what game I don't have at the moment on Switch. I think I've got all the games, actually, on Switch.
A lot.
Well, for Star Wars, I think I got all the, because Aspyr, they do all the classic Star Wars ports. So they've done Racer's Revenge. No, sorry, not Racer's Revenge. Episode 1 Racer. Racer's Revenge has never had a port, except for the PS4. Because PS2 games got a port to PS4 back in the day. Because PS2 had the ports of Bounty Hunter, Racer Revenge, and Jedi Starfighter that got moved to PS4. So, which, y'all remember my gameplay of Bounty Hunter? Whew, that game did not age well. It has a good story, but the game is like, hey, for difficulty, let's just bum rush you with enemies. That's what difficulty is, right? That's not how difficulty works.
No.
That's just being annoying.
All right. Anything else today on the...
Hold on, I'm kind of invested. Oh, but here's the letter, the full letter. We'd like to thank the KOTOR community for their immense passion and support for the Star Wars Knights of the Republic series. That passion allowed us to bring this timeless series to the Nintendo Switch, and we are forever grateful. Sadly, today we are announcing that the restored content DLC for the Nintendo Switch version of Knights of the Republic 2, The Sith Lords, will not be moving forward for release. We'd like to thank everyone for their continued support by providing a complimentary video game key to players that purchase Star Wars Knights of the Republic 2: The Sith Lords on Nintendo Switch before this announcement. Players may pick a replacement key from the following list. So they include the Steam version, which I also own for Knights 2. So you can get Knights of the Republic 1 on Nintendo Switch, I already own that. Force Unleashed on Nintendo Switch, I already own that. Republic Commando on Nintendo Switch, I own that. Episode 1 Racer on Nintendo Switch, I think I own that. Yeah, I own that. Because I remember replaying it recently, and I was like, oh, it's still as difficult as I remember, but I actually beat it. Jedi Knight Jedi Academy and Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast also on the Switch. Also, I have those. So useless to me. But for those of you that did get Knights 2 on release for Switch and are kind of bummed out about not getting the DLC and you don't have any of these other games, now's the time to get a free game.
Yep.
So, speaking of Knights of the Republic, there's been murmuring of like the remake still moving forward. Some more official video game news channels have talked about it, and they've been like, yeah, the studio is basically talking about how they're starting fresh, so we're getting it. In fact, it was on one of their earnings calls, so it's still like it's on the on their planner essentially. It's just a matter of when are we getting it, we don't know.
All right.
So it's at least still on their list of games to work on. So it's not dead, which is good, because I think a remake would very much be loved by, like, there would be complaints because everybody would be like, oh, it's not like the original, like, because they're gonna make story changes.
Yeah.
But I think that's fine. I think some stuff, especially if my theory is correct, which is that I think the remake is going to be a canonized version of the events, I think you'll still be allowed to pick your like character creation stuff because it's an RPG, but I think it's going to be as canonized as an RPG can be in that sense.
Yeah.
Like, they just won't canonize your gender or your, like, I wonder if they'll have different endings. They probably will. So probably won't canonize the ending right away. They'll probably do what Legends did, which is that they don't canonize anything too much right away, but then eventually we get like a Revan novel, and then they're like, okay, here's the canon event.
Here's what happened.
Yeah. And I think that's the path to go. And while fans initially didn't like the Revan novel for doing that, I think in the long term, fans have kind of gotten over it and been like, I kind of like what they did. Like, I know, like, I have a lot of mutuals that say, like, the Revan novels, like, out of the Old Republic novels, is one of the best novels. And while it doesn't treat certain characters like Mitra Surik, your player character from Knights 2, very well, because Drew Karpyshyn did not create Mitra because he's a BioWare employee, so he didn't make Knights of the Republic 2. Because, well, he's not a BioWare employee anymore, but he was at the time, because, he's wrote Knights of the Republic 1. I think he had a hand in Dragon Age to a degree, but that's more David Gaider's game. But Drew definitely I know he had a hand in Mass Effect. He's a big, like, Mass Effect was his baby, along with a few others people involved. But especially since I, for a while, had my series on TikTok of me comparing Knights of the Republic and Mass Effect and going, this is why they're the same game, essentially. You have a character telling you that a danger from the outer regions of space is on their way, and nobody believes him.
Motherfuckers better shape up, and then no one believed him.
Because it doesn't appear in Knights 1, but in Knights 2 and in the Revan novel, the whole premise is that Revan's like, hey, the true Sith are on their way.
Fuck. No, they're not.
What are you talking about? And then he goes out to go deal with it himself, and then he disappears. Whereas, Commander Shepard, same idea. The Reapers are coming. The what?
What?
You mean that bedtime story that we tell to scare kids?
Yeah. They're real, idiot.
So I imagine...
I keep telling you all of this bullshit, but you won't listen.
So I always view Mass Effect as they're like, here's how we tell the rest of the Knights of the Republic story that we wanted to tell without having to use the licensed character and universe. We just make an OC version of events. This is our OC. Do not steal.
Yep.
um,
God.
but yeah. But that's pretty much it on
Yeah.
real news that I want to talk about. Like I saw that article, like, and I was like, we should probably talk about that because we're gamers.
Yep.
And in my case, I'm a
I
Knight.
enjoy video games.
In my case, I really like the Knights of the Republic games. They definitely formed my opinion on like some of the best Star Wars in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like the Knights of the Republic comic. Knights of the Republic comic is like one of my number one pieces of media of Star Wars that I always recommend, even though it's not canon anymore, because it has one of the most Jedi to ever Jedi who is no longer a Jedi, and in fact never graduated to being a knight. Like he was just an apprentice, and then he was given knighthood. He went through the same bullshit Ahsoka went through before Ahsoka.
Yep.
He got framed for a crime, except in this case it was murdering his fellow Jedi apprentices who graduated.
You know,
Who were his best friends, by the way.
why would I do this?
So because he fell to the dark side, obviously, because he was not as good as them, because he had a little, he had a learning disability with the Force, is what they call it in the comic, because they talk about how like he has this kind of disability when it comes to like how the Force works for him. But they make it real. They like by the end of the comic, they make it clear that disability does like, while a disability, he learns to live with it, and I think that's like a very strong lesson when it comes to disabilities, because like everybody always is
Yeah,
like everybody like in other pieces of media they would have been like, oh, his disability is a superpower. In this comic, it's like no. His disability is still in the way. He's just learned how to like counteract with it and kind of live with it, which is more realistic to like how people
Yeah.
deal with disabilities.
They don't.
You don't
Go
just
away.
they don't go away. They don't give you superpowers. Like you don't get, it's not Daredevil effect. While I like Daredevil, you don't get stronger senses because one of your senses is dulled. Realistically, it doesn't work that way. Like maybe a little bit heightened, but not to Daredevil
Not to
levels.
Daredevil. Well,
But then again,
There's a reason why.
his comes from the ooze
this
that
comes
all.
from the same ooze that made the Ninja Turtles.
But I mean, but yeah,
I love the idea that Daredevil hangs out with the Ninja Turtles.
but yeah, Zane.
That's not a thing
Yeah,
anymore.
But like
I
Zane,
like it.
but in the case of Zane Carrick, the main character of the Knights of the Republic comic, because it doesn't focus on Revan or any of those characters. Like, and that's the other reason that comic is really good. Like, it takes place in a time period that we're familiar with. For if you're a Knights fan, it takes place during the Mandalorian Wars, so 4 or so years before the events of the video game, of the first game, and it fills in some of the gaps of like how those characters get there, because like Revan does appear in cameos, although they never. This is at the time when there was no canon appearance of Revan, so hooded all the time, except for the one time when they show how Revan got their mask, which is one of the most fucked up stories. But they show how Revan gets his mask. But Malik is a tertiary character. He's like a friend of Zane's who pops in and out. Although that friendship slowly gets stretched over time, where they're like, "Are you going crazy?" Because you start to see the dark side of Malik. Because Revan is redeemable because there's something about Revan that like makes him redeemable still. Whereas Malik, even by the end of the video game, is not redeemable whatsoever. And Malik admits this. Malik is like, I am not redeemable. I'm just gonna die. And sometimes your villains, especially in Star Wars, sometimes they don't need to be redeemable.
Hey man, look.
Like, I understand the idea of wanting to redeem a character and wanting to try. But not all characters will.
Me and my hard mercy stance.
Like, you can still try, I think. But at the end of the day, if a character chooses not to be redeemed,
it's
then...
like, well,
Okay.
you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
All right, so let's talk Visions.
Yeah,
Why we're here today.
yeah, the thing we said we were gonna do in the title.
So we're gonna talk about Visions Volume 2. We're kind of gonna do a similar version to what we did the very first episode of this season.
Yeah.
Where we're gonna talk about our favorites, but we're not gonna go over every episode and rank them like we did in that episode. Because in that episode we went over every episode, then we ranked them like
Yeah,
top from bottom to top or whatever.
We're not doing that.
So highlights. Off the bat, I like that once again they start strong.
Yeah.
Sith is a really interesting and a good episode to start with. I don't think it's their strongest episode, but I think it is a strong start, similar to how they started with the duel, where they were like, "Here's a good fighting episode, and it looks pretty." It's not my favorite episode, but it's not my least favorite. It does what it needs to kind of get you back into Visions. I like the idea of like this art style thing that they had going, where she was an artist, but then also like the art is through the Force, and so like it can come to life, and like it doesn't come to life, but it like
Yeah.
connects her to the Force better, and her lightsaber also at the end is really cool. Go ahead. What's your favorite episode off? Like,
I'd say that I actually like Screecher's Reach.
Screecher's Reach is so like it was one that on the second viewing and after reading the description I learned some stuff and I was like,
So I think to use a comparison, like for why to me it was like when you mentioned it later on, I was like, well, yeah, duh. I think it was because like I have a weird thing where I'm like, I don't fucking trust anything that's going on right now.
yeah.
Like
Well,
that weird intuition moment. I'm
Yeah.
like, if that was like one of our tabletop RPGs, that'd probably be the moment towards the end where I'm like, gonna take out my gun.
it's
right
like running
now.
into the mother.
Yeah, it's like, no, something here isn't right. My brain picked up on it, but it doesn't know.
Like you didn't know like the specific reason.
Yeah, but it's like, I don't know what's wrong here.
So at the end of spoilers.
Yeah.
At the end. Oh, let me put up the little spoiler tag.
Spoilers. So
Yeah. So at the end, so the basic premise of the episode is a girl and her friends work in like this basically like mining town,
yeah, this like god awful mining town.
which is like to the point that they're using children.
Yeah,
Which
child labor.
child
Ooh.
labor. And so they're like, we're gonna go on an adventure
Yeah.
and get out of here, and we don't know beyond that why. Like we
Yep.
know that the lead girl's like, I'm getting out of here today. For like she's like, I'm done.
Fuck this place. I'm leaving.
You can't stop me. And so like the friends are like, well, we'll go with you then. And so initially she's like, no, I gotta do
Yeah.
this by myself, but they follow her anyways. And
'Cause
so
that's-
because friends,
Yep.
that's how friends work. They're gonna, if you're like, hey, I'm gonna go for freedom, your friends are gonna be like, well, why can't I?
Yep.
So after going through this cave where like the Screecher is at, which is like this ghost tale that they talk about, the girl stays behind because they find out that the Screecher's real. Girl fights it. Everybody gets out. Girl comes out with lightsaber in hand because it turns out the Screecher was a Sith.
Yeah.
And then this angelic looking thing, but it's like biblical angelic, not like the portrait angelic. It's like biblical angelic, so scary.
I'm like, this is a fucking Guillermo del Toro angel over here.
But she comes out and she's like, "Oh, good, you got my call and you defeated the thing I told you to defeat. All right, you come with me. As for your friends, they stay behind."
Yep.
And so on my first watching, because once again it was the second
Yeah.
viewing for me when I watched with you. On my first watch, I was like, "Oh, this is like a very like, it's a Jedi thing," because like I get it to a degree. Like if it
Mhm.
had been a Jedi, because like separating from the attachments, I get that, but it was also very creepily done, and I was like, something off about this Jedi, but like I still think it's a Jedi. So we watched it again, and I still had that vibe, and so I was like, oh, I kind of want a better understanding of the story. So I look up the Wikipedia article, which I have up right now actually,
Yep.
and it says Sith Mother played by Angelica Houston. I'm like, and it like goes into the fact that it's the Sith Mother at the end, and I'm like, so it was a Sith, and that was her ex-apprentice. And so yeah, and that's the story. And I'm
There's
like,
only 2 of us allowed to be in.
although like
The,
whether or not that's true, depending on the timeline,
yeah, who really knows?
we know
Anyhow.
we know at least in the first short that's true because the first short the Sith Master's like, all right, you got to be the new master
Yeah,
now. Go
Also,
kill me.
oh cool, you went off planet? Go kill my apprentice.
Yeah. So yeah. So that's one of your favorites.
Yes.
One of my favorites, if we're gonna go like in like the order of them like being shown. In the Stars. In the Stars is so good. That's the one that you laughed for a second at a really
Oh,
sad
yeah.
moment. In the Stars, I really like it. It's because it's like this sisterhood story
Mhm.
while also being like this story about freedom from oppression and like it's very like and the art style I really liked. It was very similar to Arden because the next episode is the Aardman episode, but
Yeah.
this one is also very Aardman in style, like it's stop motion, claymation
Yeah.
almost, but it's more stop motion than clay motion, so it's within that wheelhouse though. And I really liked it, and I thought it was really good for what they were doing. We get this nice story of them getting freedom for their planet, and I really like the water effect also
Mhm.
when the water comes.
Yeah, that's a very good thing that I saw.
That was a really good effect the way they did the water.
Yeah.
Because like the story is that Empire is polluting this planet. The sisters are the last of their kind on the planet because their mother led a revolution that failed, and their mother and the rest of the population were killed off. Which is when you laughed because the way they present it kind of made him laugh at first, but it's like it's sad, but it's like
It's sad, but like the memorial thing that she does is
yeah, because it's like
"Remember our
force
mom?"
because it's like force magic where it's
Yeah.
like it's like this wall painting,
Yeah.
but it's like using force magic, and so this younger sister's like, see what our mom did to save everybody, and it shows like the movement, the cave painting essentially
Yeah.
moving, and it's just like, though I guess to you the way it was presented, it was hilarious.
It's not supposed to be.
No,
I did not.
I think it was more of you just weren't expecting it, and so it like it came out of nowhere for you.
Yeah. I'm not laughing at the fact that 2 children lost their parents and loved ones. It's just that it's presented as like, yep.
But yeah, and so the Empire is polluting their planet and also stealing all their water. And so older sister, like every few months, goes off to get water.
Yeah.
Younger sister, who believes that she's strong in the Force, spoilers, yes, but older sister is also a lot stronger in it.
Mm.
But older sister kind of denies her Force abilities.
Yeah.
But younger sister wants to go and is like, we can take on the Empire like Mom tried to. And older sister's like, no, you need to stay here. Let me get some water. But it becomes this whole thing of them
Yeah.
running through the factory together because younger sister sneaks in because obviously that was going to happen.
Yeah. Because they never do what you fucking tell them to.
And so we get this cool moment where just when the ATST is being brought in and they're about to relive what happened to their mom, they use the Force to get the water to come crashing out. And the water effects are amazing.
Yeah.
I watch it for the water effects alone and the rest of but it's a good story too. The next episode, I Am Your Mother, is also on my tops, but that's because I like Aardman. I'm an Aardman fan, and so like I love pretty much anything Aardman does. Like I've got Early Man up here, which is like one of their most forgotten about films, which is basically what if cavemen played football to like beat the Bronze Age soldiers coming in to take over their village.
What?
It's a good movie. It's a good movie. And apparently they're doing a Chicken Run too, which I'm excited about because Chicken Run is peak Aardman and peak DreamWorks. Because that was Aardman helping with DreamWorks because Aardman had that contract with DreamWorks where they had to do like 3 movies, but I think they only did 2 out of the 3 because the other one was flushed away.
Oh god.
Yeah.
They did, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
I forgot about that.
Hugh Jackman as a mouse.
That was weird. I saw that in theaters with my grandpa.
It's a good movie though. Like
Yeah.
Hugh Jackman as a mouse that wears a tuxedo, going through the sewers, man.
Yeah.
But I Am Your Mother is fun. That one's
Yeah.
that one's one of the more lighthearted episodes.
Yes.
It's very much just Aardman doing, let's have a funny story, and it's like, I like some of the Easter eggs. So I like Wedge Antilles appearing to like announce this race
Yep.
that's happening, which Wedge is play. They bring back his actor Dennis Lawson to play him for that, because Dennis Lawson's the original Wedge, who's appears also in episode 9. I also like the Easter egg of the main character being named Annie, because the episode's title is I Am Your Mother, and so the main character is Annie, which is also Anakin's nickname.
Yeah.
And then it's about her and her mom, and it's basically this like it's a classic race like movie race story where it's like, we're gonna race against like the rich jerks, and
Yeah.
try to beat them. They're gonna use all their rich money to have like the best
They're rich.
they're gonna have the best vehicle, and we gotta beat them. You know what I'm
I
talking
know,
about.
I know.
It's very
I'm
much.
sorry. I'm just.
No, I
laughing
know.
at
I'm
the-
being redundant. I know.
the rich money.
They're rich money.
I know what you mean.
And apparently there's like some other Easter eggs like that
Oh,
I
yeah.
missed, which like there's some Aardman specific Easter eggs, like they have the robot cooker from Wallace and Gromit in the background as a character, and that so they had fun with it. What's your next?
Unaware that
yeah.
we were going like people die in that race. That's not a joke.
No, people die in that race, but that's also just racing in Star Wars in general.
Yeah.
I've never seen a competition in Star Wars.
Where no one has died.
Like, there are sports in Star Wars where nobody dies, but there are never races in
Yeah.
Star Wars where nobody dies.
Oh.
Like swoop bike racing might be the only even then
No.
people could die.
Yeah.
But like swoop bike racing works differently than like a pod race,
Yeah.
where swoop bike is more time trial and getting the best time, but people can still die because their engines could explode.
Yeah.
And so like,
You
especially if
won't be murdered in swoop bike racing.
pod racing you will,
Like,
but
oh,
nobody gets
yeah.
arrested for it, even on the planets where like that should be illegal. Like Malastare is in the Republic.
Yeah.
Like Qui-Gon talks about how they pod race on Malastare, but in video game, like in Racer's Revenge, where you can actually knock out pods, because in Episode 1 Racer you can't knock out a pod, but in Racer's Revenge you can. Malastare is one of the tracks. Like there's 3 tracks on Malastare actually, because they have multiple tracks on the same planets. That's a Republic-controlled world where Republic law would be.
Don't pod race. We'll just kill you.
Now, in canon, there are other sports where you
Yeah.
can, like, grab ball from the Servants of the Empire books. Which, that you won't die from that.
Yeah.
Hut ball, you won't die from.
You might get hurt, but
Yeah.
you're not gonna die.
Same thing, even with the arena, the Hunter's arena.
Yeah.
You're not.
You're gonna get hurt. You're not gonna die though.
Yeah, at least not by design. Like
Not intentionally.
not intentionally. Like Hunter's arenas are designed for you to not die.
Yeah. Although
although-
I guess Journey to the Dark Head, the next one,
Yeah.
I actually really
Is
like
that
this.
your okay?
Yeah.
I was about to say, is that your number 2 pick?
Yeah, I'll
that-
go for having that as number 2.
Okay, that is also on my list, but I'll let you have that one, and I'll bring up a different number 3.
So, I think the reason for it, I I just love the mechanic.
Oh, the
mechanic
pilot?
and the Jedi that they've got. I love that dynamic. It's very fun to me. It's like, I don't want you here. Well, I don't want you here either.
Yeah, Aura and Toll.
Yeah, alright.
And then I actually like the villain Bai-Chan.
Yeah, because he's such a Star Wars villain. He like leans into it. He's like, yeah.
He's very mustache twirling,
He's
but he
like-
has no mustache
Yeah,
to twirl.
he's like, oh yeah, I killed your friends. What are you gonna do about it, punk?
You're gonna join me. That's what you're gonna
That's
do.
what you're gonna do. It was like, what?
I think we made the joke afterwards because I was watching TikTok stuff, and the audio clip from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2 came up,
Mhm.
where Ego's like, it was a shame I had to put that tumor in her head. What? That's the joke that we made about that scene. We're like, what'd you expect to go down?
What did you think was gonna happen? Oh,
I'll let you do your number 3 first, but I think we'll have the same episode because the next
Yeah.
episode I think is on both of our lists again,
number 3.
unless you're a little bit further down. But the Spy Dancer's on my list. I don't know if it's on your top
Okay.
3. I mean, you get number 3 pick though first.
Number 3 pick first.
All that's left is Spy Dancer, Bandits, Pit, and Ao's song.
I'm torn.
Unless you want to,
between-
unless we skipped an episode you liked.
No,
I don't think
I'm
so.
torn between the Pit and the Bandits of Golok.
Okay. I mean, we can talk about both. We can make them a tie for your number 3.
I think.
The Pit, both of them have a kind of happy ending. It's a bittersweet ending.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go with the Bandits of Golok.
That is
Mostly because it's like,
It's a good episode.
yeah,
It's a very good So I really like Indian animation. I realized because I was like, this animation's really good.
yeah.
Like, I don't think I've seen too much Indian animation before. But I really liked it, and I really like the Inquisitor design. So like the premise is brother is taking his sister on a train, and they're trying to avoid
Because Grandpa told him to do that.
yeah, and this is like early Order 6,
Yeah.
not like early Order 66 in episode 3 range, but like maybe
I'd
a
say,
year or two
like,
after.
Yeah.
Like,
Like,
it's-
a few months.
Yeah, it's still within that range of like that Inquisitors are heavily hunting down Jedi.
Yeah.
Because like so the brother and sister are going to this village that Grandpa told them to go to. But sister can't help but like play with the Force, and
Yeah, and it's like,
she like plays because she uses the Force to grab this flute that's a family relic,
mhm.
and she wants to play because she wants to play it, and her brother's like, no, you don't play it right now. We're trying to not be
trying to be inconspicuous.
yeah, and playing a flute will draw attention.
Yeah.
Um,
Not as much as using the Force to get it will, though.
yeah, because she uses the Force to grab it from his bag while he gets up to go get snacks
Yeah.
for her because she wants some snacks.
Yeah.
Because a kid. And they have this little game that they do call it where like they got the bandits and then you got your bandit king essentially.
Yep.
And she's always the one in charge. And he's like,
alright.
all right. And they have the little finger thing where they
Yeah.
like do this essentially with both fingers, and it's like it's very cute. And it's very much a cute sibling dynamic.
Yeah.
And so they get a little bit busted, deal with stormtroopers, run off the train, manage to find the village still. And then an Inquisitor tracks him down. And I really like the Inquisitor's
Yeah.
design. He's got this blue skin with this cool hood and everything.
The best part of this one, for me,
Is it the storm?
Is when he's on top of the train and he's like got candy in his hands, because that's like, he's like, oh, well, I can't let them know that my sister can use the Force. How about I steal this
Oh, the brother,
candy?"
yeah.
And he's like looking out over the side at like all the people that are there, and he's like, all this for some sweets? It's like, you guys take theft really fucking serious, huh? God forbid you steal a 50-cent lollipop.
My favorite moment in this episode is when the Inquisitor, during the fight,
Yeah.
at the end, when the leader of the village, it turns out, is a Jedi.
Yeah.
And so, like, most people have already gone inside from this village because apparently this village is well known for its dust storm, like sandstorms.
The
Very often,
sandstorms in the region are bad.
like they're bad and they're frequent enough that people can kind of tell when they're coming.
Yeah.
And so one of these sandstorms is happening, and during this duel, and it's very awesome. And the funniest thing happens, which is when the Inquisitor goes in to swing at the Jedi, and she just force pushes him into the storm, and he just goes "Ugh," and falls flat on his stomach. It's hilarious.
What do you think was gonna happen?
Yeah, what'd you think was gonna happen? But once again, it's one of those bittersweet endings because the brother has to leave it, like the sister has to leave her brother behind because
Yeah.
she has to go with the Jedi because she's a Force user, he's not.
Yep.
And that was the whole point of the journey, was to bring her to safety.
Yeah. And we talked about this. I'm like, the brother knows the entire time.
Or at least
Or
he
at
had
least-
noticed that this might be a trip where
Where sister's not coming back.
yeah. Yeah, I don't think he knew the extent.
Yeah.
Yeah. But she gets the flute in the end. No, wait, he gets it because she gives it
Yeah.
back. Like he gives it to her because he thinks that like, oh, you'll want this, and then she gives it back. Like it pops out of the water
Yeah.
at the end, as like a sign that everything's gonna be okay. So, yeah. My number 3, the spy.
The spy dancer.
Yeah, the spy dancer.
Uh,
The most French Star Wars thing to ever French.
Yep.
So comes from La Cachette Studios, which I had to look up how to Studio La Cachette, which I had to look up how to pronounce because I wanted to make sure I didn't butcher it.
so yeah, I'm just not gonna risk it.
But I really like French. I really like French animation style. I've seen it before in other things, but not realizing. But it's like
Yeah.
this very traditional, not quite watercolors, but very close to it.
Almost.
Yeah, and I've seen that style before, and I really like it. On top of that, it works really well for like what they're presenting, which is like this very much World War II style. Because like the very first shot is like of Imperial tanks that look like World War II like Jeeps, like World War II tank Jeeps. Like it looks exactly like that. Like if you've ever seen like pictures of that, especially because they're trying to get the French resistance vibe going. And if you've seen photos from the French resistance, like from that perspective of like what was going down in France during World War II, and you see the vehicles, it looks exactly like that. And I thought, like, immediately I picked up that vibe when I watched it the first time. Oh, they did Love, Death, and Robots. Okay, so that's some more stuff I should check. Love, Death, and Robots has been on my list for so long.
Yeah, it's one that I've heard a lot about. I haven't watched it though, so I should.
But like you really get, I really like their animation style from watching that, and and immediately you get those World War II French Resistance vibes, and then of course then the characters talking, you're like, okay, yeah,
Yeah.
this is as French Resistance as it gets, which really works for Star Wars because Star Wars is World War II, Vietnam War
Yeah.
inspired, so obviously just straight up make the stormtroopers Nazis.
Yeah, we know.
We know.
We all know.
We all know. So like they just
Have you
essentially,
seen them?
and so yeah, I really like this story of this grieving mother who's using that grief for the betterment of the galaxy in her own way. And then we get this moment at the end that once again another bittersweet ending of this mother who's connected to her son but hasn't been able to save him by the end of the episode, although it's hinted that there's a chance he could be saved, because he does reflect on what she tells him,
Like,
because we find out that he was throughout the short we find out that her son was kidnapped when he was a baby by this Imperial officer. She believes that this Imperial officer is at one of her shows because
yeah, she goes up there because she's like, I know what I'm.
because she
So-
sees his cane, which
Yeah.
is what makes her realize, oh, this might be him.
Yeah.
Well, at the time she's 100% sure, but we find out, okay, that's
So after the trackers are placed on the people,
yeah. Oh, let's explain a little bit of how their system works. So she runs a club, very much, once again, very French Revolution resistance style, because French resistance they ran out of clubs very similarly to that a lot of the time to get their information, and so she's a dancer for this club and the owner, and one of the younger dancers wants to try to do what they do, which is they place trackers on and bombs on the weapons and equipment of stormtroopers.
who go there because they're tired of fighting rebels all the time.
Yeah, they're people too, and
They're like,
they want they want to enjoy the pretty dancers.
Yep.
And so so they do that, and so she's doing her performance because she says, no, you still haven't figured out the ropes yet, I'm gonna do this. She almost ruins her dance.
cabaret. That's
Yeah,
the kind of
cabaret, yeah.
establishment it is.
It's
I was thinking
that
really
you were
hard.
thinking of the specific type of
Yeah.
club. Yeah, it's a cabaret club. And so
I don't know why that was so hard for me to think about.
which a lot of that is just
Yeah.
like this. It's a lot of dancers and stuff like that. It's live
Yeah,
entertainment.
you
is
go there
is-
to see people like play music and dance.
yeah, or sing and all that
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah, live entertainment is key. That's what really makes it a cabaret. And so the older dancer is like, nope, I'm gonna
You're
do
not
this.
ready yet."
You're not ready yet. I don't want you to get caught doing
Yeah.
this. And so she's doing it, and she sees the cane, flashes back to revealing to us what happened
Yeah.
of her son being kidnapped and
like,
her village burned.
All right, trackers are in place. I'm gonna go assassinate.
Well,
this.
before that, she sees that and she like goes into an episode where she
Yeah.
panics. She has like a mini panic attack, and she almost messes up the dance.
Yep.
Thankfully, the younger dancer comes in and saves them. And then at the top, she gets up to the top and she's like, "So all of you leave because I'm about to make a really dumb decision here, and
Yep.
I don't want y'all to be affiliated with it." And of course, none of them do because they're like, "No, we're supporting you because
She's like, no, you don't understand.
you don't understand. I'm
You
about
don't
to kill somebody.
understand."
I'm about to murder somebody." And so that's exactly what she decides to do. And of course, like I said, they like hesitantly leave, but they decide to come back because they're like, "No,
Yeah.
we're already in on this, so we might as well be all the
Yeah.
way in." And so
So we'll commit to this course of action.
yeah, so she goes in for the kill, only to realize that it's a younger officer, and she realizes that it's possibly her son, but we don't know this information yet. And then shootout happens because everything goes wrong because they realize,
Whoa, what the fuck, lady?
yeah, because
Why are you trying to kill our boss?
So shootout happens. KX droids come in and are just as annoying as they are in Jedi Survivor.
I'm like, oh great, I see enforcer droids have evolved into a new problem again.
And so cabaret gets
Help, please.
the cabaret gets shot, blown up, all that good stuff. It's gone. Thankfully, the French Resistance
They'll
movement
never
people are.
financially recover
yeah.
from this.
It's fine. They're ready to move on anyways. They're ready to go underground and full on French Resistance. Like they were like cabaret French Resistance. Now they're ready for like complete underground movement French Resistance. Because you got the two levels of French
Yeah.
Resistance. And so they go on like everybody else is on like a ship ready to leave, and they try to get her to leave, but she wants to like have one last moment to like convince this guy that, hey, these people are not who you think they are. They stole you from me, and I love you, but they don't. They are using you, is what she's trying to get across.
Yeah.
And he's in the denial stage of this information, and she gives him a locket and leaves. And so she leaves with the hope that he's going to eventually return to her. And we kind of get at the end that might be the case, because he looks at the hologram that's on that's on it, and it's a baby version of him, and he takes his hat off, and we see that his little horns were cut, showing that the Empire did take him and injured, like did that to him to make, more humanize him rather than make him whatever race. I don't know what race they're supposed to be in Star Wars, but off the top of my head, but they're trying to very much Imperial radicalize him by doing that. So it's once again another bittersweet episode ending, but I think on a more hopeful end of the bittersweet spectrum, because it's very much like, okay, there's a chance that this hopeful ending could happen. I'd say that it was like 50-50 on the hopefuls versus the not hopefuls. I think we ended on the most hopeful of the of the shorts, though. But do you want to talk about the pit first? Because I know you said you really liked the pit episode.
I do.
And I really like the pit episode as well.
I'm also like thinking,
poor David.
yeah.
David Diggs goes through it.
I was thinking about the pit and how they would have to like dig for it to be the way that it is.
Well, we see how it works.
Yeah, but I thought about it and I'm like, okay, so you guys went and used either like a repulsor lift or something.
Yeah, they use
go
we
straight-
we see that they use like ships and repulsor lifts to get everything up and down.
Yeah, I'm like, all right, I guess. Yeah,
So the premise of the pit, for those who didn't, once again, spoiler warning.
it's a Kyber mine.
Yeah, it's
Let's be.
well, it's a Kyber pit
Yeah,
specifically.
mine is too generous a word for it.
Yeah. Premise is these stormtroopers get like indentured slaves.
It's-
Well, it's slaves. It's slaves. There's no
called
beating
what they
around the bush.
are.
They're just slaves. The Empire forces these slaves to dig a pit in the middle of the desert
Yep.
because they've managed to find these kyber crystals. And the stormtroopers are like, "Oh, great. We'll just dig down there and get as much kyber as we can and build this great city out of it." And then they abandon the people in the pit once they're done.
Yep.
They're like, "All right, cool. You got all this kyber for us.
Assholes.
You're done. We don't need you anymore.
Yep.
So, bye." Commander, by the way, led by Steve Blum.
Yep. Steve Bloom is everywhere.
Yeah, Steve Blum is everywhere.
You can't escape Steve Bloom
The-
in like animation.
No. So Zeb is the leader of this group. Zeb, you should know better. No. But yeah, so one of the slaves, Crux,
Yep.
played by Daveed Diggs, he manages to climb his way out like Batman
Yeah.
and Dark Knight Rises, climbing out of the pit style.
Climbing freehand.
Ugh. But he managed.
Fuck me.
But he manages to get out.
Yep.
After like he kind of manages to create this hopeful narrative for the people in the pit with the follow the light mantra that gets repeated later. And so he goes to the city, tells them, "Hey, this is what's going on. There are a bunch of people trapped in a pit. We're the ones that gave you this city. And also there are children included down there."
Yeah.
Which that gets people's attention. They're like, "Wait, children?" But unfortunately, before anybody can do anything about it, the stormtroopers come in and are like, "Nope, stop." And they take him away and toss him into the pit, killing him.
Yeah. I think the thing that like really just fucking got me was that they stun him and then drag him into like fucking crime alley.
Yeah. Like, at first you think they're gonna just, like, beat him up or something and
Yeah.
maybe kill him in the alley. No. No.
No, they drag him all the way back to the pit
Oh.
to throw him over, and I'm like,
Which I get what they're doing, because as stormtroopers, like, as part of the Empire, they're doing this as a scare tactic.
yeah,
To be like, don't do what he did. Which they don't. They come up with a solution which is very force related, which is they just
Yeah.
start chanting "Follow the light" and I'll get loud enough that the city can hear them despite being miles away, which the force is obviously
Yeah.
involved in
I'm
that.
like, I don't know how force space magic. That
Uh,
makes sense to me. I
and-
was trying to figure that out.
And the main kid,
Okay.
Livy, that's
Yeah.
her name. I mean, and I think she's force connected
I'm pretty sure she is.
because we also see at the end that she has a kyber crystal that she kept, and
Yeah.
it lights up a little when she's holding it. It's very nice. And then of course, it's the only short with a post-credit scene,
Yeah,
which it's just this mural
yeah, I like that mural.
to Crux, and it's very nice. It's a very nice screen. Like, it's something that would be nice as a screen cap. Like, make it a screensaver type background, desktop background wallpaper type thing. It's very nice. But yeah, we end on. So that's basically the pit.
Yeah.
I mean, it ends on a more hopeful note. Everybody gets out. It just takes you through it first before you get to the hopeful. AL's song is really good, and I think
Yeah.
it's a great way to end Volume 2. One, it's a very happy ending, very bright, colorful, the most hopeful of
Yeah.
the shorts, like the most hopeful.
Like, I don't get the sense that
Trigger.
there was a lot of danger in that one.
I
But
mean, the
think that's
exploding
because-
crystals.
I'm like, yeah, but I'm like,
But it's not like it's not an exterior
not-
danger. Like there's no
Yeah.
Sith, there's no. It's more of a.
I'm like, listen, Dad,
yeah.
just let her finish singing. That's it. I was like, oh,
I do.
just let her finish
yeah.
singing. That's all you have to do.
I do like the singing is incorporated into this, and while I doubt Triggerfish has checked out Light of the Jedi or any High Republic novels, it's very Star Wars for that because of those books. Because like you're like, oh yeah, we know that singing is like songs are a way that
Like,
the Force
that's
can
one
travel.
way that it can work.
Yeah, we know that, and so I like that, and so I really liked, and it's also I like all the characters.
Yeah, like
Like
don't get this.
while like Al's dad is very much
very overprotective.
he's very overprotective, but he's doing it because he loves his daughter.
Yeah.
Like it's not from a bad place.
Yeah, it's not like bordering on mania level of thing. It's like sometimes you sing and these crystals explode.
Yeah, Kratu, that's his name. And then oh no, Kratu's the Jedi. I like the Jedi in this as well.
Yeah.
They initially immediately understand what's going on. They're like, oh, this person's connected to the Force in some way. But Dad's like, I don't want any of that Jedi business other than selling crystals to you. That's the most I'll do here.
I sell crystals to Jedi. That's what I do.
Also, the most Kyber crystals have been involved in like visions, because like I think in Volume 1 the most we got was the twins and the duel.
No, there was another one where like the ninth.
Oh yeah, Ninth
Jedi.
Jedi. Yeah, Ninth Jedi. So yeah, okay, then about the same.
Yeah.
Visions really loves playing with Kyber crystals, and I kind of like it. I like the Ninth Jedi's interpretation of Kyber crystals.
It's like, why are they like that? And the blacksmith dad is like, because I designed them that way.
Yeah, I designed them to where they are connected to the user in like a very intimate way, to where it reveals who you are as a person, even. And I kind of like that. While it's not like canon, obviously, I feel like it should be, because it fits in canon very well with how like bleeding crystals and all that and healing crystals and all that works. I think it fits. And I really like how Al's song also fits in. I think that fits in very well.
Yeah.
Volume 2, we talked about this off air, but we're getting to the part where we come to
we're
our rating
grading
of it.
it.
Yeah, for our grading of it.
Yeah.
It's exactly what we wanted from Volume 2. It does more of the same of what Visions Volume 1 did. It doesn't exceed expectations in any way,
Yeah.
but it does like give us what we wanted, which was we just wanted more Visions. We wanted more studios, we wanted more awesome animation, we wanted more cool stories that aren't canon but are still cool. And that's what we got.
Yeah.
There's no bad episodes in our opinion. There's just only a few select that are outstanding, and then the rest are just good. Same, and that's really how Volume 1 was too.
Yeah.
Volume 1 didn't have any bad episodes. I have least favorite episodes. That's a least favorite episode. I think Akakiri was the worst episode to end Volume 1 on, in my opinion. I know people who love Akakiri. I don't like the ending, and I don't like
Akakiri is the most like downer ending. It's like, congratulations, you cheated destiny. You're evil now.
Yeah.
You got what you wanted. Maybe not how you wanted it.
And I understand that even that fits within what
I
we
hope
know
your
of.
monkey's paw is fine.
And I know that Akakiri definitely fits with what we know within canon, which is, cheating in that sort of way does lead to the dark side. It just wasn't an episode for me. I've come to appreciate it more on rewatches. It's still just not one of my top episodes. It's now gone from my least favorite to being it's okay.
It's gone from I don't like it to I get it.
Yeah. Like I get why people like it. It's just not for me. Volume 2 I did not have an episode like that.
Yeah.
But I also, once again, it doesn't exceed like what Volume 1 did. It just delivers more of the same, which is fine. We don't need a show that exceeds every single season. Sometimes we just need shows that just give us more of what we like. And I think Visions does that perfectly, and I'm excited for whatever comes down the line if they make Volume 3, which I think there's not been a hard confirm, but there's been rumors of a confirmation for Volume 3, I believe. And if I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, everybody always talks about how they like it, so
Yeah.
like, let me see here if there's anything on this article here. Just double checking, just in case there's like anything I missed of like somebody saying for sure Volume 3 is happening. Nope. But both volumes have critical acclaim. Audiences also like them, except for the weird fans who are like, I don't like Vision because I don't like new things, which is like what happened with Volume 1 of the, why are Japanese studios making Star Wars stuff? Because if you know the history of Star Wars, it's very circular. It makes the most sense. And obviously they can't make that complaint this volume because
Yep.
studios around the world got to be involved.
Yep.
But you gave it like a B, which
yeah, I was like, it's
on
a
our
B+.
which on our normal scale that would be like an 88 or an 8.5,
Yeah.
somewhere around there. I'd give it about the same, 8.5 out of 10. I definitely I mean, if you like Volume 1, you'll like Volume 2. That's really my recommendation on it. If you like Visions, you get more Visions. So next week,
Yeah.
I have the schedule somewhere. Despite my loss of files. Thankfully, I was already kind of reworking my scheduling system. Let's see, next week is 8, 9, 10. Next week's the 10th, right? No. Yeah. Next week, Young Jedi Adventures. It'll be fine.
Fine.
It's a good time. So yeah, that's next week.
All right.
So let's do our little things that we normally talk about. So we know on Sundays, so tomorrow,
Yes.
from 5 to 7 p.m. Central Time, you have a D&D game that you play,
Yes.
Trials of Nebu.
Yep.
And that can be found on twitch.tv/Steam_dungeon, all caps on Steam, although I think Twitch doesn't care generally.
Yeah.
That's just how it's marketed.
I won't be playing tomorrow, but you guys should still go and check it out. The rest of the cast can keep you very entertained. Unfortunately, I have to work because I like being alive.
Has the dinner party happened yet?
No. Because God forbid we do anything at a rapid
I'm
pace.
so excited for this dinner party. I want it to go like the Always Sunny Thanksgiving dinner. And then I guess that's it for really exterior stuff that that aren't like directly channel related.
Yes.
As for channel related stuff, if you are watching on YouTube, youtube.com/Escape Reality Films, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. You can comment, all that good stuff. And then on twitch.tv /Escape Reality Films, if you're watching there, follow or subscribe. All of that is very useful and helpful to us. It shows your support. Other ways you can show support is the Patreon that we've mentioned at the top of the episode when we were talking about a bunch of stuff. Some stuff that we mentioned, you get access to our tabletop system that we've been working on, the playtest version. You get access to that. You get access to that because you get, I think you can get access to that for. No. I still made that specifically tied to the Patreon, because you can join the Discord for free now. It is linked. If you're watching on YouTube, it's linked down below. If you're watching on Twitch, it's in our hyperlinks where it shows our other social media profiles. And if you go there, you can come hang out with us. We're trying to do a lot more. We're doing one-shots for D&D stuff and maybe some Star Wars ones down the line.
Yeah.
I'm working on a fun one right. Ooh, my Grim Hollow dice almost fell. I'm I'm actually working on a fun one right now that involves Acquisitions Incorporated, as well as another module. But that's a surprise. I don't want to reveal too much of because the players still don't quite know exactly what they're doing because we got new players. Speaking of, that brings me back to the joke about classes that you were talking about earlier about just doing weird things with classes. One of these players who has never played D&D before, I was explaining like classes and all that stuff and character creation. He was like worried about how many sheets and all that he has to keep track of. And I'm like, well, if you're a martial class, which most beginner players are, you only have really 2 sheets to worry about. But if you're magic, you have so much more to keep track of. And then that's when he was like, well, I'm just gonna, because I was like, most beginner players don't choose a magic class off the bat. And he's like, then I'm gonna be a magic caster off the bat. And then last night, he sent me a text that I read this morning, which was like he told his roommate about, or one of his friends about the fact that he wants to play a magic class, and his friend knows more about D&D, like went off on him of like why you shouldn't do that. And he was like, he texted me, he was like, now I'm definitely doing it.
I'm doing it out of spite now.
That's Matt.
Yeah.
Which so I mean he's been a Twitch subscriber before, so love shouting him out every now and then. He's a good friend.
God, I can't wait to play on another one of your Star Wars games. Those are always fun.
Well, we'll bring it back. I gotta rewrite some stuff
Yeah.
because of the lost content.
Oh, did you lose some campaign notes?
No, I didn't, but I lost like. I did lose a lot of stuff actually, but not anything regarding that. Just older campaign stuff. So Edge of the Empire a lot of pictures and other notes are gone.
Okay.
What else is there? Oh, other reasons to join the Patreon. You get to watch our YouTube content a week before it's uploaded to YouTube, which I just started playing Divinity Original Sin. I finished The Last of Us completely. What else have I started doing? Oh, Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, I think I'm done with. Although I might play a little bit more of it because there is some side content that you can play where I can play as our favorite D&D character to reference on this show, Dritz. We just need to have like a Dritz counter for how many times I mentioned Dritz. And then
It's just the Krillin own counter.
what other cool stuff is on there? Oh, my books are on there, so you can get my books for a discounted price, which actually, since we're at the house, I can show you them. Although I can't show you the hardcover copy that we just released for Super Worlds, but here's Super Worlds. We also got The Coat Wars, which is a short story collection that takes place in the same setting as Super Worlds, which is it's Star Wars meets MCU film, superheroes, wartime, with a little bit of focus on characters and more than like the action itself. It's very character driven. The short stories are like different characters dealing with stuff either a little bit before the event. Well, actually, we go as far back as 20 years before the events of the first of Super Worlds and Coat Wars. And you can read both. You can read either one first. Super Worlds just adds context, and Coat Wars is like character stuff where you're like, oh, I understand this character a little better now. And then we also got Time Ninja, which is my most recent, which is, that one, I kind of say I usually do like Highlander with a time travel movie, but I don't know what time travel movie to blend it with because there's really no movie that uses time travel like in that way. Where it's like, because the main character is can actually manipulate time as like a superpower rather than like, there's no machine involved in the time travel. But it's feudal Japan with some time travel elements and like Highlander style, like in the terms of like it's very fantasy with rules that are established that I like. Yeah, like that, but not as like nothing of that like specific nature. But I really like that, and I do plan to write more of the Time Ninja setting because I really like that. I like the characters, I like the ideas. but you can get all three of those just from being on one of the levels of the Patreon. I think it's the $20 level, and now you would get the hard copy of Super Worlds. You wouldn't get this you wouldn't get the print the paperback copy, because I still save money if because the way it would work, you get more bang for your buck because you're getting 3 books, as well as the Super Universe playtest for our tabletop setting. You would also, and then I get more money out of it as well, because I essentially pay the printer's cost to get the books for you. So everybody saves money because I get more money from Amazon that way. Well, Amazon just doesn't take their cut other than for the printing fee at that point. So everybody wins.
That's everything, right?
I think so. At least since we're here, not at the studio. If we were at the studio, we would shout out a few other people. But
Shout out to our patrons.
oh yeah, shout out to our patrons, by the way, since we are talking about Patreon. Jennifer Brantley, thank you.
Yeah,
Oh, do you want to show the thing? Because
Yes.
Jennifer Brantley. Okay, so Jennifer is his mom,
Yeah.
which is why she supports us, and she's a fantastic person to have support us, and we love her for it. But
So-
because it was your birthday recently, you were asked, "What do you want as a gift?"
Yes.
And you had a couple options, and they were Star Wars related.
Yeah.
One was a lightsaber. You did not choose the lightsaber,
No. I
but
did not.
that's also like it's Seth. I don't expect the lightsaber. Lightsabers are more my thing.
Yeah.
And less his thing.
Yeah.
But his thing
I
is
have-
still cool.
I kind of have a reputation among our friend group as being the guy that shows up to like fantasy settings with a gun. For better or worse.
Yeah, you're the gunslinger of the group.
Yeah.
So he got a really cool replica of
Yeah.
Din Djarin's gun. So he got a really
Like
cool
I'm
blaster.
getting used to learning how to spin it in my hand.
Yeah, spinning a gun is not always.
It's not easy.
No, in fact, I think that's part of how I broke my prop gun, is just using it too much and
Yeah.
doing the spinning trick and then pew pew pew
Yeah.
immediately with it. But my prop gun, it's sad. All of my prop guns are dead. I have no more prop
You
guns.
killed your prop guns.
To be fair, one of them died on the shooting location of that short. The other one died more recently.
Yeah.
Um,
On the upside though, now whenever we do like the in-character tabletop games, I can just put it on the table.
yeah,
So,
I mean,
'cause-
it's fun roleplay.
One of the things that like on the audio, because most of the tabletop games are audio based.
Yeah.
Uh,
And ours is mostly audio, but we try to do visuals by
Yeah.
at least showing like a digital map.
I had a problem when we first kind of started doing that, because one of my characters didn't talk. So while I would talk and describe what is going
We
on,
wouldn't see like your hand motions
Yeah.
and anything. Yeah.
one of the things that I would do is, because God forbid pants or sips goes anywhere without a knife,
Place a
Yeah.
knife on the table.
place a knife on the table,
Yeah.
or like little.
But trying to think anything else besides all that. I think we covered everything for
Yeah, I
this
think
week.
we're good.
So thank you all for watching once again. We will see you guys next week to discuss
Young Jedi.
Young Jedi Adventures. Thank you. My brain just like
I
shut
can't
down for a
believe you
second.
Convinced me to do this.
It's
But
canon and
we have to cover it.
and it's
canon,
only a
it's
few
High Republic,
episodes.
and it's recent.
It's only a few episodes. It's
One of the things I've been seeing is a lot of oh man, can't wait to see Order 66 again. But
yeah.
I'm
I'm
like-
getting tired of those jokes. Like the first
look.
time it's funny. The first time it's funny.
I'm like, oh man,
First
you guys must not know this takes place 300 years back.
No, I've seen people on TikTok even say, "Yeah, we know," but like they like make fun of people that are calling them out for that, and it's like, that's because your joke is dumb now.
Mm.
Like it works once,
Yeah.
it works once, but then when you just continue making the same joke of Anakin's gonna kill all the younglings, it gets stale and it gets annoying, at least in my opinion,
Yeah.
and at least from other opinions of what I've seen of commenters who are like, "Yeah, you're just saying the same joke. It's not interesting
Yeah.
anymore."
Oh god.
Yeah, but anything
Do
else?
you know about the Nihil?
Yeah, the Nihil are just as bad, but we'll talk about
No,
we'll talk about it on the
I don't
episode.
think that-
I have notes about
Yeah.
that as well once we talk about
Oh.
the episodes.
All right.
So thank you all once again. Have a good one. I have
Can't
spoken.
see my left hand because it keeps going off to the side.
Yeah.
So I'll use my right one.
Yeah.
You have a good.
Welcome back to Escape Reality Star Wars Talk. I'm your host Caleb. Sorry, I got distracted by a text.
Hi, I'm Seth. I talk Star Wars with this man. So, you may notice we look a little bit different today.
Yeah, we don't got to bring up. We had some technical difficulties. They're working for now though.
Yeah.
So we'll make what we've got. I guess we'll just get right into
Yeah,
it because
Because there's not a lot of news as far as I know.
I don't think there was anything. Let me double check. But this week we're talking Young Jedi Adventures, and as I jokingly put into the YouTube box, the description box, you weren't exactly happy about this particular topic. I think though by the end of it you were fine with it.
Like, all right.
Because it wasn't what you were expecting.
Yeah, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Like you were expecting Jake
Like-
somewhere between Jake and the Neverland Pirates and like Dora the Explorer.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting.
And I'd say this was a step above both of
Yeah.
like I'd say so. I would say Jake and the Neverland Pirates is above Dora in terms of young children's entertainment. Like Dora's fine because I get it. It's educational and like getting kids to interact is a good way to educate them. But in terms of just being entertaining, I'd say Jake and the Neverland Pirates is a step above that.
Mm.
And then I would say this was a step above that.
Yep. On the upside, I think we've got one of the most fucking Jedi names to ever Jedi.
It very much fits within the Star Wars canon of names. I do not see any news. Maybe.
Hmm.
Oh, James Mangold says he's planning to start writing his Star Wars film in the fall. So
Okay.
we can expect maybe his film in 3 years, maybe 4. Give some time for actual production. And of course, we don't know if he's going to start writing in the fall. He says he plans to start writing in the fall, but we have to remember that the writer's strike is still going on,
Yeah.
and that would prevent that from happening if it goes all the way till then. And we're already in summer, and we're like almost halfway through the summer already.
Mm.
Feels like, anyways.
Yeah.
It's a hot day today.
Mm.
Has been the past couple days, honestly.
It was hot yesterday.
So let's talk Young Jedi Adventures.
Yes.
So the show is presented in this format of the older kind of cartoon of half an episode equals a story, and then so they do 2 stories an
2 stories
episode.
per episode.
Yeah. And so I'm going to pull up the list so that way we can kind of walk through this one cuz it's really short.
Yeah.
I mean, the first story in the first episode is them going to the main planet that the rest of the episodes will take place on.
Yep.
Which is Tinu.
I don't remember. I only know
So you only know Kai,
Kai. I know what the other one, like,
what they look like and what they
look
do.
like and what they do. I have no idea what their names are.
I'm disappointed in you for not remembering Nubs.
Nubs. Okay. Nubs is the.
You gotta at least remember Nubs. Put some respect on that.
Yeah, he's the blue bear.
Yeah. He looks like the thing. There's that episode from the DC shows that from Legends of Tomorrow where there's a creature that looks exactly like Nubs, and because like Legends of Tomorrow is them time traveling and all that, these Vikings start worshiping this blue teddy bear creature. And it makes it to where that becomes the prominent religion in the future because, in case you didn't know, the Vikings were heavily, Christian, and that's what indoctrinated a lot of Christianity around the globe was because the Vikings were taking over places. And guess what? If they were worshiping,
Yep.
whoever they were worshiping is what would become predominant. Obviously, they started with the Norse gods, and then they eventually went to Christianity with Leif Erikson and all of them. But yeah, so Nubs makes me think of that, and it's like, oh, we should all be worshiping Nubs,
Yeah, to me, I'm like, that's a blue koala.
just minus the chlamydia.
Yeah. Which automakes him
Makes them better
better
immediately.
immediately. And
Okay,
the
so
girl,
yeah, yep,
what is her name?
Liz.
Liz. Okay.
Now, what's Kai's last name? Because that's the
Oh,
really Star
it's-
Warsy part.
It's Bright Star, isn't it?
Yeah,
Kai,
Kai Brightstar.
fucking Bright Star.
So you got Kai Brightstar, Liz Solier, and Nubs.
And Nubs.
And they are told by their masters, Yoda and their Jedi master, because they have their own like master who's in charge of them whenever Yoda's not around. I'm looking through.
Yeah.
Unless you remember it before I get to
No.
it. Zia, Master
Zia.
Zia.
Yep.
So Master Z and Yoda say, "Okay, go to Tinu. We're all going to
Yep.
Tinu. That's where your
You guys have
actual
to see
training's
more
going to
of the
begin.
galaxy."
Yeah, your training's going to begin there, because these are still younglings.
Yeah, like
So they're not Padawans yet.
they're out of the creche. Almost.
Almost.
They're
I'd say Tinu's their new
years.
creche. Yeah, I'd say going to Tinu's their new
Yeah.
creche, and like they are each
They're like
other's creche mates.
They're like somewhere between like first and
They're just not.
third grade.
All I know is they're younglings and they're not Padawans yet.
Yeah.
Because they don't have master, like they don't have a master assigned to them yet.
Yeah.
So they can't be Padawans yet. So they must obviously be younglings. And honestly, most Padawans that we know don't become Padawans until they're like 14 to 17.
Yeah.
Like Obi-Wan was a late start, and we've seen like Ahsoka be probably the soonest that we've seen.
I figure they started like around 13 to 14 years.
Yeah. And Ahsoka was like 13, 12, 13.
Yeah.
And so, like, that's the soonest we've seen start. And I get the impression that our trio are 7 and 8,
Hmm.
around there.
Yeah. About that old.
Maybe 9 or 10, but that'd be pushing it. But yeah, they're told to go to Tinu, to the new outpost, where they get a ride from our other main character,
Hmm.
Nash.
Nash.
Durango, who is not a Jedi, but is a kid pilot
Yep.
who has her own ship and her droid RJ.
Mhm.
RJ-83. They go to Tinu, and upon getting there, immediately get a emergency. Sorry, I don't know if y'all can hear the arcade going, but the danger, danger, danger every few seconds.
I think someone's playing
Yeah.
pinball.
Yeah, it's pinball. But they get a distress
Yes.
call. That's where I was going with this. They get a distress call from a
Basically an ice
a
cream
cantina
shop owner.
shop owner. Yeah, but it's like a food stand
Yeah.
cantina. Like it's a cantina, but it's like has food and other. It's like a restaurant
Yeah.
at that point
Help! I'm being robbed right now
by pirates.
by pirates.
And so, of course, the Jedi are like, "Oh, well, we're Jedi. We got this.
Yep.
Let's go." And sure enough, they run into our main antagonist for the season, Tabor.
Tabor and his-
Tabor Valdorn, who looks like he should be in the Nihil, but he's just a pirate.
Yeah.
Like, the Nihil are not mentioned in this. So these are the things you need to know. Nothing in the High Republic is referenced in this.
No.
We know it's High Republic era just because of like the way they're dressed, because they've got the High Republic robes, the white and the gold, which is very High Republic look. Also, we know it is because the people who made the show confirmed that yes, it's High Republic era. So that's how we know that stuff. But really, that's about it in regards to where we know on the timeline. And the show doesn't really give any indication of where. It could be as far back as before the events of Phase 2, because the path's not mentioned either. but it could also be in between phases 2 and 1 because the path's not mentioned and neither is the Nihil.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, the only reference to anything that's not like specifically about this show that we get is an Old Republic reference in a later episode when they go to the library together.
Yep.
Because Kai wants to read about some Old Republic stories.
Because he's a nerd.
Then again, they're all nerds because they're all looking for
They're
different
all, like,
things.
Yeah.
But like Kai's like, I care about the cool stories about Jedi of the past because I want to be just like them. Because Kai Brightstar, the most Jedi Star Wars name ever.
Yep. Oh, God. I'm
Main
amused.
protagonist synergy, if I ever heard it.
I am amused that this,
Oh, but you were gonna say Tabor's friends.
Tabor's friends,
Friends.
who are never given names.
Poor.
they
They
are,
are. He
but
doesn't say them
he
often.
never says them.
So it's Pord, and that's that's our Gamorrean like rough guy, and then we got EB3, which is his droid. He does say the names. It's just very like at a glance.
Yeah.
Because often he's busy yelling at Kai.
Yep.
Because yeah, for the Republic.
Yay.
Because Kai and Tabor get a heavy rivalry throughout the season.
Yeah. It's. Oh man. Like.
So this episode, they know the YouTube channel. No, I don't know if
No.
it's for the Republic. But Tabor and Kai kind of go through it every
Yeah.
few episodes. So in this one, the group kicks their butt,
Mhm.
gets everything back, and then they basically that's it. They're settled at the cafe. It's a local cafe.
Yep.
Next story within the first episode is next story for the episode is Kai fighting doing a mission for Yoda.
Mhm.
Yoda asks them to get these seeds.
Yep.
And so they go get these seeds. And before that they were messing up some training
Mm.
where they're trying to get used to balancing catching two things at once.
Yep.
But the thing is, Yoda tells them, "Hey, you need to focus on one thing. You need to pick." And in the case of that, it was like picking his friends over his weapon.
Yeah.
While his lightsaber is important, you can replace a lightsaber, you can't replace nubs.
Yeah.
And so after they fight, after
Kai
Tabor
versus Tabor.
after Tabor tricks everybody into leaving their ship with a distress call, steals the seeds off the ship, and tries to sell them to the pirates, which the pirates laugh at, by the way.
Like these. What are we gonna do with these?
And so they then take the seeds back from Tabor,
Mm-hmm.
and and almost after losing nubs, Tabor steals Kai's lightsaber and keeps
Yep.
it, because Kai chose nubs over his lightsaber, as he should. But we're not gonna go over every episode in particular. That's just the first episode. They bring the seeds back. Turns out they're like firework plants.
Yeah.
So it's a plant that grows fully within a minute, and then starts shooting fireworks.
Yep.
One-time use thing, I think. Because you asked me about that. You were like,
I'm like-
so does it keep just going? Or
Yeah, like-
how does that work?
God, I think my exact words were, "God, I can't wait for a fireworks show every time the wind blows."
But I imagine it's a
Yeah.
one-time use thing. It goes off and then. So we'll kind of skip the rest of them.
Yep.
Most of the show is basically them getting used to the planet of Tanu, and also like getting to know Nash and the
Yeah.
other characters. It's really, and the show is just life lessons. The show of like, hey, this is how things should go. This is more friends are more important than objects.
Things like that.
Stuff like that. Care for plant and animal life, because Liz is connected to the animals. That's her main
Yep.
gift. Kai's more combat centric, and Nubs is Nubs.
That boy is strong.
He's strong though. He is strong. He lift. He did not skip leg or arm day.
He's never skipped a day to work out.
Never.
God.
And so we get. There's actually some cool things here and there.
Mm.
Like we don't get any particular references to where we are in the High Republic era, but we do get like a cool thing that if you have kids who happen to be watching YouTube and Star Wars content, then they've already watched like the Galactic Creatures show.
Yeah, there's a crossover episode.
Yeah, which the Galactic Creature show is just like this short, like 3-minute thing of like, here's a particular creature in Star Wars, and here's some fun facts about them, and they go over like some of the biological things that are pretty cool, like keeping it kid friendly, but like it's very interesting. Of like, this is how they work and operate. It's almost like and it has like a robot that's like a more goofball Crocodile Dundee who's like follows the creatures
Yeah.
and tries to film them, but he's more of a goofball. So like, you know, but that was cool, and it's very short. It's only 7 episodes.
Yeah.
So like, we flew it through it.
Yeah. To the point of where like I forgot. I forgot everyone's name. I was like, I know the protagonist.
Yeah, we watched it Tuesday. To be fair.
That's it.
Yeah, we watched it Tuesday to be fair, and so and then like some of the other life lessons that they learn is like that people can change
Oh yeah.
because Kai goes.
It's very much like that. I've put like a picture of someone's face on a punching bag type deal, which is something that I'm like, that's a bad sign.
Yeah, in this case, except it's Kai puts like a Tabor like helmet onto a practice droid.
Onto the practice droid, he gives it a cape too. It's like,
I love that episode starts and like, oh no, when you saw that.
I'm like, yeah, that's because I'm like, oh no, this isn't good. It's fine to want to stop him, but that's getting towards obsessive levels.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
It's Anakin levels of.
yeah, if it was just directed at one guy.
I do like the training droids because of how like over the top in terms of like difficulty they are for these younglings. Like you got like General Grievous here with like 4 combat sticks ready to go and beat up some children. There's some other good life lessons though. Like in the case of that one, it's very much like a people can change, and also you got to kind of let go of things. You don't need to hold on this anger to a
Yeah.
particular person for that long because it's just not good. It gets obsessive and unhealthy, like you were saying.
Yeah.
We also get like a teamwork episode. We get like
A lot of your standard things.
yeah, standard fare stuff that I think it's good to teach kids around the ages that this show is really the demographic for. We are not the demographic, as I was saying when we were watching it. We were like, this is a good show. We're not the demographic.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm like, this is something that I would like show my younger siblings.
yeah.
Lee James though, he's too old.
Yeah,
for
he's
it.
a little, but like younger.
Like Elliot and Crimson.
Yeah. The ones I don't know, because, but yeah, it's that type of show. So after watching it, there's not a lot of lore.
No.
And I expect going forward, it probably will continue to not be lore heavy.
Yeah. Because it's like, why would we do that?
But it was good that we checked out at least the
Yep.
first season. I don't know if we'll check out future seasons. I might watch them by myself, and if I see something lore heavy, then I'll go, hey, we should watch it on the show. But I think from here on out, I think it's just going to be a show that's in the back burn that we don't really need to talk about. Not once again, not because it's bad. It's actually good. It's just not for us.
Not the target audience.
Yeah, we're not the target audience. It's not made for us. It's made for like, it's Disney Junior, so that's like what, Y7?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's made for Y7. I think we're gonna make this episode pretty short
Yeah.
because there's not really. I mean, anything happened this week?
Apart from talking with Andrew about him and his game.
Yeah, we started working on stuff for that game. I know Tori and Kinsey were working on maps.
Yeah. Oh.
The map looked good when I left. Did something happen?
So I think that the map itself is fine. It's not gonna be that bad. It's a little bit scratched up, but it's not terrible.
Leonard?
Yeah, I assume.
Cat, for those of y'all who
Cat
don't
got
know.
it.
Leonard is their cat, just so y'all know. Oh, I did get something, and I showed a video. I uploaded a 4-part. I had to upload it in 4 parts because YouTube Shorts only does a minute.
Yep.
And I uploaded an unboxing of it, but I'll show it here because I actually brought it.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't for our technical difficulties, it would have been in the front anyways. So I'm just gonna
But,
unbox it again
yeah.
for you guys.
Sure. So for our audience that does not know, Caleb here is a huge Old Republic fan, to put it mildly.
Yeah, so to speak. So a while back in 2021, I gotta provide the context.
Mhm.
They released a Knights of the Republic for Switch port, but it didn't come like this. It was digital only. But Limited Run Games is a website that does like exactly how it sounds. They do like limited runs of things, specifically in gaming. And so like they do pre-orders and you buy it and you can get like collectors type stuff, right? So I went all out on this box set. This was $300 with shipping. But this is back in 2021, so that money's long gone. So it finally came in the mail yesterday. And it came with a bunch of cool stuff. Off the top, since I already have it, the Pazak deck. So if y'all don't know, Pazak is a card game that's in Knights of the Republic. It's basically blackjack,
Yeah.
except it goes to 20 instead of 21. And it comes with all the cards. So these are like your base cards that these are the ones you're playing against, so like the dealer cards. But you're also usually playing against somebody else
Mm-hmm.
and trying not to bust before them. But then you've got your hand cards, which can consist of negative modifier cards, which are these red ones, positive modifier cards, which are these blue ones, or if you're real sneaky, positive, negative modifiers that you get to choose what the modifier is. So that is Pazak.
Mm.
Then it came with the steel case, like I showed you guys already. Which in the main case it came with, because there's a main case as well. But I put it in the steel case for now. So I put the game cartridge back in there for now, so they could see it. So it came with an actual cartridge, which is a rarity in these type of situations, because usually when you get a game that's released digitally for Switch, you can get a box sometimes for it, but
Yeah.
it never comes with a physical cartridge. Like, I know you can get LA Noire that way. Like, you can get a box for LA Noire, but it doesn't come with a cartridge. It just comes with, like, a code for the digital copy. Or if it is a cartridge, I think you still have to, like, download it from the internet rather than from the cartridge. And then it came with an actual instruction manual, which is a rarity at all.
Which is helpful.
Yeah, I mean that's crazy nowadays
Yep.
to get like an actual. It's very beautiful actually. It's got color. It's color too. It's not like just black and white. Like so they put a lot of effort into that. They call it the Galactic Database. I like that. Let me open the actual case though, where a lot of the stuff was put. Not everything was in there, but yeah, no, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you won't miss too much. Yeah, I already got to show you some of it, so. Got a certificate of authenticity, making sure everything's legit. And then they got a case for your case. It's a full-size case. I like the design. It's got like this green, the green Xbox green, which is which it makes sense considering Knights of the Republic was originally a Xbox and PC exclusive. But yeah, it's a case for the case. Here's the regular case, not the steelbook. Doesn't have anything in it because I moved everything to the steelbook. And then got a cool little collector's card. Some miniature lightsabers. You got Sith Revan lightsaber and Jedi Revan lightsaber. So you get both designs. And then you got some character concept art cards with our boy HK, a Sith Trooper, and a early Bastila Shan. It's real shiny, so I'm trying to make sure the light doesn't catch it too hard. And then we got some nice concept art for locations. This just says city, but Seth and I are trying to decide if it's meant to be like a early version of Terrace or Korriban, like the lower cities of Terrace. The type of structure yells Korriban in the like the stony look, but it like also looks like it could be Terrace because it's like lower, but it says like City 6, so I don't know. But we get Upper City Terrace, which this is classic Terrace view. And then we got Lehan, aka the Unknown World, where the Starforge is headed at. And then that's it for the location concept art. Got a nice double side coin. Republic. Republic on one side. Sorry, the light glare's getting it. There we go. And then Sith on the other. It's a nice coin. Then we got a mounted Vibroblade. Vibrosword. Which are now canon again, thanks to Mandalorian. Because George didn't want them canon. That's why the Darksaber exists. It's because originally in the episode that the Darksaber is introduced in Clone Wars, they were going to use a Vibroblade. But George was like, I don't know how I feel about a regular sword that can withstand a lightsaber. And so... But we also got a poster, double-sided. So you got your standard Knights of the Republic cover poster, and then you got your Darth Malik Sith poster.
He's so angry.
So angy. He's a dead angy man. And then last, but not least, the official strategy guide in hardcover format. And it comes with a lot of stuff. I haven't glanced through it too much. I've looked more at the like chapters and some of the item stuff, but it shows you where items are. So if you're looking for specific items, it checks it off of where you can find them, or if they're story specific. Has some cool concept art also in it, like right there. For the audience, right there. So I think that's cool. And then it also tells you, gives you some guides for the romance and companion quests. They call them in this book romance quest and messenger quests, because most of them are you're dealing with messengers. But yeah, it's a full walkthrough guide. It's got everything. It's got all the planets. I don't know if it provides if it's like a classic strategy guide where it's like, this is the best build you can do. Like, because, the older guides, that's how they worked. Because this was printed specifically by Limited Run. Because it's got their little logo there. And then it's the Master Edition strategy guide, which is the edition that I ordered of the Limited Run print. So that's everything that came in that. I think it's cool having all this cool stuff. Would I do it again? I don't know.
At the moment,
no.
At the moment, no.
I almost did for the Force Unleashed version, but I think it comes down to how badly I want all the extra stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I could have probably done a cheaper one where it's just the game. Like, it's not even the steelbook case, it's just the regular case and a physical copy of the game. And I would have been happy with that probably for say, the Force Unleashed one. I didn't grab it in time to do that.
Oh well.
And unfortunately now, the only way you can grab most of these things is through scalpers. So, because by the time it comes out, it's been 2 years. You couldn't have ordered it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the bigger issue with it being such a long wait. Because apparently it's because they make some of these things after the orders are done. So they they go, okay, you have until X day to order. And they give everybody until X day to order. And then once everybody who wants to order has ordered by the X day, they go, okay, no more orders. We're going to start printing everything off.
Yep.
And so I can see for like the steelbooks and for like the Bazak deck and stuff like that haven't existed before. And like the book, the new strategy guide version of the strategy guide. Those things haven't existed before. They had to print those off. But I have been told by reliable sources that some of these things are not new. And such as the miniature lightsabers and the miniature sword, vibro sword. Those are not new. Those are reprints that Limited Run Games has done because nobody makes them anymore. So I don't know if they were able to get a supplier to have those or if they did have to make those from scratch as well now. Because if they didn't have to make those from scratch because those were things that already existed, I feel like a 2-year waiting period was a bit long. But it also depends on if they waited until they could ship everything out at once, because I was 4,000 out of 8,000 according to my certificate of authenticity. So that's 8,000 copies of these. Specifically just the Master Edition, not every version of... Just the Master Edition. I mean, so it could have been. I can actually look right now and see, because I still have the order on my phone. But yeah. What did you think of all the goodies inside? Was there anything you liked? I figure you and I are probably going to mess around with the Bazak deck.
Yeah.
Because we like to play cards. every now and then.
Yep.
So I feel like we're gonna try to figure out how the rules work for that particular deck, how that would work,
Yeah.
because there's no instruction manual, so I'd have to figure out how like we do it physically.
Yeah.
But that would be cool. That could also
'Cause
be
this isn't like the other.
no, it's not like Sabak where it came with the instructions and everything, and we knew like we were able to figure out exactly how something works. No, this is okay. How do we make something that we've only seen in the video game work in our game? And also, how do we? Because with the deck card, like with the actual deck, how would that work for us? Do we split the deck evenly and then shuffle them and then decide like, because that, and then I guess we pick our top 4 cards because you only really get to use 4 throughout a match. I don't know. And then let me see if they've got any. Okay, so I'm on their shop right now. Let's see if they got any Star Wars deals going
It
on.
always has been a bit strange to me why sometimes like video games will put in like a card-based mini game.
They're always popular though.
I know, that's the weird part about it to me. I'm like, all right.
Give me one person who's played Final Fantasy VIII that didn't like Triple Triad. Like, yeah. And then of course, I think Triple Triad's actually the most successful version of a card game in a video game because it's a card game that actually rewards you for playing it. Because as you play it and you unlock more cards, you can actually use that as part of the junctioning system in Final Fantasy VIII. So you can actually use the cards as part of the which junctioning is the magic system in Final Fantasy VIII. So you can actually it reworks into your actual regular gameplay, not just for the card game. And then you can also turn enemies into cards for the card game as well. So, I think it's the best
I
version.
assume you mean like after you fought.
No, when you're fighting them, you
When you're
can.
fighting them, you can just turn them into a card. Are you fucking with
There's a
me?
card ability that you can unlock that you just go card, and then if they are weak enough and they fail the check, they turn into a card.
Oh my god.
And then you just reuse them as part of the card game. Yeah, okay, so I'm looking at their Star Wars stuff. This is their Jedi Knight one. This isn't their. So they did a Jedi Knight, Jedi Outcast, and Jedi Academy one as well. For their version for Jedi Outcast, for just the regular box and not the what's the word?
Steel case?
Steel case, not the steel case. It was $29.99, which is actually pretty reasonable. For Jedi Academy, it was $34.99, still within the reasonability range. Although less reasonable for a port of an older game, but I can still be like, oh, I like those games and I want a physical copy. I'd be willing to pay that. They also do PS4 releases for the ones that do PS4. So like Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy had PS4 ports. Knights of the Republic did not. It was a Switch only port. And those were priced about the same, $29.99, $34.99. But then you also had your premium editions, which were the more expensive ones. But I don't see one that was like the Master Edition, which is like what I paid. Oh well. But yeah, you get the idea. And so that's that. Currently, there's no Star Wars thing on sale. The last thing they did was a Jedi Survivor box set. It was a collector's edition, and it came with a Cal Kestis lightsaber. That would have also run you about $300. It was $299.99. So it came with the certificate of authenticity, the game, the steelbook case, Cal's lightsaber handle, so like just the and then a nice little box to put it in. Trying to see all the details so it says like everything. Here we go. Full size functional Cal Kestis replica lightsaber hilt. So it would have been a full size replica, unlike the ones that I got with the Revan one. Blade sold separately. They put in at just so you know, it's just the hilt. Premium magnetic box to hold the lightsaber hilt. Certificate of authenticity, official steelbook, physical copy of the game on PlayStation 5, and then it comes with all the cosmetic stuff that you get if you got the deluxe edition, which is what I had. So the Obi-Wan and the Obi-Wan cosmetics, because for the deluxe edition, then you had the Obi-Wan cosmetics, and then for the pre-order, you got the Luke and Han cosmetics. Which the pre-order bonuses would have been included as well. So there you go.
Here's a question for you.
Yeah.
Favorite character from KOTOR?
See, it's not fair because you know my answer, and it's not from the games. It's Zane. It's my boy Zane Carrick. Because Zane Carrick is an everyday man who, like...
Getting caught up in all...
Who, like, yeah, he wanted to be a Jedi, but he at the end of the day, he's a normal guy.
Yeah.
He just happens to have Force powers, and he tries to use them the best he can. I forget what show we were talking about when I brought Zane up, but we were talking about, like, disabilities and how you kind of just learn to live with them. Rather than, like, in movies and TV, like, the lesson always seems to be how they overcame them.
Daredevil?
I think we were talking Daredevil into it, but it wasn't the initial topic. Because there was something we were watching where they pointed out, like, that disabilities aren't a thing that just disappear. You live with them. Anyways, Zane Carrick is that. He's somebody who learned to live with his disability, and he never, like... he doesn't, like, control his disability, and it doesn't make him a superhero because he has the disability. He just has a disability with the Force, where, like, the Force doesn't always do what he wants. And so he's kind of learned how to live with that and kind of put it into, like, put thought into that and account for the disability. Which is how disabilities actually work, is you just learn to account for it. You live your life normally, but you account for the disability getting in the way, and you're like, okay, so this is the extra step I have to take to deal with the disability, rather than, and I got better, because that's not how that works.
Yeah.
And so I like Zane for that. Zane is a character that, and it's a more recent thought, because, like, I like Zane before even realizing that thought. I just like Zane because he's a good person, because he's in a terrible situation. He goes through what Ahsoka went through of being charged for a crime, and the Jedi turning their backs on him. Once again, similar to Ahsoka. And then at the end of everything, when he proves his innocence, they, just like with Ahsoka, go, hey, you want to come back?
No, fuck you.
Yeah. And it wasn't a fuck you in his situation. It was a, I know that you guys are good, but y'all weren't there for me. And I want to be there for people that don't have a support system that I thought I had. So he actually learns to look out for other people that go through similar situations as what he did, of, like, where he knows that these people are innocent and they need somebody to have their back. And he actually creates a whole underground network of people that look into these things by the end of the comic, where he's like, spoilers for a comic that ended 2015? Maybe? I can't remember exactly when it ended. But 2014. It had to be before the Disney buyout, actually, so it's probably 2012, 2013. And so... because it was before I think it was like a year before the buyout. And so, like, he creates a whole network using money that he gets from his day job, because the people that did have his back, he created a friendship with, because one of his first friends that he makes is Griff, Marn Hyra Griff, who is this street con artist that Zane was initially trying to arrest as a Jedi. But then, like, he's a petty crook. He's not, like, an actual, like, danger to anybody. It's very much petty crimes.
What, like, I stole this loaf of bread?
Not that
Or
level.
is it-
It's more of, like, I stole all this oil that I'm trying to flip for money. That type of deal.
I see.
So, like, stuff that's not, like, gonna hurt anybody other than, like, corporations.
Mm.
And he tries to think of himself as, like, this big crime lord, but he's really not. And so, like, there's a joke that, like, Zane goes from being his Padawan, jokingly, because after Zane gets kicked out of the Jedi and the Jedi start hunting him down for the crime he didn't commit. Yeah, and Griff starts jokingly calling him his Padawan because he's like, I'm going to teach you how to be a criminal. And then it becomes, goes to henchman because he starts being like his bodyguard. And then it becomes partner after everything gets cleared up of their innocence. And they're like, all right, we're going to be business partners from now on. And we're going to only go after, like, we'll continue conning people, but we're only going to con people that deserve it. So, like, big corporations that are using their monies inappropriately. Or, for example, one of the people they go up against is, like, this group that's giving false predictions of planets that are far out that nobody's explored and selling the rights, the mineral rights to these planets.
Okay.
So, like, they're like, here's a planet that's far out that we can see on the telescope, but we can't, like, reach within the next few years.
Mhm.
And then they're like, we'll sell the mineral rights to somebody because we know what's on it, even though nobody's been there. Or you're buying the predictions of what's on there, really. And then, on top of that, it's also run off of slave backs, and so then they're like, okay, we got to take this group down, because
Yeah.
so they managed to do a con where they get so much money from a planet that nobody, like, has been to by claiming that they've been to and saying, we're from that planet and you sold the rights to our planet without our permission. Basically, if Pocahontas went back to the New World, back to England, and was like, hey, I'm going to take all the money that you've taken from my people.
Mm.
Like, and it's a pretty cool idea of them doing that. And they do other stuff like that. And they run into, like, the Crucible, which is this big syndicate that's, like, the big bad for, and, like, we find out there's been a bad guy throughout the comics since, like, Volume 2 that's been a secret villain, so there's a twist villain. It's a really good comic. It's 50 issues for the main storyline, so not a lot of reading. Like, 50 issues sounds like a lot, but then when you sit down and read it, it's not a lot.
Yeah.
And then there's, like, 5 other issues that were part of a sequel mini-series called War, because at the time they were doing, like, mini-sequel series to a lot of their Star Wars comics, because this was Dark Horse at the time. And they did a Legacy War, which was, Legacy is a comic that takes place 100 and some odd years after the events of Return of the Jedi in the future. And then, so they were like, let's do the same thing for Knights of the Republic. And Knights of the Republic War was about Zane getting enlisted into the Republic Army because he was no longer a Jedi, which means he's no longer unable to be drafted, because he couldn't be drafted initially into the war because he was a Jedi, and Jedi weren't allowed to fight in the Mandalorian Wars. Unless you were Revan, which we actually get some answers of, like, how Revan and Malik managed to convince the Jedi to let them do their thing, because Revan is like a cameo. He's not even a tertiary character. He's a cameo that appears like twice in the entire comic run. And this is also during a time when Revan's canon gender was not decided yet at the time for Legends material. So we didn't have the Revan novel, we didn't have the Old Republic video game yet. So actually, it was before 2012. Because the Old Republic video game came out in 2012. So, and then you get Malik as a tertiary character who's like a friend of Zane's who comes in every now and then. Zane actually saves him at one point. And we start to see the seeds of Malik becoming dark side. So, like, in Volume 1 and 2... Volume 1, he appears only in issue 0. because they did an issue 0. So there's actually 51 issues for the initial run. But for issue 0, he appears and he's like a quick cameo bit that's like explaining what's going on with the Mandalorian Wars and how the Jedi are, like the Revankists, as they're called, are going out to go explore what's going on with the Mandalorians. And this is when he has hair. Volume 2 is the next time we see him. He's bald now because of things that happened to him. He got experimented on by a Mandalorian named Demigol, who is trying to science the Force.
Woo.
Goes about as well as you expect, in that it doesn't. But he's trying to science the Force, and obviously he needs test subjects. So, of course, with the war going on with the Jedi, what a perfect opportunity to have test subjects that you kidnap. You know. So then Malak leaves with a few other Jedi and a Mandalorian named Roland, who's a turncoat. Turns out the Mandalorian named Roland did not go with the Jedi. He then snuck back aboard onto Zane's ship to hang out with Zane and Jariel and all the other members of that crew. Because there was Zane, Jariel, Griff, and Camper, and a droid named Elby. And then Roland becomes a common member of the team around Volume 3 when they realize he's been hiding on the ship. Actually, no, at the end of Volume 3, they find out he's been hiding on the ship, but Volume 4 is really when they're like, okay, you're officially a part of the team. What do we do? Volume 4 is also the return of Malak again, who has, like, gone a little bit darker now because he's realized the dangers of what's going on in the Mandalorian Wars, and he's like, yeah, we need more Jedi out there to deal with these animals, is essentially the terminology he's using for the Mandalorians, which is... I get you're at war with them, but still not cool. To, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's where you're going, huh?
And he definitely doesn't like Roland. Because he's like, for a turncoat, why'd you leave? Why'd you go hang out with them? And of course, on top of that, Malak is getting romantically interested in Jariel. Who Zane is also romantically interested in. And Roland is... got a weird thing going on with where he's like, I want to be her protector. It's very anime. I want to be her protector. There's a reason for it, but I know the reason for it. I just don't want to spoil it for anybody who might want to read the comic. We might have to do an episode of the podcast on this comic. Even though it's not canon.
Wild Shot in the Dark. They're related somehow.
Yeah. Not by blood or anything, but you're on the right track.
Is it like, I assume it's a case of like, I made person X a promise.
Well, we think it's Roland in the helmet, but it's not Roland.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. That's as far as I'm going to go in terms of that until we do an actual official episode on this.
Yep. Whenever that happens.
Yeah, whenever that happens. That might be our Legends thing for next season. Because we did a Legends thing this season. There is a piece of Star Wars news I want to talk about before we go. The Old Republic.
Yes.
They are switching hands of developers. So EA wants BioWare to start focusing on their own shit that's not Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
And so BioWare is now focusing more than likely all hands on deck for Dragon Age, Dreadwolf, or the next Mass Effect. That's right, I linked that article actually in our Discord. Because I wanted to remember to talk about that, but I forgot to look at it today. Escape Route Star Wars Talk. Yeah. So EA is having BioWare shift away from the Old Republic, and they're hiring a third-party developer, Broadsword Online Games, to work on it. So BioWare will no longer be working on the Old Republic within the next few months. It's a very soon coming thing. We don't know for sure if BioWare's finishing off the 3.2 that they're working on, or the 7.2 patch that they're working on, because they're working on the next patch for, because I think the new Galactic season is about to start, and so 7.3, sorry, 7.3 patch, which is like the next main update, because we got our you got our big our expansion updates, which are the 7, like the big number, and then the first number means that it's a big patch, and then 0.31 would be like a minor patch that's part of 0.3 but isn't story heavy. So we're getting our next story content soon, which you've missed a little bit of story content, but that's because the last time we played was for the big update, the patch 7.0. But I've been playing the 7.1, 7.2, 7, so I've been playing that stuff. But
Last I remember, Malgus had finally been put in prison.
Yeah, so Malgus was in prison, but then so he's not out right now, but 0.1 and 2 had you meeting up with him very like Silence of the Lambs. Hey, I need some advice about what's going on with this ancient Sith and their shit. Because remember, we went to Null, the ruins of Null, and so that the Null stuff is starting to kick in, and so we're trying to figure out what's going on with that shit. So I think it said in the Star Wars Newsnet article that Broadsword might be working on finishing up 7.3.
Yeah.
Yep. Broadsword will oversee planned content updates such as the upcoming patch 7.3 and the next PvP season. It is expected that more content updates will come in time under the developer's watch. Broadsword is known for a few other MMOs. They've worked on Ultima Online and Dark Age of Camelot. So I know Ultima Online because Ultima is a classic CRPG. Like Ultima is like classic CRPG, like 80s. And then Ultima Online was obviously the fruition of all of 9 Ultima games. Yeah. There's people that want Ultima to come back because it's been a while since we had an Ultima game. The last Ultima game was like in the 2000s. 9 was not great, but some people like 7, and then 8 was also in that situation where people didn't like it. But it's definitely a good time for a lot of CRPGs to come back because people are enjoying CRPGs. I mean, Diablo 4 just dropped, and people have been loving Diablo 4. We're about to get Baldur's Gate 3. So it's a good time. It's a good time to be a CRPG fan, RPG fan, Star Wars fan. Nerd. It's a good time to be a nerd.
Yep.
I think that's going to be everything. If we went an extra 30 minutes just talking Star Wars and CRPGs
I think we're good.
Yeah. We're now at the time of when we normally would end anyways.
Yeah.
So it actually worked out. But thank you all for watching. Next week, let me look at our schedule. Hold on. Let me pull it up.
What are we talking about next week, Caleb?
I want to say I know what it is.
Well, let's make sure then, shall we?
Yeah, because I think I said, so I know what I said in the car. I'm
Mhm.
double checking that is correct. Let's see. According to the schedule, yep, we are going back to the High Republic books. Yeah, I know I haven't paid for Microsoft in a minute. High Republic books with Path of Vengeance.
Woo!
The big dark finale for pretty much the finale for
So
Phase
angry.
2. Yeah, we're gonna find out what's going on with Marta and Yana and the mother, and we're going back to Dona because I think Path of Vengeance takes place on Dona.
Yep.
So thank you all for watching. Be sure, if you're watching on YouTube, youtube.com/Escape Reality Films, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. You can also check us out on Twitch. If you're watching on Twitch, that's twitch.tv/Escape Reality Films. Be sure to follow or subscribe. And then we also are on TikTok with Escape Reality Films being our app, where you can find different content. I do comic books, talk about the comic books coming out. I talk about Star Wars in general. I post funny things, like I just posted today, my dog with the Spider-Man mask on, in celebration of the new Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse movie. I do movie reviews also on there. That's another thing I do on there. Also, shout out to Mopcast Network, who provided us the space. They do a podcast that I'm a part of that's just called Cult Movie Cantina, where we talk about cult movies and show them to somebody who hasn't seen them, and we just talk about them, have some drinks. We're actually coming back finally. We've been on hiatus for that show for a minute. I'll wait till next week to say what we're talking about. I already know what we're talking about. We're filming it tomorrow, so I think it should come out this week, but just in case, I'll wait till next week to mention it. And then also shout out to Gamers and Geeks, who provide the space to Cult Movie Cantina. Oh, Mopcast Network. You can find them at youtube.com/Mopcast Network. I co-host and I produce for them on the show, so you'll see my face there as well. You can also find them on facebook.com/Cult Movie Cantina. And you can also find them on any podcasting app at Mopcast Network. MOPCAST Network. And then Gamers and Geeks is our local gaming shop who provides the space to Mopcast Network. They have everything you can want. Right now they're doing a Warhammer thing because there's a new Warhammer drop today. So if you're a Warhammer fan and you happen to be in the Mobile area, local gaming shop. They also have an arcade in the back, as we mentioned earlier in the podcast. Pay $10 for the day up front. You get a wristband, and you can play the games. They're all free play machines, so you just got to pay the $10. And then inside in the same building, we got Engage Gaming. They are a rental gaming service sort of deal where they like rent the machines, but they're like in-house, so you pay an hourly rate, and you play the machines within the shop. So you stay in the shop, and you play the machines. Almost like an arcade, essentially, at that point. But they have PS5s, Xbox Series X, PC, VR. You can also buy older games. I was looking at their collection earlier. They got like some, and even newer games because they got all the way up to PS5. But they go all the way back to like NES. So good collection of games. Like they got NES. I didn't see any N64, but I saw Super NES. I saw some GameCube. For those of y'all who like that console, because I know that GameCube games are hard to find sometimes. But yeah, they got PS3, PS2, PS4, PS5, Xbox. They got it all. They might not have the game you want, but they've got a good collection of games still. I saw they had. I've been playing Mass Effect lately for the streams. So, and I'm almost done with Mass Effect 3 because I've been doing the Legendary Edition. So that's 1 through 3. But I don't have Andromeda, and I kind of want to get Andromeda so I can continue the Mass Effect thing. And I know Andromeda is the least liked of the Mass Effect games, but that's still a Mass Effect game, and I want to see it for myself.
So with your
and over there it's like $4.
So with the edition you're playing, does that have the Citadel DLC?
Yeah, it has everything.
Oh,
yeah,
man, that's gonna be a treat.
Yeah, no, I already did the party at the Citadel. I had my party. I think we talked about this last week that I did the party. But yeah, because you get the apartment that Anderson leaves you, and he's like, "Here, I don't want it anymore. I'm fine. I'm fine on Earth, even though there's a war still going on.
I would rather be.
I want to stay on Earth. Here, have my apartment." And then you have a party there. Because you're on shore leave. It's the shore leave DLC. Yeah. After you fight, spoilers for a game that's a decade old.
Yeah.
For Mass Effect 3 DLC, you fight a clone of yourself because it turns out in Mass Effect 2, when they brought you back to life, they also cloned you, so that way they could have spare parts in case they needed to fix you. And now your clone's gone rogue, and so you fight your clone, because your clone's like, I want to be you, I'm going to replace you.
Yep.
And that's how the Shore Leave DLC starts. You fight your clone, and then you get to have your party after. But yeah. What else am I? Oh, Patreon. Another way to support us is check out our Patreon. It's patreon.com/escaperealityfilms, where you can, there's a bunch of different tiers. You can check out our comic that we're working on with some of those tiers. You can check out my books that I've released and get them on a discount. You can watch our YouTube content a week before it's uploaded to YouTube. And we also want to shout out our Patreon member, Jennifer Brantley. Thank you for supporting us every month.
Yeah.
And I think that's everything. D&D.
Yes. So, you can catch, well,
Him.
occasionally.
Occasionally.
Because sometimes work gets in the way. And as much as I would love to be over there, work comes first because I still need a place to live.
Yeah, you still need money.
Yep. But you can catch the rest of our friends over at Steam, all caps, _dungeon at Twitch TV from 5 to 7 Central Standard Time on Sunday. The party has begun.
Yes!
And man, oh man, it's like some characters are upstairs messing about. Everything is going a little bit wild, but in a very passive-aggressive way, where
Yeah.
it's like one of us is just waiting to like
For something that bad
something
to happen.
bad to happen.
So is it like y'all are like? Is it the awkward tension of like almost like being at prom where you guys are sitting across drinking the punch, waiting for somebody to make the first dance move?
I would say
Except
it's
in this
more,
case, instead of dancing, y'all were waiting for somebody to throw the
it's more
first punch.
Mexican standoff, like we're
Yeah.
just waiting.
But y'all are like watching each other. Like,
Yeah, very much like keeping an eye on each other.
it's like as if you mess up,
Much as Twitch
If-
the wrong way.
like I'm not gonna throw the
Pun
first punch.
intended.
It's like I'm not gonna throw the first punch, but if you do,
We're basically just waiting for that to happen.
but like the other side is also like that. They're like, if you throw the first punch, then we'll
Yeah. It's like, what is the thing that is going to like break this impasse?
Or it sounds like y'all should be friends because nobody's throwing the punch yet.
Realize now you've been making a fucking pun.
All right.
But yeah, that's
Yeah.
it for over there.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Uh,
Go check it
tomorrow I'm gonna be working on something. I'm working on the next one shot.
Oh yeah.
Um,
A lot happier in tone than the last one.
yeah, we got to build everybody's characters, especially since everybody that's playing has never played before.
Mm.
I think only 2 people have played before, and one of them seriously, and then the rest, like, and then the other person who's played before was trying to get out of it because they didn't like the group.
Mm.
But since this is a group they know, it's a little easier.
Yeah.
So everybody else though has never played before, and then we're gonna have a first-time player doing a magic class
Oh boy, that's always fun.
out of spite because they know that that's a bad choice to do first time. That's Matt, our usual Twitch sponsor, but he hasn't been able to lately. But
Yep.
yeah, Matt's like, I told him, I was like, yeah, usually you want to start with with a martial class, and so.
In order to like help make things easier.
Yeah.
But he was like, nope, magic. I'm doing
And
it.
then he doubled down when he talked to a roommate who like tried to also explain it, and he was like, "Oh, then yeah, I'm absolutely doing it."
Man, oh man.
So it'll be fun.
Yeah.
We're gonna have some goofs. Don't know when we'll start recording them because we're just gonna do character session
Yeah.
0 essentially tomorrow. Get everybody situated. But yeah, that's it for this week. We'll see you guys next week for the High Republic Path of Vengeance. Have a good one. I've spoken.
Later. Catch you around.